Chapter 001. The Human Skin's Request for a Blessing. Do I appear to you as an extraordinary genius? Zhang Po inquired earnestly, crouching before a weasel. Huang Xiaoxian sat upright upon the grass, tilting her head, her large, glistening eyes filled with perplexity. How audacious of you, a mere human, to seek a blessing from a weasel. What gives you the right to utter my words? Do not concern yourself with such trivialities. Do I seem to you like an extraordinary genius? Zhang Po leaned in, his anticipation palpable. Enough of this nonsense, Huang Xiaoxian retorted, her furry paws pushing Zhang Po's face away. We must adhere to the proper protocol. I seek a blessing and wish to borrow a smidgen of your fortune. Once I transform, I shall find you a wife. That I do not want a wife. Zhang Po vehemently shook his head, insisting, just answer Mado, I resemble an extraordinary genius? If you say yes, I shall lend you a bit of luck to assist in your transformation into an immortal. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaoxian chuckled. Weasel blessings were common, but a human seeking one was an unprecedented occurrence. Yet, none understood the art of requesting blessings better than the weasel. A blessing, at its core, is essentially a wish granted by another. If someone was willing to assist the weasel, it could borrow that individual's good fortune to fulfill its desires, including transformation and ascension to immortality. This skill was not uncommon among various spirits, but the weasel was among the most proficient. It seemed that Zhang Po had stumbled upon a few novels and sought to imitate the weasel's method of requesting blessings to enhance his cultivation potential. Let's consider it merely a child's game. Once successfully transformed, I shall introduce him to a lovely fox spirit for amusement. Very well, ask away. Great weasel spirit, do I appear to you as an extraordinary cultivation genius? Suddenly, an ominous premonition surged within Huang Xiaoxian, causing her fur to bristle as she fixed her gaze on Zhang Po. A dark aura emanated from Zhang Po, coalescing into a large hand that reached toward the weasel. Startled, the weasel too released an aura, though it was a swirling mix of black and white, akin to dense underbrush. The dark hand grasped the black and white aura, tightening its grip and pulling upward. For every word the weasel uttered, the pressure of the grasp intensified. It was certain that once it finished speaking, its fortune would be ruthlessly extracted. How peculiar, exclaimed the weasel, astonished. You truly know how to request a blessing. Zhang Po urged. Great weasel spirit, continue, speak quickly. I'm on the edge of my seat. I yearn to be an extraordinary genius. Truly, I desire it so deeply that I dream of becoming an extraordinary genius. If you could grant me this, I shall protect you in the future, ensuring you enjoy all the finest delights. A human seeking a blessing from a weasel scenario so absurdly inverted was something Huang Xiaoxian had never encountered before, momentarily leaving her flustered. What if I refused the request? Would he resort to urinating in my entrance? Fortunately, Huang Xiaoxian was a professional, quickly regaining her composure and displaying a playful smile. Dear brother, you ought to retract your power. If I were to declare you a remarkable fool, would you not be infuriated? Zhang Po blinked, pondering for a moment before nodding seriously. That makes sense. So, how we cancel this blessing request? The weasel's lips twitched, somewhat exasperated. You activated this power. Why are you asking me? Do you not see? Your misfortune-laden hand is firmly gripping my fortune. The weasel pointed to the air above its head, then muttered another complaint. Such darkness, such enormity, are you perhaps the reincarnation of a harbinger of misfortune? I can see it. Zhang Po nodded. Yet I am at a loss as to how to dispel it. The weasel tilted its head quizzically. Have you just awakened? Zhang Po counted on his fingers. It's been several days. No wonder. The weasel furrowed its brow. A talent like mine required a month to progress from merely perceiving fortune to mastering it. You, on the other hand, possess only average aptitude. It will take you at least a year. You cannot actively terminate the appeal for fortune, which means your misfortune will continue to loom over me. The weasel bared its teeth in displeasure, glaring at Zhang Po. Listen to Met Hankyu. There is but one solution. Consider yourself unfortunate. It wore a face full of schadenfreude. You do not resemble an unparalleled genius of cultivation. Seeking fortune from the weasel, you must possess extraordinary wisdom. Wisdom comes after the extraordinary. Indeed, The weasel rejected the appeal for fortune and uttered a curse. With the failure to secure fortune, one must draw upon their own luck to pay for the consumption of divine powers. Furthermore, by speaking in reverse, perhaps Zhang Po could be afflicted with a negative condition. Dear young man, do not weep over your diminished fortune. Imagining the dismal expression that would cross his face filled her with anticipation. Yet, it seemed he was solely burdened by misfortune. Could misfortune also be utilized to offset the consumption of divine powers? The weasel fell into contemplation. Hey. Zhang Po could not contain his laughter. At last, you have been ensnared. What are you laughing at? The weasel tilted its head. You have a problem. Squinting her eyes, she sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. If he sought the weasel for fortune, he surely understood the drawbacks of such a request. If that were the case, why would he approach the weasel? She was an expert in these matters, capable of leading him to his doom in an instant. This fellow was either foolish or possessed of something extraordinary. Suddenly, the weasel's attention snapped back to the present as a great black hand forcefully yanked, tearing down all the black straw, leaving only the white straw swaying. Precariously off, with the misfortune extracted, the weasel was rendered speechless. Who ever heard of appealing for fortune only to have one's misfortune taken? The palm of the black hand split open to reveal a gaping maw, a long tongue darting forth to ensnare the straw, chewing vigorously before swallowing it whole. The weasel shivered involuntarily, as though it were herself being devoured. Zhang Po also trembled, not from fear, but due to the influx of something within. A wave of coolness surged into his mind, his soul's power skyrocketing, prompting Zhang Po to exhale deeply in exhilaration. Delightful! I've reached the third level of soul nurturing at last. I can communicate with the void. What manner of creature are you? The weasel exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Po exhibited an abundance of phenomena beyond the realm of normalcy. The simultaneous presence of an appeal for fortune, being ensnared by misfortune, and the ability to consume another's misfortune. What an extraordinary spectacle. The weasel felt as if her eyes had been opened to a new world. Zhang Po offered no reply, turning to leave, for he had urgent matters to attend to. The weasel, momentarily stunned, quickly followed. Dear brother, why did you seek fortune? Why are you still alive despite your misfortune? How can you consume misfortune? Zhang Po strode forward, declaring, You have become worthless, step aside. Huang Xiaoxian glanced at Zhang Po's ankle, bared her teeth, and then donned a sweet smile, tilting her head to playfully plead, Oh, dear brother, do tell me. Zhang Po halted, casting a condescending gaze upon Huang Xiaoxian. You little yellow creature, attempting to charm like a pretty girl, how ludicrous. He continued, Step aside, do not hinder my quest to become a void adventurer. Huang Xiaoxian thought, Just wait until I transform, you will rue the day you cross this foul human. Chapter 002. The mission begins. Upon returning home, Zhang Po locked the door, seated himself on the floor, and entered a state of meditation to commune with the void. He had awaited this moment for a long time. It had been 18 years since fate thrust him into this world. Initially, he believed this world to be merely a parallel universe, indistinguishable from his original realm. However, his perception shifted dramatically when he witnessed the neighboring formidable elder sister effortlessly tear apart a Maybach with her bare hands. He had an epiphany. This world was extraordinary. After a thorough yet straightforward inquiry, Zhang Po gradually unraveled the mysteries of this realm. Beyond this world lay countless others, collectively known as the void worlds. The human soul could evolve upon reaching the third tier of soul nurturing. One could access the void and communicate with the enigmatic void system, thus becoming a void adventurer and embarking on adventures in various instance worlds. Zhang Po endeavored to calm his emotions, and after an hour, he successfully connected with the void. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself enveloped in a blinding whiteness, surrounded by streams of silvery energy. He had traversed to another dimension. You have connected to the void system. Verifying qualifications. Verification complete. Your Void Adventurer account has been created. ID, please enter a nickname. White Ghost nickname confirmed. White Ghost data panel activated. This panel is for reference only and will not affect personal attributes. Soon after, several lines of text appeared before him. Personal information Void Adventurer level. LV1. This level is assessed based on physique, soul, energy, excluding factors such as talent, skills, and equipment. Warehouse. Skills equipment elevate to adventurer rank for enhanced privileges. Zhang Po clicked on the skills list. Skill 1. Sealing Wish, LV1. Skill effect. Designate a target and express a desire. If the target consents, a portion of their luck is seized, temporarily enhancing the user. The amount of luck acquired depends on the skill level, the nature of the wish, and the target's remaining luck. If the target does not consent, their misfortune value is appropriated and converted into soul value. Evaluation. This power does not belong to you. Skill 2. National Primary and Secondary School Meditation Technique, 7th Set, Rising Sun. Skill details, brief. Skill evaluation. The youth is like the sun at 7 or 8 in the morning. Zhang Po closed the skills list and opened the equipment list. Conventionally, novice adventurers should not possess extraordinary equipment. Yet, he also should not have the Sealing Wish skill. The Sealing Wish stemmed from this peculiar piece of equipment he could not discard. Equipment 1. Misfortune Sealing Tube Void Artifact, bound to the soul, cannot be discarded. Effect 1. Daily Draw. Every 24 hours, automatically draw a fortune stick, gaining Misfortune Enhancement and Lucky Gift. Effect 2. Fortunate Gift. Consumes all accumulated luck value in a single instance, transforming it into a random item, taking 9 days. To acquire the item on the 10th day. Effect 3. Cursed Enhancement. Daily consumption of 10 of misfortune value, converting it into a random negative status effect, lasting for 24 hours. Effect 4. Cycle of Fate. Upon complete exhaustion of misfortune value, both luck and misfortune values will be refreshed, entering the next cycle. Evaluation. Sweetness follows hardship. Sweetness follows hardship. Zhang Po sighed, memories too painful to revisit. Having stumbled upon the misfortune lottery, he has drawn 11 times thus far, enduring daily doses of cursed enhancements. The cursed enhancements are varied, ranging from misfortunes like being hit by a mud truck to unexpectedly striking good fortune, and being pursued by weasels. Each day drags, oh no. The suffering is indeed real, yet the sweetness may never materialize. Now, as a void adventurer, he finally glimpses a ray of hope, certain that a means to control the misfortune lottery will arise in the future. Currently drawing a novice dungeon, drawing complete. A poster materializes before him, adorned with lines of text hovering to its right. The poster depicts a golden-haired hero entangled with a horde of green-skinned monsters. The hero, having lost his trousers, covers himself awkwardly, his expression a blend of shame and excitement. The green-skinned creatures are grotesque, yet endowed with ample physiques, their expressions radiating a bizarre allure. In summary, the artistic style is quite irreverent, hinting that the artist may have other interests. Rescue mission. Save the hero from the goblin den. Zhang Po stroked his chin in contemplation. To rescue the hero from the goblin den, set against a backdrop of Western fantasy, where extraordinary powers abound. With extraordinary powers, the task's difficulty will undoubtedly be high, yet it also presents an opportunity to acquire such powers. Let us torment the hero a bit, allowing for some development before contemplating the rescue. Following this line of thought, there remains a chance to complete the mission. Rescue mission initiated. Detecting real-world items. Destruction confirmed. Teleportation commencing. What the .as his clothing disintegrates. Zhang Po finds himself plummeting into a silvery vortex, utterly nude. At least leave me a piece of clothing. World introduction. The continent of Pierre, a realm of Western fantasy. Magic, martial arts, dragons, goblins. All was orderly until magical energy surged forth from the earth, disrupting the ecological balance. Goblins transformed from singular males to a population dominated by females. Consequently, goblins no longer sought out holy maidens but instead welcomed high-quality human males. Each year, during the breeding season, goblins swarm forth, abducting young men to ensure the prosperity of their kind. Female goblins possess remarkable vitality and astonishing reproductive capabilities, giving birth to 2 litters a year, each consisting of 8 offspring. United with human males, the goblin population surged dramatically, embarking on a path of expansion. Despite their proliferation, goblins, being low-level magical creatures, did not garner the attention of the human empires. The Holy Tree Church was the first to recognize the latent threat posed by goblins in anticipation of the impending crisis. They initiated the Hero Program, hoping for heroes to shine brightly in the future. Regrettably, a hero, while traveling, fell victim to an unforeseen misstep, struck down in a hidden corner, and dragged into the goblin den. Should the goblins obtain the hero's seed and give rise to goblin heroes, it would surely spell disaster. Therefore, the rescue of the valiant hero is of utmost urgency. Rescue mission: save the hero ensnared within the goblin lair. Mission rewards: Void coins 10,000, key to the Void Realm 1, basic passive skill, vitality. Failure of novice. Mission will result in automatic cancellation of the adventurer's account. Temporary enhancement of linguistic proficiency. Loading identity template. Initial equipment has been distributed. Eye of Insight has been activated. Chapter 003. Young lady, your profession is recommended to be business. Are you awake? A frail voice reached Zhang Po's ears. He stirred from his slumber, unable to resist the urge to rub his temples. The experience of transportation had been exceedingly unpleasant, akin to being unceremoniously tossed into a toilet and expelled into another realm. As he regained his composure, Zhang Po discovered himself reclining in a cart, cushioned by a bed of fluffy straw. Fortunately, he was not left in the nude. The Void system had graciously provided him with a complete outfit, including shoes and a hat. The driver was a farmer, the very same who had just spoken. Young man, I found you sprawled on the roadside, and fearing you might be crushed, I took you back with me. Zhang Po glanced down at his chest, noticing a faint imprint of a wheel on his clothing, accompanied by a dull ache. It appeared he had indeed been run over once. At least you're all right. The farmer chuckled, dismissing the matter as trivial. Zhang Po narrowed his eyes, sensing that the situation was more complex than it seemed. Sir, you didn't happen to be the one who ran me over, did you? I did not. I swear it. Do not accuse me unjustly. The farmer vehemently denied. Zhang Po chose not to pursue the matter further, as he had sustained no injuries. Moreover, the fact that the farmer had not fled the scene spoke to his character. In this desolate wilderness, having someone to converse with was advantageous for gathering information. Identity template loaded. A fledgling youth, aspiring to become an adventurer. Starting equipment: coarse cloth tunic, coarse cloth trousers, leather shoes, village quality sword, 300 copper coins. All items were of white quality, including the village quality sword. You seem dressed for adventure, aspiring to be an adventurer. Am I correct? The farmer inquired. Indeed. Up ahead lies Rog Town, where an adventurer's guild awaits. You might wish to pay a visit. Adventurer's Guild. Inside the guild, a bustling crowd flowed in and out. Some were perusing the mission board. Others were seeking companions, while a few indulged in hearty feasting and others engaged in trade and haggling. Observing his surroundings, Zhang Po discerned that the Adventurers Guild served as a multifaceted platform, offering missions, supplies, and facilitating transactions. He approached the counter, where a silver-haired attendant greeted him with a practiced smile. Adventurer, how may I assist you? I wish to register as an adventurer. Very well. The registration fee is 300 copper coins. Zhang Po placed his entire sum of 300 copper coins on the counter and filled out the necessary forms. Following the attendant's guidance, he was led to a crystal apparatus. Please extend your hand and press it upon the crystal. It will conduct a scan and, based on the results, create your adventurer card. A peculiar sensation washed over Zhang Po, causing him to tense involuntarily. The attendant, slightly taken aback, remarked with a smile. It appears you are quite sensitive to magical energy, indicating an exceptional mental aptitude that could qualify you as a mage. The crystal apparatus emitted a beam of light, sweeping over the card below, etching his visage and other information onto it, much like an identification card. 2 minutes later, the device ceased its operation. The attendant picked up the card and examined it closely. The adventurer's card can display personal attributes and skill information in real time, facilitating the adventurer's review. Upon vanquishing a monster, the card collects the dissipated life energy and soul energy of the creature, generating attribute points. These points can be utilized to enhance personal attributes, assist in skill acquisition, and elevate skill levels. Naturally, the card does not collect the soul energy of humans, so please refrain from taking lives, as it is against the law. Zhang Po nodded thoughtfully and inquired, Are there any commendable professions you would recommend? The attendant at the counter suggested, Given your high mental attribute and affinity for water, you would be well suited to become a water mage, with a secondary option of a magic warrior. A water mage? Zhang Po furrowed his brow. How long does it take to cultivate combat strength? The attendant pondered for a moment before responding, under ideal conditions. It would take 3 years to reach the beginner level, 5 years for the intermediate level, and 10 years for the advanced level, a total of 18 years. Zhang Po pressed on. What level of skill allows one to disregard a goblin swarm and stand alone against 100? Resting her chin on her finger, the attendant recalled the tales she had heard from adventurers and summarized. In one-on-one scenarios, even a well-equipped farmer can slay a common goblin. However, in a group attack, with elite goblins involved and the battlefield constantly shifting to disregard an encirclement, perhaps at the intermediate level, Zhang Po's lips twitched. It wouldn't take 8 years. Even a couple of months, and a hero would be drained dry. The attendant patiently explained, though I'm not a mage. I have heard about their endeavors. Advancing as a mage requires extensive study of magic, which is quite time-consuming. Moreover, one must enhance their mental value, primarily through meditation, which is also a gradual process. However, advanced mages automatically acquire noble titles within the empire, considering the status and potential for development as a mage. The high entry threshold is not entirely unreasonable. Enhancing mental value? Zhang Po smirked, slicking back his hair with a charming smile. Do you think I could become the world's #1 mage? The attendant maintained her professional demeanor, smiling silently. She had seen many individuals with similar statistics. Within a year, there were often at least 20 to 30 who had not succeeded. Most abandoned the path of the mage in favor of becoming magic warriors. The rationale was simple. Mages had to learn an overwhelming amount, which tested their intellect. It was easier to forsake thought and rely on physical strength. Magic, if lacking, remained lacking, while muscles once trained could lead to strength. Nevertheless, her recommended profession remained the mage. Zhang Po did not press the attendant further. Instead, he turned and stood atop a table in the center of the hall, raising his hands high. Everyone, direct your gaze towards me. I have an announcement to make. Such a conspicuous display naturally captured the attention of all present. The attendant was momentarily taken aback, wishing to intervene, but her curiosity about Zhang Po's declaration held her back. I shall become the world's foremost mage. A hush fell over the crowd, soon followed by a wave of laughter. The attendant upheld her professional ethics. Yet the battle-hardened adventurers showed no mercy to a novice. Hey, another newcomer with lofty aspirations. Dreaming big, are we? Though he possesses striking looks, why not consider becoming an apprentice to the sorceress? She does not charge tuition, merely requests a modest contribution for nourishing meals. Let us set a practical goal. Aspire to become a novice. Magic warrior, haha. As a magic warrior, diligent training will manifest in one's physique. The infusion of magical energy into muscle. The dimensions of muscle reflect the potency of magic. While a sorcerer may take 3 years to graduate, a magic warrior can vanquish foes within a year. Come, join the ranks of the magic warriors. In response to the jests and suggestions of the crowd, Zhang Po revealed a broad smile. You are absolutely right. This is precisely the counsel I sought. I am utterly enamored with all of you. A surge of invisible dark energy coursed through Zhang Po's body, manifesting dozens of ethereal arms that reached out towards everyone, siphoning away their misfortunes. Fortune plundered, 30. Converted to mental energy, 6. Somewhat lacking. Zhang Po mused inwardly. The collective misfortune of 20 or so individuals paled in comparison to that of a single weasel. The dark hands retracted into Zhang Po's form, and he finally descended from the table. Approaching the counter attendant, he extended his hand. Card, please. The attendant instinctively handed over the card. As the exchange occurred, she glanced down and, whether due to a trick of the light or not, it appeared as though the mental energy inscribed on the card flickered momentarily. The attendant wished to inspect it further, but Zhang Po had already stowed it away. Is there any work available that could secure my supper this evening? Zhang Po inquired. Just a moment ago, you were brimming with ambition, and now you seek mere sustenance? The stark contrast left the attendant momentarily bewildered. Indeed, there are 9 such opportunities available. She continued. By the way, do you not wish to become a sorcerer? Not at all, dear lady. Your professional recommendations lean towards the commercial. I prefer a more economical and practical choice, especially given the time constraints. Goodness, a newcomer who understands this. That puts my mind at ease. The attendant stifled a giggle, for everyone adores sorcerers, particularly the youth, who perceive them as enigmatic and noble, aspiring to join the ranks of the elite. Should she recommend a warrior profession, some might feel belittled and take offense. She certainly wished to avoid any altercations. I comprehend. Zhang Po nodded. Professional recommendations are akin to recommending mobile phones. Some lean towards commerce, others towards politics, and still others towards daily life. Recommendations are for others' use, where appearances hold greater significance. For personal use, practicality reigns supreme. Chapter 004. The second brother is right. A grand chapter of 4,000 words. In the evening, by the city walls of Rog Town, all was well. The day's work had progressed smoothly, and the foreman commended the white ghost for his exquisite wall plastering skills, which were nothing short of seamless. As he distributed the day's wages, he praised the workers, encouraging them to rest well for the following day. That night, Zhang Po lay in the stable, resting on the dry, fluffy straw, reflecting on the day's achievements. In the morning, he had registered as an adventurer, and in the afternoon, he had worked as a laborer, earning 150 copper coins. He had spent 40 on meals and 30 for the stable accommodations. Why the stable? A night at the inn cost 300, plus an additional 1,000 for nighttime services. The stable was the most economical choice. It offered protection from the wind and ample hay. The landlord was a horse trader who, having sold out his stock, had tidied up the stable to rent it out to adventurers. Truly, he was a shrewd businessman, extracting every last morsel of profit. Zhang Po took out his adventurer card, examining it under the moonlight before summoning the system panel for comparison. The adventurer card from the Pierre continent contrasted starkly with the Void adventurer system. Despite both bearing the title of adventurer, they represented two distinct systems, akin to the difference between a small local company and a vast intergalactic corporation. After studying it for a while, Zhang Po confirmed that the Void system did not offer upgrade or enhancement services, at least not within the realms of the dungeons. Conversely, the Pierre Continent's adventurer card allowed for enhancements, provided one had skill points. Was this a beginner's benefit? Zhang Po reached out to touch the adventurer card, selecting the profession of Magic Warrior. Magic Warrior, level 0, would gain 4 attribute points with each level up. Its advantage lay in rapid, early development, primarily enhancing physical prowess, making it particularly suitable for Zhang Po's current situation. After selecting his profession, he opened the Void system panel. The personal information page showed no change in the number of entries. It remained simply as physique, spirit, and energy, without any mention of the Magic Warrior profession. This suggested that regardless of how many errors he made, they would not affect the Void system. This was indeed good news. He needed to leave the city and begin leveling up as soon as possible. On the third day, in the evening, by the city walls once more, the foreman called out to all, "Be punctual tomorrow morning, or you'll lose 50 coins for tardiness." He patted Zhang Po on the shoulder, praising his efficiency and encouraging him to continue working diligently, assuring him that bonuses awaited. Zhang Po, expressing his loyalty, took his pay and bonus and swiftly departed. 2.5 days' wages were sufficient for him to procure essential supplies for his upcoming adventures. On the fourth day, in the early morning, the announcement came. The misfortune lottery has been drawn. Today's affliction, vengeful husband's pursuit. Although puzzled, Zhang Po nonetheless packed his belongings and boarded the inner city carriage heading into the wilderness. Leaning against the window, the scenery outside whirled by like a kaleidoscope. Suddenly, a robust middle-aged man passed by. The white ghost. The foreman chased after him, exclaiming, "White ghost, my finest plaster, where are you headed?" Zhang Po, clutching his short sword, stared straight ahead, feigning ignorance. The carriage picked up speed, and the foreman clung to the window. "White ghost, where are you going? Speak to me." Zhang Po, with an expressionless demeanor, extended his hand and forcefully twisted the foreman's fingers. When he could not succeed, he drew his sword, causing the foreman to instinctively retract his hand. In an instant, the foreman was pulled away by the cart, running frantically behind. "Oh, white ghost, without you, who will smooth and plaster the walls to perfection without cracking? Oh, white ghost, what shall we do about our FAAD projects without you?" The foreman's cries were heart-wrenching, more sorrowful than losing a girlfriend. Zhang Po could not help but feel a twinge of emotion. He leaned out and waved goodbye, foreman. A wall plasterer who does not aspire to be an adventurer is not a true magic warrior. I shall become the mightiest sorcerer. If I fail, I shall not return. I will never shame our construction team. After chasing for a while, the foreman, out of breath, halted, gasping for air while cursing, "Damn it. You better return my bonus." At noon, at a crucial junction, the cart came to a stop, and Zhang Po disembarked. He retrieved a map from the system's repository, confirmed his position, and set forth into the monster forest. He proceeded cautiously, occasionally pausing to consult the map. The map provided by the Adventurers Guild was not particularly detailed, prompting Zhang Po to make some annotations. Thus, after 3 hours of careful navigation, he finally reached the goblin's territory. By a brook, a green-skinned goblin knelt to drink water. Zhang Po crouched in the grass, observing through the gaps. How should one put it? His second brother had told him he quite fancied this profile. The goblin was not bulky or ugly. Rather, it had a well-proportioned physique. The curvature of its hips was taut, its waist slender, thighs well-defined with muscular lines. Clad only in a leather skirt and a leather chest wrap, one could even discern its ample bosom from behind. Such a devilish figure. Was there truly a need to abduct human males? Considering Zhang Po's understanding of human proclivities, even fish had their moments of folly, let alone such a voluptuous goblin maiden. Was it possible they were all rushing to become breeding stock for the goblin clan? Had he mistaken it for another race? Yet, recalling the dubious task posters and the world descriptions, goblins seemed to be just like this. Did heroes truly get knocked out and dragged back to the goblin lair? The Eye of Insight has been activated. You have acquired information on the target creature. Goblin, level 3, sentinel, in heat, extremely ferocious. Enjoys extracting the essence of its prey before consuming it for nourishment. What a predatory behavior akin to that of a praying mantis. Zhang Po rose from the underbrush, brandishing his homemade spear, and cautiously approached. This was his first hunt of a humanoid creature, and his heart raced while his breathing grew heavy. The goblin suddenly turned, revealing an exceedingly grotesque visage before Zhang Po's eyes. Oh no, what the hell? Zhang Po was startled into a reflexive thrust, piercing the goblin's mouth with the spear, the tip emerging from the back of its head. The goblin did not have time to utter a sound before collapsing lifelessly. Zhang Po stepped on its shoulder to extract the spear and scrutinized the goblin closely. Its eye sockets were sunken, with large yellow orbs and minuscule pupils. A mouth with prominent yellow teeth, a long, narrow tongue, and a grin that stretches to the nape of the neck. The keratinized skin is marked with deep wrinkles, while the pointed nose remains the most polished feature. Zhang Po shields his vision with a hand, focusing solely on the body. His younger brother remarks on the impressive physique, yet finds it rather disappointing when combined with the head. Indeed, his brother is correct. The corpse is to be stored in the system's warehouse. The goblin's head has some value to merchants, while the headless body is utterly worthless. In the black market, however, there are buyers for headless corpses, likely seeking to capitalize on the situation. The sound of footsteps approaches from behind. A goblin shouts, brandishing a large club and aiming a strike at Zhang Po's skull. He swiftly turns, blocking the blow with his spear, but the impact sends him staggering back, nearly toppling into the stream. Such formidable strength. Regaining his balance, Zhang Po adjusts his stance, evading the goblin's pursuit while ensuring he does not find himself cornered. After several exchanges, his arms feel numbed from the force of the blows. Had he not trained in stances, his foundation would have crumbled, and he would have been felled to the ground. Before him stands an ordinary level 3 goblin, akin to the previous encounter. A surprise attack ended swiftly, yet facing it head-on proves exceedingly arduous. Sensing the prey's vulnerability, the goblin's eyes glimmer with greed. It falls strangely silent, no longer shouting as it did moments before. In an instant, Zhang Po comprehends its intent. It wishes to monopolize the kill. This, in fact, bodes well for him. Even in a stalemate, little commotion would ensue, preventing the attention of additional goblins. Zhang Po braces himself, raising his spear, poised for action, embodying the principles taught in physical education classes. The longer the weapon, the greater the deterrence. The goblin hesitates, momentarily deterred. As Zhang Po remains motionless, the goblin's patience wanes. It does not wish to wait for others to join in sharing the spoils, and thus charges forward, club raised. In a swift motion, Zhang Po thrusts his spear, piercing the goblin's chest before it can utter a cry. Without hesitation, he discards the spear and unsheathes his sword, plunging it into the goblin's mouth and twisting with force. The goblin collapses instantly. Kicking the creature aside, Zhang bestows away his weapons and the body, not pausing for a moment as he relocates the battlefield. The conflict here has not stirred much commotion. With no remnants left behind, the dim-witted green-skinned beings merely assume their comrade has perished on a hunt, unaware of the true fate that has befallen them. After all, goblins do not possess a communal dining hall. Throughout the day, Zhang Po diligently sought opportunities to hunt goblins. He capitalizes on ambushes when possible, retreats when not, and searches for his next target, prioritizing caution. The essence of hunting lies in avoiding injury. A serious wound would render him incapable of continuing the hunt, forcing him to succumb to hunger and ultimately death. Thus, the pivotal skill for a hunter is the capacity to assess risks and rewards, making decisive choices. As evening descends, Zhang Po glances at the darkening sky and resolves to retreat. The forest at night is fraught with peril. Many predators hunt under the cover of darkness. The most bothersome are the mosquitoes, which rob one of a restful night. At dusk, Zhang Po positions himself at a strategic crossroads, awaiting the unfolding of events. The final carriage awaited a little longer. With this thought, Zhang Po retrieved his adventure card. The card revealed that he had ascended to Warrior Mage. LV1, acquiring 4 attribute points. Feeling the fatigue weighing on his body, Zhang Po pondered briefly before allocating all 4 points to his constitution. The card shimmered, and a surge of energy coursed through him, igniting his blood with an exhilarating rush. Sweat broke out as his entire being flushed crimson. The enhancement persisted for half an hour, and Zhang Po clenched his fists, enveloped by a fleeting sense of invincibility. With a powerful leap, he soared 4 meters into the air, a remarkable feat compared to his previous 2-meter jump. Thus, the 4 attribute points had effectively doubled his strength. As he caressed his body, he marveled at the resilience of his skin and the vibrant life force pulsating beneath it. No, the enhancement of his constitution was comprehensive, augmenting his reflexes, bodily strength, and even cellular vitality. This sensation was undeniably potent. Constitution enhanced, Void Adventurer Level 1, current LV2, engrossed in testing his physical capabilities. Time slipped away unnoticed. As the last rays of sunlight faded, the carriage came to a halt. The driver glanced at the bulging bag beside Zhang Po, which appeared to contain several watermelons, with blood seeping through the fabric. Cargo meant extra payment. Zhang Po nodded, prompting the driver to smile. Young man, hop on. Throughout the journey, the driver refrained from further conversation, choosing not to inquire about Zhang Po's spoils. There existed an unspoken code among them. The treasures acquired through perilous exploits were most despised by outsiders. To avoid peril, one ought to remain silent and ensure safe transport. These professional drivers were well-versed in such customs. Zhang Po could have easily stored all his loot in the system warehouse for convenience's sake. However, after observing for several days, he noted that no one possessed storage equipment. The potential for others to misinterpret him as having such gear could lead to significant trouble. Opting for public transportation served another purpose. It provided direct access to the Adventurers Guild. Upon arriving at the guild, before Zhang Po could disembark, a staff member approached the carriage. Upon seeing Zhang Po, the staff member's demeanor brightened. Adventurer, it seems you have had a fruitful venture. Do you have any materials for sale? We can connect you with merchants to facilitate the transaction, ensuring you will not be undervalued. Of course, the guild will take a 5 commission as a service fee. The guild possessed extensive intelligence and a deep understanding of the market, along with numerous connections among adventurers, thereby amassing a considerable supply of goods and attracting many merchants. As the guild profited from transaction volumes, the higher the sales, the greater the guild's earnings, alleviating adventurers' concerns about bias towards merchants. Thus, with the guild's involvement, transactions were more readily consummated. Zhang Po nodded and indicated the bag on the carriage. Goblin heads, fresh, 20 of them. The staff member paused in astonishment. 20? Fresh? According to past records, adventurers typically return with only 3 to 5 goblin heads at most. On one hand, goblins usually hunted in groups of 3 to 5. As for venturing into the goblin's lair for hunting, novice adventurers lack the capability, while seasoned adventurers disregard the meager bounty offered by goblins. Thus, the terms fresh and 20 cannot coexist. Please hold on. Upon the staff's inspection of the bag, the blood appeared slightly dark and reeked of iron. Yet it bore no foul odor, indeed confirming its freshness. This individual was either audacious enough to infiltrate a goblin den or had encountered a hunting party of 20 goblins. Regardless of the scenario, it attests to the prowess of this young lad. The staff offered a commendation. Please wait. I shall notify the merchant to come. The staff, acting on behalf of the transaction, swiftly negotiated a price. A single head would fetch 100 copper coins, amounting to 2,000 copper coins for 20 heads, equivalent to 20 silver coins. What do you think? This price is already quite elevated, as the usual rate hovers around 90 to 95. Zhang Po remained silent, nodding in agreement. After deducting a 5 service fee, your yield stands at 1,900 copper coins. Coupled with the ongoing imperial bounty task of slaying goblins at a unit price of 10 copper coins, totaling 200 copper coins. It sums to 2,100 copper coins, or 21 silver coins. With the transaction settled, Zhang Po inquired about the merchant's purpose in acquiring goblin heads. The staff chuckled. What else could it be for? Naturally, to produce a certain male enhancement. Zhang Po was taken aback, bewildered by the implication. Could it be the Fiji cup? How utterly bizarre. It is well known that a man cannot rise to the occasion without desire, unless aided by potions. Although goblins possess enviable physiques, they are notoriously unattractive, leaving one to ponder how their essence is procured. The staff spoke with a surprising familiarity on the subject. The truth is singular. Goblin saliva can awaken primal instincts in men, causing a surge in vitality. Potions derived from goblin saliva bear no side effects and are exceedingly popular among the aristocracy. With the warming weather, the nobles' nocturnal activities have flourished, leading to an increased market demand for goblin saliva, hence its exorbitant price of 100. Zhang Po found himself at a loss for words, feeling somewhat disheartened by this lucrative yet unsettling trade. Listening to the nobles reveling in their nightly festivities was more distressing than being captured by goblins and forced into servitude. Gurgle. Zhang Po rubbed his stomach. Well, considering the circumstances, perhaps it is best to have a meal first. Ah, at last. I have awaited your arrival. A familiar voice resonated. Zhang Po sighed, lamenting that the suitor was still on his trail. It is late, and yet you remain awake. Come morning, you shall miss the sunrise upon the city walls. Chapter 005. Muscles, frogs, and athletes foot the foreman approached with a group of sturdy men, all construction workers, each one robust enough to handle a horse upon their shoulders. They formed an imposing line, causing passers-by to step aside. Standing in unison, their steps synchronized, they halted and pointed at Zhang Po, collectively rebuking him. White Ghost, you have betrayed our construction team. Their voices boomed, resonant and formidable, evoking the image of soldiers rallying for battle. Zhang Po brushed off the dried blood from his attire, stretching his limbs with a series of audible pops. He theatrically unsheathed his short sword, wiping away remnants of blood that had failed to come clean. This performance was overtly exaggerated, as if he feared that others might not recognize his display of martial prowess. The atmosphere grew tense, and some in the crowd swallowed hard. In this world, becoming an adventurer required merely 300 copper coins, an amount that equated to the daily wage of an ordinary laborer. This raises the question, why do they not venture forth to seek glory and advancement? Despite the allure of the adventurer's life, the mortality rate remained alarmingly high. Many who had tried their hand at adventuring would often face a brush with death, retreating in fear to resume mundane occupations in the town. These construction workers were once novice adventurers themselves. Yet, who among them would willingly tread the perilous path of bloodshed when they could live a stable life? A moment's carelessness could lead to death outside, while their homes would be occupied by others, their wives embraced by different arms, and their children bullied by strangers. What a tragic fate. Adventuring was a game for the brave. Faced with the bloody Zhang Po, It was evident that some were faltering. The foreman quickly recognized this and spoke up to bolster their spirits. You cannot level up in a day. You must be weary now. Let us face him together. I refuse to believe he can take us all down. White Ghost, apologize, and we shall let this matter rest. How quickly they had wavered. Zhang Po shuddered, shaking his body repeatedly, an odd behavior honed from 2.5 years of our mountain training. It was not until the sixth shake that a card fell to the ground. Oh dear, Zhang Po exclaimed, extending his fingers delicately to pick up the adventurer's card, examining it with curiosity. Whose adventurer card is this? It is quite the puzzle. Let me see. Oh, it belongs to a level 1 mage warrior. To ascend to level 1 in a day undoubtedly required the slaying of numerous magical beasts. Even if they were of a lower variety, it attested to Zhang Po's capabilities. More individuals began to hesitate. Zhang Po took dainty steps towards the line of men, displaying the adventurer's card to each of them. After viewing it, their gazes shifted uncomfortably. The foreman's eyes widened in disbelief. This fellow was quite audacious. How infuriating. A scoundrel who relished in his triumph. Once everyone had seen the card, Zhang Po stepped back, covering his face with one hand while leaning back, gesturing towards them with the other. In a low, gravelly voice, he proclaimed, I have a splendid idea. With the bonus the foreman granted me yesterday and the earnings from today, I shall treat everyone to 3 pints of beer each. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, shouting in unison, We forgive you. Zhang Po pointed at the entrance of the Adventurers Guild, urging, What are you waiting for? The workers of the construction team entered one by one, leaving the foreman dumbfounded. No, guys, is this really how you should behave? Cackled the foreman. With my little combo. How does it taste? Intimidation, sowing discord, treating guests, decapitation, and accepting the role of a dog. The foreman forced a smile. Can we reconcile? Huh, of course, Zhang Po replied, pulling the foreman towards the Adventurers Guild. Let's go, let's drink together. The actors had exited the stage, and the bystanders were satisfied, leaving with smiles. That night, the Adventurers Guild was bustling. As drinks flowed, everyone naturally set aside their previous grievances. News spread that Zhang Po had leveled up to a magic warrior on his first day of adventuring, generating quite a buzz. Numerous lovely maidens eager to invest in newcomers approached Zhang Po for a drink. The foreman, feeling the effects of the alcohol, leaned in and whispered, I might have spoken too loudly earlier. Zhang Po waved his hand with a smile. No worries. The foreman gave a thumbs up. Brother, since I drank your wine, I want to let it go to waste. I'll give you a muscle enhancement skill. Come on, show me your adventurer card. When their cards clashed, a burst of light illuminated the room, adding a skill to Zhang Po's card. Devilish Muscles, level 0. Muscles shall not betray attribute points. Glancing at the foreman's card, Zhang Po noted that he was also a magic warrior, but at level 0, with only a level 0 skill and a secondary profession of craftsman at level 32. What a waste of the Devilish Muscles skill. As the night wore on and the crowd dispersed, Zhang Po remained behind to settle the bill. The clerk at the counter handed him the check, remarking, I didn't expect you to be quite impressive, leveling up on your first day of adventuring. Zhang Po shook his head with a smile, signing the bill. Are you familiar with heroes? The clerk replied, Heroes? It's been hundreds of years since a demon king was born, so naturally there are no heroes. Is that so? Then I shall take my leave and rest early. It seemed the church's hero program was being conducted secretly, not disclosed to the outside world. Without a demon king, there was no need for heroes. Zhang Po rose and exited the Adventurers Guild. As he walked, he summoned his quest panel. Main quest, save a hero side quest. None quest area. Within 50 miles of Rog Town world difficulty. Level 3, please do not leave the quest area. Otherwise, world difficulty will greatly increase, and adventurers may encounter high-level entities. Fortunately, the quest area was delineated. Otherwise, searching the entire world would be utterly futile. The hero should be somewhere in a nearby goblin nest. One by one, he would clear them out until he found the hero. Hold on, hero. Even if you become a goblin's star slave, live on bravely. Without returning to the stable, Zhang Po sought out in a nearby, spending 300 copper coins for a bit of comfort. After a refreshing bath, he lay in bed, drifting into slumber. Suddenly, a strange noise jolted him awake. A peculiar cacophony emanated from the wall to the left, unmistakably the croaking of frogs engaged in an amorous embrace. The wooden partition offered no soundproofing, rendering sleep an elusive endeavor. Zhang Po pounded the wall vigorously, producing a resounding thud, and at last, the frog symphony subsided. He reclined back onto his bed, but soon, with renewed vigor, he leapt down and struck the opposite wall with fervor. After all, the neighbors had work to attend to the following day. Disturbing the flora and fauna was hardly commendable. This time, however, the ruckus from across the way not only persisted but escalated, becoming louder still. Zhang Po could faintly discern a voice from the other side, taunting, "Stop knocking if you dare, come join us." "Indeed, let us unite." Wait a moment, that voice. Could it belong to two male frogs? Zhang Po retreated hastily, securing the door with a firm lock, and settled quietly back into bed. "Ugh, how revolting," he muttered. "I cannot be bothered with this." Before long, the once quiet adjacent room erupted once more with the sounds of croaking. The long night stretched on, with a chorus of frogs resonating in his ears, prompting Zhang Po to commence a series of push-ups. He needed to summon a brave soul. He wished to escape this wretched world without delay. At dawn, he awoke to the ominous proclamation. The misfortune has been drawn. Today's curse, the plague of foot odor. Zhang Po opened his eyes to behold dark smoke rising from his feet. Rising from his bed, he drew his sword and pierced the wall, directing his foot toward the newly created hole, gently wafting the air. In no time, two retching sounds echoed, followed by the thud of bodies collapsing to the ground. Peering through the sword's aperture, Zhang Po beheld two men sprawled on the floor, frothing at the mouth, their bodies convulsing. Was it truly that foul? He raised his foot to sniff, detecting no unpleasant odor whatsoever. Splendid. Absolutely splendid. With a wicked grin, Zhang Po replicated his actions, delivering a toxic retribution to the neighboring man and woman. "This is for the torment you inflicted upon me yesterday." He mused that this affliction of foot odor ought to be shared with the goblins as well. Chapter 006. Do you suffer from athlete's foot? Goblin Cave. A goblin, wielding a rusted short dagger, patrols the cavern. The cave is a labyrinth of passages, dimly lit by a few flickering torches. However, this poses no hindrance for the creature, as it possesses remarkable night vision. Furthermore, having been born within these walls, it is intimately familiar with its surroundings. As it traverses deeper, it comes upon a banner displayed on the wall, a totem of the goblins, illuminated clearly by the nearby torch. It halts to scrutinize the banner. From past experience, intruding humans, upon seeing this emblem, are invariably drawn to investigate. Though the goblin does not comprehend the reason, it knows that the shadowy nook behind the banner is the most opportune spot for an ambush. With a swift thrust, a short spear pierces through the banner, embedding itself in the goblin's flesh. Before it can utter a cry of anguish, a gauntlet hand clamps over its mouth. Through the gaps between the fingers, the goblin helplessly witnesses itself being pressed against the wall by an armored figure. Stab after stab strikes its abdomen, and its vision begins to fade. 6. The armored figure silently counts, discarding the bloodied spear and seizing the goblin's rusted dagger to continue its exploration. Following the direction of the airflow, it deduces that the vent lies to the left. Securing this passage would allow for the ignition of a smokescreen, ensnaring all within. Catherine, deep in thought, continues her search for the vent, only to unexpectedly encounter an elite goblin around the next corner. Towering at 2 meters, this elite goblin is a formidable specimen. Its body is encased in a layer of fat that envelopes robust muscles, appearing neither overweight nor unwieldy, but rather healthily proportioned. Regrettably, its adversary is a woman, and faced with such a prime physique, Catherine's resolve to strike hardens even further. In the narrow confines, it is the valiant who prevail, and Catherine is prepared for a fierce battle. Yet, at that moment, she senses something amiss. The air seems to quicken its flow. A dark mist wafts from behind the elite goblin, as if tendrils of the abyss seek to ensnare it. Catherine's pupils constrict. Her enhanced vision allows her to perceive clearly even in the dimness. Her instincts warn her of the impending danger posed by the dark flow. The elite goblin, wholly fixated on Catherine, remains oblivious to the peril lurking behind. By the time it detects the strange scent, it is too late. The black mist envelopes it entirely. The elite goblin gags, dropping its weapon, hands futilely clutching at its mouth and nose. Yet, it is of no avail. Soon, it rolls its eyes back and collapses to the ground, convulsing. Without a moment's hesitation, Catherine turns and flees, retracing her steps through the labyrinthine goblin cave, eventually crouching atop a distant tree to observe the cave's entrance. Puffs of black smoke billow from the cave, ascending into the sky, occasionally causing birds to plummet from the air. Catherine removes a bird from her helmet, noting its plumpness, and stows it away in her backpack before resuming her watch. Within the cave, Zhang Po, barefoot, cautiously explores the goblin lair, one hand gripping a torch while the other wields a magical blower. His feet continuously exude dark mist, which the magical blower disperses into the depths of the cave. The demonic blower was borrowed, and the rental fee was exorbitant, exhausting all of Zhang Po's accumulated wealth. However, it mattered not, for with this artifact, combined with the curse of misfortune, the great blight of all beings, and with adept maneuvering, he could eradicate an entire goblin cave in one fell swoop. A cave could harbor no fewer than 100 goblins. Simply slaying 20 of them would elevate him to the rank of a magic warrior. How exhilarating it would be to vanquish an entire goblin lair. Soon, Zhang Po encountered his first unconscious goblin. It bore the same devilish physique and grotesque visage. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his blade, swiftly slitting its throat, blood gushing forth. Observing the gaping wound, Zhang Po pondered, retrieving his adventurer's card. The experience meter began to rise gradually. Possessing a robust soul, he sensed an energy being drawn into the card. This was the life, energy, and soul essence released upon the goblin's demise. Thus, experience points were essentially life and soul energy. Upon reaching full capacity, they would automatically generate attribute points. A sudden epiphany struck Zhang Po. Once the experience bar ceased its ascent, he proceeded to claim the next goblin. Once again, he executed a precise cut to the throat, the incision smooth and deep. He then inserted the adventurer's card into the wound, akin to inserting a bank card into an ATM. After a brief moment, when no further energy fluctuations were detected, Zhang Po withdrew the adventurer's card. The experience points surged significantly, tripling from the previous gain. Indeed, the closer one was, the faster the accumulation of experience points. Zhang Po smacked his lips, contemplating that with such scientific fervor, should he venture into the realm of immortals, he would undoubtedly become a top-tier sorcerer of the demonic path. He continued his relentless harvest of goblins, sparing not even the younglings. Though goblins resembled humans, they were distinctly not. They relished the torment of men before consuming them. Initially hesitant to engage, Zhang Po soon grew indifferent after repeated killings. He had transformed into a merciless goblin slayer, capable of rationally contemplating how to extract their final vestiges of value. By midday, Zhang Po had thoroughly scoured the goblin cave, slaying 113 goblins, including a solitary elite goblin. Alas, the hero was absent. Nevertheless, he amassed considerable loot, including battered weapons and armor, which the local weapon shop would gladly redeem. Now a level 5 magic warrior, he had 16 attribute points remaining. Having just reinforced his physique the previous day, Zhang Po refrained from further enhancements, needing time to acclimate. At present, the most pressing matter was to capitalize on the lingering effects of the curse of misfortune and swiftly raid the next goblin lair. With a stroke of luck, he might even encounter the hero. If fate were unkind, it mattered little. Accumulating attribute points remained the priority. As Zhang Po departed, the black miasma within the goblin cave gradually dissipated. Catherine re-entered the cave, only to discover that the goblins had vanished, including the carcasses of those she had slain. What had transpired? What was that ominous black mist? A curse, perhaps? It reeked horrendously, far worse than her grandfather's aged foot odor. How terrifying! A feeble voice echoed, and Catherine followed the sound, leading her to a shadowy crevice where she discovered a man. This is a concealed chamber utilized by goblins to house stallions, exceedingly discreet in nature. Had it not been for her extensive experience, any other adventurer would have undoubtedly failed to locate this man. This man, whose age is indiscernible. appears emaciated, with a sallow complexion, hollow eye sockets, and is completely naked, his gaze vacant. Catherine waved her hand before the man, but he showed no sign of reaction, a clear indication of having been drained by the goblins. Originally, this man was destined to become the goblins' dinner, his thigh bones fashioned into weapons, and his skull transformed into a goblet. However, a dark mist engulfed the area, causing all the goblins to vanish, and this man survived. Can you hear me? What has transpired? After a considerable pause, the man finally responded in a fragmented manner. Stinky. Boy. Foot odor. So foul. As Catherine pieced together the disjointed phrases, her brow furrowed. A young adventurer with foot odor had indeed passed by, and the dark mist bore a resemblance to the stench of feet, but this was simply absurd. Had she not fled swiftly? Catherine suspected she might have succumbed to the noxious aroma as well. Her frown deepened. If even elite goblins could not withstand it, why had this man not been overwhelmed? Catherine retrieved a piece of licorice candy from her pocket and held it before the man's nose. What scent do you perceive? The man sniffed repeatedly before finally shaking his head. No scent. Licorice, sweet and fragrant, would normally be detectable by any sane individual. Realization dawned upon Catherine. This man had been thoroughly drained, his bodily functions deteriorating, and he was on the verge of losing his sense of smell. No wonder he had not been incapacitated by the stench. Catherine tore down a banner hanging on the wall and wrapped it around the man before hoisting him out of the goblin cave and depositing him by the roadside. When a carriage halted, Catherine placed the gaunt man onto it. The driver tilted his head, glancing at the emaciated figure, instantly recognizing him as yet another victim of goblin malice. Buddy, you must have had quite the experience, huh? Such notions were merely the fanciful imaginings of outsiders regarding goblins. Catherine interjected, reminding him that once the goblins drained a man, they would consume him. The driver, taken aback, had not anticipated that this fully equipped adventurer was a woman. Her voice hinted at substantial backing. Female adventurers brave enough to venture out alone were not to be trifled with. The driver promptly adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "In accordance with the Goblin Victims Relief Act, I will escort him to the church for treatment and psychological counseling. Will you be returning with us, esteemed adventurer?" Catherine shook her head. "It is still early. I intend to seek out the next goblin lair to hunt more goblins and prevent further victims from arising." The driver expressed surprise, for few specialized in goblin hunting due to its meager rewards. "Are you the renowned goblin slayer, Lady Catherine?" "Well, there is such a title," she replied. Upon her acknowledgement, the driver instantly warmed up, retrieving a bundle from his satchel and presenting it to Catherine. "I am returning to the city, and I no longer require these supplies, so I leave them to you, Lady Catherine." Catherine was initially inclined to decline, but the driver seemed to have anticipated her response and drove away. "Thank you for saving my hometown, Lady Catherine." Catherine stood still, watching the carriage fade into the distance, feeling a sense of helplessness. Their enthusiasm always left her at a loss for how to respond. Time passed quietly, and after a bustling afternoon, Catherine returned to wait for the carriage once again. There was another person present, a young man. He leaned casually against a stone, humming an unfamiliar tune. Catherine's heart stirred as she peered through the gaps in her helmet, observing Zhang Po, a youth, an adventurer. Her gaze fell lower. Zhang Po wore tall leather boots, with his trousers tucked inside and secured with strips of cloth. In this weather, hardly anyone donned such boots, as they were overly stifling, let alone tied so tightly. "Fungal infection? What are you staring at?" Zhang Po snapped, turning his head to glare at Catherine. "My apologies." Catherine quickly averted her gaze. Zhang Po seemed taken aback. Dressed in heavy armor, he had assumed she was a man, only to discover she was a girl with a melodious, cool voice. Shaking his head, Zhang Po resumed his humming, awaiting the last carriage of the day. He had made considerable progress today, leveling up to level 7 as a magic warrior. The goblin nests near Rogtown were limited, and he had cleared 2 today, bringing him closer to finding the hero. Unfortunately, the buff from misfortune would only last for a day. Tomorrow it would reset, and who knew if the new status would be of any use. If not for the dangers of night, Zhang Po would have relished the opportunity to grind levels all night long. The carriage came to a stop, and the two boarded, taking seats at opposite corners. Whether it was merely an illusion, Zhang Po felt as if the female adventurer across from him was watching him, and his guard instinctively went up. As they neared the city gate, Catherine finally spoke up. "Do you have a fungal infection?" Zhang Po's expression froze, beads of sweat forming. "No, sister. I have tied everything so securely. Can you still smell it?" "I'm not. I do not have it. Do not slander me." Chapter 007. Gaining notoriety through infamy, Zhang Po leapt from the carriage and dashed back to the quaint little town. The coachman, perplexed by this sudden departure, nonetheless expressed his respect. After all, adventurers are often of a singular disposition. Catherine, peering through her helmet, scratched her head in confusion, unable to comprehend Zhang Po's peculiar reaction. Upon returning to the Adventurers Guild, they proceeded to settle the bounty for their recent quest. The attendant at the counter, somewhat exasperated, inquired why they had not brought back the goblin's head. The reward for slaying a goblin was a mere 10 copper coins, but a goblin's head could fetch 100. It was a classic case of losing a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. Catherine explained that within the goblin cave, one had to exercise utmost caution, and carrying a head would be quite inconvenient. Moreover, if too much time elapsed, the head would begin to decay, rendering it unsaleable to merchants. The attendant urged, "Why not take on some additional tasks? Earn more coin and improve your circumstances. Just look at the state of your armor." "Lilia, you know my—" Yes. Lilia, the counter attendant, interjected with a hint of exasperation. "You are determined to exterminate goblins simply because you wish to rid the world of all female creatures that surpass your stature." "That is not true," Catherine retorted after a brief silence, recounting the events of the evening. "Why did he turn and leave? Do you suffer from athlete's foot?" Lilia rolled her eyes. "Is that how you engage with people? How terribly rude. If I were him, I would not wish to converse with you either." Catherine appeared puzzled. "Then how should one speak?" Lilia composed her thoughts and replied earnestly, "People are aware of their flaws and dislike having them pointed out. When someone highlights their shortcomings, they often harbor resentment towards the accuser, deeming it an impolite act. Thus, refrain from pointing out others' defects, be it obesity, short stature, unattractiveness, poverty, baldness, or age. Of course, exceptions exist, such as when a teacher identifies a student's weaknesses, a superior addresses a subordinate's shortcomings, or an elder offers counsel to a junior." Catherine pondered this advice, noting it meticulously. "Alas, you are far too reclusive, always preoccupied with hunting goblins, having likely never even brushed against a man's hand." Catherine fell silent once more, prompting Lilia to exasperatedly tap her helmet. Wearing that helmet daily, how can any man perceive the beauty concealed beneath? If you were to remove it, I assure you, those men would respond to your every inquiry. With your naivety, they might even consider you an easy target. Catherine swatted Lilia's hand away and continued, "Have you ever encountered a young adventurer with foot odor, appearing merely in his teens, with black hair?" "Teens? Black hair?" Lilia tilted her head. "There's one, aged 18, whose complexion is remarkably youthful, akin to that of a mere child. One night, I inquired how he maintained such a visage. He claimed no special care, asserting that his kin from the East naturally possessed such qualities, and even remarked that we Westerners appear aged. How infuriating! He must hail from a distant land in the East. Regrettably, despite her pristine appearance, she suffered from athlete's foot." Lilia shook her head in disappointment, scanning the surroundings but failing to spot a familiar figure. "He did not come tonight." Zhang Po was unaware of the detrimental rumors surrounding him. He reclined back in the stable, watching wisps of black smoke rise from his feet. In such a condition, venturing to an inn would likely result in expulsion. It was far more comfortable to remain in the stable, where he could freely remove his shoes. On a sweltering summer day, how unbearable it was to keep them on. He retrieved his adventurer's card, Demon Warrior, level 7, with 24 remaining attribute points. Upgrading the adventurer's card would not yield enhancements, but merely generate attribute points, which could bolster physique, spirit, and skills. Zhang Po clicked on Demon Muscle, tapping twice. Energy surged from the card into his body, fortifying his muscles and fascia, causing involuntary spasms. After half an hour, the enhancement concluded. Significant increase in physique, adventurer level 1. Current level 3. Zhang Po emerged from the stable, basking in the moonlight as he admired his physique. His lines were pronounced, muscles well-defined. With effort, one could even witness the striations of his muscles. Yet, he felt some discomfort in his internal organs. Could there be side effects? News from the body refinement circle brought grim tidings. The novice adventurer Zhang by Gui, who had rapidly increased his attribute points, suffered from muscle striations akin to dried cured meat, leading to his internals being overwhelmed and rotting, culminating in a heart failure, covered by a 3-foot white cloth. Zhang Po shook his head, dismissing such morbid thoughts and halting further enhancements. It would be prudent to gather more information. If issues arose, he would confront the foreman directly. The following morning, after a restful night, Zhang Po felt considerably better. The misfortune capsule has drawn its lot. Today's misfortune enhancement, Peach Blossom Slaughter. Zhang Po rose, somewhat bewildered. Peach Blossom Slaughter? This portended bloodshed. It was the first time he had drawn such a fate. He could not hunt goblins today. If he did, he would undoubtedly be inexplicably captured and become a goblin star slave, first serving and then slaying. Zhang Po took a bucket to the riverbank to fetch water, refreshing himself with a cold bath. Afterward, he approached the city wall to find the foreman. The foreman was instructing the workers, and upon seeing Zhang Po, greeted him with a smile. "Ah, little brother by Gui, you've come. Foreman, is there an issue with the demon muscle skill you provided me?" After allocating points, I felt unwell all over. The foreman, taken aback, quickly waved his hands. "I don't know. I didn't intend to harm you. You saw it yourself. I haven't upgraded the skill. That makes it all the more suspicious." Zhang Po retorted. "Because you know there's a problem with the skill, you chose not to upgrade it. How can you unjustly tarnish my reputation?" The foreman, now flustered, promptly patted his chest in assurance. "I swear by the name of the goddess of holy light, I truly do not know if there is an issue with this skill." The goddess of holy light was the primary faith in the region. From what Zhang Po understood, the foreman was a devout believer who often prayed. If he were to openly question the foreman's faith, it might lead to a fierce confrontation. Where did this skill originate? My father passed it down to me. Did he practice it? He was once a renowned adventurer, possessing an impressive physique, tragically succumbing to heart disease at the tender age of 40. Zhang Po, upon realizing this, took a brick and, before the foreman, effortlessly broke and crushed it, the powder cascading through his fingers. "White ghost, do not act recklessly," the foreman exclaimed, believing Zhang Po to be threatening him, stepping back in alarm. "Fear not," Zhang Po reassured. "I merely wish to demonstrate the prowess of my devilish muscles." This is the result of allocating 2 attribute points. The foreman's eyes sparkled with newfound interest, suddenly recognizing that 40 is indeed the prime age for striving. "Impressive indeed," he acknowledged, but Zhang Po emphasized, "while enhancing my muscles throughout, the immense pressure on my internal organs and bones is substantial. If one does not fortify the vital organs and skeletal structure, the higher the skill level, the stronger the muscles, yet the shorter the lifespan. It is ironic that the heart, a muscle itself, remains unenhanced. A normal heart cannot sustain iron-like muscles, leading to its gradual hypertrophy, ultimately resulting in chronic heart disease and a fatal collapse. Therefore, dear foreman, this skill is one that your father could not master, nor can you." With that, Zhang Po departed, leaving the foreman in a state of bewilderment. "Good morning, White Ghost," greeted the Adventurers Guild. "I did not see you yesterday. Have you come to settle your tasks this morning?" Zhang Po pondered briefly before presenting his adventurer card to the counter attendant, Lilia, while signaling for silence. Lilia understood, offering a slight smile as she accepted the card. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Zhang Po. While it was not surprising for a high-level adventurer to vanquish hundreds of goblins in a single day, a mid-tier adventurer could achieve this, albeit with considerable effort. However, how could a level 1 magic warrior accomplish such feats? With that thought, Lilia flipped the card over to read, Magic Warrior LV7, which was astonishing in itself. To advance 1 level per day was already impressive, yet he had achieved 6 levels in a single day. Leaning closer to Zhang Po, she whispered, "How did you manage that?" "I employed some items," Zhang Po replied quietly. Lilia's eyes lit up with realization, contemplating poison, and more poison. "How did you administer the poison?" she inquired, glancing at Zhang Po's waist before quickly averting her gaze. I see, she exclaimed. You wish to remain discreet. Will you still claim the reward? Zhang Po nodded. Indeed, I am in dire need of funds. Lilia cautioned. To claim the bounty, you must record the task information, which can be accessed by many and reported to headquarters. Raising an eyebrow, Zhang Po replied, Beautiful Miss Lilia, as the head of the Rogtown Adventurers Guild, your assistance could provide me with a temporary veil of anonymity. Just a little time, and once I have developed further, I shall have no cause for concern regarding any unforeseen issues. You are quite cautious, Lilia teased, tossing her hair back with a charming smile. But why should I assist you? Zhang Po contemplated for a moment. At present, I possess nothing of value. However, I owe you a personal favor. Should you encounter any troublesome tasks in the future, you may call upon me, and I shall not refuse. As he spoke, Zhang Po gazed at the task board, where a time-worn bounty poster was affixed, calling for the elimination of the ghost serpent. Other adventurers had mentioned that this bounty had been posted for many years. Each year, the ghost serpent's activities caused considerable distress for the Adventurers Guild. You have witnessed my potential, implored the charming novice adventurer, Miss Lilia, seeking investment. With hands clasped together in reverence, Zhang Po bowed to Lilia, who was indeed worthy of such respect. Amused by Zhang Po's antics, Lilia chuckled and, considering it a trivial matter, consented. Very well, but I have one question. Ask away. Do you have athlete's foot? Huh. What kind of question is that? How rude. Absolutely not. It has vanished with the refresh of calamity enhancement, replaced by the arrival of a peach blossom curse. Zhang Po now worried that a deranged suitor might suddenly appear and take his life. Lilia remained non-committal. All right then. Let's calculate the bounty. You have slain 187 ordinary goblins at 10 copper coins each, and 2 elite goblins at 100 copper coins each, totaling 2070 copper coins. Once the task was complete, Lilia engaged Zhang Po in casual conversation. White Ghost, why do you only target goblins? Zhang Po sighed. I have a friend. He was captured by goblins, and his fate remains unknown. I wish to find him, which is why I've been tackling the goblin caves nearby. He is sturdy and should be able to endure until I rescue him. Lilia nodded in understanding, given your current level. If you allocate your attribute points wisely and prepare your equipment, conquering the nearby goblin caves is not impossible, but remains perilous. One misstep could see you become a goblin's thrall. Your willingness to take such a risk suggests a deep bond with your friend. Zhang Po smiled, but chose not to elaborate further. Lilia continued, Allow me to introduce you to someone. She is my childhood friend from Claytown, known as the Goblin Slayer, Catherine. A goblin slayer? She must be quite the expert. Zhang Po inquired. Extremely proficient. You may seek her counsel regarding goblin-related intelligence. Of course, you will need to cover the cost of her consultation. Zhang Po nodded. That is only fair. The consultation fee, along with your introduction fee. So when shall we meet? I will arrange it. Tonight? As night fell, Zhang Po entered the Adventurers Guild, which was bustling as usual. White Ghost over here. Lilia, standing at the counter, waved at Zhang Po. Beside her sat an armored adventurer, helmet firmly in place, obscuring her face, yet she seemed quite familiar. It's you, Zhang Po remarked as he took a seat, teasing, no wonder you're childhood friends. Both of you are curious about whether I have athlete's foot. Catherine turned to Lilia. Did you not say that asking someone about athlete's foot is impolite? Lilia cleared her throat. It's not my fault. I was curious too. Just imagine how thrilling it would be to have athlete's foot potent enough to poison goblins. Initially, Lilia believed that Zhang Po had poisoned the food and water. It was only during her conversation with Catherine that she learned of the astonishing tale of how athlete's foot had vanquished goblins. Were it not for her promise of confidentiality, she would have eagerly shared this as a topic of casual conversation, certain it would provoke gasps and skepticism. The thought alone was amusing. Zhang Po turned to Catherine, inquiring, How do you know? Cough. Why do you think I killed the goblin with athlete's foot? I was there, and the goblin den was filled with a dark vapor that bore a striking resemblance to athlete's foot. Catherine tilted her head in confusion, asking, I assent at athlete's foot? Not at all. It is merely a toxin similar to athlete's foot, designed specifically to incapacitate foes with its stench, devoid of any lethal properties. Zhang Po fabricated this tale without hesitation. He had no desire to gain notoriety in a disreputable manner. "Could you sell me a bit of it?" Catherine inquired, her eyes gleaming with excitement. This toxin would be perfect for infiltrating goblin lairs. Zhang Po felt a wave of concern wash over him. The goblin slayer had encountered the goblin extermination tool, akin to a cat discovering a mouse. Definitely not something to be taken lightly. "So, you are my fateful encounter then?" I yield. "How should I deal with this predicament? It's all been used up, and I have no recipe left. This is all that remains." "If you possess the capability, try to replicate it," Zhang Po said, producing a small glass vial sealed with a cork containing a swirling black gas. Catherine picked it up for inspection, shaking it gently. Within, she could see tiny fragments of nail clippings, from which the black vapor emanated. "Truly remarkable." Catherine's tone fluctuated, imbued with excitement and delight, akin to a swordsman discovering a legendary blade. Zhang Po exhaled in relief, grateful that Catherine's focus had shifted. Last night, with a sense of experimentation, he had clipped some of his own nails and scraped a bit of skin from his feet. To his astonishment, this detritus had retained a fraction of its peculiar qualities, continuously emitting the essence of athlete's foot. However, the quantity was too scant. Discarding it would be wasteful, yet keeping it seemed unnecessary and distasteful. Offering a few nail clippings to Catherine as a means to fend off her fateful encounter felt like a wise use of refuse. Yet, the notion of a young woman fixated on studying her own toenails left Zhang Po feeling somewhat queasy, his emotions decidedly complex. What is going on here? Lilia regarded Zhang Po with skepticism, as if to say, "And you claim you do not have athlete's foot? Those nail clippings are freshly cut, aren't they? What kind of look is that?" Zhang Po hastily removed his shoes and placed them on the stool. Examining closely, he insisted, "See for yourself. There's no athlete's foot here." Lilia glanced at his clean feet and then at the glass vial. Indeed, they seemed incongruous. "Why have your toenails just been trimmed?" Lilia detected a discrepancy. Retracting his foot and donning his shoes, Zhang Po maintained his composure. "Let us not dwell on trivialities. I assure you, I have no athlete's foot. Let us discuss the goblins instead." Catherine secured the glass vial and stated earnestly, "Ask me anything you wish. I shall provide you with all the answers." Chapter 008, Cooperation. Hunting, and the power of the brave Catherine truly lived up to her reputation as a goblin slayer. Her techniques for exterminating these vile creatures honed through extensive experience. She generously shared her insights and skills with Zhang Po, as though the more goblins were slain, the greater her joy. How deep must her hatred for goblins run? Zhang Po mused. "According to my investigation, there are 5 goblin nests near Rog Town, and you have already eradicated one." Zhang Po interjected, "Actually, it was 2. I destroyed 2 goblin nests that day. With the aid of toxic gas, eliminating goblins was a simple task, but now that the gas was depleted, exterminating the remaining 3 nests would prove far more challenging." Catherine was taken aback, not expecting Zhang Po to aspire to eradicate all the goblin nests. The rewards for hunting goblins were meager, and venturing deep into their lairs was perilous. Such thankless endeavors were seldom pursued by adventurers, who would typically just slay goblins if they happen upon them. "Why are you so fixated on goblins?" Catherine inquired. Lilia gently patted Catherine's shoulder and explained, "He has a friend who was captured by goblins and forced into servitude. He believes his friend may be in one of the nests near Rodtown and seeks to rescue him." Catherine recalled the man she had rescued the previous day and remarked, "I found a man in a goblin's lair yesterday. I am unsure if he is your friend, but he is currently at the church." Without hesitation, Zhang Po followed Catherine to the church. After meeting the man, Zhang Po shook his head in disappointment. "Not him." Catherine proposed, "Why not form a team? I intend to eliminate the goblin nests around Rogtown. With 2 of us, our efficiency will be greater." Zhang Po contemplated this and nodded in agreement. While teaming up with Catherine might present some inconveniences, particularly in terms of utilizing the system warehouse to recover corpses and potentially losing some wealth, having a professional like Catherine would significantly enhance their progress and safety. Overall, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. "Catherine, do you know any ice magic?" he asked. "No, but if you wish to learn, I can introduce you to a wizard," she replied. The advantages of her connections became evident at that moment. Through Catherine's introduction, Zhang Po spent 20 silver coins to learn a basic frost magic and a basic condensation magic. These foundational spells could also be mastered by magic warriors. Each skill required a single attribute point to advance to level 1, enabling their proper use. He decided to reserve 4 attribute points, then allocate 2 to magic power and 4 to demonic muscle. The remaining 12 points were all assigned to constitution, enhancing his internal organs to counteract the side effects of the demonic muscle. Constitution significantly increased. Energy slightly increased. Overall adventurer level 2. Current LV 5. With such a level constitution, he could easily overpower ordinary goblins and contend with elite goblins. After a day of preparation, Zhang Po and Catherine set forth together to hunt goblins. On the edge of a cliff, Zhang Po leaned over to gaze down, the drop stretching at least 100 meters to a dense forest below. Catherine, are you certain that the goblin lair's vent is situated on the cliff face? Catherine procured a rope, fastening one end to a sturdy tree and casting the other down the precipice. Indeed, upon arriving in Rog Town, I dedicated 2 months to my investigation. Just as I commenced my hunt, I happened upon you. In a single day, we eradicated 2 goblin nests, which squandered half of my time. With that, Catherine grasped the rope and leapt down, with Zhang Po following closely behind. 10 minutes later, they paused before an opening in the cave. As they ventured inside, a faint luminescence emanated from Catherine's eyes, illuminating the interior of the cavern. After walking several paces, they discovered a solitary goblin patrolling, its back turned toward them. Catherine crept up behind the goblin, covering its mouth, as her spear pierced its chest. She was about to lower the lifeless body gently when another goblin approached, initially aiming to muffle the sounds of battle and avoid alarming others. She could no longer afford such caution. Swiftly discarding the corpse, she charged toward the second goblin, her spear plunging into its mouth before it could utter a cry. Turning back, she saw that Zhang Po had caught the discarded body. He set it down, directing a stream of freezing mist into the wound, encasing the flesh and sealing the scent of blood. Sensing that they had not caused a commotion, Catherine exhaled in relief. Gradually placing the body down as she withdrew her spear, Zhang Po approached her, unleashing another gust of frost to immobilize the goblin's wound, effectively stifling the blood's aroma. The sequence was seamless and efficient, their cooperation impeccable. Catherine felt an inexplicable sensation, as if she had gained a considerate companion. She had merely shared her hunting techniques with the wraith once, yet it had grasped the timing impeccably, assisting her with precision. Having assistance was indeed delightful. She signaled with her hand, continuing to delve deeper into the goblin lair. United, they made swift work of the goblins. With her extensive experience in cave exploration, Catherine led the way, their progress commendable. By the time the sole elite goblin sensed an anomaly, it was too late. They dragged the bodies toward it. Once we slay it, we can call it day. Zhang Po casually tossed a corpse toward the elite goblin as a provocation. Humans, you shall not escape. The elite goblin crushed the body with ease, exuding a crimson aura of magical energy that generated a gust of wind, forcing the two to stagger back. Zhang Po raised his hand defensively. It speaks and can unleash magical power. Catherine, is this normal? Abnormal, Catherine replied gravely. An elite goblin cannot wield magic nor articulate speech. In a one-on-one confrontation, I can handle an elite goblin, but with this one, I lack confidence. Let us attack together. I will lead the assault while you seek an opportunity. No, Zhang Po stepped forward, loosening his limbs. I wish to test my own abilities. If I perish, it shall be deemed a lack of skill on my part. However, rest assured, I will certainly create an opportunity for you. Catherine watched Zhang Po's retreating figure, intending to dissuade him, but ultimately chose to hold her tongue. Though their acquaintance was brief, she could discern that Zhang Po was an individual of firm convictions and remarkable execution capabilities. Once he made a decision, he would see it through to the end. Zhang Po shook his shoulders, the sound of cracking bones resonating. There were many techniques taught in middle school physical education, but Baji Quan was his forte. Regrettably, the school, fearing liability, forbade any practical application. Let me practice on you, he declared. With a swift motion, Zhang Po initiated with Iron Mountain Lean, crashing into the unsuspecting elite goblin like a freight train, sending it hurtling against the wall. A dull thud echoed through the cave as the goblin let out a shriek, raising an arm to strike at Zhang Po's neck. Zhang Po blocked the blow with both hands while simultaneously launching a series of head, shoulder, and elbow strikes, relentlessly pressing forward in close combat. The air was filled with the thunderous sounds of flesh colliding. Catherine watched in astonishment. It was her first encounter with such a brutal yet skillful display of unarmed combat. Although Zhang Po's technique appeared slightly rusty, his fierce, fearless demeanor compensated for it. He resembled a gentle rabbit suddenly unbound, transforming into a ferocious beast. Seizing the goblin's arm, Zhang Po executed a joint lock to subdue it. The goblin knelt on one knee, bracing itself with one hand on the ground, unleashing a surge of potent magical energy. For a moment, Zhang Po found himself unable to twist free. He swiftly altered his approach, delivering a powerful kick to the goblin's jaw, producing a dull thud. If it had been an ordinary person receiving such a blow, their skull would have surely fractured. Yet, the goblin merely tilted its head, absorbing the forceful kick. Human, you may strike me countless times, but you can only falter once. With a resounding bang, a crimson wave of magical energy erupted, propelling Zhang Po backward. Catherine grasped his shoulder, assisting him in dissipating the force. The goblin possessed a magical shield that rendered their attacks ineffective. We need a magic-breaking weapon. I do not have one. Do you? Zhang Po raised his hand, conjuring a spell of condensed water, which swiftly transformed into an ice spear. He thrust it forward with precision. The goblin, undeterred, bellowed in fury as red energy continued to surge forth. The ice spear struck the magical barrier, but shattered almost instantly. Without hesitation, Zhang Po turned and fled. Catherine, retreat. With an enraged roar, the goblin unleashed a torrent of magic, finally breaking free to pursue them. The two, agile and swift, scrambled out of the ventilation shaft, seizing a rope to climb upwards. Catherine ascended first, with Zhang Po following closely behind. The goblin abruptly halted, nearly losing its footing on the precipice. Regaining its balance, it grasped the rope, shaking it with force. The duo swayed perilously on the cliff, compelled to momentarily cease their ascent. Cut the rope, Catherine urged. Zhang Po drew his sword, coiling the blade around the rope before slicing through it decisively. The rope below them fell away. The goblin abandoned the rope, digging its hands into the wall to ascend, rapidly closing the distance between them. Zhang Po hesitated momentarily before mimicking its actions, embedding one hand into the stone wall with surprising ease. He nearly forgot that his demonic muscles had rendered him strong and powerful. This limestone's integrity was not particularly formidable. In light of this, what are we waiting for? Ascend. Catherine had already scaled the cliff when she noticed Zhang Po in a daze and quickly urged him on. Zhang Po flashed her a smile, then released his grip and leaped, his feet coming together as he delivered a kick to the goblin's grotesque visage. Taken by surprise, the goblin lost its grip on the rocks and plummeted into the abyss. Meanwhile, Zhang Po managed to grasp the wall with one hand, stabilizing himself after a brief descent of several meters. Observing the goblin in free fall, Zhang Po activated his insightful eye. Elite Goblin LV-10 Berserk State, undergoing Predator transformation. Initially grasping the Hero-S power. Hero-S power? How could a goblin possess such strength? Suppressing his confusion, Zhang Po used both hands to continue his ascent up the cliff. Catherine watched him silently for a moment before remarking, "You truly possess remarkable courage." Zhang Po merely smiled in response, saying nothing. "Let us retreat," Catherine suggested. Zhang Po shook his head. "No, wait." Puzzled, Catherine inquired, "What are we waiting for?" The goblin's power is exceedingly fierce and unlikely to endure. Once its strength is expended, it will inevitably enter a state of weakness. Recalling the earlier scene where the elite goblin unleashed its magic, resembling a struggle with constipation, she found his reasoning sound. As they gazed down the cliff, a furious roar echoed, and a crimson figure swiftly ascended. "Here it comes," Catherine exclaimed, retrieving an alchemical bomb from her waist and hurling it towards the goblin, igniting a burst of fireworks. The goblin hesitated momentarily, preparing to charge through the smoke, only to be met with a pair of large feet as it emerged. Bang! Employing the same tactic, Zhang Po kicked the goblin back into the chasm, returning to the cliff's edge once more. It seems to possess a fair degree of intelligence. It shouldn't be foolish enough to continue climbing, right? Catherine observed. Suddenly, a flock of birds took flight from the forest below. Indeed, Zhang Po nodded. Noticing the birds indicated the goblin intended to take a detour along their ascent path. There is only one route up the mountain. Should we descend? We will undoubtedly encounter it, Catherine stated. Thus, we shall descend the cliff, Zhang Po declared, grasping the rope and sliding down first, with Catherine following closely behind. The rope, having been severed, could no longer reach the cave. Zhang Po embedded his hands into the rocky surface, entering the cave, and gestured for Catherine to follow. Taking a deep breath, Catherine released the rope and fell, grasping Zhang Po's outstretched hand. His strong grip pulled her into the cave. What comes next? Catherine pondered several plans, yet she was curious about Zhang Po's approach. The thought of his next move made Zhang Po suppress a chuckle. Step back and give me space. Catherine complied. Zhang Po leaned out to face the goblin that had just reached the cliff summit, greeting it with a smile. Infuriated by the sight of this detestable human, the goblin roared and leaped off the cliff, clutching the rock face to control its descent. Zhang Po withdrew his head, listening to the sound of nails scraping against the stone as he poised himself, springing lightly on his feet, ready for action. Catherine anticipated Zhang Po's intentions, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her mouth beneath the mask. Now is the moment. Zhang Po pivoted sharply, delivering a powerful kick to the goblin that had just descended. With a muffled thud, the goblin was hurled off the cliff, roaring in rage. Falling from 100 meters should not prove fatal. Surely, the magical shield cannot be that effective? It seems unlikely. Catherine elucidated that the dense forest below would provide a cushioning effect, preventing a fatal impact. What will you do next? Lie in wait within the cave, or scale the cliff to strike once more? Zhang Po stood at the vent, surveying the verdant thicket below. The startled birds had taken flight, rendering it impossible to discern the goblin's movements through them. Would it ascend directly, or take a detour, entering through another passage? A sight caught his eye. The goblin stood on the trunk of a tree beneath the cliff, seething with impotent fury. As time passed, it appeared to regain its composure, turning to vanish into the forest. Elite Goblin, level 10, weakened state. The time has come. Zhang Po leaped sideways off the cliff, occasionally digging his claws into the rock face to slow his descent. Catherine glanced at her hands and forcefully embedded them into the rock. Hiss, that stung a bit. Never mind. Since the white specter dares to pursue, it must possess confidence. I shall scour the goblin's lair instead. In the thicket, the elite goblin was panting heavily, fleeing in haste. After enduring battle and 2 falls from the cliff, its already tattered clothing had been completely torn away by the trees. The vigorous exertion caused tumultuous upheaval. Whoosh, an ice spear shot toward the goblin, missing but ensnaring its foot, causing it to tumble like a rolling gourd. The elite goblin attempted to rise, but Zhang Po soared down, delivering a powerful knee strike to its back. The goblin emitted a pained shriek. Rising, Zhang Po struck again. In a daze, the goblin ceased its struggles. Why do you possess the power of a hero? The goblin glared defiantly at Zhang Po, only to receive another kick. Your intellect is not lacking. Answer me. The goblin held its tongue stubbornly until it was on the brink of death from Zhang Po's relentless assault, at which point it uttered, "Humans, you shall all become slaves to the gods. What do I care? I'm not of this world." Zhang Po inserted a card into the goblin's body to gather energy. At that moment, the goblin's body erupted with a green light. You have acquired the weapon, Goblin's Fong. A dagger of green quality, excellent, with a 30 chance to trigger a cutting effect, causing a persistent bleeding condition and making the wound difficult to heal. Zhang Po seized the dagger, testing its balance. It felt remarkably comfortable in his grip. Infusing it with magical energy, the dagger shimmered, and with a casual swing, he severed a large tree. This weapon should be capable of breaching the magical shield, no doubt. Chapter 009. You were given a chance, yet you proved ineffectual. Zhang Po returned to the goblin cave, where Catherine had already completed her sweep. White Ghost, come and see this. Catherine was crouched beside a diminutive goblin corpse. The body was small, akin to that of an infant, with green skin tinged with red. Below the waist, it was missing, as were both arms. There were gnawing marks on it, reminiscent of a half-eaten roasted chicken. Brave goblin offspring, remnant, deceased. White Ghost, do you perceive it? Indeed, judging by the skin, it appears to be a goblin, a variant. The magical fluctuations it emits are akin to that of the elite goblin. Catherine, with your vast experience, do goblins engage in cannibalism? Cannibalism knows no race. Humans do it as well, Catherine replied. That is indeed true. Thus, the elite goblin consumed the brave goblin offspring, acquiring the power of a hero. Zhang Po glanced at the quest status, noting it had not failed. This indicated that the hero was still alive and had spawned the brave goblin. Catherine, did you find any living beings? None. They're all deceased. The hero is not here, yet the brave goblin offspring remains. It might have been pilfered by the elite goblin from other goblin nests. Let us conclude for today. We shall collect the spoils, return to Rog Town, recuperate, and then venture forth to conquer the remaining 2 goblin nests. At this juncture, Zhang Po felt no urgency, but rather a heightened sense of caution. The emergence of the brave goblin indicated that the power of a hero could still be transmitted through the consumption of kin. Who knows how many goblins might possess the power of a hero? The 2 severed the heads of the goblins, and Zhang Po encased them in magical ice, fitting them into 2 large sacks to carry down the mountain. Upon seeing the 2 hefty sacks, the coachman glanced at Catherine, his mind racing with curiosity about how many goblins had been slain. After returning to the Adventurers Guild and selling the goblin heads, Zhang Po and Catherine split the profits evenly, with no objections from either party. In this endeavor, Catherine had exerted considerable effort in the initial stages, while Zhang Po had taken the lead later on. Neither had taken unfair advantage nor shirked their responsibilities. Oh, how impressive! That evening, the counter attendant, Lilia, pulled Catherine aside to inquire about the day's events. Catherine recounted the experience without dramatic flair, employing straightforward language that sufficed for Lilia to grasp the sequence of events. Upon learning that Zhang Po had leapt off cliffs 3 times to attack enemies, Lilia was left astounded. White Ghost, the high up, weren't you afraid? Zhang Po reflected on the day's encounters and couldn't help but shudder. Indeed, there was a hint of trepidation. At that height, a fall would spell certain death. I didn't consider it much at the time, but now that you mention it, I do feel a bit apprehensive. Nevertheless, the battle, the victory, was exhilarating. Catherine, considering Zhang Po's combat performance, offered a fair assessment. White Ghost is an exceptionally talented warrior with great potential. To the promising potential of White Ghost, Lilia exclaimed. Catherine raised her glass, clinking it with the 2, then lifted her mask, revealing her lovely chin. Zhang Po couldn't help but steal a few glances. Just the sight of her chin was enough to denote her beauty. Lilia naturally noticed Zhang Po's gaze and teasingly nudged Catherine. Look, he watching you. Why don't you take off your helmet? Catherine remained silent, finishing her drink before donning her mask once more. Zhang Po chuckled lightly, coming to Catherine's rescue. It's perfectly fine. No need to remove it. Just do what feels comfortable. Throughout the day's collaboration, Zhang Po's impression of Catherine was that of a taciturn individual. When she spoke, it was always with purpose, and she never engaged in idle chatter. She kept her helmet on, removing only half of her mask to eat and drink, resembling someone who had locked themselves away in a small room due to social anxiety. Lilia's request might have been somewhat embarrassing for Catherine. Those who suffer from social anxiety often prefer solitude, wishing only to enjoy their meals in peace during gatherings, never encouraging others to drink nor desiring to be pressured themselves. Zhang Po could empathize with Catherine's state of mind, as he too had once experienced social anxiety. Fortunately, he had encountered a rather eccentric friend, which gradually helped him become more outgoing. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but Zhang Po felt that Catherine's gaze towards him had softened considerably, even though he could not see her eyes. Lilia pouted, looking at Catherine with a hint of frustration. I'm giving you an opportunity, yet you're not making the most of it. Catherine sensed Lilia's scrutiny and was left bewildered, unable to comprehend the meaning behind it. The night unfolded with laughter and conversation until the early hours, when everyone returned to their respective homes. Zhang Po found a corner and began to spray at a cockroach lurking in the shadows. The sound of sizzling filled the air as the cockroach instantly melted away. Today's misfortune, toxic urine. This was not a medical condition, but rather urine that was genuinely poisonous and highly corrosive. What use was it? To spray at enemies during battle? He was not afraid of being trampled. After some contemplation, Zhang Po retrieved a glass bottle and filled it. Cursed Relic 1. To prevent the toxic residue from burning through his trousers, he had to spend additional time ensuring everything was clean. He randomly chose an inn, took a shower, and lay on the bed, listening to the croaking of frogs in the adjacent room, while examining his adventurer card. Due to sharing experience points with Catherine, he found it inconvenient to showcase some of his abilities, resulting in a slow increase in experience, gaining only 1 level. Magic Warrior, level 8. With 4 points reserved. He had 6 remaining attribute points. How should he allocate these 6 points? He took out the Goblin Fong dagger and infused it with magical energy. The blade shimmered faintly. Using magical power to break through magical shields was undeniably a sound strategy. Previously, he had allocated only 2 points to magic to support 2 basic spells. To fully unleash the dagger's potential, a substantial amount of magical energy was needed. With clarity of thought, Zhang Po decided to invest all 6 attribute points into magic. Energy surged from the adventurer card into Zhang Po's body, converging at his heart and igniting suddenly. Thump, thump, thump. His heart pounded vigorously, and magical energy coursed through his bloodstream, merging with his flesh and blood. Zhang Po's eyes glowed with excitement, his expression radiating sheer joy. This sensation was powerful and invigorating. Base energy value significantly increased. Adventurer level 1, current level 6. Chapter 010. You, surrender, mate. Are you ready? Zhang Po inquired. Ready. Catherine unsheathed a short sword, giving it a light flick. Lilia used her connections to lend me a magic sword capable of piercing through magical shields. Zhang Po nodded. That's good. After all, we have precedence. We cannot always wait for the goblins to enter a state of weakness. He produced a dagger, shaking it slightly. I also procured a magical weapon. Catherine was quite taken aback. Though curious about the source of a magical dagger, she refrained from asking. The two approached the entrance of the 4th goblin nest, entering stealthily, one after the other. Their weapons were sharp enough to easily slice through the goblins' throats, and they proceeded without hindrance. Drawing from their previous experience, they coordinated more seamlessly this time. Even when confronted with elite goblins, they dispatched them with relative ease, managing to eliminate the elite goblin without much effort. It appeared that this nest did not harbor any mutated goblins. Let us search for hidden passages, Catherine suggested. Suddenly, Zhang Po felt a chill run down his spine. Be careful. A shadow, infused with a crimson aura, surged from the dark recesses, lunging towards Catherine. Zhang Po, gripping his dagger, thrust himself forward like a cannonball, aiming a punch at the red figure. Instead of retreating, Catherine advanced, thrusting her sword directly at the crimson apparition. Just as they were about to strike the figure, it abruptly recoiled, leaping away to gain distance. Only then did Zhang Po discern their adversary. It was a naked goblin, standing 2 meters tall, possessing a body reminiscent of a succubus, tall, alluring, and voluptuous, exuding an aura of strength that suggested it could easily annihilate foes while simultaneously evoking pleasure in them. Unlike other goblins, its face was not grotesque, but adorned with a bone-like mask, its expression eerily ambiguous, neither a smile nor a cry. It had long crimson hair and dark red claws. Zhang Po's expression grew solemn as he braced himself. Unlike the previous goblin, this one wielded the power of a hero with exceptional skill. Zhang Po suspected it had completely mastered this power, thus avoiding any subsequent state of weakness after its explosive displays of strength. Goblin Raider, level 10, devourer of hero goblin offspring, seized and fully mastered heroic power. The Goblin Raider pointed at Zhang Po and declared, You, surrender, mate. Zhang Po remained silent, resolutely gripping his dagger. The Goblin Raider then turned its gaze to Catherine. Vanishing in an instant, its claws aimed at her throat. Catherine swung her sword, clashing against the claws, sending sparks flying. The Goblin Raider seized the long sword, yanking it down fiercely while its other hand lunged towards Catherine's throat. Just as it had pierced halfway, it suddenly slashed sideways, blocking Zhang Po's dagger from plunging forward. With the attack thwarted, Zhang Po stomped the ground, crashing into the Goblin Raider's robust chest. Bang! The impact resonated. The hero goblin staggered back, all the while swinging its claws to deflect the relentless attacks from both assailants. It tilted its head to evade the assault of two adversaries, executing a backflip to create distance. Then, with a sudden leap, its claws sank into the rock, securing itself atop the cave like a spider. The faceplate cracked open, revealing two narrow slits that emitted a scarlet glow, and she opened her eyes. Male, high-quality mating. No mating death. Zhang Po remained silent, channeling magic into his dagger. The Goblin Raider roared, its throat vibrating as it pushed off the wall, launching itself towards Zhang Po with outstretched claws. Without flinching, Zhang Po surged into the Goblin Raider's embrace, his arms coiling around the goblins like a constrictor, followed by a powerful headbutt. Bang! The Goblin Raider was taken aback by Zhang Po's unexpected maneuver, rendered dizzy by the impact. Catherine! Zhang Po successfully restrained the Goblin Raider, creating an excellent opportunity for an attack. Catherine thrust her sword upward at an angle, the blade piercing through the gaps between the ribs and into the lungs, directly targeting the heart. The impending threat of death caused the goblin's muscles to tense, its lungs constricting around the blade, momentarily halting its advance. Unwilling to squander this chance, Catherine pushed her sword with all her might. Roar! The Goblin Raider bellowed, unleashing a surge of magical energy that forced both combatants backward, dislodging the sword from its body. Following this explosive encounter, the Goblin Raider, now fatigued, clutched its wounds and gasped for breath. Zhang Po charged forward, delivering a powerful kick that struck the Goblin Raider's chin. The Goblin Raider was sent flying backward, crashing against the wall. Before it could collide with the barrier, Catherine had already launched her assault. Their coordinated attacks left no respite for the enemy. The Goblin Raider was at a disadvantage, not only outnumbered, but also overwhelmed by their unrelenting onslaught. Yet, it exhibited remarkable resilience, enduring the relentless pursuit despite sustaining severe injuries. Catherine's eyes sparkled as she noticed the wounds on the Goblin Raider shrinking, its counterattacks growing increasingly forceful. She immediately cautioned, "It possesses formidable regenerative abilities and recovers quickly. We must conclude this swiftly." Zhang Po understood, replying, "Create an opportunity for me. I am confident." Amidst the urgency of battle, Catherine chose to trust her comrade. Even though she remained unaware of Zhang Po's hidden cards, she retrieved a vial of potion from her waist, bit off the stopper, and consumed it. As the concoction coursed through her body, a visible white aura emanated from her being. Catherine let out a low growl. "White ghost, clear the way." Zhang Po delivered a powerful elbow strike, forcing the Goblin Raider back as he sidestepped. The Goblin Raider, intent on targeting Zhang Po first, charged directly towards him. Catherine sprang forward, her foot striking the ground as she launched herself, her sword slashing to repel the Goblin Raider. This powerful blow left the Goblin Raider's claws numb with excruciating pain. It quickly realized the challenge posed by Catherine, recognizing that a direct confrontation was unwise, and sought to evade her wrath. Catherine relentlessly pursued, her swordplay dynamic and aggressive, compelling the Goblin Raider to retreat repeatedly. Zhang Po, unaware of the potion Catherine had consumed that granted her such ferocity, understood that this surge could not last. They had to seize the opportunity for a decisive strike. Zhang Po extracted a small glass vial, pouring the dark red liquid onto the blade of his knife, then crouched low, channeling his magical energy into the weapon. Catherine understood that the explosive surge of power could not last. She gritted her teeth against the pain and forced herself to create an opportunity for attack. She took a hard hit from the Goblin Raider's claw, tearing her shoulder armor and leaving a gaping wound. In the same moment, she thrust her sword, aiming for its head, but the Goblin Raider dodged by tilting its head aside. Instead of targeting the larger area of its body, Her seemingly foolish strike aimed for the head, and after the thrust, she unexpectedly swung the hilt horizontally. The hilt struck the Goblin Raider's temple, sending it crashing to the ground. An opportunity had arisen. Zhang Po dashed forward, gripping his dagger, executing a rising dragon slash. The magical blade pierced through the Goblin Raider's magical shield, eviscerating it. Such a level of injury would be fatal to any other being. Yet, for the Goblin Raider, it was merely a minor wound. Catherine was keenly aware of this fact. Instinctively believing Zhang Po had missed, she rushed to offer support, but suddenly found herself exhausted. Kneeling on the ground, only able to shout, "Finish it off." Zhang Po certainly did finish it off. The dagger lunged toward the Goblin Raider's eye socket. The blade was mere inches away when the Goblin Raider firmly gripped Zhang Po's arm, preventing the dagger from penetrating its eye. For a moment, the two were locked in a struggle, each exerting their strength. The dagger cannot kill me. If only Zhang Po's weapon were a bit longer, he could have cleaved the Goblin Raider in two from below. Alas, his weapon was too short. Zhang Po remained silent, continuing to grapple. Time ticked by, and the Goblin Raider's pupils began to dilate. It sensed something was amiss. The wound had not healed, and something was seeping into its innards, causing excruciating pain, like being devoured by countless ants. Its stamina had not returned, but was instead dwindling. The dagger was poisoned. Indeed, it was poisoned, an artifact of misfortune, urine toxin. Zhang Po summoned his strength. With a sickening sound, the dagger pierced through the eye socket, embedding itself in the brain. He twisted it slightly before pulling it out. The Goblin Raider collapsed to the ground, a long, gaping wound stretching from its lower body to the upper, blood gushing forth incessantly. A hissing sound echoed, the noise of flesh being corroded. Zhang Po glanced at Catherine. When dealing with flesh and blood creatures, toxins are indeed effective. Catherine responded softly, her vision blurring. She understood that the side effects of the medication had set in. Fortunately, this time she had comrades. In a daze, Catherine fell to the ground. Catherine. Chapter 011. The Brave One. Herein lies joy, oblivious to the teachings of the Church. Activating the Eye of Insight, Zhang Po confirmed that Catherine was merely exhausted and unconscious, and he let out a sigh of relief. He rummaged through Catherine's backpack and retrieved an energy potion, administering it to her. Subsequently, he unfastened her arm guard to tend to her wounds with a rudimentary bandaging. With everything in order, Zhang Po began to clear the battlefield. Approaching the corpse of a Goblin Raider, he grasped the green orb hovering above it. You have acquired equipment. Raider's Mask, quality green excellent. Wearing this equipment allows for gradual health regeneration. The Raider's mask bore a resemblance to the bone armor adorning the Goblin Raider's visage. It was more suited for human wear. Zhang Po knelt before Catherine, removed her helmet, and placed the mask upon her face. It was but a fleeting glance, yet utterly enchanting. Zhang Po, lacking in formal education, could only remark that the young lady was indeed a beauty. The mask fit snugly, and it did not hinder the helmet's wear, so he placed the helmet back upon her head. He resumed his task of clearing the area. Following Catherine's teachings, he searched the dark caves, eliminating all goblin spawnlings. However, he found no other brave goblin offspring. Had they all been devoured? Lost in thought, Zhang Po entered the final dark cave, where flickering flames illuminated the space. The resounding sound of snoring echoed through the cavern. Zhang Po tightened his grip on the dagger, stealthily approaching to discover a gaunt, golden-haired man sprawled on the hay, sound asleep. Brave One located. Please escort the Brave One safely to the Holy Tree Church. Zhang Po kicked the Brave One's thigh, causing him to stir slightly before resuming his slumber. Zhang Po increased the intensity of his efforts. Stop it. I'm too tired. Let me sleep a little longer. I have nothing left. Let us continue tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll take on 10 foes. Zhang Po. Is this Brave One truly content here, indifferent to the Church? The Eye of Insight has activated. You have acquired target information. Brave One, green, LV25, level 25. The Goblin Raiders are merely level 10. Indeed, the Brave One had come to the Goblin Lair to engage as a stud. In this case, the Brave One would not return to Church. A direct approach would be futile. Zhang Po had no desire to realize, after defeating the boss, that the brave one was the ultimate boss. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a small glass vial, pouring a bit of cursed foot skin into his palm. Black smoke wafted upward, scant in quantity, yet sufficient. Zhang Po covered the brave one's eyes with one hand while the other, shrouded in smoke, pressed firmly over his mouth and nose. Breathe deeply. Dizziness is normal. Zhang Po exerted every ounce of strength, and under ordinary circumstances, a regular person would have succumbed to the pressure. However, the brave one, true to his title, possessed a resilient skull. The brave one convulsed incessantly, enduring for 2 minutes before finally stretching out his legs. Zhang Po maintained his grip for another 10 minutes, confirming that the brave one was not feigning unconsciousness. Before releasing him, for safety's sake, Zhang Po pried open the brave one's mouth and poured in a few flakes of cursed relic foot skin. Then, he retrieved the burlap, kneaded it into a compact ball, and stuffed it firmly into the hero's mouth, leaving no room for him to push it away with his tongue. Consequently, unless the foot skin flakes were removed, the hero would remain in a state of shock, alleviating any concerns of his escape. Zhang Po had no desire to search for him in other goblin lairs. To eliminate potential future troubles, Zhang Po covered the hero's eyes, plugged his ears, and bound him with an exquisitely crafted turtle shell tie. Finally, he placed the hero into a burlap sack and tightened the opening. It was his first attempt at binding someone. Though he was inexperienced, everything proceeded smoothly. Zhang Po stretched lazily, revealing a broad smile. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the carriage traversed the wilderness. "Old brother, how does one drive this carriage?" Catherine awoke slowly, peering through the visor of her helmet, observing Zhang Po conversing with the coachman about the intricacies of driving. Noticing Catherine had awakened, Zhang Po climbed to the back and sat opposite her. "You're awake? How do you feel?" Catherine stretched, revitalized, as if after a month of sleepless nights, she had finally enjoyed a restful slumber. "I feel great, and the wound on my shoulder no longer pains me." Catherine smacked her lips, savoring the familiar scent of the elixir. "When did the vitality potion become so effective?" "Then return my mask," Zhang Po replied. Catherine paused, unaware that she still wore a close-fitting mask on her face. "Your face," Zhang Po pointed. "The mask. It can help you regain your vitality." Only then did Catherine realize the addition on her face. She immediately turned, removed her helmet, revealing her thick silver braid. She took off the mask, donned her helmet once more, and then turned back to hand the mask to Zhang Po. He smiled as he accepted it, choosing not to remind Catherine that he had already seen her true visage. "White Ghost, have you found your dear friend?" "Right here." Zhang Po kicked the burlap sack at his feet, and the hero inside remained motionless. Catherine fell silent. A man captured by goblins would not last long before succumbing to exhaustion and being entirely consumed. The white ghost smiled so joyfully, surely masking the sorrow within. "Take heart," Catherine consoled. Zhang Po was momentarily taken aback, realizing Catherine had misunderstood. He chuckled as he clarified, "He is not dead." "Oh, then why is he in the sack?" "I only just discovered that he willingly ventured into the goblin lair to serve as a stud. When I attempted to take him away, he was unwilling, so I had to ambush him and bring him back home to face his family." Zhang Po fabricated a tragic backstory for the hero, painting a picture of despair. Orphaned, his first love having moved on. Through his storytelling prowess, he crafted a narrative of a fallen hero whose grim life experiences had led him astray. Yet, Zhang Po, this steadfast friend, refused to abandon him, determined to lend a hand once more. Catherine cast a sympathetic glance at the tattered burlap sack before looking back at Zhang Po. "What a good person you are." "Indeed, this individual possesses a rather obsessive nature. It is imperative that you refrain from mentioning any acquaintance with me, as you are unaware of the circumstances. Should you divulge this information, he may seek retribution, potentially endangering those in your vicinity." Zhang Po solemnly cautioned. "Fortunately, he has neither seen you nor knows of your existence. You must also alert Lilia about this matter." Observing Zhang Po's grave demeanor, Catherine nodded earnestly. "I understand. So, will you still venture to the final goblin nest?" After a brief contemplation, Zhang Po responded, "Yes. We must see it through to the end." If you go alone and encounter goblin marauders, it could prove perilous. That is my primary concern. He added, once we complete our tasks tomorrow, I shall escort this fellow back to his homeland. Ultimately, Zhang Po's decision proved to be astute as they encountered goblin marauders once more. Zhang Po surmised that the brave hero's goblin offspring had become mere delicacies, serving as sustenance for their evolution. It remains uncertain how many valiant goblin larvae the hero has spawned, nor how many goblin marauders have subsequently emerged. Given the current circumstances, the evolution of the goblin collective appears inevitable. Alas, humanity in this world is destined for misfortune. Chapter 012. Mission accomplished on the third day. In the early morning hours before dawn, a desolate street in Xiaolan town lay empty as a carriage sped past. As it approached the church of the sacred tree, a burlap sack was carelessly discarded, rolling to a stop at the church's entrance. Zhang Po, the driver, hastened out of the town. The hero has safely reached the church of the sacred tree. The mission is complete. Adventurers may exit the dungeon world or choose to remain for an additional 24 hours. As the sun began to rise, its rays illuminated the grand entrance of the church. The doors swung open, and a priest, Father Saya, emerged while stifling a yawn. Upon noticing the sack at the doorstep, his curiosity compelled him to approach and give a kick. No response. Upon untying the sack, he discovered a gaunt blond man with dark circles around his eyes. His mouth gagged. Glenn? Missing for 2 years. How did he end up here? Father Saya scanned the street, now bustling with life as the sun climbed higher. Not a suspicious soul in sight. He proceeded to drag the hero into the church. As Zhang Po passed by, he glanced back at the church but chose not to linger. He returned to Rog Town, where he found Catherine and presented her with a raider's mask. This marked the second such mask he had acquired, a rather high drop rate. This is for you. Catherine intended to refuse, but was interrupted by Zhang Po. I have another. Having one more won't hurt. With the emergence of goblin raiders, your future hunts will become significantly more challenging, so additional security is always prudent. Please accept it. Lilia chimed in. Don't disregard his kindness. I'm setting off today to return my friend to his homeland. Perhaps destiny will bring us together again. Zhang Po declared with flair as he departed. Lilia sighed. Why didn't you say a few more words to hint at something? Catherine, puzzled, replied, hint at what? Indicate that you have some feelings for him that might encourage him to return. That was not my intention, Catherine stated plainly. As a comrade, he is remarkably capable. His assistance would make things easier for me, yet it would impede my own growth. TSK, Catherine, you're so dull. You'll end up an old maid. Zhang Po, meanwhile, was en route to the church of the sacred tree. Although he could exit the dungeon, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him, intensifying with each passing moment. The hero program was entirely orchestrated by the church of the sacred tree. Glenn had been missing for 2 years. It was inconceivable that the church had not sought him out. Yet, the hero had chosen to hide in a goblin den for 2 years rather than return to the church for training. Why? For the goblin's utterly vile flesh? No matter how exquisite the cuisine, consuming it daily leads to weariness. The goblin's relentless pursuit would surely become tiresome, even for a valiant hero. Did he not desire a change of taste? Any man with abilities would yearn for variety. Under such circumstances, it was perplexing that the hero continued to remain concealed within the goblin lair for 2 long years. Was the Church of the Sacred Tree truly that terrifying? Xiaolan Town, Church of the Sacred Tree. Within the church, Father Saya kneels in prayer before the statue, while the valiant hero, Glenn, lies behind him. Bishop Coin has located the hero, Glenn. It is understood that the hero shall be dispatched to the division. The church's carriage, bearing the hero, arrives at an ancient edifice. Bishop Coin, adorned in opulent garments, along with a plump nun named Miranda, await their arrival. As the hero awakens and opens his eyes, he is met with 3 familiar faces, his visage paling in dread. Bishop Coin remains expressionless, meticulously assessing the hero's condition. Your heroic power has waned and dispersed. It appears you have failed to maintain your vow of chastity. As a prospective savior, you are deemed unworthy. The hero, overcome with shame, swiftly transforms his emotions into fury, shouting hysterically, "Chastity? You demand chastity from me? How am I to achieve that? Pray tell, you wretched half-baked hero, ceaselessly tormenting me. And yet you want me to remain chaste. If I had never tasted the pleasures of a woman, perhaps I could endure her. But Glenn abruptly points at the ample nun, Miranda. She took my virginity. The beast. I was merely 14. Nun Miranda's countenance shifts abruptly. Do not speak such nonsense. Glenn, uninterested in engaging in a debate with her, continues, the doctrine states that such acts are filthy and forbidden, save for the purpose of procreation. He suddenly gestures towards Father Saya. He adheres to the commandments. Father Saya, named in praise, stands taller, a proud expression gracing his features, earning a nod of approval from Bishop Coin. Yet Glenn adds, but I often see him engaging with sheep. That is untrue. Father Saya exclaims, his face flushed. You have lost your mind. How dare you insult my character? A flicker of gold flashes in Bishop Coin's eyes as he scans Father Saya. You are lying. Realizing that the bishop can discern falsehoods, Father Saya hastily clarifies, I am not involved with sheep in that manner. I merely milk them. Glenn must have misinterpreted. You are full of it. Glenn roars, his voice akin to a raging lion. That was clearly a ram, the one with the most ample tail fat. The explosive revelation reverberates throughout the room, plunging it into silence. Bishop Coin surveys the scene, both Nun Miranda and Father Saya avoiding his gaze. Taking a deep breath, he muses, indeed, the Holy Tree Church is brimming with talent. Glenn turns to Bishop Coin, pleading, Bishop, the doctrines of the Holy Tree Church do not suit me. I do not wish to spend my life attending to sheep like the priest. Strip the hero's power from me. I implore you, Bishop. Anyone can take my place. Tears streaming down his face, Glenn suddenly points to the window. Even that eavesdropping little thief could suffice. Everyone is taken aback, glancing towards the window. Zhang Po hides behind it, internally exclaiming in disbelief. Is the hero's perception truly so sharp? By the way, the gossip of the Holy Tree Church is utterly astonishing. Crack! The bishop, radiating brilliance, shattered the glass and soared forth in search of the eavesdropping foe, yet found nothing. No one, Jelen, have you misperceived? Jelen shook his head, insisting. I cannot be mistaken. The power of the hero is wondrous. You have not consciously expanded your perception, hence you remain oblivious, but when I am awake, I am perpetually attuned to my surroundings. This is an innate ability. At this juncture, Jelen's frustration simmered, vexed by the unfortunate soul who had extracted him from the goblin lair and delivered him to the Holy Tree Church. To return me for such a futile purpose is utterly deplorable. The priest and the nun bore expressions of concern, apprehensive that their discourse might leak. Bishop Coin shook his head, assuring, Fear not. The common folk have always held numerous grievances against the church. Even if your indiscretions were to circulate, they would merely be regarded as idle chatter, lacking any serious consequence. Upon hearing Bishop Coin's reassurances, it was evident he wished to downplay the gravity of the situation, prompting Father Saya and Sister Miranda to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the matter of selecting a hero indeed warranted contemplation. Initially, we adhere to tradition by choosing a male vessel for the hero's power. Yet, as the essence of the hero's power has evolved beyond traditional confines, the vessel need not be male. Let us sift through the nuns within the church to identify one capable of bearing the hero's power. We shall endeavor to create a female hero. Jelen's countenance lit up with delight, astonished at the unexpected turn of events that might liberate him from the hero's power. What splendid news! He glanced toward the window where Zhang Po had previously concealed himself. Thank you for bringing me back. To the unknown benefactor, I am eternally grateful. At that moment, Zhang Po was oblivious to the gratitude of the hero Jelen, for he had already exited the instance world and arrived in the void. Chapter 013. After transformation, remember to wear black stockings. The adventurer has arrived in the void realm and has been assigned a personal base. Zhang Po opened his eyes to find himself in a vast expanse of whiteness, utterly devoid of anything but his solitary presence. Adventurer, you have received an email. He silently activated the mail system, and a virtual screen materialized before him. Congratulations. Novice adventurer, you have successfully completed the beginner assessment. However, your journey of adventure has merely commenced. Greater challenges await you ahead. The The Void system has prepared some gifts to facilitate your adventure. Void Coins 10,000, Key to the Void Realm 1. Basic passive skill scroll. Beginner's Vitality, detecting the key to the Void Realm. Binding in progress. Binding complete. Equipped with the key to the Void Realm, the adventurer may now freely enter and exit the Void Realm. Task points 100. With the successful binding of the key, the surrounding space began to transform. Silvery energy coalesced, reshaping into 3 devices. The following has been activated for the adventurer. Skill Enhancement Chamber, Equipment Repository, Warehouse. Please elevate the adventurer's rank to unlock additional functionalities. The Skill Enhancement Chamber resembled an inverted metallic sarcophagus. The Equipment Repository resembled a display case filled with weapons, showcasing all of Zhang Po's gear, including the Goblin Fong Dagger and the Raider's Mask. The Warehouse Management Console was a touch-screen interface, allowing him to browse and organize all the equipment and resources he had acquired. Zhang Po approached the Skill Enhancement Chamber, and the door automatically opened. He stepped inside, and the door closed behind him. Detection in progress. Detected skills: Devil's Muscle LV3, Condensation LV1, Freezing Air LV1, Banishment LV1, Non-Void Adventurer System products. Enhancement services not available. Please research independently. Detected passive skill scroll. Beginner's Vitality. Would you like to enhance it? Enhancement commencing. Void Coins minus 5,000. You have acquired the skill. Beginner's Vitality LV0, increasing vitality by 5. This skill's amplification will diminish once the adventurer reaches Vitality rank 3 and will require elevation to intermediate rank for further enhancement. Elevating this skill's level necessitates both Void Coins and Life Coins. Current Life Coins are at 0. Enhancement cannot proceed. Life Coins may be obtained through subsequent tasks. Your base life value is 186. Current life value: 186, 5, 195, 3. Note: the maximum base life value for an ordinary person is 100. Maximum life value will increase with the elevation of life rank and may also be enhanced through other means. With the enhancement complete, the chamber door opened, and Zhang Po stepped out. He clenched his fist, sensing the changes within. Indeed, his vitality had increased, albeit subtly. This passive skill proved to be quite useful. As it scaled by percentage, it would become increasingly potent in the later stages. The higher the base life value, the greater the skill's benefits, allowing for augmented resource investment. Analyzing adventurer task information, commencing the generation of a series of tasks. The content of the series of tasks will be dispatched to the adventurer via email. The adventurer may choose to remain in their personal base or return to the realm of reality. Having completed the enhancement, Zhang Po realized that lingering here was futile and thus returned to the real world. A whirlpool materialized beneath his feet, drawing him in with an irresistible allure, akin to being pulled into a swirling toilet. Blast it, here we go again. Can't they employ a different mode of transportation? Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself back in his home. Moshi, you finally returned. Zhang Po turned to see a weasel perched on the table, gazing at him. What brings you to my abode? Are you here to siphon off my misfortune, or to exact some form of vengeance? Not at all, the weasel replied, leaping down from the table, balancing on a small stool as it approached Zhang Po. Climbing atop the stool, it could now look down slightly on the seated Zhang Po, nodding with satisfaction. Speak, what is it that you wish? Zhang Po inquired. The little weasel cleared its throat, placing its tiny paw over its chest, and solemnly declared, Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Huang Xiaoxian, the unparalleled genius of the Huang clan, destined to become a great deity. Huang Xiaoxian held its head high, resembling an arrogant deity awaiting the homage of its followers. Zhang Po tilted his head quizzically. And what of it? Huang Xiaoxian shot a disapproving look at Zhang Po, a hint of frustration flickering in its eyes. Do you not grasp the significance of the title Great Deity? I'm offering you an opportunity to forge a pact with me. I shall condescend to serve as your guardian spirit, ensuring your prosperity, warding off calamities, securing your home, and fostering a flourishing lineage. After making this proclamation, Huang Xiaoxian raised its head once more, anticipating Zhang Po's submission, occasionally glancing at his reaction. Zhang Po squinted thoughtfully for a moment and remarked, So, What is it that has caught your fancy? My ability to siphon misfortune? Or perhaps my identity as an adventurer from the void? Spare me the denials. My sudden appearance in this room must have revealed something to you. The identity of a void adventurer is hardly a closely guarded secret. The entire nation is aware of it. Becoming an adventurer is even one of the methods for students to be channeled after the college entrance examination. Those with aptitude can embark on adventures in other realms, bringing back invaluable technological insights to aid national development. Consequently, the government has implemented numerous policies to cultivate seeds of void adventurers. For instance, the mandatory course in primary and secondary schools, national meditation techniques, 7th set, the rising sun, or the various physical techniques and cold weapon usage methods mandated by the Education Bureau. Physical education teachers can no longer fall ill, with their workloads multiplying tenfold, yet their salaries only tripled. Additionally, everyone is provided with manuals such as the Barefoot Doctor's Handbook and Friends of Dual-Use Talents in Military and Civilian Spheres. Having revealed her thoughts, Huang Xiaoxian no longer held her head high, but instead chuckled mischievously. You see, since the establishment of the nation, one is not permitted to become a spirit. I only returned after achieving such a status, and to thrive here, I must have a solid backing. Collaborating with powerful families would only reduce me to the status of a mere laborer. However, if one were to choose a companion of great potential, one who rises from humble beginnings to flourish together, that would be a steadfast ally. Thus, young one, forge a pact and become a disciple of the mystical arts. Huang Xiaoxian extended her fluffy paws, enticingly proclaiming, once I transform, I shall undoubtedly become an exquisite beauty, and I shall don black silk for your delight. I prefer it without, Zhang Po muttered inwardly. What benefit shall I gain from this pact? Zhang Po inquired. Huang Xiaoxian remained composed and brimming with confidence. Do you understand the art of fortune-taking? Zhang Po fell silent. He comprehended the concept of fortune-taking, albeit only partially. When it came to seizing luck, he had yet to experience success. However, when it came to misfortune, it was an abundance he could grasp. Fear not, for I am quite the expert. If we form this pact, I shall teach you the ways to seize luck from others, and together we shall ascend to the pinnacle of life. Zhang Po raised an eyebrow. To seize luck from others, unprovoked and without enmity? How base! Yet, those with grievances would also find it unattainable. I possess 5 millennia of ancestral expertise. Seizing luck is effortless for me. Zhang Po remained unimpressed. Do you not wish to seize the luck of your enemies? Zhang Po's eyes sparkled with intrigue. I have a method. I can teach you. Zhang Po grasped Huang Xiaoxian's paw. A delightful collaboration. And remember, upon your transformation, with a black silk. Chapter 001, Series Mission 2, The Castle of White Corpses. The contract has been signed, and Huang Xiaoxian will join the adventure as a dependent. Skill resonance detected. The ceiling has been upgraded to level 2, slightly enhancing the abilities to seize luck and misfortune values. The contract concluded. Zhang Po joyfully welcomed his household spirit. Now that the contract is finalized, Huang Xiaoxian gazed at Zhang Po with eager anticipation. When shall we embark on our adventure in the void world? Zhang Po shook his head. I have just completed my novice adventure task. It will be a few days before I can continue. Huang Xiaoxian expressed her disappointment. All right then, a few days won't make much difference. Subsequently, Huang Xiaoxian confidently surveyed their living environment, nodding in approval. Although it was somewhat modest, it was clean and tidy. After exploring the house a few times, she finally pointed to a room and declared, "This room shall be mine." Choosing the guest room, Zhang Po paid it no mind and nodded in agreement. Wow! Huang Xiaoxian leapt into the air and landed on the bed, rolling on the mattress. Is this what a human bed feels like? How delightful! Zhang Po shook his head and turned to enter the study, powering on the computer. He logged onto the Adventure Management Bureau's website to request the transfer of his academic records. Within minutes, a call came through. Hello, is this Zhang Po? This is the Adventure Management Bureau. Yes, this is Zhang Po. Could you confirm whether you have successfully completed your novice adventure task and obtained the access key to the Void Realm? Indeed. Very well. We shall visit you shortly to verify your identity. The Bureau staff soon arrived, equipped with a device that scanned Zhang Po. Verification complete. Your academic records will be transferred to the Bureau within a month, and related information will be sent to you via email. You will receive a monthly living subsidy of 1,000 yuan directly credited to your Social Security card. Lastly, we anticipate your contributions to the nation. After relaying the information, the staff departed. Thus, Zhang Po successfully navigated the college entrance examination flow, becoming a professional adventurer. The following day, notification. The misfortune seal has generated a lucky gift. You have received talent awakening. Talent awakened. Extraordinary wisdom. Extraordinary to the forefront. Wisdom to follow. Zhang Po's heart skipped a beat. Extraordinary wisdom. It did not seem to be a favorable term. He hastily got up and entered Huang Xiaoxian's room, lifting her from the bed. Caught off guard, Huang Xiaoxian exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing? This is your fault." Zhang Po tapped Huang Xiaoxian's forehead. "Back then, during the sealing, you could have simply refused. Instead, you had to mention my extraordinary wisdom. Look where we are now." Huang Xiaoxian, bewildered, replied, "What are you talking about? Put me down." After tossing her back onto the bed, Zhang Po displayed his information panel to her. In the talent section, a new entry read, "Extraordinary wisdom." Huang Xiaoxian gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. Could it be that my curse truly succeeded? When did I acquire such power? This has absolutely nothing to do with me. I'm merely a weasel, capable of bestowing blessings, but not curses, let alone endowing anyone with extraordinary talents. It must be that you already possessed a remarkable gift of wisdom, which has merely awakened. You should ascertain its utility. Perhaps it is an exceptionally beneficial talent. Zhang Po pondered for a while, but could not discern any usefulness in this matter, nor did any newfound wisdom emerge in his mind. Oh well, with daily tribulations, an additional spark of brilliance is inconsequential. How much worse could it possibly get? Time swiftly elapsed. A series of tasks has been generated. Adventurers, please enter the Void Realm. Off we go, into the adventure of the Void. Zhang Po beckoned to Huang Xiaoxian. Is it finally beginning? Huang Xiaoxian let out an exuberant cry, leaping onto Zhang Po's shoulder, brimming with excitement. In the blink of an eye, the duo arrived at the personal base within the Void Realm. Volume 1 of the series of tasks, Rescue the Hero, has been completed. Recap. The hero is trapped in a goblin nest, incessantly spawning goblin warriors, which has further yielded goblin marauders. The adventurer by Gue rescued the hero from peril, but the hero's power has leaked out, leaving a lingering threat. Catherine is currently tracking the goblin marauders and seems to have encountered some difficulties. The series of tasks, Volume 2, Castle of the White Corpses, is now open. Initiating teleportation. Bang! Zhang Po felt as though he had been struck with tremendous force. His vision faded to black, and he lost consciousness. Upon regaining his eyesight, he found himself in a dense forest. The back of his head throbbed. Had he been knocked into another world? It would have been preferable to be flushed into another realm by a toilet. Surveying his surroundings, he found no sign of Huang Xiaoxian. Huang Xiaoxian! Huang Xiaoxian! Zhang Po called out loudly. Rustling sounds emerged from a nearby bush. Huang Xiaoxian? Zhang Po cautiously approached the shrub, a dagger materializing in his hand, his expression vigilant. Suddenly, a figure burst forth, clad in armor, a black knight. The knight charged at Zhang Po, its armored hand reaching for his neck. Zhang Po felt an odd sensation. That massive hand seemed to dominate his entire field of vision, exerting an overwhelming force, far from a mere grasp. Knight's hand melee skill grapple, throw, slam. Unable to evade, Zhang Po raised his hand to shield himself, only to be seized by the knight's grip on his wrist. The Black Knight, using its body to leverage its arm, yanked back and forth, disrupting Zhang Po's balance. Then, the knight thrust Zhang Po into the air, yet its hand remained firmly clamped around his arm. In that moment, time seemed to slow for Zhang Po. He could sense the knight's movements. Next, would it be a throw? No, it was a slam. If he were to be slammed down hard, his spine would undoubtedly break. Huh! Zhang Po let out a low shout, rapidly invoking 2 spells, condensing water into ice. The flowing water gathered, enveloping the Black Knight, instantly freezing it, encasing the knight in ice. The knight's slamming technique was interrupted by the ice, yet continued to clutch Zhang Po's arm tightly. before Zhang Po could free himself. The Black Knight shattered the ice, his strength surging once more, intent on slamming Zhang Po down again. In a perilous moment, Zhang Po swiftly changed tactics, grasping the Black Knight's arm, bending his legs to gather force, and delivering a powerful kick to the knight's face. Bang! With tremendous force, the knight was momentarily stunned, staggering backwards and releasing his grip. Zhang Po fell to the ground, rolling to create distance before rising to his feet. Channeling his magical energy, he infused it into his dagger, which shimmered with a dangerous glow as the power coursed along the blade. After a brief skirmish, Zhang Po recognized the formidable nature of his adversary and, without hesitation, charged at the Black Knight. The knight drew his massive sword from his back, twirling it with finesse as he advanced toward Zhang Po. Enough! Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. A white-armored knight, wielding twin swords, materialized between them, effortlessly parrying both the dagger's thrust and the sword's slash. The voice was familiar, causing Zhang Po to pause in astonishment. Catherine? When did she become this powerful? Chapter 002. Catherine, Green, and Zhang Po. A week ago, after parting ways with Zhang Po, Catherine returned to her hometown, a small farm situated on the outskirts of town. The once thriving farm had fallen into neglect, as she was the sole occupant, without anyone to manage it. In the past, the place was bustling with life. Her father was an adept cultivator and livestock raiser. Her mother was gentle, yet capable, and her brother was a mischievous rascal, often subjected to pranks. However, everything changed when her father went missing, only to be found later, drained by goblins. Although they rescued him, he succumbed not long after. Her mother, left to manage the farm alone, fell ill after years of toil and eventually passed away. Subsequently, her brother joined the Sacred Tree Church and gained the favor of its higher-ups. Catherine had hoped that life would gradually improve, but 2 years ago, her brother too vanished without a trace. Alone on the farm, Catherine often pondered how her home had devolved into such a state. The pivotal moment had been when goblins abducted her father. A fierce flame of vengeance ignited within her, and she became an adventurer, specifically hunting goblins. Over the course of 2 years, she garnered considerable renown, earning the moniker Goblin Slayer. Time slipped away swiftly, and her thirst for revenge slowly waned. She no longer concerned herself with whether her brother was still alive. Nevertheless, Catherine continued to hunt goblins. Uncertain of her next steps, she found solace in this singular pursuit. It was as if she had become a directionless automaton, perpetually executing her goblin-slaying program. She would survey the scene, devise a hunting plan, execute the kill, collect the spoils, settle her missions, procure supplies, and return home to recuperate. At this moment, she found herself at the final step of her routine, returning home to rest. The house remained as desolate as ever. There were footprints on the ground. Catherine squatted down to examine them. The impressions were fresh, leading in a single direction, indicating someone had been inside. The footprints were large, belonging to a male, standing at least 6 feet tall. Judging by the softness of the soil and the depth of the prints, he appeared to be lean. Catherine unsheathed her short spear and stealthily approached the windowsill, peering inside, where a familiar figure came into view. Brother. Green was seated at the table, dozing off, but upon hearing Catherine's voice, he instantly perked up. Catherine, you're finally back. He pulled her inside, and they sat facing each other. Catherine removed her helmet, revealing her silver-braided hair and a face marked by determination yet weariness. In this long-awaited reunion, Catherine displayed no sign of excitement. Green felt a pang of guilt. Having evaded the church for years, he had naturally lost contact with her. She must be angry with him. Where have you been for the past 2 years? Catherine inquired. I was loitering in a goblin nest. Green would never respond so bluntly. Before returning, he had meticulously prepared his explanation. He had been on a secret mission for the church, venturing into the land of white corpses. Oh, Catherine replied nonchalantly, falling silent. Her reaction brought a sigh of relief to Green, yet he felt a growing tension. I've been missing for 2 years, and this is your reaction? Look how much weight I've lost, and you don't care at all? Enough of this. leaving without a word and severing ties for 2 years hardly grants one the right to speak of Catherine. She ought to blame me. Fortunately, I have returned bearing compensation. Catherine, I bring you a gift, a title, a chance to become a hero. Under the guidance of Green, Catherine arrived at the Church of the Sacred Tree. Bishop Coin had awaited them for quite some time. Green, have you clearly communicated the situation to your sister? Indeed, Green replied. If Catherine harmonizes with the power of a hero, she shall receive half of it. Bishop Coin nodded and turned to Catherine. Research indicates that a male physique can bear the full power of a hero, albeit with certain side effects. Conversely, females can carry the hero's power without such effects, but only half of it. Fortunately, the hero's power can replicate, replenish, and enhance its vessel. If you inherit half and devote time to grow alongside the hero's power, you may eventually become the perfect hero. The prerequisite, of course, is your compatibility with this power. Green spoke with confidence. She is my sister, closely related by blood. Her compatibility will not be lacking. This was one of the reasons Bishop Coin consented to Catherine inheriting the hero's power. Coin nodded and began the transfer of the hero's power. Everything proceeded smoothly. Catherine demonstrated a greater affinity for the hero's power than Green, and upon inheriting it, she could already wield a portion of it. Gazing at the crimson energy in her palm, Catherine fell into contemplation. Why did the hero's power mirror the energy of the mutated goblin so precisely? She looked at Green, her eyes filled with deep suspicion. Had Green truly been in the land of the white corpses for the past 2 years, rather than in a goblin cave? His emaciated appearance and mental state were eerily reminiscent of their fathers from years past. Green, do you have a dear friend willing to risk their life to save you? Catherine inquired. Green was momentarily taken aback, bewildered. A dear friend? Did he possess such a thing? No, Green affirmed decisively. He noticed a flicker of disappointment in Catherine's eyes. A disappointment in her brother. What did I say wrong? Green pondered, filled with confusion. He wished to ask further, but Catherine seemed disinclined to converse with him. In the days that followed, the church trained Catherine, with Green accompanying her throughout. His intentions were not malicious. He simply harbored doubts about the character of the church members, whom he deemed to be scoundrels. Even though he himself was a rogue, he did not wish for Catherine to fall victim to their misdeeds. Once training concluded, Catherine regained her freedom and resumed her hunt for goblins. I sensed the power of a hero, another individual possessing it, Catherine stated. Green dismissed her observation. The other half of the hero's power resides in a young nun. You must be sensing her, for she has now become a saint. Catherine looked at Green and suddenly remarked something out of context. I'm going to track the mutated goblins. Green's heart skipped a beat. Mutated goblins? During his 2 years of decline, it seemed perhaps he had inadvertently created several nests of hero goblin offspring. However, they had all been consumed by the leaders within the lair, who then evolved and acquired the power of a hero. Jelen initially intended to linger for a few more days before vanquishing the goblin chief, but unexpectedly encountered misfortune, being captured and taken away. Upon returning to the church, Jelen still retained his heroic powers, yet could sense no other heroic presence. He hurried back to the goblin lair, only to discover the lair's leader had been brutally disemboweled, the body in a state of grotesque decay, suffused with an unbearable stench. Through the connection between heroic powers, he could ascertain that within 100 miles, no goblin possessed such power. They had all been slain. With a sense of relief washing over him, Jelen donned his black armor and set off on a mission alongside Catherine, who was still acclimatizing to her own heroic powers and required companionship. As a former hero with considerable experience, he was the most suitable companion. During their pursuit of the mutated goblins, they decided to separate to drive the creatures into a corner. Suddenly, Jelen halted, gazing upward as a spatial distortion materialized in the sky. A body plummeted to the ground, landing on the grass. Jelen, cautious, refrained from approaching immediately. Instead, he concealed himself within the bushes, observing the corpse. Although his sensory abilities had significantly diminished without his heroic powers, he still found the body eerily familiar. Abruptly, the corpse animated, rising to its feet and shouting, "Huang Xiaoxian! Huang Xiaoxian!" The sensation and the voice triggered a memory. It was the very same person who had tied him up and brought him back to the church. eavesdropping on the corners of the sanctum. His sordid past and the church's secrets had all been overheard by this individual. And to think, he had even force-fed him unspeakable substances. Oh, benevolent soul, I thank your ancestors for 8 generations. Jelen shook the bushes, creating a sound to lure Zhang Po closer. Zhang Po, ever cautious, brandished his weapon before slowly approaching. Jelen burst forth from the underbrush, grasping for Zhang Po's neck with a knight's hand. A fierce struggle ensued, with each exchanging blows. After receiving a heavy kick to the face, Jelen's frustration boiled over. Had he not lost his heroic powers and suffered a drop in level, he would have dispatched this scoundrel long ago. Jelen unsheathed his great sword, charging at Zhang Po. This ends now. Catherine materialized between them, her twin blades interposing themselves against the dagger and great sword. By Gui, he is my brother, Jelen. Jelen, this is my comrade, by Gui. The brief introduction, coupled with overwhelming force, prompted both men to cease their hostilities. Catherine, Zhang Po inquired, surprised. How do you possess heroic power? Upon hearing the term heroic power, Catherine became more convinced that Zhang Po was indeed Jelen's close friend. For secrets of the church to be divulged, Jelen would never share them with anyone but a confidant. What I provide is none of your concern, Jelen retorted, visibly displeased. Ignoring him, Zhang Po removed his predator mask, turning to Catherine, awaiting her response. Catherine sheathed her twin swords, stating, an additional source of strength will facilitate our hunt for the goblins. Chapter 003. The girl you secretly loved in childhood was actually a boy. I was pursuing the mutated goblins when Catherine interjected, let's not discuss that. She immediately pointed her sword at Zhang Po, demanding, tell me, were you eavesdropping on the church's secrets that day? Zhang Po grinned, what secrets? Was it about you being blessed by the nun, or the priest's peculiar fondness for sheep, or perhaps your escapades with the goblins? Before Zhang Po could finish, Green swung his sword, only to be thwarted by Catherine's sudden push. Perhaps she exerted too much force, for Green rolled a considerable distance on the ground. Catherine froze, realizing her instinctive reaction lacked restraint. Brother, are you all right? Green gazed at Catherine in disbelief, feeling a profound sense of betrayal akin to being backstabbed by a loved one. Today, my heart aches, my hands tremble. Catherine, how could you treat me this way? I am your dear brother. He glared angrily at Zhang Po. It's all your fault. Sensing the hostility in Green's eyes, Catherine positioned herself protectively in front of Zhang Po. Catherine, step aside. I wish to duel him. Catherine firmly refused. The white ghost risked his life to rescue you from the goblin's lair. And this is how you treat your dearest friend? Friend? Him? Huh. Having a friend like him is the worst misfortune of my life. Green expressed his disdain, continuously disparaging Zhang Po. As soon as he uttered those words, he suddenly realized he had misspoken and quickly attempted to rectify it. What goblin lair? I was studying the sacred tree scriptures. I have never been to a goblin lair. Catherine's tone immediately turned frigid. So, you admit you spent 2 years in the goblin lair, correct? Green's face twitched, taken aback that Catherine would trick him. She was no longer the caring little sister he once knew. No matter what, he could never admit to such a thing. Even if he had been to a goblin lair, it was solely to eradicate them. After all, their father had perished at the hands of goblins. Then why have you become so emaciated? You resemble our father during his last days, Catherine pressed him. My thinness is due to exhaustion. I battled in the land of white corpses for 2 years, enduring countless injuries and losing copious amounts of blood. It is only natural to be a bit thinner. Green declared with righteous indignation, standing tall, completely devoid of any guilt from his lies being exposed. His demeanor indeed swayed Catherine. Green quickly added fuel to the fire. If I am deceiving you, may the Sacred Tree Church be utterly destroyed. Zhang Po observed with an odd expression. He had overheard that clandestine church meeting. Green, the fool, seemed eager for the Sacred Tree Church's demise to avoid adhering to its strict regulations. However, Zhang Po chose not to expose him, wishing to preserve the brotherly image in Catherine's eyes. Should he reveal the truth, Green would surely drag him down into the chaos. Occasionally glancing at Zhang Po, Green felt relieved when he noticed Zhang Po refraining from disclosing the truth. You are perceptive. Otherwise, even if Catherine intervened. I would have unleashed my fury upon you. Catherine, however, did not immediately accept his words, but fell into deep contemplation. In Catherine's perception, Green had devoted himself to the church since childhood and must be a devout follower of the Sacred Tree Church. Green boldly swore an oath by the Sacred Tree Church's curse, suggesting he spoke the truth and had high credibility. However, according to church records, prior to Green relinquishing his powers as a hero, he was the only one recognized as such by the church. If it were not for Green's reckless behavior, how could the goblins have acquired the powers of a hero? This presents an undeniable logical inconsistency. With this thought, Catherine's gaze turned resolute as she questioned Green. You're still lying, using your father as a shield. Green, you have gone too far. Catherine suddenly appeared before Green and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Green was sent flying, crashing into several trees. As he struggled to rise, he attempted to justify himself, but Zhang Po interjected. Enough. Don't bother trying. Before you transferred your powers, you were the only hero recognized by the church. Those goblins with hero powers are undoubtedly connected to you. This is a logical inconsistency you cannot escape. Green was momentarily stunned, reflecting on Zhang Po's words. He realized the truth in what Zhang Po said. No matter how he argued, the logical inconsistency remained. Under the premise of there being only one hero, the other hero powers must be linked to him. As for the claim that he was not the only hero, regrettably, Catherine had already perused the church's research materials. He, Green, was indeed the initial vessel of the new hero power. With a thud, Green fell to his knees before Catherine. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied. I should have used my father as a shield. Green, feeling utterly defeated, admitted his fault without hesitation. Catherine, seemingly accustomed to Green's shamelessness, snorted coldly and turned to leave. Observing Catherine's reaction, Green exhaled in relief. It seemed he had managed to evade the consequences. In their childhood, whenever he made Catherine angry or brought her tears, this tactic had always worked. My dear friend, Green approached Zhang Po with a mocking smile, grasping his hand. Since when did I gain such a friend as you? Long, long ago. Zhang Po added, that girl you secretly admired in your childhood was actually a boy. Green was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing through memories, locking onto a figure and contrasting it with Zhang Po before him. A delicate girl with long, straight black hair and a sunny youth with short black hair. Green shuddered and abruptly pushed Zhang Po away. You're talking nonsense. That's utter rubbish. Zhang Po merely smiled in silence. Green felt a prickling unease at the back of his head. He found himself doubting himself. He had already experienced Zhang Po's strength. Rescuing someone from a goblin lair was indeed perilous. Why would a complete stranger risk their life to save him? Though he didn't require rescuing. The more he pondered, the more nauseated he felt, to the point where he almost regretted the meal he had had the previous night. Zhang Po was somewhat surprised by Green's reaction. A casual remark had seemingly led him to concoct an entire narrative. Ugh, just thinking about it is nauseating. The two followed Catherine, one on each side, arriving beside a lifeless body. Before them lay the lifeless form of a goblin raider, as perpetually bare as ever, boasting the exquisite physique of a succubus. Yet its skin bore an unsettling pallor. The goblin raider, an elite goblin evolved from the consumption of heroic goblin offspring, was aptly named, as Zhang Po noted. Catherine concurred with this assessment. She extended her finger to touch the raider's abdomen, where a crimson pattern emerged, and dark red heroic energy seeped from corpse, coalescing into a sphere of heroic power in Catherine's grasp. She waved the orb in front of Glenn, seemingly inquiring which of his former acquaintances it belonged to. Glenn awkwardly scratched his nose. Why does its corpse appear so pale? Zhang Po inquired. Ordinary goblins are green. Goblin raiders are red-tinged green, and heroic goblins are dark red. A pale one is a rare sight indeed. Glenn took the lead in the conversation, his expression turning serious. She was infected by the white mistworm, transforming into a white corpse. Logically, she should not have been susceptible, given that she possessed heroic power. White mistworm, white corpse, were those? Zhang Po asked, having never encountered these terms before. Catherine, although familiar with Glenn's mention of the land of white corpses, lacked detailed knowledge and thus turned to Glenn for elucidation. After a moment of contemplation, Glenn articulated, "In the land of white corpses, there exists a creature known as the white mistworm, which congregates and manifests as a white mist. They seek out living hosts to parasitize, turning the blood, flesh, and skin of the infected into a ghastly white. When the host's energy is depleted, the worms amalgamate and metamorphose into a plant. This plant ruptures the host's body, sprouting black leaves and white flowers, which continuously emit vast quantities of white mistworms. These worms then resume their search for hosts, perpetuating the cycle. The parasitized hosts have their soul, energy, and vitality drained, and the white corpses seek out, attack, and consume other life forms. These entities are exceedingly dangerous, typically found only in the land of white corpses. What brings them here?" Glenn expressed his confusion. Zhang Po stroked his chin thoughtfully. "The white mistworm sounds akin to a zombie virus from a film, capable of airborne transmission." He took a step back, anxious. "We won't be infected, will we?" "Not at all," Glenn reassured him. "During the parasitic phase, the white mistworm can only spread through blood. It is only in its mist form that it can be airborne." Observing the wounds, "The host has not been destroyed for long. The white mistworm requires at least 2 hours to transform into its plant form and disperse the worms." Catherine examined the wounds on the corpse closely, extracting a long, sharp hair. It appears she was killed by an onslaught of dense hairs. Zhang Po took the hair, scrutinizing it closely. Its sheen and rich color suggested it belonged to Huang Xiaoxian. "Ah, at last, I have found you." Huang Xiaoxian's voice emerged from the ground as she burrowed her way up and perched on Zhang Po's shoulder. He gently cradled her in his palm. "Did you slay this white corpse?" he queried. "Indeed, I am quite formidable, am I not?" Standing on Zhang Po's hand, Huang Xiaoxian struck a defiant pose, hands on hips, exuding an air of bravado. Catherine gazed curiously at this loquacious yellow creature. Green even ventured to poke at it, only to be swatted away by Huang Xiaoxian's large tail. Where did this yellow-haired imp come from? Such a lack of manners. Huang Xiaoxian bared its teeth, claws on hips, glaring furiously at Green. "Zhang Po, discipline him." Zhang Po shook his head. "Not yet. He still holds some utility." "Hey, you rascal," Green said, exasperated. "You speak so openly without regard for others, do you?" Zhang Po then placed Huang Xiaoxian on his shoulder. They had now reunited with Catherine, and the next step was to investigate. Mission update. Investigate the source of the white corpses. Green, you previously mentioned that white corpses should not appear here. The presence of something that ought not to be here can only have 2 explanations. One is accidental. The white corpses wandered into this area, and the white mist worms spread with the wind, infecting the goblin raiders. The other is deliberate. Someone brought the white mist worms or white corpses here, subsequently infecting the goblin raiders. Green shook his head. The likelihood of it being deliberate is quite low. The land of white corpses is a no man's land, a border where 3 nations converge. The 3 nations do not wish for the white mistworms to spread. Hence they established a barrier around the borders of the land of white corpses. They also do not want to escalate tensions by bordering each other. Thus they maintain the land of white corpses, building walls behind the barrier with the Holy Tree Church, the Church of Light, and the military of the Sun Holy Nation, each guarding their respective sections. Zhang Po pondered for a moment. If what you say is true, then the probability of it being deliberate increases. The 3 major powers have been vigilant against the white mist worms, making the chance of natural flow very slim. Thus, the likelihood of human involvement is greater. For instance, the Church of Light or the Sun Holy Nation might wish to incite conflict in the backyard of the Holy Tree Church. Green did not respond to Zhang Po's conjecture, stating, "Regardless, I must inform the church about the white corpses." "Catherine, let us return to the church." Catherine turned to Zhang Po. "What will you do next?" "Investigate the origins of the white corpses. I shall accompany you." "Brother, you return first." Green wore an irked expression, having intended to seize the opportunity to take Catherine away from Zhang Po, this outsider. Now, it seemed he had become the outsider. Green shot a glare at Zhang Po, his instincts telling him that Zhang Po was not to be trusted. He could not allow Catherine to be alone with him. "You are unfamiliar with white corpses. It could lead to unforeseen circumstances. I possess ample experience. I shall join you. Green changed his mind, whistling for a hawk to descend onto his hand. I shall pen a letter and send it back with the hawk. Huang Xiaoxian activated the team chat channel, grinning mischievously. Big brother is guarding against you. By the way, you are quite impressive. It hasn't been long, and you've already charmed a female knight. Zhang Po cast a sidelong glance at Huang Xiaoxian and rolled his eyes. This is my second visit here. Moreover, you are overthinking it. It is merely camaraderie between comrades. Oof. Huang Xiaoxian appeared unconvinced. Green approached a corpse and conjured a fireball with a raised hand. The corpse ignited, turning to a wisp of black smoke and a pile of charred ashes. Zhang Po stepped back a few paces. The temperature of the fireball was rather outrageous. Even though the brave warrior had fallen from grace, he still possessed a modicum of skill. Glenn blew on his fingertips to dissipate the lingering warmth and shot a provocative glare at Zhang Po. Firelight and thunder counter the white mist insects. You must be of the water attribute, for such hosts are favored by the white mist insects. Suddenly, Catherine inquired, Brother, is there a way to prevent inhaling the white mist insects? Indeed. Here, take this. Glenn replied with a smile as he retrieved 2 specially crafted masks from his pocket, handing one to Catherine and donning the other himself, then teasingly gazing at Zhang Po. Let's see how you manage this. White ghost for you. Catherine passed the mask to Zhang Po. I am shielded by the power of the brave. I need not wear a mask. Glenn's smile faltered, frozen on his face. Zhang Po chuckled softly, placing the raider mask upon his face and tapping it lightly. Did you not notice? This mask lacks ventilation holes. It can filter the air. The raider mask had no nostrils or eye openings, fitting snugly against the face without obstructing breath or vision. Truly remarkable. I had forgotten, Catherine remarked as she secured her own mask, finding it indeed quite effective. Here, take it back. She returned the mask to Glenn, whose expression twisted in dismay. What is this, a couple's mask? He thought, feeling inexplicably like an outsider just moments ago. Now he felt akin to a stray dog on the roadside, having just received a kick. How utterly vexing. Enough. Let us proceed to the nearby town for a look. If the town is devoid of white corpses, we should be fine. We can search the wilderness for clues thereafter. However, should we encounter white corpses within the town, the wilderness will be of little consequence. The church will employ holy tree radiance to reduce the entire area to ashes. I wish to see you burn to a crisp alongside it. Glenn thought grimly to himself. Chapter 004. The City of Baron, 4,000 words. The trio arrived at a crucial thoroughfare and boarded a public carriage. Their journey westward unfolded without any unusual occurrences. Farmers tended to their fields and livestock as merchants occasionally drove their carts laden with goods toward Baron Town. Glenn breathed a sigh of relief, remarking, fortunately, the white mist worm has not spread to this area. Otherwise, the local flora and fauna would suffer dire consequences. Zhang pondered, what exactly is the holy tree's divine light you mentioned? Glenn elaborated. The holy tree's divine light is a formidable weapon wielded by the Holy Tree Church. It emits an intense beam of light, incinerating all life across a vast expanse of land. This method proves to be the most effective means of eradicating the white mist worm and the white corpses, albeit at a grave cost to many innocent lives, including those uninfected. If the situation spirals out of control, the church will resort to drastic measures, excising the infected flesh, even at the risk of significant casualties. Catherine interjected, with such power at the church's disposal, could it not directly eliminate the white corpse's territory? Glenn nodded. Indeed, it could reach the very heart of the Holy Light Church and the Sun Holy Nation. However, he shook his head. But if the Holy Tree Church dares to take such action, the Holy Light Church and the Sun Holy Nation would retaliate with their own devastating weapons against all nations. Zhang contemplated. The Holy Tree's divine light bears resemblance to nuclear deterrence. Should any nation launch a nuclear strike, it would retaliate by unleashing all its nuclear arsenal upon every nation. Ensuring mutuelle destruction. The aim is not only to annihilate the enemy, but also to eliminate any potential threats, preventing any nation from seizing an opportunity. Yet, the Holy Tree's divine light appears to be more environmentally considerate, capable of being deployed within one's own territory to eliminate hazards. The weight of such a nuclear option hangs ominously overhead. This task is indeed troubling. We must control the situation and contain the spread of the white corpses. Otherwise, a single strike of the holy tree's divine light would spell our doom. Zhang straightened, a sense of urgency gripping him. The three continued their journey toward Baron Castle. At the city gates of Baron, the entrance tax was 1 silver coin. The gatekeeper, sword in hand and clad in armor, regarded the line of merchants entering with a stoic expression. One merchant frowned and complained, "Why has the tax increased so much? It used to be merely 10 copper coins." "Less chatter," the gatekeeper retorted. "If you find it excessive, conduct your business elsewhere. If you refuse to pay the tax, there are plenty of merchants who will." The merchant cursed under his breath and begrudgingly paid the entrance fee. After the merchant entered, it was the turn of Zhang and his companions. Catherine presented her adventurer's card. The gatekeeper removed his hand from the sword hilt and waved them through. Adventurers are exempt from taxes. Before they could venture far, the gatekeeper called out behind them. "The Adventurers Guild has recently posted lucrative tasks. You may wish to inquire." Zhang smiled, with the rise in taxes and the promise of abundant rewards. It seems Baron City is facing challenges. Glenn furrowed his brow. "Let's hope it is not related to the white corpses." Zhang suggested, "We should seek out the highest authority in the town to gather information." "Glenn, given your status, it should not be difficult for you to meet him." Glenn shook his head. "Let's instead head to the Adventurers Guild." Zhang Po regarded Green with suspicion, inquiring whether he harbored any grievances against the city lord. Green remained silent, proceeding towards the Adventurers Guild. Catherine refrained from advising Green, instead elucidating to Zhang Po. "The position of city lord does not exist. This territory belongs to Baron Baron. It is rumored that Baron Baron and Green are rivals in love." Zhang Po raised an eyebrow, curiosity glinting in his eyes as he asked, "Who lost?" "They all did." The heroine of the tale became the prince's consort. "TSK, TSK, TSK." Zhang Po shook his head. In Baron City, at the branch of the Adventurers Guild, the trio approached the counter. They were greeted by a destitute half-elf maiden, donning a pair of exquisitely crafted golden spectacles that matched her delicate features. Catherine presented her adventurer's card. Among the three, she held the highest rank at level 20. The higher one's level, the greater the privileges within the Adventurers Guild, and, consequently, the more information one could acquire. "Has anything significant happened in Baron City recently?" Catherine inquired. Before the half-elf maiden could respond, Green interjected, "We require a private discussion." The half-elf maiden looked to Catherine, who nodded in affirmation. "Very well, please follow me." In a secluded chamber, the four took their seats. The half-elf maiden adjusted her glasses and asked, "What information do you seek?" Catherine got straight to the point, "The white corpse." The half-elf maiden blinked, chuckling as she shook her head. "There are no white corpses here. Baron City is quite safe." The trio found themselves unable to discern whether the half-elf maiden was lying, plunging into silence. Zhang Po shifted the topic. "Let us discuss any lucrative missions available." In an instant, Green grasped Zhang Po's intent. If news of the white corpse were to spread, it would undoubtedly disrupt the city's order, and Baron Baron would likely suppress the information, dealing with it discreetly. The sudden increase in taxes and the availability of lucrative missions were undoubtedly linked. Moreover, these missions were likely related to the white corpse. The half-elf maiden pondered for a moment. "Miss Catherine, with your level 20, you are eligible for that mission. But you too." She hesitated, that's rather awkward. Catherine had gained the power of a hero, soaring in levels, while Zhang Po barely reached level 8. And Green, having lost his heroic power, had plummeted to level 10. Zhang Po turned to Catherine, explaining, "Catherine is the captain. The two of us are support, part of the same team." In that case, the half-elf maiden hesitated briefly, then said, "Never mind, please wait a moment while I consult the mission issuer." Half an hour later, Baron Baron has consented. Details of the mission will require a face-to-face discussion. Zhang Po smiled at Green, teasing, "What is meant to happen will happen. One cannot ultimately evade their fate." Green cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Po, remaining reticent. At Baron Castle, under the half-elf maiden's guidance, the trio met Baron Baron in the castle's reception room. Baron Baron was a young man impeccably dressed, with slick, neatly combed chestnut hair and a sparse beard that had not seen grooming in some time. Emotionless, with eyes brimming with fatigue. The moment he laid eyes on Green, the corner of Baron S. mouth curled into a mocking smile. "Ah, what is this? Are you unable to get by and have come here to beg for scraps?" Such a delightful taunt, perfectly attuned to the current circumstances. Zhang Po was keen to see how Green would respond. Still arrogant? You're in for it. Green maintained an audacious demeanor, unyielding in his confidence. The Baron was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening in an instant, yet he swiftly regained his impassive facade. This was Baron S. territory, part of the Oran Duchy. Even if the Holy Tree Church sought to fabricate charges and arrest me, they would first require the permission of His Majesty Oran. Green smirked coldly, unfazed. Regarding the white corpse, it certainly necessitates special measures, to be handled with utmost gravity. To establish a precedent, the Baron S. gaze turned frigid. There is no white corpse here. Green S. eyes sharpened. The Holy Tree Church declares there is, therefore, there is. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, the faint sound of footsteps and the clinking of armor echoing from outside. Zhang Po had no doubt that should the Baron shatter the cup at hand, those outside would immediately rush in, ready to cleave them into bits. Beneath the table, out of the Baroness' sight, Green discreetly nudged Catherine's leg with his toe. Understanding the cue, Catherine promptly grasped the hilt of her sword. Catching a glimpse of her movement, Green's eyes twitched imperceptibly. "That was not my intention. I utter harsh words as the villain to pave the way for you. The hero, to speak kindly." Just as the situation was on the brink of escalating, Zhang Po cleared his throat and placed a hand on Catherine's shoulder. "Ahem. Let us cease this playful banter between old friends and return to more pressing matters." The Baron turned to Zhang Po. "And you are?" "A white ghost, a nameless entity. I am here for the bounty. As for the task at hand, I am indifferent, and so is Catherine. Just offer more coin, and confidentiality is guaranteed. Increase the payment. And silencing Green is also an option." Zhang Po jested, lightening the mood. The Baron took a deep breath, slowly reclining in his chair. His gaze lowered as he endeavored to relax his body. "I shall reiterate, there is no white corpse here. Indeed, no white corpse." Zhang Po echoed the Baron's words. The Baron was akin to a ruffled cat. Stroke him the right way, and he remains, but the opposite could spell doom. The Baroness' eyes flickered momentarily before he spoke. "You may leave." Zhang Po smiled. "Are you certain? In such a small place, encountering an adventurer of Catherine's caliber is quite the stroke of luck. If she departs, your troubles will linger. Is that not distressing?" The Baron insisted. "You may leave. There is no white corpse here. I merely require a formidable adventurer to rid me of a monster." "Very well," Zhang Po acquiesced, rising from his seat to position himself behind Green, stifling the vitriolic words that threatened to escape. With a broad smile, Zhang Po sincerely wished, "May the Baron's territory forever remain unshrouded by the Holy Tree's radiance." Baron's body trembled slightly, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure. "Leave, Catherine." Catherine grasped the situation, realizing that just as she had previously deceived Green, the white ghost and Green were now deceiving Baron. Zhang Po was the first to exit, with Catherine closely following. Green remained seated, mockingly observing Baron. "You might as well drag everyone down with you." Green rose, preparing to depart. "Wait," Baron finally spoke. Just as Catherine had stepped outside with one foot, she was halted by Zhang Po, who turned her around and pushed her back into the room. The three resumed their seats. Baron's eyes brimmed with resentment. "My information is well guarded. How did you discover it?" Green chuckled lightly. "This is akin to archery and target practice. One must shoot first before drawing the target." Zhang Po elucidated. "In simpler terms, let us assume you possess a white corpse. Under this premise, we engage in conversation. If you cannot withstand the pressure, you will inadvertently divulge information, perhaps even confess willingly." Feeling mocked, Baron responded with displeasure. "What if I truly do not have a white corpse?" Zhang Po shrugged. "What difference does it make? We suffer no loss, at worst. You would consider us fools seeking trouble, which is of no concern to me." Baron's expression darkened. What if the church believes it to be true and employs holy tree radiance in my territory? Zhang Po glanced at Green. Is the church really that foolish? Green shrugged. Though they are a bunch of scoundrels, they are certainly not dim-witted. They would dispatch individuals to investigate. And only if the infection rate exceeds 30% would they utilize holy tree radiance. Furthermore, invoking holy tree radiance requires considerable resources. It cannot be employed lightly. At this juncture, Green stood, pressing his hands on the table, and fiercely declared, "Baron, you are truly the imbecile here." Faced with such brazen ridicule, veins bulged on Baron's forehead as he grasped his cup, preparing to shatter it in anger. Green continued his tirade. "If you had identified the white corpse sooner, you should have sought professional help to resolve the matter rather than concealing it until it spiraled completely out of control, risking the church sending your entire family to the afterlife." This statement struck a nerve. Baron's anger dissipated, and he slumped into his chair, the cup slipping from his grasp and shattering on the ground. Crash! Clatter! A contingent of armored knights stormed in, each at level 10. Green's expression turned awkward. "Hush! Can we reach an understanding?" Zhang Po, exasperated, covered his face. They had already reached an agreement, yet the taunting persisted. What was the point? Fortunately, Baron waved his hand. "Everyone, leave." The knights obeyed, retreating and even reassembling the door. Concealing this information stemmed not only from fear of the church's wrath, but also because Baron hesitated momentarily, ultimately sighing. "Very well, follow me." Baron donned his armor, fully equipped, leading the trio and a small squad towards the rear mountains of Baron Castle. 3 months ago, I was appointed the new Baron. My condolences. Green, unusually sympathetic. My father is not dead. Missing. The mother was infected, transforming into a pale corpse, yet seemingly retaining her sanity, singing daily atop the mountain. It is indeed a sorrowful tale. Upon hearing this tragic story, even beings as callous as Green fell into silence. The three arrived at the foot of the mountain, with the accompanying knights appearing tense, swords drawn in vigilance. Baron halted, gazing at Catherine, removing his helmet and kneeling partially. "If possible, please save my mother. Lady Catherine, you shall earn my loyalty. Should she not be saved, grant her peace, and I shall reward you as you deserve." Catherine, taken aback by the pledge of loyalty for the first time, found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang Po leaned close to Catherine's ear, whispering a few words. It was then that Catherine spoke. "Baron, I shall do my utmost." "Thank you," Baron exclaimed, striking his chest with a clenched fist. Zhang Po declared. "Then let us ascend the mountain. We possess heroic units and need not meander. With our trump card in hand, we shall strike directly." With Catherine leading the way, the others followed closely behind. The group scoured the entire mountain, yet found no trace of anyone. "Green, have we perhaps overlooked the infected goblin marauder?" Zhang Po reminded. Green frowned. "Are you suggesting that Baron's mother has fled?" Baron's complexion paled. "That would be disastrous. Why did Baron conceal this?" It was out of fear that the ruthless church would disregard everything, erasing the entire territory. For nearly a century, the Sacred Tree Church had invoked the Holy Tree Divine Light more times than fingers on both hands. In his childhood, Baron had witnessed the Holy Tree Divine Light. A whole city turned to ash before his eyes. The searing divine light could not warm his frigid blood. "It is over. I have brought ruin upon the subjects of Baron S. territory." Chapter 005. Huang Xiaoxian, you have won the lottery. Enduring a tremendous blow, Baron stood frozen in place, his spirit shattered. This past month had been the longest of his life. Just a month ago, he was a nobleman who could freely attend parties and charm women. Now, he faced the disappearance of his father, the transformation of his mother into a lifeless corpse, and the sudden assumption of the title of Viscount, with a mountain of official duties thrust upon him. The immense pressure weighed heavily on his shoulders, yet he managed to endure. However, the moment he realized his mother had slipped beyond his control, he crumbled entirely. As Green had said, when confronted with a corpse, one should seek professional help. Delaying would only lead to calamity for all involved. The thought of the impending consequences, which he could not bear, flooded him with regret. "Viscount Baron, there is no time for hesitation. enforce a citywide lockdown, and seal the gates. If the corpse is within the city, the plague has already spread. We must confine the city and allow no one to escape. If the corpse is outside, we can fortify the gates to prevent entry, suggested Zhang Po. Baron, lost in a mental fog, barely registered Zhang Po's words. Green approached Baron and delivered a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, Baron fell back, blood streaming from his nose. Have you regained your composure? Green inquired. Baron wiped the blood from his mouth and nose, declaring, I know what must be done. Zhang Po reminded him. Only if the infection rate exceeds 30 will the church activate the holy tree's divine light, so you still have a chance. Baron nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. Suddenly, a black hawk swooped down and landed on Green's shoulder. Green removed a letter from the hawk's talon and unfolded it for inspection. The church and the army of the Oran Duchy had cordoned off Baron's territory, initiating a comprehensive purification. They were tightening the encirclement, advancing towards Baron's city. Those infected but not yet mutated could be purified and survive. Mutants, however, would face execution and incineration of their remains. Zhang Po was taken aback by the church's swift and organized response, clearly indicative of their experience. Such efficiency demonstrated their seriousness regarding the corpses. Unfortunately, due to the constraints imposed by the three great powers, none could eradicate the land of the corpses in one fell swoop. Green turned to Baron, emphasizing, this corpse crisis is likely man-made, with the city as the primary target. You cannot open the city gates and let people escape. Baron understood Green's implication. As Zhang Po had noted, if infections had already occurred within the city, releasing individuals would jeopardize the entire territory. Green reassured him, the church will not abandon this place. They have dispatched a priest who is en route to Baron's city and will arrive by morning to conduct the purification. Therefore, your task is to maintain order within the city, suppress information, and secure the gates. We will assist you until tomorrow morning. Hearing Green's words, Baron felt a slight sense of relief. The willingness of the three to stay indicated that there was still hope for Baron City. If they departed, the holy tree's divine light would arrive. As Baron turned to leave, Green suddenly exclaimed, let us make a run for it. What a beast you are! Zhang Po was at a loss for words. So, has the church decided to abandon this place? No. Green shook his head. I simply do not trust the character of those scoundrels in the church. Moreover, I am no longer a hero. My value has diminished, and the church will not regard me as they once did. Zhang Po turned his head to look at Catherine. Isn't there still a hero present? Green replied earnestly. But Catherine is not the only hero. When necessary, the church will choose to sacrifice her. Zhang Po regarded Green, gaining a deeper understanding of him. He had transformed from a mere beast into a shrewd realist. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Po said, Catherine, you and Green should leave first. Catherine frowned. And you? My work is not yet complete. I will not depart. For a fleeting moment, Zhang Po felt an illusion wash over him. This girl likes me. What man would not be touched by a girl willing to accompany him on adventures? What man would not appreciate a girl ready to fight by his side? However, despite their brief acquaintance, Zhang Po knew that Catherine would never abandon her comrades, regardless of whether that comrade was him or anyone else. Ugh, how I despise girls who are so loyal, because she shows loyalty to all her friends. With that thought, Zhang Po chose to remain silent. Green, in exasperation, covered his face, wishing to persuade Catherine, but knowing it would be futile. Catherine has always been this way. I will eventually be dragged down by you both. Green muttered, abandoning the idea of retreat. In Baron City, the gates were shut. The captain of the knights posted a notice beside the gate and proclaimed loudly, Baron Castle has been robbed. The treasures of the Lord Viscount have been stolen. The city is to be sealed for 2 days, and a search will be conducted throughout. Those who had not managed to leave the city could not help but complain, but their words fell on deaf ears. Some are beaten for their persistent nagging, while others who attempted to force their way through were met with blades. Seeing the knight's unyielding stance, many seethed in silence, but they could only seek refuge in inns for another 2 days. The city's closure incited some unrest, yet no significant chaos ensued. Knights armed with portraits scoured the area, searching every room with a notably harsh demeanor, and some even resorted to looting amidst the turmoil. Zhang Po stood atop the highest point of the castle, surveying the changes within the city. He had to admit, Baron was clever. By withholding information about the white corpses, he avoided chaos and unrest within the city. Under the pretense of capturing thieves, the knights searched every household, showcasing the ire of the Viscount. Even if the residents were discontented, they preferred not to incur the wrath of Viscount Baron. They chose to endure, reassured that the closure would last merely 2 days. Not to mention, by tomorrow, the church's personnel would arrive, and Viscount Baron would have emerged victorious. Zhang Po fell into deep thought. In such a situation, what could he possibly do? Viscount Baron was managing the city effectively, reliable. Catherine, the paragon of justice, was a source of immense reassurance. Green, a beast, yet with Catherine present. He was a dependable beast, holding a wealth of information about the church and capable of timely communication with them. What then could Zhang Po do now? Zhang Po fell into deep contemplation, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him, as if he had overlooked something significant. He gently removed Huang Xiaoxian from atop his head. Huang Xiaoxian, do recount the entire encounter you had with the white corpse goblin, he requested. Huang Xiaoxian stifled a yawn, taking a moment to recollect. When I awoke, I found myself in the clutches of that accursed white corpse goblin, which was attempting to force something into my mouth. I was utterly terrified and, in a desperate bid for survival, I struck it with my tail, expending a significant amount of my tail feathers, and ultimately managed to pierce it to death. It even dropped a piece of equipment. This, with a toss of her head, a set of bone armor enveloped her entire cranium. While its design was distinct, it was evident that it resembled a raider's mask. I had intended to seek you out, but then a terrifying presence emerged, causing me to hastily burrow into the ground. I cautiously peered out and saw a ghastly pale woman dragging an armored figure to the corpse of the white corpse goblin, and before long, she departed. A specter of such pallor? Zhang Po was momentarily taken aback. Huang Xiaoxian, you have struck gold. Upon your very arrival in this realm, you have encountered the ultimate boss. Chapter 006. The White Songstress, the Song of the Dead. In the study, Xiaoxian had once encountered a peculiar white corpse, clutching a man clad in armor. Zhang Po conveyed the newly acquired intelligence to Baron and his companions. The presence of the white corpse outside the city was, indeed, a fortunate development. Green cast a glance at Baron, relieved that the people of Baron City were safe for the time being. However, Baron remained somewhat apprehensive. He summoned a knight. Go to the study and bring forth the portrait of my father, the one in armor, he instructed. Zhang Po and his companions exchanged glances. Their shared unease regarding Baron's concerns palpable. The implications of this situation were too dire. They collectively chose to remain silent. Before long, the knight returned with a painting, presenting it before Huang Xiaoxian. Please take a look at this portrait. Is the man depicted here the one you encountered? Baron inquired anxiously. Huang Xiaoxian scrutinized the oil painting carefully. It was a realistic depiction, easy to discern. The man in the artwork was clad in armor, standing tall with brown hair and a well-groomed beard, bearing a striking resemblance to Baron, 7 parts similar. It is him, Huang Xiaoxian affirmed with a nod. Baroness' heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, finally succumbed to despair. His mother had departed the mountain in pursuit of his missing father, and she had succeeded. Baron inhaled deeply, running his hands through his hair, forcefully pushing it back to suppress his emotions. His father's abrupt departure was likely an attempt to lure his mother away. He had long prepared himself for the eventuality of his father's demise. It is all right. At least Baron City has been preserved, which is what my father would have wanted. Please allow me a moment of solitude, he requested. Zhang Po sighed inwardly and was the first to exit, followed closely by Catherine and Green. Once they were away from the study, Catherine remarked, Baron is a resilient individual. Zhang Po nodded in agreement. With his father missing, his mother transformed into a corpse. The harrowing reality of his mother having killed his father, and the imminent threat to the inhabitants of his territory, all compounded by the church's looming blade. Baron managed to maintain his composure in handling affairs of state, truly a paragon of endurance under pressure. Even Green, who had often been at odds with Baron, felt a burgeoning respect for him. The white corpse is outside the city, and the church is tightening its encirclement. Are we simply to wait idly? Zhang Po questioned Green. You are the expert. Do you have a means to track the white corpse? Why bother with that? Green replied impatiently. Isn't it more appealing to coast through this task? At that moment, a black hawk swooped down and settled on Green's shoulder. After reviewing the message, he cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Po. He then pinned another letter, placing it in a tube before releasing the hawk. Green, still impatient, declared, aside from relaying information to the church, what else can we do? From what I gather, Baroness Mother was a level 20 knight. Upon becoming a white corpse, her level would only increase, likely reaching at least level 22. You are level 8, I am level 10. Combined, we still fall short of her strength. It would be tantamount to delivering ourselves as offerings. Green poked Zhang Po's chest, challenging him. Or do you wish for Catherine to take the lead while you wait to swoop in for the spoils? Zhang Po raised an eyebrow and swatted Green's hand away, exclaiming, your words strike deep. Green, you're quite adept at sowing discord. Catherine remarked, it's only a difference of 2 or 3 levels. It's not impossible to engage. You all can remain at the rear. Green, however, felt a pang of discomfort. There was no need to court unnecessary risks. It sufficed to operate within one's capabilities. Should calamity strike, there are those of height to bear the burden. Catherine, as a novice hero, why flaunt your abilities? On this matter, I concur with Green's perspective. Zhang Po added, if the disparity between foes is too great, there is no need to confront them head-on. Catherine, having just acquired the hero's power, how proficient are you? What are the odds of victory in battle? Moreover, without a means of tracking, venturing outside the city would be akin to a headless chicken, flailing aimlessly. Most importantly, given that the appearance of the white corpse is likely orchestrated by human hands, it follows that Barren City is its ultimate target. Our best course of action is to lie in wait. Green gazed at Zhang Po in surprise, not expecting such perceptiveness from him. He shared the same sentiment. Such intelligence must not be allowed to linger. Otherwise, should Catherine find herself abandoned and return home with a child, seeking his assistance, it would be quite distressing. Having obtained the hero's power, Catherine must now devise a means to extricate herself from the church and this enigmatic white ghost. Enigmatic was Green's assessment of Zhang Po. When he first sent a missive to the church, he had requested assistance in investigating Zhang Po. The information gleaned was scant. It was known that over a month ago, Zhang Po had first appeared in Rog Town, registering as an adventurer, subsequently embarking on a campaign to eradicate goblin nests. The public rationale was to rescue a dear friend abducted by goblins, that being himself, Green. He was certain he had no such friend among the white ghosts. As for the girl he harbored affections for, it was, in fact, a boy. Such a notion was entirely implausible. Thus, a question arose. Why did Zhang Po seek to rescue him? And why was he drawing closer to Catherine? Simply approaching her would not arouse suspicion. It was entirely natural for a woman as striking as Catherine to have admirers. Yet, when these two elements were considered together, an air of peculiarity emerged. There was undoubtedly something amiss. What was his ulterior motive? Was he a spy, intent on pilfering the church's secrets? The hero's power was the Church of the Sacred Tree's greatest secret in a century, and he had already discerned it. To fail to report back, and instead prance around was tantamount to courting death. When church members arrived the following day, he would be the first to be apprehended. The white ghost, being so astute, surely grasped this. So why did he still draw near? Green pondered deeply, yet he could not fathom Zhang Po's motivations. Task content updated. Survival task. Defend Barren City. Remaining time, 12 hours. Zhang Po glanced at the sun's position. It was now evening, around 5 or 6 o'clock. Defending Barren City until the following morning at 5 or 6. Indeed, Barren City was the target of the puppeteer. As night enveloped the land, a full moon hung in the sky. Barren City had declared a curfew, and knights patrolled the streets in tight formation. In the castle's watchtower, Green leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. Catherine leaned on her sword, vigilantly observing the situation within the city. Zhang Po stuffed coffee beans into his mouth, incessantly chewing. The environment was shrouded in silence, devoid of any anomalies, until the witching hour struck, and the air currents abruptly quickened. The three of them tensed up. Green took out a flare and decisively fired it. A crimson light streaked across the sky. accompanied by a piercing shriek, conveying a message to Baron. The air continued to accelerate, shifting from a gentle breeze to a fierce gale, as a multitude of pale petals were swept up, dancing through the atmosphere. Green felt a shiver run down his spine. Damn it, it's the white corpse flower. The white diva is about to make her appearance. The petals converged above Baron S. castle, forming a massive cocoon, which suddenly constricted and then explosively erupted, revealing a ghastly pale figure. The white diva, ethereal and tall, donned a gown of purest white flesh and wielded a ghostly pale umbrella. The handle of the umbrella resembled the slender arm of a young girl. Its ribs were elongated bones, and the canopy was composed of translucent skin. White Diva, elite unit of the White Corpse, LV-22. The petals twirled around the White Diva. With one hand holding the umbrella, suspended in midair, she reached towards the moon, her forehead slightly raised and her lips parted ever so slightly. A resounding soprano filled the air, resonating with the movement of the petals. The enemy has initiated a skill. Song of the Dead, skill area of effect. All living beings will be turned into corpses. Chapter 007. The castle of white corpses. Zhang Po tilted his head back as the white songstress sang resplendently, petals dancing wildly amidst a shroud of mist. His intuition warned him against engaging with the fog, yet it pervaded the entire city, leaving no refuge to be found. Zhang Po's pupils constricted as he gazed at his palm. It has penetrated. The mist permeated his very being. His heart raced, and a cacophony echoed in his mind as his perception heightened dramatically, allowing him to glimpse the inner workings of his body. The mist manifested as minute particles, invading each cell. Clang! Jelen unsheathed his great sword, wiping the blade clean. Any life form inferior to the white songstress would succumb to the influence of the Song of the Dead, transforming into a white corpse. I was once a hero. Even stripped of heroic power, my resistance remains formidable. Your words. Jelen shook his head. You are lost. Catherine will mourn for a time. Fear not, my dear friend. Once you are fully transformed into a white corpse, bereft of will, I shall sever your head, ensuring you do not become a mindless husk. The blade of the great sword gleamed like a mirror, reflecting the moonlight upon Jelen's impassive visage. Zhang Po paid no heed to Jelen, his focus entirely on his own body. Passive skill, vitality activated, triggering death resistance effect. You are immune to the Song of the Dead. Death resistance. No matter how feeble, one must resist to the bitter end. In contract resonance, the adventurer will continuously expend vitality to provide life protection for their kin. In barren castle, within the study by the window, the haunting melody lingered, entwined with the mist, accompanied by the anguished cries of nights outside. Baron gazed at the airborne white songstress, his heart ashen. Mother! The Song of the Dead enveloped the entire city. Baron understood. It was the end for Baron City, for the knights outside, and for the citizens within. None would escape unscathed. Very well, let us unite as a family. Bang! Outside, the white corpse knights burst through the door, lunging at Baron. He drew his sword, prepared to fight to the death. Why have you not yet transformed into a white corpse? Jelen, wielding his great sword, scrutinized Zhang Po, perplexed. Because I possess exceptional prowess. Zhang Po shot a sidelong glance at Jelen. It could not be mere illusion. Just moments ago, Jelen exuded a palpable killing intent. He truly wishes to eliminate me at this opportunity. What a pity, Jelen lamented, shaking his head. He could no longer justify disposing of you. Zhang Po retrieved a spear from the system warehouse and hurled it fiercely towards the white songstress. Yet, before it could near her, the swirling petals reduced it to mere fragments. Futile. Once the white songstress successfully invokes the Song of the Dead, it cannot be interrupted unless one possesses overwhelming power exceeding level 30. The appearance of petals signifies the formation of the Song of the Dead. Typically, the white songstress would first cast her skill before manifesting, preventing any chance of being disrupted. Zhang Po furrowed his brow. In other words, Baron City is doomed. Jelen nodded, his tone as calm as a still pond. The only course of action we have is to wait for the white songstress's abilities to conclude. then strike down the foe and avenge the victims. Zhang Po drew forth the goblin Fang dagger. It's not that simple. We are surrounded. The sound of roars echoed around them as waves of white corpses surged forward. The trio formed a triangular formation to confront the tide of the dead. The onslaught was relentless, and a head-on confrontation was not a sustainable strategy. To the rooftops, out of the city, the three leaped, landing atop the 3-meter-high building. Height, however, did not deter the white corpses. They climbed with a relentless vigor, pursuing the trio with their monstrous gait. They sprinted straight towards the city's edge, vaulting over the walls. Suddenly, a white figure emerged, landing atop the battlements, brandishing a grotesque greatsword, striking at the three. In that instant, all Zhang Po could discern was a blur. The opponent's speed and strength surpassed his own. There was no evading the strike. Catherine surged forward, drawing her sword to counter. The clash of steel rang out as the two figures entered a deadlock. The force of their collision created a gust that pushed Zhang Po and Jelen back. Zhang Po shattered a large section of tiles beneath his feet, halting his retreat to observe the assailant's full form. It was a white knight wielding a grotesque greatsword. White Knight, Elite Unit, LV-20. Another elite white corpse. Zhang Po's heart sank instantaneously. The soaring soprano reached a crescendo, heightening the sense of impending doom. As the aria began to taper off, the white songstress pivoted, charging towards Catherine and sending her sprawling far away. Jelen attempted to provide assistance, but was intercepted by the pallid greatsword. The White Knight swung the massive blade with sweeping arcs, the gusts of wind cleaving through buildings and slicing through the tide of corpses. Jelen and Zhang Po felt as frail as the infirm, desperately evading. A single blow would spell their demise. Draw it into the tide, Zhang Po shouted. The White Knight's strikes clearly did not discriminate between friend and foe. While the tide of corpses was indeed perilous, if utilized cleverly, the two could blend in, hindering the White Knight's movements while also thinning the ranks of the enemy. Jelen understood, and together with Zhang Po, they plunged into the mass of corpses. The obstruction of the tide slowed the White Knight's advance, yet the greatsword continued its relentless slaughter, reaping the white corpses like wheat. Jelen casually severed a white corpse, allowing its blood to drench him. The White Spectre. Ordinary white corpses sense enemies through their breath. Zhang Po mimicked Jelen's actions, slashing the throat of a white corpse, its white blood spraying over him like a coat of pale paint. Cloaked in the blood of the white corpses, they masked their presence, causing the tide to wander aimlessly. However, the White Knight remained undeterred, cleaving through the tide in relentless pursuit of the two. Zhang Po exclaimed, "This one work. We cannot escape, and we cannot defeat it. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us. I have a plan to weaken the White Knight. Gidding, help me create an opportunity." Jelen felt a twinge of discomfort. He had just displayed hostility towards Zhang Po. "You better not stab me in the back, White Spectre." In this moment of crisis, Jelen had no choice. With a series of leaps, he positioned himself to the left of the White Knight and launched a fireball at its face. The fireball's damage was minimal, but it effectively drew aggro. The White Knight relentlessly pursued Green, who was under immense pressure, rolling to evade the sweeping strikes of the massive sword. Zhang Po bit down on his dagger, channeling water magic in one hand and frost magic in the other, exerting all his strength. A stream of water spread across the ground, enveloping the White Knight and forming a sphere of water, quickly followed by the chilling frost that encased the knight in ice. Green grimaced, inwardly cursing Zhang Po for being a burden. Such trivial tricks could not even ensnare him, let alone a level 20 White Knight. After a brief entrapment in ice, the White Knight roared in fury, shattering the ice with a forceful strike of his sword, aimed directly at Green. At that moment, a large hand reached from behind, covering the knight's mouth. The White Knight bit down fiercely, severing Zhang Po's hand with a sharp crack, shattering the glass vial held within his palm. The taste of blood was intoxicating, and the White Knight greedily swallowed, ingesting the cursed remnants contained within the broken vial. Zhang Po's face contorted in agony as he staggered back, clutching the stump of his hand, blood pouring forth. Suddenly, The white knight stiffened, black mist wafting from its mouth. The sword clattered to the ground as the knight frantically clawed at its throat, but alas, it had already consumed the horrific substance. Zhang Po tore off his sleeve, binding the wound to staunch the bleeding, then charged forward with his dagger. Fueled by adrenaline, he knew he had to act swiftly to conclude the battle. Should it linger, the pain would inevitably overwhelm him, leaving him writhing on the ground. Observing Zhang Po's resolve, Green momentarily paused before raising his sword to strike at the white knight. He could not let the opportunity, forged at such a great cost by his comrade, slip away. White Demon, I acknowledge you. Chapter 008, The White Knight's Demise. The white knight retched incessantly, black mist seeping from his mouth and nostrils. The malevolent atmosphere clouded his mind, leaving him dazed and swaying slightly. The adverse condition had diminished his combat prowess by more than half. Nevertheless, the white knight was not a mere plaything to be easily vanquished by two adversaries. As Green launched a frontal thrust, the white knight, unsteady on his feet, unleashed three powerful punches. One strike shattered the great sword, while the other two landed squarely on Green. Following this, he delivered a forceful knee strike. With a resounding thud, Green was sent hurtling backward. The white knight then executed a side elbow strike, deflecting Zhang Po's incoming dagger, and retaliated with a heavy punch aimed at Zhang Po's face. Zhang Po swiftly crouched, evading the fierce blow, and then performed a roll to dodge the white knight's subsequent kick. The sequence of intense maneuvers left the white knight breathing heavily, his condition deteriorating further under the relentless malevolence enveloping him. He strained to grasp the blood-stained great sword, dragging it behind him as he pursued Zhang Po with a menacing gait. Zhang Po understood that the longer they prolonged the battle, the more the white knight's condition would deteriorate, thus shifting the advantage in their favor, provided they could withstand the knight's desperate counterattack. Pain surged through Zhang Po's severed hand, intensifying with each passing moment, causing his features to twitch uncontrollably. The adrenaline began to wane, and he could no longer suppress the agony. As the white knight's state worsened, so too did Zhang Po's. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaoxian emerged from the ground, peering around to locate Zhang Po, and exhaled a plume of green smoke that enveloped him. Acquired buff, spring breeze, gradually restoring health and alleviating pain. With the pain subsiding, Zhang Po charged towards the white knight once more. Green, wielding the great sword, took the lead in the offensive, engaging the white knight in a fierce clash. Zhang Po, armed with a dagger, opted for a more stealthy approach, maneuvering to find an opportunity for a surprise attack. For a time, the trio was locked in a fierce struggle, neither side gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, the situation on Catherine's front was equally grim. Armed with a long sword, she fought with brute strength, unleashing powerful strikes and sword energies. However, the white songstress outpaced her, displaying remarkable agility and the ability to fly. Not once did Catherine's attacks find their mark. The pale petals danced around the white songstress, sharp as blades, mercilessly assaulting Catherine. The petals struck her armor, leaving deep gouges and causing fine cracks to appear. With a flick of her hand, the white songstress summoned petals to encircle Catherine, obscuring her vision. As Catherine cleaved through the petals, the next skill of the white songstress was already prepared. A terrifying sound wave surged towards Catherine, leaving her no time to evade. Crack! The armor shattered, yet it failed to tear Catherine's clothing. Cloaked in the power of a hero, Catherine felt invigorated, her attire now more agile without the weight of armor. With both hands raised, she poured her essence into the blade, allowing the sword energy to cascade forth, forming a radiant pillar of crimson light that illuminated the entire castle. Catherine understood the urgency. She could not afford a protracted battle and must end it swiftly to aid Green and Zhang Po. Therefore, she unleashed her ultimate technique, the most dazzling move among the heroic arts. Holy Sword Technique. The Holy Sword Technique, wielding pure violence and surging magical power, obliterates foes into mere fragments. Its tremendous might instills a profound sense of imminent peril. The White Corpse, the White General, and the White Songstress cannot help but cast their gazes aside. Yet, two remain exceptions. Zhang Po, injured and unable to sustain his condition, remains wholly focused, intent on vanquishing the enemy first. Glenn, familiar with this maneuver, remains unfazed. Seizing the opportunity, he thrusts his sword through the chest of the White Knight. The massive blade pierces through, momentarily immobilizing the White Knight. In this fleeting moment, Zhang Po swiftly produces a glass vial, pouring the last remnants of his cursed venom onto his dagger. The dagger penetrates the White Knight's skull, emitting a sizzling sound as the wound expands. Though the remaining cursed venom is insufficient to disintegrate the White Knight's form, it is adequate to corrode the brain. With his mind eroded, the White Knight collapses to the ground. The bloodied sword slips from his grasp, crashing down and raising a cloud of dust. Elite unit slain. White Knight, you have earned 300 life coins. Before a breath can be exhaled, the radiance of the holy sword descends, followed by a sweeping arc. Zhang Po's eyes twitch, and he spins to flee. Huang Xiaoxian hastily leaps onto Zhang Po's shoulder, glancing back at the encroaching aftershocks of the holy sword. Goodness, is she trying to eliminate us as well? Hurry, let us go. Zhang Po narrowly evades the remnants of the holy sword, observing the swirling dust. A smirk forms at the corner of his mouth. The power of the brave is indeed formidable. The latest findings of the church are undeniably potent. Glenn approaches Zhang Po, pondering the status of Catherine in the fray. As the dust begins to settle, moonlight illuminates a significant portion of Barren City reduced to rubble. Catherine stands upon the earth, maintaining her sword-swinging posture, slightly panting, her eyes filled with concern. The impact of the holy sword technique has exceeded her expectations. What might be the fate of Glenn and the White Ghost? Seeing Glenn and the White Ghost still on their feet, Catherine breathes a sigh of relief, remaining vigilant of her surroundings. She holds no doubt regarding the lethality of the holy sword technique, yet the speed of the white songstress may still evade it. A roar echoes once more as countless white corpses within the city, undeterred by fear, surge toward Catherine. Having just executed the holy sword technique, Catherine feels slightly fatigued, yet remains far from being slain by ordinary white corpses. She adopts a stance to confront the enemy. Zhang Po and Glenn leap to shield Catherine from the advancing white corpses. The White Knight has been slain. We shall deal with the ordinary white corpses while you focus on regaining your strength and magic, declares Zhang Po. Catherine retrieves her stamina and mana potions, downing bottle after bottle. The strain on her body from such excessive consumption is immense, yet there is no time to contemplate that now. Once again, a melody fills the air, prompting Catherine to look upward. Half of a white songstress sings in the sky, with the white umbrella reduced to a mere handle. The throng of white corpses suddenly halts, standing rigidly in place, twitching incessantly. With a sound, one white corpse's head bursts open, sprouting two tender shoots, one black and one white. The shoots grow continuously, transforming into black lotus leaves and white lotus flowers. The popping sounds persist, as the dry ground births a sea of lotus blossoms, swaying gently in the breeze. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Green comprehended what was unfolding, yet he was utterly powerless to intervene. The white songstress sought to consume her kin, a regenerative form. The lotus exhaled mist, while the white corpse gradually withered. When the mist ceased to flow, the lotus leaves and flowers fell away, drifting towards the airborne white songstress. The flesh of the white songstress writhed, swiftly achieving rebirth, and the umbrella was likewise mended. The sky remained saturated with abundant mist and lotus leaves, continuously flooding into her being. The body of the white songstress swelled relentlessly, transforming into a colossal giant standing 10 meters tall, her sanguine umbrella magnifying tenfold. The white songstress descended to the earth, causing the ground to tremble and raising clouds of dust. Giant white songstress, LV-25, lost the ability to fly, suffered a reduction in agility and speed, significantly enhanced strength, defense, health points, and health regeneration. Chapter 009. The White Diva Death. A piercing shriek erupted from the colossal white diva, leaving Zhang Po and Jelen dizzy and disoriented. In a mere glance, the three understood the vast disparity in their strengths. The battle was futile. Retreat. Jelen shouted. Catherine stepped forward, blood streaming from her nose and mouth, once more invoking the sacred sword technique. She intended to cover their escape. The robust beam of the holy sword struck the giant white diva, merely causing her to lose a fragment of her skull as she staggered backward a few steps. Catherine's face turned pale, her body weakened. At an unknown moment, Zhang Po positioned himself behind Catherine, hoisting her onto his back before sprinting away. Jelen cast a surprised glance at Zhang Po, astonished that, in this moment of crisis, he would not abandon them, but instead take the initiative to do what needed to be done. Jelen fell back a step to protect the two as they fled. Fortunately, the immense size of the white diva hindered her movement, granting the trio a chance to escape. The white diva steadied herself, her damaged bones and skin rapidly mending. The umbrella in her hand writhed with flesh, transforming into a spiraling spear, which she hurled violently at the three. The sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere as Zhang Po and Jelen exerted all their strength to evade. The spiraling spear spun at high velocity, scattering flesh and blood like daggers. Disregarding his safety, Zhang Po continued to race ahead. He understood that as long as Catherine was alive, Jelen could be relied upon. Jelen turned to run backward, the great sword spinning rapidly in his hands like a golden shield, deflecting the flesh daggers. Once the barrage ceased, Jelen pivoted, resuming his protective stance over Catherine. "Let me go, you must flee," Catherine implored weakly. "Absolutely not." Zhang Po firmly rejected her plea. "If we abandon you now, your brother will surely strike me down." "Indeed," Jelen echoed coldly from behind. Catherine ceased her protests, aware that Jelen would undoubtedly follow through on his promise to protect her. The giant white diva charged forward, her footsteps shaking the earth as she lifted the spiraling spear and launched it once more at the pair. Even after failing yet again, the white diva remained unfazed, her laughter echoing eerily as she attacked again, as if engaged in a game of darts. Enraged at being treated as mere playthings, Jelen could not help but curse. "Damn the church. Where is their support?" After confirming that Baron City was the target of the mastermind, he had requested rapid assistance from the church, expecting elite operatives to arrive promptly. Yet, it was already the middle of the night, and they had yet to appear. At that moment, a golden glimmer appeared on the horizon. With his keen eyesight, Jelen recognized the light as an exquisite prayer glyph. His heart soared with joy. "Hasten our pace. The church's support is on its way." Sensing the impending threat, the white diva became agitated, her flesh writhing as it flowed into the spiraling spear. The spear morphed, transforming into a long-handled heavy hammer. The white diva crouched low before leaping powerfully, raising the hammer to crush the three. Shadows enveloped them. The pressure on Zhang Po intensified, causing Jelen to exclaim in despair, while Catherine closed her eyes. Suddenly, Huang Xiaoxian erupted in fury, her eyes sparkling as she expended her magical energy, unleashing a gust of wind that enveloped the three, propelling them out of the attack's range. Yet, Zhang Po felt no relief. The distance reverberated as the ground trembled from the force of the blast. Even if the shockwave diminished, it could still prove fatal. Action was imperative. Zhang Po expended all his magical energy, solidifying water into ice, encasing the three individuals and a weasel within a colossal ice sphere. Boom! The shockwave kicked up a whirlwind of dust, crashing against the ice sphere, which was propelled into the air, shattering into fragments. However, the ice sphere absorbed a significant portion of the shockwave, causing the three to fall to the ground. Zhang Po, his vision flickering, lay dazed on the ground. Grelin and Catherine fared little better, collapsing motionless. Zhang Po took a deep breath, striving to regulate his breathing, calming his blood flow, and gradually his vision regained clarity as he slowly rose. The giant white diva unsheathed her heavy hammer, intent on continuing her assault. Suddenly, 5 golden spears soared through the air, piercing the white diva's body. With a shriek, she struggled violently. Before she could escape, the golden spears ignited in flames, causing her to wail in agony. Her head contorted grotesquely as a smaller version of the white diva began to emerge. Evasion was paramount. Zhang Po gripped his dagger tightly, preparing to strike. The lingering dizziness made it challenging to aim accurately. Not wishing to force the issue, he threw the dagger when he felt it was sufficient. The dagger soared into the moonlight, cleaving through the air, embedding itself in the forehead of the smaller white diva. Her body froze momentarily, her tiny eyes locking onto Zhang Po, filled with malice. Exhausting his final reserves of strength, Zhang Po fell back, his vision fading once more. You have slain the white diva, earning 500 life coins, 1 skeletal spear. Mission complete. Would you like to exit the dungeon world? A figure quietly approached the three. Father Saya glanced at Grelin and Catherine, confirming they were unharmed, before turning his attention elsewhere. Upon seeing Zhang Po, Father Saya was taken aback. Are you the eavesdropper? At the sound of the familiar voice, Zhang Po looked up, hazily responding, You are, that priest who? Father Saya's expression darkened, retorting with ire, I will deal with you later. He then gazed at the white diva, ensnared by the golden spears, sighing in disappointment. Completely decomposed, the soul dissipates, no intelligence to gather. With a snap of his fingers, the golden flames erupted, incinerating the white diva entirely, reducing her to a wisp of ash scattered upon the ground. Now, let us have a proper discussion. Father Saya turned to Zhang Po, only to find him vanished. Scanning the surroundings, he saw only Grelin and Catherine lying still. Where has he gone? The priest, vexed, approached Grelin, delivering a kick to his side. This is all your fault. Inviting you to join the Lamb-ass Rear Club was a mistake. If you didn't want to join, you could have kept quiet. I have no interest in little boys, so enjoy your laughter. Grelin yelped in pain, inwardly cursing Father Saya as unkindness. In the void at the personal base, Zhang Po lay on the ground, his severed hand bleeding profusely. Huang Xiaoxian had completely lost consciousness, her limbs sprawled upward, utterly motionless. The detection of irreparable injuries sustained by the adventurers and their companions has prompted the activation of the medical pods. 2 medical pods levitated from the ground as their doors swung open. Zhang Po struggled to rise, seizing Huang Xiaoxian and casting her into one of the medical pods before crawling into the other himself. The doors sealed shut, and Zhang Po unwrapped the bandages from his severed arm. Medical functions have been initiated, conducting a comprehensive examination, formulating a treatment plan, and commencing medical procedures. Within the medical pod, a stream of dark green energy surged forth, penetrating Zhang Po's body. The agonizing pain within his organs dissipated, replaced by an incessant itch as his severed arm began to regenerate at an accelerated pace. Treatment completed, void currency minus 1,000. Companion treatment completed, void currency minus 1,000. The doors opened, and Zhang Po stepped out, inspecting his newly restored left hand. It was agile, devoid of any unusual sensations, as if it were his original limb. I am fully revived, Huang Xiaoxian exclaimed as she leapt from the medical pod, hands on her hips. You should thank me. I saved you both at a critical moment. Oh, thank you. I shall treat you to chicken stewed with mushrooms when we return, Zhang Po replied. Huang Xiaoxian's eyes sparkled with excitement. It's a promise. Initiating task settlement. Series task, White Corpse Castle, has been completed. Task rewards, void currency 10,000, task points 100. Passive skill scroll, beginner's steel fiber. Barren City has turned into a wasteland. The adventurers witnessed it all yet remain oblivious to the underlying mystery. Who orchestrated all of this, and what is their purpose? Adventurers, please take a brief respite. A series of tasks is being generated. Chapter 010, Transform Me. On the continent of Pierre, within the Golden Tree prison of the Holy Tree Church, Barn awoke, propped up on his elbows, surrounded by golden branches that formed a wall around him. That fateful night, he had slain all the white corpses within his sight, but ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and lost consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, he found himself in the church's dungeon, imprisoned for 2 days. He was acutely aware of the reason for his confinement, yet remained perplexed as to why he was still alive. The entire city of Baron had fallen victim to the white corpses, with him being the sole survivor. As a mere level 12 knight, he was utterly powerless against the level 22 white siren song of the dead. With a rustling sound, a wall of golden vines shifted, revealing an entrance. Father Saya stepped inside, and the vines behind him wove a chair for him to sit upon. He regarded Barin with an impassive expression. "Do you understand why you are here?" he inquired. "I do," Barin replied. "I failed to report the white corpse information promptly, causing Barin City to miss its last chance for salvation. I know the penalty I face." Indeed, the priest acknowledged, according to the church's white corpse management laws, failure to report knowledge and delaying rescue leads to the loss of noble status, relegation to slavery, and for those responsible for significant disasters, execution by fire. I will be bound to the golden tree and turned to ash. The priest nodded. "You are correct. However, laws exist to serve humanity. If you cooperate with the church, I may be able to mitigate your punishment." Barin appeared not to hear, responding, "I request execution by fire." "You desire death so fervently?" Father Saya chuckled. "I shall not allow you that release." Despair enveloped Barin as he declared weakly, "Barin City is gone. Everything is lost. I have betrayed its people and squandered my father's sacrifice. I have failed my mother. I am a useless failure, destined to perish alongside Barin City." With a flick of his fingers, the priest inspected his recently trimmed nails, indifferent. "Death is so simple. Over 10,000 souls in Barin City turned to white corpses overnight. Yet you remain unharmed. What gave you the right to that? Is it your deceased, white siren mother, who, despite killing your father, could not bear to harm you? Maternal love is truly profound. Even in death, she wishes no harm upon you." Barin suddenly raised his head and lunged at Father Saya, but before he could reach him, the golden vines ensnared his limbs and neck. The priest met Barin's gaze, a smile gracing his lips. "What a fierce look you possess. Are you enraged that I speak of your mother? Why not direct your anger at the one who transformed her into a white corpse?" Suppressing his fury, Barin regained his composure. "What do you know?" Father Saya shook his head, retrieving a small glass vial filled with white powder from his pocket. Abruptly, he seized Barin by the chin, opening the vial and pouring the white dust into his mouth. The pure white mist was intoxicating, overwhelming him with dizziness and a sense of euphoria as if he had consumed a potion of eternal life. Barin's suppressed fury erupted once more. He struggled, attempting to expel the white mist dust, intending to spray it across the priestess' face. This was the white mist released by the White Lotus, capable of transforming one into a white corpse. He would rather be consumed by flames than become a white corpse. As the dust came into contact with his saliva, it activated instantly, frantically burrowing into Barin's body. His skin erupted with bulging veins, which gradually turned white, forming serpentine white streaks upon his surface. Ordinarily, his flesh and blood would slowly convert to a pallid hue. He coughed incessantly, attempting to take his own life, yet Father Saya restrained him, forbidding any act of self-destruction. Barin ceased his resistance, tears of humiliation streaming down his face. Father Saya released Barin and returned to his chair, reveling in Barin's pitiful state. Strange occurrences unfolded. The white veins on Barin's surface receded. His skin regained its natural color, appearing even more vibrant than that of an ordinary person. Feeling an abundance of vitality within, Barin was filled with confusion. "What exactly have you fed me?" The priest scrutinized Barin and replied, "White mistworms. The spores of the white lotus that can transform humans into white corpses. You, indeed, are not human. No wonder you are immune to the song of the dead." Barin, perplexed, retorted, "What do you mean?" The priest elaborated, "To put it simply, your mother is a purebred white corpse disguised as a human, having formed human consciousness, hiding within the human world, and marrying your father." "You're talking nonsense," Barin shouted in anger. The priest continued, "In essence, your mother is a pawn buried in the human camp, poised to detonate at a critical moment, such as that fateful night in Barin City." "Nonsense," Barin exclaimed. "Your mother believed herself to be human all along, but upon receiving a special directive, she would recall her true identity, her human consciousness would shatter, and she would reclaim her identity as a white corpse. Go to hell." Father Saya rose and exited the cell. "Barin, take a moment to calm yourself. Once you have regained your composure, I shall return to discuss other matters." Upon arriving at the church, a nun approached him. "Father, Catherine and Green's physical conditions have stabilized." "I see," replied Father Saya. contemplating Zhang Po, who had managed to escape under his very nose and also elude Bishop Cohen. Quite the adept individual. As he stroked his chin, he recalled that night when that individual had fled with Catherine. They seemed to share a close bond. Father Saya initially contemplated extracting information from Catherine, but quickly dismissed the thought. How could a righteous hero betray their comrades? After a moment of contemplation, Father Saya produced a dagger and handed it to the nun. Please pass this to Catherine. I believe it must be the weapon she lost during battle. The nun accepted the dagger and turned to leave. In the void, at his personal base, Zhang Po exclaimed, "What happened to my dagger?" He rummaged through his equipment and storage, searching in vain for any sign of the dagger. Damn it! Why didn't my weapons return with me when I exited the instance world? Having vanquished an elite creature, I found myself bereft of a green-quality dagger, a lamentable loss. Yet, it was not in vain. The spoils included 500 life coins and a new weapon, the bone spear. Bone spear, blue quality, resilient, and sharp. Upon successful attack, it possesses a 30 chance to inflict substantial bleeding on the enemy. Blue quality surpasses green, being a tier higher. Furthermore, as a polearm, it proves far superior to the dagger. After 2 dungeon quests, Zhang Po had endured several shortcomings due to weapon inadequacies. Practicing a fundamental spear technique, Zhang Po nodded in satisfaction. The spear felt excellent, its weight well-balanced and grip impeccable. Returning the weapon to the storage, Zhang Po stepped into the skill enhancement chamber. Remaining currency, 13,000 void coins, 800 life coins. Detecting skill, vitality, LV0. Detecting basic passive skill scroll, beginner's steel fiber, enhancing bone structure, increasing bone hardness. Please select skill enhancement, basic passive skill learned, beginner's steel fiber, void coins minus 5,000, LV0, increases bone hardness by 5. To advance to the next level requires 100 void coins and 10 life coins. Zhang Po glanced at his left hand, deeming the enhancement of his bones to be of utmost necessity, and with modest costs, he upgraded by 1 level. Beginner's steel fiber, LV1, increases bone hardness by 10. To advance to the next level requires 200 void coins and 20 life coins. Has the cost doubled? Zhang Po squinted, sensing the complexity of the situation. He advanced another level. Beginner's steel fiber, LV2, increases bone hardness by 20. To advance to the next level requires 400 void coins and 40 life coins. By the heavens, the cost doubles with each upgrade. It resembles a geometric sequence. Zhang Po retrieved paper and pen to calculate. The maximum level for beginner steel fiber is 12, necessitating over 400,000 void coins and more than 40,000 life coins. The void coins are manageable, being low-tier currency with ample acquisition avenues. However, life coins are a premium currency, and he had painstakingly amassed only 800. Zhang Po cast another glance at beginner's vitality, finding identical consumption requirements. Setting down his paper and pen, he surveyed the calculations, somewhat speechless. The higher the skill level, the greater the upgrade costs. Yet the benefits remain constant, a mere 10 increment per upgrade. Passive skills indeed demand substantial investment. Presently, the optimal strategy would be to diversify resource allocation, simultaneously enhancing 2 skills to maximize returns. Hypothetically, upgrading both to LV4 would consume 300 life coins, leaving 200. Should he expend 160 of those to elevate one skill to LV5 or retain them? In contemplation, Zhang Po retrieved a life coin. He examined, inhaled, licked, and chewed it. The rich essence of vitality flooded his mouth, and Zhang Po felt an exhilarating high. Base health 1. Zhang Po's eyes sparkled, enhancing any skill paled in comparison to directly augmenting his base health. Base health 1. Base health 1. After consuming 20 life coins, an increase of 10 points in health was achieved, and no further enhancement is possible. Significant boost in physique. Adventure level 1. Current level 7. Has he reached his limit? Zhang Po's face radiated with vitality, feeling as if he could take on 10 fox spirits. He seized Huang Xiaoxian and shook her. Transform for me. Huang Xiaoxian, looking exasperated, retorted, Put me down, or I shall scratch you. Chapter 011. Authentication of cultivation techniques. Human beings possess limitations. The enhancement effects of life coins on Zhang Po exhibit diminishing returns. As one progresses further, the expenditure of life coins increases with every slight augmentation in vitality. Considering these factors, it is ultimately more advantageous to elevate one's skill level. Both vitality and steel fiber have been upgraded to level 4, with only 80 coins remaining. Zhang Po generously gifted them to Huang Xiaoxian for the purpose of refining and enhancing her magical power. Huang Xiaoxian's eyes widened in astonishment. Her recent investment had yielded immediate rewards. She thought that perhaps she could wear black stockings for him in the future. You are truly kind. Do you possess any cultivation techniques suitable for humans? Perhaps something like qi refinement? Zhang Po inquired. Huang Xiaoxian had showcased various spells during their task, including earth evasion, healing, and wind manipulation, which Zhang Po found quite enticing. Clutching her life coins, Huang Xiaoxian rolled her eyes, realizing that the white ghost had been waiting for her all along. I do not. The techniques I practice are ancestral methods passed down by the Weasel clan, evolved from the anatomical structure of the weasel itself. If you genuinely wish to learn a technique, it would be better to visit a Taoist temple and try your luck. Wudong Mountain, Longhu Mountain, Qincheng Mountain, Amei Mountain. I have heard that many sects nowadays are keen on accepting adventurers as disciples. Why not give a shot? It is rather embarrassing for a flower cultivator to lack any skills of their own. After some contemplation, Zhang Po resolved to test his luck and, accompanied by Huang Xiaoxian, departed from the Void Realm, returning to his homeland. That very day, he purchased a plane ticket to Jiangxi, arriving at the foot of Longhu Mountain. Young man, stop dawdling and buy a ticket first. 260 each, called out the middle-aged woman at the ticket booth. 260? That is rather steep, almost equivalent to a month's worth of breakfast. Zhang Po lamented, reluctantly producing chista yuan. Sister, if I wish to become a Taoist, where should I register? The ticket seller, charmed by Zhang Po's good looks and pleasant demeanor, replied with a smile, just head up the mountain and find the Taoists at the back. Remember, the true practitioners reside there. Those at the front are mostly imposters, especially the ones wearing glasses. Thank you, sister. May you remain forever youthful at 18. Zhang Po responded, shouldering his bag and turning to ascend the mountain. Huang Xiaoxian poked her head out from the backpack, surveying the mountainous surroundings. Although it was not the peak of the tourist season, there were still plenty of visitors milling about. So many people. I used to hesitate to visit these famous mountains for fear of being recruited by a Taoist, but now that I am your guardian spirit, I can roam freely. Zhang Po, I want to eat Qinchang tofu and Tianchi chestnuts. She exclaimed. Understood, understood. Quickly, hide. Someone is watching you. Zhang Po replied, his steps light as he climbed to the summit, visiting each scenic spot along the way. Where's the back mountain? He sighed. Huang Xiaoxian savored her chestnuts with delight. It seems that all these places have been developed into tourist attractions. The genuine Taoists must have relocated to a different sanctuary for their practice. Look around for any rugged paths or geographical features that might deter ordinary people from entering. Zhang Po wandered around once more, eventually halting at a dead end. This so-called dead end was, in fact, two adjacent mountain peaks connected by an iron chain, clearly not intended for ordinary travelers. Stepping back a few paces, Zhang Po sprinted forward, a thin layer of ice appearing beneath his feet as he traversed the iron chain, gliding effortlessly to the opposite shore. Hey, over here. Register, please, called a scruffy young Taoist seated nearby, gesturing toward a table laden with paper and writing instruments. Master, may I inquire what this is? Name? Zhang Po. Here, to seek apprenticeship? Oh, yes. The young Taoist rummaged beneath the table, retrieving a small booklet and tossing it to Zhang Po. Take this and study it. In a month, you should attain minor success and return. Present your identification for registration. The cultivation method requires official verification. Do not disseminate it carelessly. Should it come to light that you have shared it, fines will be imposed, payable to the National Treasury, and failure to comply will affect your credit. Zhang Po blinked, gazing at the booklet in his hands, surprised at how effortlessly he had acquired the secret teachings. Surely, it couldn't be anything of great value. Off you go. The young Taoist waved his hand, signaling Zhang Po to leave, then produced a cigarette and searched for a lighter. "Where's the lighter? Did my junior take it?" Zhang Po retrieved a lighter, ignited it, and offered it to the young Taoist, casually placing it on the table. The young Taoist raised an eyebrow, pocketed the lighter, and smiled. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Zhang Po shook the booklet in his hand. "This is my first visit. What is the situation here? I'm a bit confused." "Ah, the tale is lengthy." The young Taoist began, speaking eloquently about adventurers who traverse various realms. However, not everyone is fortunate enough to land in a world that mirrors the historical context of their own, making it difficult to obtain cultivation methods. Thus, some sought to connect with established sects like ours. With the influx of visitors, we cannot accept everyone, so we set a threshold, offering a foundational method for practice. If one truly achieves minor success in a month, their aptitude is assuredly impressive, and they may be considered for acceptance into our ranks. The method includes explanations in vernacular, making it accessible. Practice diligently, young man. I have high hopes for you. In light of the lighter, the young Taoist offered a final piece of advice. In a month, the grand ritual of Luo Tian will be spectacular. Even if you do not succeed in your practice, you can still join the festivities. Thus, Zhang Po purchased a ticket and returned to his hometown. Chapter 001 Series Task 3 Demon Taming Village. Upon returning home, Zhang Po meticulously studied the small booklet titled Xiao Zhou Tian, a method for nurturing, sensing, and circulating qi. The nurturing of qi primarily relies on a set of health exercises, while sensing qi is achieved through quiet meditation, and circulating qi depends on breath control. According to the text, individuals of average aptitude can attain proficiency by dedicating 2 hours daily to practice, maintaining this regimen for 3 years. The entry requirement for disciples at Longhu Mountain are such that one must gain entry within a month. Such elevated standards appear deliberately crafted to challenge newcomers. It seems that Longhu Mountain is a capacity, not in need of additional disciples, thus imposing these stringent criteria. Nevertheless, for a novice like me, this technique suffices. Zhang Po sought a secluded grove, rising early each day to practice diligently, patiently refining his movements through repeated exercises. After 3 days, he had fully mastered the essential actions. Throughout his practice, every part of his body radiated warmth, a flow of heat accumulating and circulating within him. Is this qi? Zhang Po pondered in surprise. Qi, is it not the essence of life itself? Magical energy is a fusion of life force and elemental power, predominantly elemental in nature. Qi is the energy that emanates from within the human body. After the previous task concluded, having exhausted his magical energy and exited the dungeon world without elemental replenishment, Zhang Po's energy value had remained at 0. Now, however, his energy levels began to rise, but the designation had shifted from magical energy to qi. This may be attributed to the abundance of life coins consumed, endowing his body with a robust foundation, thus making the nurturing of qi effortlessly attainable. Zhang Po possessed a powerful soul and acute perceptive abilities. Consequently, the sensing of qi unfolded seamlessly as well. As for circulating qi, it flowed naturally within his body, eluding control, unable to be halted, accelerated, or decelerated. Perhaps the rapidity of his progress hindered him from achieving complete mastery. After several days, he finally managed to exert some control. Adventurer, you have a new mail. The 3rd volume of the series task has been generated. Demon Taming Village. Task description. It is rumored that red-skinned goblins have been troubling the demon taming village. Do pay a visit if you have the time. Red-skinned goblins? Zhang Po stroked his chin thoughtfully. Considering how many brave goblins Gelying had dispatched, it is remarkable how many goblin marauders have emerged. Let's embark on this journey. If possible, I hope to revert to the toilet-style teleportation method. With a sudden emptiness beneath his feet, Zhang Po and Huang Xiaoxian were drawn into an alternate world. As his consciousness gradually regained clarity, Zhang Po felt his hands and feet bound to a pole, being carried and jostled about. Upon opening his eyes, he gazed upward to behold a pair of green-skinned giants, their ample forms bobbing rhythmically with each step, brimming with elasticity. It appeared that he had been discovered by the green-skinned goblins, who were transporting him back to their cave, intent on extracting his essence. In a flurry, A yellow figure darted between the trees, and Huang Xiaoxian leaped down, landing before the two goblins. Standing upright, he inhaled deeply, inflating his belly, and exhaled a cloud of gray mist that enveloped everyone. The two green-skinned goblins, startled, hastily set down the pole and brandished their weapons in readiness. Before they could react further, Zhang Po broke free from the vines, supporting himself with one hand, and leaped agilely to the treetops to conceal himself, while Huang Xiaoxian sprang onto his shoulder. A solitary figure, accompanied by a ferret, gazed down at two green-skinned goblins below. As the mist dispersed, the goblins, realizing Zhang Po had vanished, began to shout in disarray, searching frantically. After a considerable time, they conceded defeat, grumbling as they retraced their steps along the path. Zhang Po and Huang Xiaoxian stealthily followed. Huang Xiaoxian typed in the team chat channel, "You were awake all along, weren't you?" Zhang Po replied, "I just woke up." Huang Xiaoxian continued, "Then why not eliminate them?" Zhang Po explained, "Goblins are social creatures. By trailing them, we might uncover clues about the red-skinned goblins, which is far more efficient than aimlessly searching." Huang Xiaoxian teased, "I thought you couldn't bear to part with their wretched bodies." Zhang Po retorted, "That is slander." The duo followed the green-skinned goblins for an hour until they reached a village. Upon sighting the two goblins, several women in the village screamed in panic. "Damn it! The goblins have come again. Quickly hide the boys." The two goblins began kicking down doors and rummaging through homes in search of prey. The women of the village hid away, too fearful to intervene. Observing for a while, Zhang Po noted the absence of men in the village. Perhaps there were boys, but they had all been concealed. These women lacked any combat prowess or spirit of resistance, allowing the goblins to scour for their victims unimpeded. After half an hour of searching, the goblins finally discovered a young boy in a cellar, binding him to a shoulder pole and carrying him out of the village. The boy, terrified, cried out for help, but no one came to his aid. Zhang Po tapped Huang Xiaoxian on the head. "You follow them. I will gather some intelligence." Huang Xiaoxian swiftly descended, trailing the two goblins. After a brief moment, Zhang Po entered the village. Suddenly, a robust young man appeared, capturing the attention of several women. "I am an adventurer," he announced, having heard of the green-skinned rascals troubling this place. "I have come to hunt them down. If you could provide me with any information, I will be most grateful." Upon hearing he was there to assist, a group of women crowded around him. "Finally, an adventurer to help us. You must save us. My husband has been taken. My son has been captured." The women clamored, all speaking at once, unable to convey their plight succinctly. Zhang Po raised his voice. Silence. Instantly, the crowd fell quiet. "I will ask questions, and you will answer. No superfluous words. The more time we waste, the greater the danger to your families." A skeletal spear materialized in Zhang Po's hand, which he thrust into the stone slab, producing a sharp crack as it shattered. The women gasped in fright, recoiling, their expressions submissive, just as before. "First, where's this place?" "Sir, this is Demon Tamer Village." "Demon Tamer Village?" Zhang Po surveyed the crowd, noting the absence of any formidable presence, only ordinary folk. With such an illustrious name, it was surprising to find only commoners. "Are there no adventurers in your village?" The women shook their heads. "Sir, there are no adventurers in Demon Tamer Village, but there is a demon tamer. The demon tamer left the village 2 days ago to procure supplies in the city. Yesterday, the village was besieged by the green-skinned raiders, who abducted all the able-bodied men, leaving only the elderly and children behind. This morning, another wave of green-skinned assailants arrived, seizing several young boys. The apprentice of the village's demon tamer was also taken." "What is a demon tamer?" Zhang Po continued to inquire. "Sir, a demon tamer can control magical creatures. Our village has been able to survive here thanks to the demon tamer. But he fled at a critical moment, otherwise we—" "Enough!" Zhang Po interrupted sharply. "Your words lack coherence. Just a moment ago, you claimed the demon tamer had gone to the city to procure supplies, and now you say he has fled. Do not embellish or speculate recklessly. I am capable of making my own judgments." With a sudden stamp of his foot, Zhang Po shattered the stone slab beneath him. Witnessing this display, the woman who had been speaking out of turn immediately fell silent, retreating behind the others. "One last question. Have you seen the red-skinned goblin?" Yes, that red-skinned one speaks our language. When she arrived in the village, she demanded to find the demon tamer. Upon learning he was absent, she began to wreak havoc and abduct people. At this point, the group of women resumed their lamentations. If the demon tamer were here, the red-skinned goblin wouldn't be causing chaos and capturing people. It's all his fault for not being present. Zhang Po frowned. How utterly vexing, these fools. They blame the very one who has consistently protected them for their misfortunes. With that, Zhang Po turned and departed. It would be best to rendezvous with Huang Xiaoxian and scout the goblin lair. Chapter 002. The local villagers are quite impolite. Jelen crouched atop the mountain, gazing downwards. Goblins, burdened with their spoils, made their way to the goblin lair. Jelen frowned. In such a short span of time, more than 10 able-bodied young men had already been transported. According to the intelligence provided by the Adventurers Guild, this was merely a small goblin nest, not exceeding 50 green-skinned creatures, led by an elite goblin chief. Such a party should not possess this much loot. As anticipated, the red-skinned goblins were indeed present. With a sigh, Jelen lamented that if the power of the hero still resided within him, he would effortlessly sense the redskins. As for seeking Catherine's assistance, how could he, having created this mess, have the audacity to ask his sister to clean it up? Ah, my dear friend, what brings you here? A sudden voice startled Jelen, and he turned to see Zhang Po, climbing the summit with the aid of his hands and feet, a small fairy perched atop his head. White Ghost, what brings you here as well? Jelen peered down, relieved not to see Catherine's figure. Here to clean up your mess. Getting. Are you here to commit patricide and infanticide? What a ruthless individual you are. Zhang Po teased, his face adorned with a playful grin. Jelen shrugged. I don't believe this is my fault. We're over 500 kilometers from Road Town. Even if I possessed extraordinary explosive power, I couldn't possibly shoot that far or with such precision to create a redskin. Zhang Po stroked his chin thoughtfully. So the question arises, whose fault is it then? Jelen pursed his lips. How would I know? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Po replied, even if it's not your fault, it undoubtedly relates to the Holy Tree Church. After all, the power of the hero is a creation of the Holy Tree Church. Regardless, it's not my responsibility, Jelen replied nonchalantly, continuing to observe the situation below. Since he was already here, they might as well eradicate this goblin lair together. Suddenly, Zhang Po exclaimed, Hey, do I resemble your brother-in-law? Without turning, Jelen raised a middle finger at Zhang Po. Seal failure. You have gained 25 points of misfortune, converted to 5 points of mental energy. Eight plans? Zhang Po inquired. None. It's merely a small cave. We can crush through it. Zhang Po chuckled, kicking Jelen in the back. Off you go. Scoundrel. Jelen was caught off guard and tumbled down the mountainside. The commotion attracted the attention of the goblins below. They looked up to see a black knight wielding a great sword, descending from the heavens, impaling a goblin. Another figure, armed with a skeletal spear, followed suit, also striking down a goblin. With the enemy approaching, the surrounding goblins began to shout in alarm. More goblins rushed out of their lair, encircling the two. Zhang Po drew his spear, performing a flourish. Jelen, I recall the murderous intent you directed at me that night. Consider this kick a token of my gratitude. Gidding, momentarily taken aback, felt his anger dissipate somewhat. You are quite straightforward. Aren't you even curious about the reason? Not necessary. Zhang Po thrust his spear suddenly, piercing the chest of a goblin. The chaos of battle erupted. The goblins, predominantly of levels 3 and 4, posed no challenge to the two warriors. The tide of battle was overwhelmingly in their favor. The two individuals infiltrated the goblin lair, dispatching one foe after another. Ultimately, only a level 10 elite goblin remained. Zhang Po sheathed his spear and delivered several powerful punches, vanquishing the creature. His bones, reinforced with steel fiber, exhibited a remarkable 40 increase in strength. Even when exerting his full might, the integrity of his skeletal structure remained steadfast, instilling a sense of reassurance. Too soft, the sensation of striking is lacking, Zhang Po remarked. Jelen chuckled lightly. While the impact may lack finesse, the tactile experience is exhilarating. Would you care to indulge while the moment is ripe? Truly despicable. Zhang Po retorted with a cold smirk. I can assure you, after my actions today, you will undoubtedly inform Catherine this evening and advise her to keep her distance from me. Zhang expressed a hint of regret. To think you would see through my intentions. It appears I must devise a more elaborate scheme to ensnare you. Let us return to the matter at hand. Where's the red-skinned one? Zhang Po inquired. Zhang shook his head. I have lost the power of the hero and can no longer sense him. First, we must rescue the villagers. With that, Zhang proceeded to free the villagers from their bonds. Zhang Po opted to remain vigilant, summoning a recently liberated villager. From Demon Tamer Village? He asked. Indeed, my lord. I hail from Demon Tamer Village, the villager replied. Were the apprentice demon tamers also captured? Were they? The villager's expression turned somber. They perished. Upon arrival, they were devoured. Devoured by goblins? Zhang Po quitted, astonished. Did they not first drain them? They bypassed the process entirely? The villager nodded. It was a red-skinned goblin that consumed them, distinct from the others. What did this red-skinned goblin look like? I mean its face. Zhang Po pressed. It was not as hideous as the green-skinned ones. It wore a mask, crafted from bone. Its physique was unparalleled, larger than its head. Larger than its head. Wearing a mask, Zhang Po pieced together the crucial information. It was a goblin marauder. An elite goblin that had consumed a hero goblin larva could evolve into a goblin marauder. This raised a significant question. How did the hero goblin larva traverse 500 to 600 kilometers to reach this location? Or perhaps an elite goblin had born Zhang's offspring, eventually giving birth to the hero goblin, which was then consumed, facilitating the evolution into a goblin marauder. White Ghost, the villagers have been rescued. Let us escort them back to Demon Tamer Village. Zhang proposed. Very well. They shall return on their own, though they may encounter monsters along the way. Zhang responded, though internally he harbored other considerations. With a red-skinned goblin absent, it would return to find its lair ransacked, and the men it had recently seized would be gone. There was a possibility it might venture back to Demon Tamer Village. It would be prudent to remain in Demon Tamer Village for a couple of days, waiting for an opportunity to present itself. The villagers, though robust, were encumbered by the treacherous mountain paths, making their progress excruciatingly slow. Zhang, do you possess knowledge regarding demon tamers? Zhang Po inquired. I have heard of them, Zhang recalled. A rare and unique profession. While other professions focus on self-enhancement, demon tamers differ. They forge contracts with demons. The demons they contract hunt other monsters, allowing the demon tamers to gain experience. Attributes acquired by demon tamers can be allocated to the demons themselves, enhancing their skills and attributes. The advantages and disadvantages of a demon tamer are quite apparent. The merit lies in the ability to forge a pact with a potent magical creature, which can elevate the tamer's status. However, the challenge lies in the acquisition of such formidable beings, as they are not easily obtained, and the tamer's own physical form is inherently fragile. Consequently, most demon tamers achieve only modest accomplishments. After an uninterrupted journey, the villagers safely arrived back at their settlement 2 hours later. The air was filled with joyous tears as families reunited. Glenn turned to Zhang Po, inquiring, Are we not leaving yet? Zhang Po, taken aback, responded, I never expected you to be someone who performs good deeds without seeking recompense. Surely, after our efforts, we ought to at least be offered a drink. Glenn narrowed his eyes, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Are you hoping to catch something unawares? Zhang Po glanced at Glenn. Not too dim-witted, am I? Glenn shook his head. You may have to wait indefinitely. Puzzled, Zhang Po asked, What do you mean? Half an hour later, as the villagers returned to their homes, only Glenn and Zhang Po remained at the village entrance. A gentle breeze swept through, accompanied by the mocking caws of crows. Strangely, no one invited them inside for a drink or a meal, let alone offered any form of remuneration. The inhospitable nature of the local populace was disheartening. Zhang Po spat on the ground in disdain. Glenn shrugged indifferently. You'll get used to it. They avoid us out of fear that we might demand payment. Adventurers typically shun assignments in remote areas due to the high likelihood of villagers reneging on their promises of compensation. Many young adventurers have fallen victim to such deceit, with some villagers even serving rusty forks as meals. Thus, we must find a secure refuge for the night. Otherwise, we might encounter an ambush from the villagers. Our equipment could fetch a significant sum. Zhang Po felt a bit speechless, having first-hand experience of the perils of this otherworldly realm, realizing that the malice of the villagers surpassed even the wickedness of the creatures they faced. The sound of galloping hooves interrupted their thoughts. A horse-drawn carriage approached the village entrance, prompting both men to turn and observe. The driver was a middle-aged man with short brown hair and a pair of mustaches, who curiously scrutinized the two before glancing towards the village. Noticing the signs of conflict within the settlement, the man's demeanor shifted to one of caution. "Who are you two? What has transpired in the village?" Before they could respond, the man continued, "I am Good, the village chief of Demon Tamer Village, and also a demon tamer. I kindly ask you to answer with sincerity." A hissing sound pierced the air as a large serpent, adorned with azure scales, emerged from behind the carriage. The serpent raised its head, looking down upon the two men, flicking its tongue in curiosity. Chapter 003. If there is poison, I will know upon tasting it. The eye of insight has been opened. You have obtained the following information. Good, Demon Tamer LV-12. Megikalbate, Azriskotnik, LV-12. Zhang Po and Jelen exchanged glances, drawing forth their long spear and great sword, exuding a palpable aura. The azure-scaled snake, agitated, rustled its scales, its head swaying uncertainly. The village chief, Good, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, his gaze evasive, inwardly lamenting. What did these adventurers come from? And they are melee types at that. At such a close distance, surely the magical pet could not protect his fragile frame. Chill. Can we resolve this amicably? Good mused as he nonchalantly pressed down on the snake's head. What brings you two to our village? We haven't posted any quests at the Adventurers Guild. Zhang Po tilted his head, pointing the spear at Good, and exclaimed, "You lot of ungrateful villagers. I rescued your folk from the goblin nest without a single reward. Do you intend to toy with us?" Jelen, too, directed his great sword at Good. "Old man, how much is 13 lives worth? You know the answer. Otherwise, you shall repay it in double." Good's face paled, internally cursing his misfortune for encountering such formidable adversaries. He hastily dismounted the cart, forcing a smile. "Esteemed adventurers, your efforts are commendable. I have just returned and am unaware of the situation. Allow me to investigate. If it is indeed true, I will promptly gather the funds. I cannot let you toil in vain. Make haste." Zhang Po kicked Good's rear. Time is money. Good urged the cart forward into the village, shouting as he entered, "Where is everyone? Come out. Jack, John, Eli." Upon hearing the village chief's voice, several villagers emerged and surrounded him. "Chief, you have returned at last. The goblins attacked our village the day before yesterday and captured many." The chief gasped in shock. "What? Goblins truly came? This cannot be. Well, my student, he was devoured by goblins. Damn it. Curse goblins." Chief Good erupted in furious exclamations. As his rage subsided, the villagers continued, "Two adventurers saved us, but we have no money to offer them. Why haven't they left yet?" Chief Good, in a fit of anger, slapped a villager. "Silence. You are bringing me trouble." The villager, clutching his face, retorted, "We deliberately kept our distance. How could you be so oblivious? Do you wish for us to arm ourselves with pitchforks?" Chief Good struck the villager again. "Be quiet." Turning to Zhang Po and Jelen, who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, he offered a conciliatory smile. "My apologies. My humble village is like this. I shall gather your payment immediately. I am truly grateful for your assistance." After a flurry of activity, the chief managed to collect 300 copper coins, placing them in a bag and presenting it to the two adventurers with a deep bow. "Esteemed sirs, your efforts deserve this small token of appreciation. In such a modest place, we trade in goods and currency is scarce. If you do not mind, please also accept these 2 bags of freshly dug potatoes. By heavens, what a miser. Insufficiently repaired equipment. And yet this endeavor has proven fruitless." Zhang Po expressed his disdain, snatching the purse and indicating for Jaren to fetch the potatoes. Jaren picked up the potatoes, sensing that Zhang Po's demeanor was far from feigned. As the two departed, village chief Good sighed in relief, casting a somber glance at the villagers. "Relate to me, in detail, the events surrounding the goblin attack on the village. As night fell, outside Demon Tamer village, in a secluded grove, the crackling campfire echoed through the stillness. Zhang Po sat cross-legged, engaged in meditation. Jiren rummaged through the potatoes, selecting a larger one to toss into the flames for roasting. Huang Xiaoxian, accustomed to the delights of modern cuisine, exhibited little enthusiasm for the roasted potato, resting beside Zhang Po and yawning. Zhang Po opened his eyes. You truly dare to consume that? Are you not afraid of that old fellow's poison? Jiren shrugged indifferently. Whether there is poison or not, I shall know the moment I taste it. Zhang Po was somewhat taken aback. With the body altered by the hero's power, your resistance to toxins must be quite formidable. Jiren merely smiled in silence. Let us discuss matters of importance. Jiren, have you discerned any anomalies today? The fact that village chief good is level 12 yet remains in this small village, does that not qualify as an anomaly? With such high level and a level 12 magical pet, possessing such martial prowess, the existence of the goblin nest raises further questions. Does it not? Zhang Po pondered. The former could be excused, perhaps he is living in seclusion. The latter, however, does not count. Jiren paused in his potato selection, gazing at Zhang Po in confusion. Why does the latter not count? Allow me to share a tale, Jiren. In a certain city, bandits frequently descended upon it to pillage. The lord, seeking to safeguard his territory, employed adventurers to eradicate the bandits. To incentivize the adventurers, the lord provided sustenance, water, equipment, wealth, courtesans, and even promised them titles of nobility. The adventurers, enticed by such generous provisions, exerted great effort and swiftly cleared the bandits away. However, they soon discovered that the lord had terminated their employment. The food, water, equipment, and courtesans were all gone, and the promised titles were never mentioned again. Among the adventurers, one had a flash of insight, proposing that they masquerade as bandits to wreak havoc upon the city. Once again, the lord required the services of adventurers. This time, they split into two factions, one pretending to be bandits, the other feigning to hunt them down. The spoils they acquired were shared by all. Over time, the lord came to rely on these adventurers, granting titles to a select few to ensure their continued efforts against the supposed bandits. Thus, the bandits were never truly eradicated. The adventurers reaped their rewards. The lord enjoyed peace, and everyone envisioned a bright future. This is what one might call nurturing the enemy to maintain control. Jiren fell into deep contemplation, suddenly grasping the meaning behind previously inscrutable events. White Ghost, are you suggesting that village chief good intentionally maintains the goblin nest to ensure the villagers remain dependent upon him? Merely a hypothesis. Zhang Po shrugged. The village chief possesses the ability to exterminate the goblin nest, yet chooses not to. Either the benefits are insufficient, or the repercussions are significantly daunting. Jiren inquired again. Are there no other possibilities? Zhang Po chuckled. Surely it cannot be due to mere laziness, can it? To return to the matter at hand. Regardless of the intentions of the village chief, we shall wait for 2 days. If the redskin does not arrive, we will proceed to the nearest adventurers' guild to gather intelligence. Initially, I intended to lie in wait at the goblin den, but having slain so many goblins, the scent of blood is too strong and may alert the remaining creatures. Thus, it is highly likely that the redskin will not make an appearance. However, whether it be the redskin or the greenskin, both are in need of men. For the purposes of procreation or sustenance, they will surely return to this village. We shall remain here and await their return. Chapter 004. Wealth, Death, and Abduction. The following day, dawn broke. A white bird chirped atop a branch, rousing Zhang Po from his meditative state. Base energy value significantly increased. Overall adventurer level 1, current LV 8. The misfortune lottery has been drawn. Today's affliction, toothache. Zhang Po touched his cheek and frowned slightly. The toothache was a familiar bane, having occurred several times before. The first instance was rather unbearable, but he had since grown accustomed to it. Such a negative state was relatively minor in terms of harm. After sitting cross-legged all night, doesn't your back ache or your bottom feel uncomfortable? Yelin incurid. Considerate meditation. Zhang Po responded dismissively. In his seated practice, the energy within him surged, and his blood coursed rapidly, preventing any stagnation of vital energy. Thus, the perils of prolonged sitting were non-existent. "What magic are you studying?" Gulin observed as he brushed the dew from his hair, noting the water elements continuously converging within Zhang Po, creating an abundance of mist. Zhang Po rose and activated his microcirculation, allowing the hazy moisture to disperse around him. "I conducted a small experiment, utilizing the microcirculation technique to attract elemental energy. I infused water elements into my vital energy. The outcome was intriguing. The energy within me acquired a property, water energy." Zhang Po found himself perplexed. Was the extraordinary power within him vital energy or magical power? Or perhaps, at their core, they were fundamentally similar? Rolling up his sleeves, Zhang Po summoned the water condensation spell, causing an imperceptible energy pattern to illuminate along his arm. The water elements in the air coalesced into a fist-sized water sphere, levitating in his palm. With focused intent, he meticulously examined the energy pattern. This was the essence of magic, the magical circuit. Interconnected magical circuits formed a magical equation. By activating the magical equation, one could cast spells. The magical enhancement of adventurer cards in the Pierre continent essentially inscribed magical equations onto the human body, which served as both the launch pad for magic and the repository for magical energy. A sudden spark of inspiration struck Zhang Po, and he committed the water condensation magical equation to memory. He then swiftly raised his hand, striking the energy circuit on his left hand. With a faint sound, the water condensation magical equation disintegrated completely. Gulin stood there, astonished at the scene. "Have you lost your mind? You learned a spell using your attribute points, and you just destroyed it?" Zhang Po retrieved his adventurer card to check. In the skills section, water condensation magic LV1 had vanished. The magical equation etched on his hand had been obliterated. Then, Zhang Po lifted his left hand, channeling energy within him to simulate the water condensation magical equation. With a whoosh, the surrounding mist was drawn in, transforming into a colossal water sphere that hovered above the two. Adventurer has mastered the skill, water condensation, LV. Max Gulin gazed at the immense water sphere overhead, rooted to the spot. He recalled that when Zhang Po had exhausted his magical energy previously, he had barely managed to condense enough water to envelop 3 people. Now, observing Zhang Po's relaxed demeanor, it was evident he was not exerting himself to the fullest. "You, not choosing the mage profession is truly a pity," Glenn lamented. "Magic is either a human invention or a divine revelation. Ultimately, it is merely knowledge, a form of technique. As a technique, it can be unraveled. The first step to deciphering magic is to replicate its equations. Only by mastering the art of manually crafting these equations can one truly engage in decryption. Within the current mage hierarchy, only those who have attained a high-level mage status, specifically level 30 and above, begin to study these magical formulas. Mages at this stage are referred to as grandmasters, capable of refining old spells, customizing new ones, and developing innovative magic. Is it reasonable for a level 8 magic warrior to wield the skills of a level 30 mage? Glenn scratched his head, feeling that this was as absurd as if he and a goblin could produce a hero goblin. Level 10. Yet regrettably, the white songstress was destroyed too swiftly, leaving no time to gather energy for adventurer cards. Otherwise, he would have surely advanced several levels. Zhang Po waved his hand, splashing water from a sphere to nourish the forest. Subsequently, he meticulously noted down the formula for the frost magic, which effectively dismantled the magical circuits within him. Adventurer has mastered the skill, Frost Level Max. With a flick of his hand, the frost swept through the woods, encasing trees within a 10-meter radius in ice, draping them in white frost. He tapped on the frozen trees, finding them solid as stone. Then he executed a maneuver, and with a crack, the trees shattered into countless fragments. Zhang Po was pleased with this outcome. Glenn covered his face, feeling utterly numb. "It's a real shame you didn't choose the mage profession." "Perhaps," Zhang Po replied non-committally, continuing his research on demonic muscles. "Glenn, could you please keep an eye on the Beastmaster village? I'm experiencing a surge of inspiration and need to consolidate my skills. Glenn did not refuse and rose to depart. As he walked, he muttered to himself, "This fellow possesses remarkable talent. As long as he doesn't meet an untimely end, his future achievements will undoubtedly be significant. If he and Catherine could—" No, let us not dwell on that. Glenn paused, tilting his head. On the top of a tree stood a bird with white feathers, preening itself. Has this bird been here for long without seeking insects? Glenn's eyes sparkled as he scrutinized the little white bird. It bore no magical energy, was not a magical creature, nor a product of a beastmaster's influence. Retracting his gaze, Glenn selected a vantage point to monitor the beastmaster village. Meanwhile, Zhang Po sat cross-legged, expending a few attribute points to enhance his demonic muscles. Energy coursed through his body, weaving between his muscle fibers. Zhang Po focused intently on memorizing the route of this energy flow. After expending 3 attribute points, he finally committed the entire pathway to memory. He retrieved paper and pen to document his findings. Once he had inscribed everything, he exhaled in relief. He conceived an idea to combine the small circulatory system with the demonic muscles to develop a technique for refining the body through qi. The workload feels quite substantial. Zhang Po steeled himself, searching for the nodes that could integrate the small circulatory system with the demonic muscles. Sasha perked up her ears, eager to survey her surroundings. "Stay still, someone is coming." Zhang Po cautioned. Huang Xiaoxian lowered her ears and crouched back down, her entire body tensed with anticipation. The sound of footsteps crunching on dry branches drew nearer, accompanied by chilling laughter. Clearly, the adversaries had no intention of launching a surprise attack. "Hey there, buddy. Are you alone? Come join us for a game." 6 men clad in leather armor, wielding weapons, encircled them. Zhang Po tucked away his writing materials and rose to his feet. "Are you here for wealth or to take lives?" A man with dreadlocks and thick lips stroked his chin, revealing a lewd grin. "Neither for wealth nor for murder. My brother here seeks to indulge in a different kind of pleasure. You know, the sort that involved violation followed by execution." "Oomph. Spit." Zhang Po contemptuously spat on the ground. "Damn it, you scoundrel." The dreadlocked man's expression turned icy. With a swift gesture, one of his subordinates lunged at Zhang Po, thrusting a long sword toward his ribs. Zhang Po sidestepped skillfully, employing the technique of the Azure Dragon's Claw to seize the wrist of the assailant. With his other hand, he struck fiercely at the adversary's face. Frostbite. The frigid energy surged into the enemy's eyes, penetrating directly into his brain, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In the blink of an eye, one adversary was dispatched, leaving the dreadlocked man taken aback as he bellowed, "Everyone, attack together!" Chapter 005. The village of sorcery. Zhang Po surged forward, his foot striking hard as he pressed his palm against the chest of an adversary. With his left hand, he unleashed a frigid grip, encasing the enemy in ice, while his right elbow delivered a brutal blow that shattered the foe. Fragments of the corpse lay scattered across the ground, devoid of any gory display. Only frozen shards remained. Among these fragments was a severed head, its unblinking icy eyes fixed upon the onlookers. The man with dreadlocks shuddered at the sight. Although the scene lacked bloodshed, it was undeniably terrifying. The mere thought of becoming such a remnant filled him with dread. "Charge together." The dreadlocked man led the charge, his subordinates emboldened by his rallying cry. Yet, as they ran, the dreadlocked man mysteriously vanished. In an instant, his followers realized they had been deceived, but it was too late to flee. Zhang Po, wielding ice and elbow strikes, reduced them to mere fragments, indistinguishable from one another. When the forensic experts arrived, they would surely exclaim how exquisitely the remains were scattered. Utterly irreparable, Zhang Po seized the last remaining adversary by the neck, continuously releasing icy breath. The man understood his fate was sealed, and, while he still had the capacity for speech, he resolved to drag his leader down with him. The boss can turn invisible. Crack! The neck snapped, yet no blood flowed forth. Zhang Po had merely frozen the neck before breaking it. This technique was particularly effective at sealing off the stench of blood. Perish! A spectral figure suddenly materialized behind Zhang Po, The dreadlocked man swung his sword toward Zhang Po's neck, only to have it deflected by an arm clad in ice armor. With his other hand, Zhang Po summoned a stream of water and shot it at the dreadlocked man. Realizing the dire situation, the dreadlocked man could not evade in time and was struck. Under the sunlight, the water film refracted rays of light, revealing the dreadlocked man's form. Although he possessed the ability to cloak himself in magic, rendering both his body and attire invisible, this technique held a flaw. His own magical essence could not conceal itself alongside him. The water upon him, infused with Zhang Po's magical energy, betrayed his position. Dismissing his invisibility, the dreadlocked man charged directly at Zhang Po. "Oh, how intriguing. Not only do you not flee, but you come charging at me." Zhang Po felt a surge of excitement as he drew forth a bone spear. However, before they could clash, the dreadlocked man produced a smoke bomb and hurled it to the ground. Bang! Smoke enveloped the area, obscuring all visibility. Zhang Po raised his hand and hurled the spear, piercing through the haze, followed by a scream of anguish. At that moment, the dreadlocked man had already fled 50 meters away, struck in the back, collapsing to the ground. Desperately, he crawled forward, only to have Zhang Po's foot pin him down. The dreadlocked man, filled with resentment, exclaimed, "I can silence my own voice. How did you discover me?" "The flow of air," and Zhang Po hesitated, feeling it unnecessary to educate his foe. Huang Xiaoxian approached, hands on her hips, declaring, "Not being able to see you is of no concern. Not hearing you is irrelevant. As long as we can perceive your fortune, we can ascertain your location. By simply interrogating you, we can awaken the luck that envelopes you, leaving you with no place to hide." The dreadlocked man's pupils dilated as he faced his impending demise, recalling the questions Zhang Po had posed. Was it greed for wealth, or desire for blood? What purpose does this serve? What is luck? The man with dreadlocks remained motionless, devoid of energy. Zhang Po flicked Huang Xiaoxian's forehead, admonishing, "Villains perish from excessive chatter. Speaking too much reveals information." Huang Xiaoxian exclaimed, cradling her head, "We are not villains." Zhang Po shook his head. "Whether one is a villain or not depends on success or failure. If we lose, we become the villains." Surveying the surroundings, Zhang Po noted the scattered remains. The oppressive heat would soon render the area foul. He turned and departed, making his way to the large tree where Jelen was stationed. From this vantage point, he could overlook the entire demon control village. "What brings you here?" Jelen inquired. "I was ambushed by bandits. I eliminated them all, but the scene was rather grim, so I needed to find a different place to stay." Jelen pondered. The demon control village was attacked by goblins. Word of it spread, and the bandits probably came to plunder. But they were unfortunate to encounter you. 2 hours later, Jelen yawned. "Let us take turns. Waiting idly is dreadfully dull." "Agreed. You should rest," Zhang Po replied. As night fell, the forest teemed with mosquitoes. The two stealthily entered an unoccupied room, preparing to spend the night. Zhang Po resumed his meditation, while Jelen lay down on the hay to sleep. At the stroke of midnight, an icy chill ran down Zhang Po's spine, and he abruptly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by a grinning face before him. The visage, with its wide mouth revealing a row of yellow teeth and eyes glowing crimson, filled him with instinctive dread. He instinctively delivered an uppercut, striking the bizarre face on the chin. With a resounding crash, the strange figure was propelled backward, crashing through the wall. The commotion startled Huang Xiaoxian and Jelen awake. Upon realizing their surroundings, Huang Xiaoxian let out a blood-curdling scream. "It's a ghost." In the room stood eerie figures, each possessing glowing crimson eyes. 2 more grotesque faces peered in from the windowsill. Unbeknownst to them, they had been encircled by these uncanny beings. Jelen gathered magical elements in his hands, forming a large fireball that blasted open the door. The two burst forth from the room. Huang Xiaoxian clung tightly to Zhang Po's neck, anxiously glancing back. The strange figures pursued them with twisted, unnatural movements. Under the moonlight, Huang Xiaoxian finally recognized the faces. They were villagers from the demon control village. How had they transformed into this? The sudden incident had startled them both, but now, regaining their composure, they halted in an open space and turned to observe. The villagers, both men and women, young and old, swayed as they encircled the two. Villagers of the demon control village, in a state of madness, fury, and bloodlust. Zhang Po waved his hand, conjuring a stream of water that formed a wall around them. The freezing air permeated, transforming the water wall into an ice barrier. The thick ice wall effectively separated them from the villagers, who clawed desperately at it, producing a chilling, crackling sound. Jelen, have you encountered this before? Zhang Po asked. Jelen shook his head. Never. They were perfectly normal during the day. At night, they lack any life force. Or else I would have noticed them entering our room. Zhang Po contemplated for a moment before leaping onto the ice wall. Let us go. Outside the village. The two quickly dashed out of the village. The villagers halted at the entrance of the village, standing as if ensnared. Their transformation was not a recent development. Had it been so, they would have sought us out last night. Have you seen Chief Guda? Zhang Po inquired. Both Golin and Huang Xiaoxian shook their heads. They retraced their steps back to the village, locating the chief's residence, only to find it devoid of life. Where could Chief Guda have gone? Once again, they emerged from the village, scrutinizing the villagers standing by the gate. Golin seized one of the villagers, forcibly dragging him out. The villagers struggled violently, prompting Golin to release him, allowing the villager to retreat back into the village, continuing to observe them with a piercing gaze. Huang Xiaoxian cradled her head in confusion, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening? It's utterly spine-chilling." Zhang Po stroked his chin thoughtfully, stating, "They appear to be under some form of control, adhering strictly to commands, not daring to step beyond the village." A sound of approaching footsteps echoed behind them, and Zhang Po turned to behold a series of eerie silhouettes, fixated upon them. No wonder Hong Pai refrained from coming. UMO village is indeed a village steeped in malevolence. Chapter 006. The cost of kindness within the village. The peculiar villagers gazed intently at them. Outside the village, another wave of strange individuals fixated on them. They were surrounded, and chaos was imminent. Zhang Po retaliated while assessing the situation of the adversaries. The enigmatic figures outside were not mere villagers. They resembled adventurers, clad in leather armor and wielding weapons, with 4 of them adorned in superior gear. Unlike the villagers, who lacked combat skills, these individuals displayed a methodical approach to their attacks. The 4 best-equipped individuals had all reached level 10. Faced with such foes, the 2 exhibited no hesitation. They swiftly resolved to eliminate the minions first before concentrating on the quartet. This group comprised a classic formation: a mage, a knight, an archer, and a cleric. Although they demonstrated some coordination, it was limited. When coherent, they undoubtedly functioned as a well-synchronized team, for they could not instinctively cooperate amidst chaos otherwise. Zhang Po encased the mage in a sphere of water, instantly freezing it, leaving only the head exposed. Jelen, let's keep these 4 alive for further examination. Jelen, retracting a lethal strike, expressed his discontent. Is that really necessary? Zhang Po elucidated they, like the villagers, may be under someone else's control. These 4 special units, and may prove useful. Delay them a moment. I shall encase them in ice one by one, Jelen urged. With one hand conjuring water and the other exuding frost, Zhang Po transformed the 4 into solid ice forms. Just as they prepared to cease their assault for investigation, the villagers suddenly stirred, rushing out of the gates towards them. Are the villagers also preserved? Jelen queried, his brow furrowing. Not a single one shall be spared, Zhang Po declared, taking the initiative to pierce a villager's throat with a single thrust. Zhang Po's ruthless demeanor genuinely astonished Jelen. Adventurers seldom resorted to violence against villagers. On one hand, there was little to gain, and on the other, indiscriminate slaughter would incur bounties. What are you waiting for? Zhang Po bellowed. These villagers were unable to leave the village moments ago, yet now they can. It is evident that someone is manipulating them from the shadows. They are ungrateful scoundrels, likely to stab you with a pitchfork at any moment. What does it matter if they're all slaughtered? While Jelen hesitated, Zhang Po dispatched several more villagers. With a resigned sigh, Jelen recognized that they had no choice but to eliminate them entirely. Hidden in the shadows, Village Chief Good was astonished. Heavens! The adventurers are slaying villagers. He could not comprehend how these two could be so heartless. Although they had been crude and disrespectful the previous day, Chief Good believed they were fundamentally good people. The perilous endeavor of rescuing individuals from the goblin nest bore little reward, and even noble lords would refrain from dispatching knights for such a venture. What malice could adventurers willing to brave the goblin lair possess? The reprimands directed at Chief Good were merely expressions of frustration due to the lack of profit. Even if he had forcefully expelled them at that moment, they would have merely left grumbling rather than resorting to village slaughter. Why, then, were they able to resort to such brutality now? As Chief Good remained in shock, the two continued to slay dozens more villagers. In a moment of urgency, Chief Good opened his mouth, emitting a low-frequency sound wave. The villagers halted, turning to flee back into the village. The villagers do not initiate an attack. Thus, you shall cease your slaughter, correct? Oh, noble adventurers, tomorrow, a villager shall report to the Lord, and soon your faces will adorn the bounty board of the Adventurers Guild. This is the price of kindness. However, the unfolding events did not align with the intentions of Elder Good. The two pursued, mercilessly striking down a villager with each blow. Elder Good trembled, his disbelief palpable. How could they still kill? Was it because the villagers were under control, their appearances disfigured, rendering the act devoid of moral burden? Elder Good parted his lips, emitting a low-frequency sound wave once more. One by one, the villagers succumbed to slumber, the crimson light in their eyes extinguished, their expressions transforming into serene tranquility. Jelen halted, warily observing the unconscious villagers. Would they continue to kill? Zhang Po unsheathed his spear, calling out, "Good, I know you are nearby. I have but one question." Elder Good fixed his gaze upon Zhang Po, straining to hear his inquiry. "Am I handsome?" Elder Good was left in utter bewilderment. What madness was this? Why ask such a question? You think you are handsome? Just bide your time until reinforcements arrive to bring you to justice. Not only was Elder Good bewildered, but Jelen too wore a look of confusion. Why would you ask him that? Zhang Po remained silent, activating his cursed skill, dark energy emanating from him, coalescing into a massive black hand that reached into the underbrush. "Found you." With a powerful leap, Zhang Po thrust his spear toward the green serpent coiled within the grass. The serpent emitted a fierce hiss, twisting its body, launching itself away. Zhang Po missed his mark and gave chase after the serpent. Jelen followed closely behind, declaring, "It is Good's magical pet. He is not present." Zhang Po asserted, "Good is indeed here within the serpent's belly." The ominous hand of fate held steadfastly onto the serpent's abdomen. There was no noticeable protrusion indicating the concealment of a person. Yet Zhang Po was certain that Good resided within. The grip of the ominous hand could only be loosened by answering questions. If Good wished to remain hidden, he would remain silent, and thus the hand would continue its pursuit. The serpent, swift as the wind, slithered upward along the mountainside. The two were hindered by thickets, their pace diminishing, and soon a considerable distance lay between them. Zhang Po came to a halt. "Do not pursue any further. We cannot catch up." Jelen expressed his disappointment. "What a pity. If we could capture him, we might uncover why the villagers have transformed in this manner." Zhang Po reassured him, "Fear not. I have already locked onto him. We simply cannot keep pace." A glimmer of realization crossed Jelen's face. "Are you suggesting," Zhang Po smiled, "let's set a trap to draw him back? We shall return to the demon control village and seek out those four adventurers. His interference with our research surely stems from a fear of secrets being revealed. Those four adventurers may possess valuable information." Upon their return, they discovered that the four adventurers had also succumbed to slumber, mirroring the fate of the villagers. Zhang Po extended a hand, gently pressing his fingertip against the forehead of the mage, channeling his soul energy. This was his first endeavor to probe another's body and psyche with soul power. An overwhelming influx of information and imagery flooded his senses. Zhang Po concentrated, resisting the temptation to become lost within the depths of her memories. As Zhang Po meticulously examined her surroundings, Gulin and Huang Xiaoxian remained on high alert. Suddenly, Zhang Po opened her eyes wide, stepping back a few paces, suppressing the urge to retch. A worm had taken residence in her mind. The unsettling image she had just encountered caused a wave of discomfort to wash over her, akin to discovering maggots while serving rice. Turning her attention to a nearby corpse, she crushed its skull underfoot, unearthing a long, white worm from its brain matter. The worm writhed incessantly, inching toward Zhang Po, seemingly in search of a new host. With a swift motion, she encased the white worm in ice, transforming it into a cube, and handed it to Gulin. Is it possible that a beast master controls their magical companions through parasitic entities? Gulin shook his head, scrutinizing the white worm closely. Beast masters establish a bond with their companions through contracts. It is more of a partnership than a parasitic domination. He hesitated, as if on the brink of revealing something significant. What does it resemble? Zhang Po inquired. I am uncertain. I need to summon Catherine to conduct a small test using the power of a hero. Gulin whistled, and a black eagle swooped down, perching on his shoulder, its head cocked curiously at Huang Xiaoxian, who fluffed her feathers and huffed indignantly. What are you staring at? Gulin penned a message, placed it in a tube, and released the black eagle into the sky. Zhang Po took the frozen white worm and activated her inside eye. Magic parasite, a parasitic organism capable of controlling its host. Its core is frail and requires a living host for survival. Once parasitism is achieved, it adapts to its host. The success rate of reparasitism after the host death is extremely low. Failure results in death. It operates within a hive society, uniformly controlled by the magic parasite queen. Thus, it became evident that village chief Gu De was not a legitimate beastmaster, but rather a practitioner of sorcery. Chapter 007. Not a dog, but a father. Gu Master? Green questioned, perplexed, having never encountered the term before. A group of individuals who work with insects, Zhang Po succinctly explained. Through these insects, they can heal or harm, even exert control over others. The reputation of Gu Masters has long been dubious. It is said that female Gu Masters, upon spotting a man they fancy, would employ a love insect to ensnare his heart utterly. Green raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Interesting. Zhang Po rolled his eyes, steering the conversation back on track. What do you suspect this is? Does it require the power of a hero for detection? Green replied gravely. The product of the land of white corpses may have evolved from the white mistworm, but the aura is markedly different, necessitating the hero's power for examination. The second generation of hero's power is an enhancement of the first, retaining the original's characteristics, which was specifically developed to combat the white corpses. Should the white worm indeed be a product of a land of white corpses, even if merely a subspecies, the entire area would be sealed off by the church for thorough inspection. Zhang Po approached the frozen mage, gently patting her cheek. Wake up, the sun's shining. The mage's eyelids fluttered. She sneezed before opening her eyes. Trembling from the cold, she gazed around in confusion. Where's this? Who are you? Zhang Po retorted with a question. Do you have worms in your head? Are you aware? The mage paused, her expression vacant, seemingly lost in recollection, before unleashing a piercing scream that shattered the silence of the night. With a swift slap, she fell silent. Have you calmed down? Zhang Po inquired. The mage shook her head. That's all right, just remain quiet. Now, tell me how you were controlled. After a brief silence, she gathered her thoughts and began. I accepted a private task, serving as a bodyguard for a noble. Upon arrival, I discovered I had been deceived. I was to act as a guard for a goblin breeding facility. When we attempted to withdraw from the task, we were forcibly controlled and had worms stuffed into our noses. I then lost consciousness, and upon waking, I found myself staring at your handsome face. Concise and precise. Very well. Zhang Po commended, then turned to Green. Aren't goblins plentiful? Is breeding necessary? Just for that little saliva to concoct aphrodisiacs? Green, seasoned in experience, quickly discerned the truth. I suspect the noble seeks something novel. Interspecies goblins, with their appealing physiques, are the optimal choice, even with their faces obscured. Zhang Po sighed. I should not harbor expectations for the morals of medieval humanity. He then looked back at the mage, continuing his inquiry. Is village chief good a dog of the noble? The mage shook her head. Not a dog, but a father. Zhang Po blinked, reflecting on her words. confirming that she was not deliberately insulting the noble. The village chief Good is indeed the father of the noble. This revelation made sense. No wonder the village chief had the capacity to eradicate the nearby goblin nests, yet remained indifferent. Perhaps the goblin lair near the demon control village serves as a breeding ground, with the villagers acting as the breeding stock for Good. If Good can exert control over humans, he can similarly dominate the goblins. But why did the red-skinned creatures attack the demon control village? Judging by Good's previous reaction, he was indeed taken aback by the goblin assault on the village. Could it be that Zhang Po harbored a bold notion? The enslaved goblins gave rise to a heroic figure who defied their bondage, the red-skinned leader. This figure led his kin in an assault on the demon control village, aiming to eliminate their master, Good, but ultimately failed and instead abducted the villagers as collateral. Subsequently, the red-skinned leader ventured out only to have his home raided by the unwelcome Zhang Po and Green. Zhang Po shared his audacious hypothesis with Green, who was astonished by the tale's intricacies. It encompassed heroic epics, critiques of noble corruption, and a significant flaw of mechanized deification that undermined the heroic narrative. This flaw stemmed from him and the White Ghost, so that was of no concern. Yet, more shocking to him was Zhang Po's imagination, which swiftly wove together disparate elements into a coherent narrative. Enough with the wild conjectures. Our primary objective was to hunt the red-skinned leader. Now that we have encountered parasitic white worms, which likely relate to the white corpses, the priority of hunting the red-skinned leader has diminished. Let's find a place to wait for Catherine. At this juncture, Green gazed at the 4 icy figures and the scattered villagers. How shall we deal with them? Let us eliminate them all, suggested Zhang Po. No. Please spare me. The sorceress pleaded desperately. White Ghost, who are you to call me a beast? You are the true beast. Green mocked. Zhang Po shrugged. You said it yourself. It might be related to the white corpses. You know how contagious that thing is. Barren City serves as a cautionary tale. We must dispose of them, using your fire magic to incinerate the bodies and prevent further contagion. You see my actions as beastly. I deem them efficient, Zhang Po declared, giving a thumbs up. While Zhang Po spoke nonchalantly, the sorceress was reduced to tears. I believe my rescue is imperative. I can guide you to the goblin breeding facilities. They possess 3 breeding grounds, and I know their locations. Upon hearing this, Zhang Po pointed at the sorceress, his face breaking into a broad smile. You indeed have a case for rescue. The sorceress attempted to negotiate further. My teammates can assist as well. Please spare their lives. Zhang Po hesitated. You still harbor worms in your minds, which I cannot extract. As long as you remain under Good's control, having you nearby could result in a betrayal at any moment. Green interjected, I possess some sealing techniques. It will be simple to seal a few worms. Once we transport them to the church, we can devise a method to extract the worms. Zhang Po nodded. All right, if you take responsibility, that is acceptable. Shall we treat the villagers the same way? Green shook his head. Eliminate them all. They're in league with Good, even if they were kept in the dark. They stand opposed to us. Green raised his hand, unleashing fireballs that reduced all the living and deceased villagers to ashes. The sorceress's face contorted in horror. She initially believed that Zhang Po was already quite the beast, but little did she expect that Galin, who could change his demeanor on a whim, would surpass him even further. Chapter 008. The authentic flavor of Father Jelen made a gesture of prayer, and golden tree patterns emerged behind him, their roots weaving into the minds of the 4, sealing the parasites within. Suddenly, Zhang Po turned his head towards the northern mountain peak, where his hand of calamity lay, along with the village chief, Good. Why does Good not manipulate the parasites to devour your minds? Zhang Po articulated this grim reality in a calm tone. The mage's sister immediately became anxious. Jelen fell into contemplation. It could be that his control has a limited range, and he dares not approach us. Or perhaps he intends to lead us into a trap at the goblin breeding grounds to ensnare us all at once. Zhang Po added, alternatively, it may be the survival instinct of the parasites themselves. If the host dies, the parasite is likely to perish as well. Thus they would not comply with commands to kill the host. In a hive society, a queen cannot order her worker bees to commit suicide either. Zhang Po gently tapped the mage sister's forehead, awakening her from her unease. Do not worry, the parasites within you have been sealed. The church possesses the ability to purify them, and you can consider yourself safe now. You have visited the goblin breeding grounds and were captured by them. What was their combat strength like? The mage sister recalled. There was a level 12 assassin who ambushed me while invisible. I couldn't even cast a spell before being subdued. Then there was a level 13 knight, a nobleman, and also the owner of the breeding ground, along with 2 level 12 magic warriors. Zhang Po assessed the combat capabilities on both sides. He could counter the invisible assassin, but eliminating him might take some time. During this period, Jelen could handle the level 13 knight without much difficulty. After all, he had once been an over-level 20 hero, even if he had been downgraded. His physical prowess and battle experience remained. As for the 2 level 12 magic warriors, Zhang Po glanced at the mage sister and her companions. If they could be incorporated into the team, it would be 4 against 2, granting them a significant advantage. With a snap of his fingers, the ice encasing the 4 shattered, crystals falling to the ground. The mage sister, arms crossed and shivering, sneezed repeatedly. He roused them from their slumber and recounted the events that had transpired. The current arrangement was that they could enlist the church's assistance in purifying the parasites from their minds, in exchange for helping to eradicate the goblin breeding grounds. After explaining everything, Zhang Po went to chop down a few pine trees to build a fire pit, allowing the mage sister and her companions to warm themselves and regain their strength swiftly. In the forest, 2 fires blazed. The mage sister and her trio huddled around one fire, exchanging intelligence, while Zhang Po and his companions gathered around the other. Zhang Po shared his plan with Jelen. The advantage lay with them in terms of peak combat power. However, there was still the demon master, Good, who could say how many puppets he commanded. The tactic of overwhelming numbers could also lead to their demise. Zhang Po tossed a piece of pine wood into the flames, which crackled in response. The resin-rich pine burned brightly, even while still fresh, fueling the bonfire. Let us buy some time and await Catherine's arrival, Jelen suggested. Catherine has inherited the power of a hero, her level soaring dramatically, transforming her into an unparalleled force. With her remarkable output and formidable strength, she instills a profound sense of security in those around her. Cultivating a good relationship with Catherine has proven to be one of Zhang Po's wisest decisions since becoming a void adventurer. For novices seeking to thrive, aligning oneself with a powerful ally is indispensable, as it significantly mitigates risks. Zhang Po harbored similar thoughts about waiting for Catherine's arrival, though he feared that village chief Good might thwart their opportunity. Zhang Po tilted his head in a subtle gesture, prompting Green to gaze towards a distant hill. He had been observing from afar, likely awaiting reinforcements. Once the 4 regained their stamina, they would set off under the cover of night to the nearest adventurers' guild for refuge. The guild, a magnificent establishment, offered ample shelter. A splendid idea. Green nodded in agreement, contemplating whether they would reach the guild first or be encircled by their pursuers. Zhang Po turned towards another campfire. Have you reached a consensus? The mage girl promptly stood, addressing him with respect. We have made our decision. We will fully cooperate with you. The knight spoke in a deep voice. Having been deceived once and plagued by insects in my mind, I must seek vengeance. The other 2 share their agreement. Well then, how is everyone's stamina? Zhang Po inquired. After warming by the fire and consuming some bread, they felt revitalized. Let's set off to the Adventurers Guild for the night. The 4 expressed no dissent, extinguishing the campfire before following the 2. Their pace quickened, with the mage girl barely managing to keep up by casting spells. Despite her inner grievances, she refrained from voicing complaints. Suddenly, Zhang Po halted, and the team came to a stop as well. Sensing the presence of calamity, he smiled. Good was indeed a formidable adversary, embodying the strategy of retreating when the enemy advances and pursuing when the enemy withdraws. I'll let you chase. Zhang Po turned to his companions. Who can set traps? The mage girl raised her hand. I can lay magical traps. The abundance of trees and vines here is perfect for ensnaring with magical vines. You set the traps. The rest of us will remain vigilant. In the distance, a large green serpent slithered up a tree, with Good's head emerging from its mouth. Human sight could not penetrate the dense underbrush. Good withdrew into the serpent's belly, establishing a connection, using the serpent's sensory capabilities to detect heat within the forest, constructing a thermal vision. He vaguely sensed 7 heat sources, the smallest being Huang Xiaoxian, followed by the slender mage, while the others were men, radiating significant warmth. Why aren't they fleeing? The 6 heat sources remained stationary, with only the mage girl moving about. Setting traps? That wretched woman. If it weren't for the low level of the magic worm mother, I would have ordered the magic worms to devour your brains without hesitation. Good sneered within the serpent's belly. Setting traps? Such petty tricks won't deceive me. Watch how I circumvent them. Just then, several heat sources shifted, prompting Good to control the serpent to follow. Before reaching the traps, he sensed something amiss. 2 heat sources are missing? Where have they gone? Time was of the essence, as the heat source ahead surged with alarming speed, compelling the serpent to hasten its pursuit. Upon reaching the precipice of the trap, the serpent deftly swung its tail, executing a graceful arc to evade the confines of the snare. Unbeknownst to the serpent, above it, Zhang Po stood poised upon a sturdy branch, clad in glistening ice armor and wielding a long spear. In a swift descent, he plunged the spear into the serpent's vulnerable point. The spear pierced through, striking its heart, and Zhang Po swiftly withdrew, retreating from the thrashing creature. The serpent writhed violently among the trees, flattening underbrush and snapping trunks, its furious roars echoing as it bled profusely onto the forest floor. Once the creature lay still, Zhang Po once more aimed his spear towards the serpent's abdomen, the very location where Gouda resided. Suddenly, a pale shadow erupted from within the serpent's body. Lunging towards Zhang Po, caught off guard, he could only fortify his ice armor for protection. Ice shards erupted as the pale figure penetrated 10 inches into his defenses before coming to a halt. Through the icy veil, Zhang Po discerned the nature of the intruder, a pallid centipede, its mandibles as sharp as steel, relentlessly gnawing at the ice layer, advancing menacingly. With a fierce shout, Zhang Po shattered the ice barrier, leaving the centipede suspended in midair with no leverage. He conjured water anew, enveloping the centipede in a massive sphere of liquid. Within this swirling mass, turbulent currents assaulted the creature, destabilizing its form and preventing any further assault. "Freeze!" he commanded, and in an instant, the water solidified into ice, ensnaring the centipede securely within the icy orb. Every limb, every joint was ensconced in unyielding frost, rendering it utterly powerless. As the ice sphere plummeted to the ground, Zhang Po delivered a forceful kick, sending it rolling into the depths of the thicket. No matter how ferocious a creature may be, once encased in ice, it would soon suffocate. With the pale centipede delaying time, Gouda had managed to breach the serpent's abdomen and emerge from within. Watching the distant ice sphere, his heart bled with anguish. He had long refrained from utilizing the centipede, fearing Zhang Po's freezing capabilities. Such creatures were dependent on external warmth to sustain their vitality. Zhang Po's actions would surely spell doom for any insect. How did you manage to shroud yourself in ice, evading the serpent's heat detection? How could a mere warrior possess knowledge of the serpent's sensory abilities? Bewildered. The intricacies of magical beasts were seldom studied by anyone outside of professional beast tamers. As Gouda grappled with the enigma of 9 years of compulsory education in biology, Zhang Po seized the moment to strike. 2 swift thrusts found their mark in the chest, ensuring the heart remained on the right side, followed by a decisive stab to the head to thwart any possibility of revival. Zhang Po felt this precaution insufficient. Jelen, incinerate the remains. Coming. Jelen, who had been lying in wait on the opposite side of the trap, had arrived upon hearing the commotion. He had refrained from intervening unless absolutely necessary. Upon Zhang Po's request, Jelen approached, conjuring a fireball whose intense, crimson flames adhered to the corpse like gasoline, igniting it in a fierce blaze. The corpse swelled ominously before bursting open, releasing a small insect into the air. I have never encountered such a barbaric adventurer who would not even spare the remains. It exclaimed, "I shall return." A small insect soared into the sky, yearning for escape. The sorceress returned and, upon noticing the speaking insect, swiftly conjured a blade of wind. Just blow some wind at him, Zhang Po instructed. Without questioning the rationale, the sorceress raised her staff and aimed at the diminutive creature. Wind vortex. The staff unleashed a slender dragon-like whirlwind, to which Zhang Po infused with frost energy. The wind vortex transformed into an ice vortex. The insect could fly, but its speed was limited. Thus it ascended higher into the air. Yet, no matter how fast the insect flew, it could not outpace the wind magic. Enveloped by the icy whirlwind, the insect lost control in an instant, its body frozen and then hurled into the woods. Chase after it. The group pursued, ultimately discovering the ancient insect perched precariously on a tree branch. The insect's form was peculiar, resembling a long, winged white worm, its surface encased in a hard, chitinous shell. The ancient insect was stuck in the fork of the tree, utterly still. It can't be dead, can it? Green prodded the ancient insect with a twig, pondering how a human could transform into an insect. Could it be some forbidden immortality spell? Zhang Po activated his inside eye. After being possessed by a filthy human soul, the magic insect became ensnared. Zhang Po raised his hand, targeting the ancient insect. The ancient insect stammered, "Si can we reconcile?" The frost energy continued to envelop the ancient insect, rendering it a mere statue of ice. The adventurer has slain the magic insect at level 12. Quest updated. Investigate the goblin breeding grounds. They commenced cleaning the battlefield, gathering their spoils. The sorceress dismantled traps, while Green harvested materials from the massive serpent. Zhang Po retrieved the pale centipede, now encased in ice. The pale centipede remained surprisingly resilient, still clinging to life. Zhang Po pressed his hand against the icy sphere, continuously infusing it with frost energy. The adventurer has slain the pale centipede at level 11, acquiring a special item, the pale egg. The pale egg resembled a peeled, boiled egg, soft and springy. After storing the pale egg, Zhang Po approached the serpent and reached for the blue orb hovering above. You have obtained the equipment. Azure Python Whip, blue quality, basic length of 3 meters, extendable up to 8 meters. What are you grasping at? Green inquired. Nothing much. Zhang Po replied dismissively. After all, they could not see the orb, so there was no need for further explanation. Green narrowed his eyes, sensing that things were not as they appeared. This individual always spoke oddly and acted peculiarly. His words, demeanor, and thought processes differed from those of ordinary folk. After knowing you for so long, I haven't asked where you're from, Green remarked. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Zhang Po continued to evade, then shifted the subject. Let's head to the nearest town for a brief respite, and we shall seek the goblin breeding grounds a day after tomorrow. The following morning, a group of individuals gathered with torches surrounding the serpent. The leading young man, Pride, opened the serpent's belly, inhaling deeply, a look of ecstasy crossing his face. It's the scent of Uncle Snake. I've long craved this flavor. It must be taken back for a proper burial. Subsequently, he discovered the recently thawed pale centipede, lifting it with a chill in his hands. "Aunt Centipede, I have long desired your presence. Fortunately, you have been preserved and remain fresh." Ultimately, beneath a small tree, he discovered a pile of ash. He crouched down, delicately dipping his fingers into the ashes, and tasted a pinch, savoring it with care. "Ah, the flavor of my father." The young man rose, the look of ecstasy vanishing from his face. With a stoic expression, he commanded, "Search the mountains. Old Cat, take a team to the nearest town and investigate those who wield ice magic." Afternoon at the Adventurers Guild. The past few days of roughing it and engaging in intense battles had left him utterly fatigued. Now, with a moment to rest, Zhang Po felt unusually relaxed, ordering a glass of juice and sipping leisurely. Huang Xiaoxian buried her head in her cup, indulging in the juice with gusto. Refreshing. Huang Xiaoxian shook her head, splattering juice everywhere. Zhang Po wiped the juice from his face. "Huang Xiaoxian, can't you behave a little more ladylike? I'm a weasel now. No need for ladylike manners." Zhang Po propped his chin on his hand, observing Huang Xiaoxian, and posed a question he had long wished to ask. "Weasel, are you a mouse or a wolf?" "Huang Xiaoxian placed her hands on her hips and paced the table, her tail swaying alongside her. Guess, am I a wolf or a mouse? Zhang Po stroked his chin thoughtfully. With a slender body, bright yellow fur, resembling a small wolf. You must be a wolf. Huang Xiaoxian raised her head in disdain. Wrong. Utterly mistaken. You unlearned fool. I am neither mouse nor wolf. I am a stoat. The yellow weasel preys on mice. And since your ancient ancestors believed we were mice-eating wolves, they named us yellow weasels. Yellow weasel is a colloquial term. Our scientific name is stoat. Zhang Po suddenly understood. So, should I catch mice for you to eat? Or perhaps I should raise a cat. It can catch mice for you. Get lost. Huang Xiaoxian huffed, marching over to Zhang Po and kicking his wrist. I want chicken. Zhang Po chuckled and called out to the waiter. Do you have roasted chicken? Bring me two. Let us eat. After feasting, we shall prepare for work tomorrow. Chapter 009. A detailed account. In the town of Taro, at the eastern gate, the old cat stood at the entrance with two companions. Brother Cat, Lord Yord instructed us to seek the ice sorcerer. But the vastness of Taro makes it a daunting task to find the one who murdered village Chief Good. I have an acquaintance among the city guards. With a little coin, I can procure some information. That very night, the old cat received the intelligence he sought. Old cat, a party of 6 entered the city last night. Their level comparable to yours. They might be hunters of the great serpent. Shortly after their arrival, the team dispersed. Currently, only one member remains at the Adventurers Guild. A man with short black hair, accompanied by a large yellow rat, quite easy to identify. The whereabouts of the others remain unknown. I will inform you if I learn more. After bidding farewell to the guard, the old cat smirked. A team of 6 was certainly sufficient to slay village Chief Good and his magical companion. Yet, the wounds on the serpent were too pristine. Even the skinning was executed with remarkable finesse, devoid of excessive damage. The assailant was undoubtedly a formidable opponent, stronger than himself. Thus, this small party might not be the culprits. However, one could ascertain the truth through a little probing. Nightfall. Zhang Po made his way to the inn, pausing beneath a street lamp. Ahead, 3 middle-aged ruffians approached. The old cat twirled a dagger in his hand. A wicked grin plastered across his face. Outsider, I've had my eye on you all day. With the town guards off duty, do not expect any saviors. Hand over your coin pouch and disrobe, and you may leave with your dignity intact. Zhang Po retorted, what dignity is there in being stripped of my clothes? While shedding garments was indeed undignified. The old cat sought to instigate a conflict, masquerading as a petty thug in search of trouble. The plan was to ascertain if the target was indeed the right one. Should he succeed in overpowering him, he would take him away. If he were to lose, he could expect only a beating. Death was not a consequence. If the target was not identified, regardless of the outcome, it would simply be classified as a street disturbance. This venture was not one of violence, but rather a dance of lawfulness and social intricacies. No, no, no. The old cat waved his hands dismissively. This is dignity. One of the old cat's underlings pointed towards a nearby alley, licking his lips. Undignified matters are best settled in the alley. Settled? Zhang Po raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he strode into the alley. The old cat and his companions exchanged bewildered glances. Have we unwittingly encountered a homosexual? This could complicate matters. What shall we do, Brother Cat? Go in and berate him. I abhor homosexuals. Oh. The underling expressed a hint of disappointment. The trio entered the alley, and the sounds of fists striking flesh and anguished cries echoed from within. Ultimately, Zhang Po emerged, refreshed and invigorated. Having taken the day off, Zhang Po did not remain idle. He had preliminarily completed the integration of demonic muscles and minor circulation, yielding remarkable results. It felt akin to unblocking the meridians, and Zhang Po sensed an endless reservoir of energy within him, his vitality augmenting with every passing moment. He even worried about an excess of energy, fearing it might keep him awake at night. What a coincidence! 3 sandbags have arrived at our doorstep. In the narrow alley, the 3 individuals lay sprawled on the ground in disarray. Despicable outsiders. The old cat felt utterly humiliated. Being labeled as a homosexual was one thing, but to be beaten by one was an affront. The 2 lackeys groaned, their faces bruised and battered. One of them lamented, Brother Cat, Aren't you level 12? How could you possibly lose to him? I am an assassin. How can you expect me to confront a magic warrior head-on? The disparity in physical prowess is immense, especially in such a confined alley. How can one maneuver or fight? Look into my eyes and tell me how to fight. Brother Cat, your eyes are swollen. I cannot see. To hell with you. Brother Cat, is he not the target? No. With such formidable physique, all his attribute points must be allocated to stamina. He cannot possibly be a magic user. He would venture out unarmed if he were a marksman. With such agility, he must certainly be a martial artist. We shall observe the other 5 tomorrow. Understood, Brother Cat. Chapter 010. It is your dagger. The following morning, as dawn broke, the misfortune sign has been drawn. Today as affliction, loss of appetite. Zhang Po opened his eyes and drew back the curtains of his room, inhaling the fresh air deeply. He prodded Huang Xiaoxian awake. Huang Xiaoxian yawned, still drowsy, and asked, "Where is that little golden-haired goblin? He has gone to enjoy some music at the tavern. When shall we proceed to eradicate the goblin breeding grounds? Let us wait for Catherine to arrive for a more prudent approach." Huang Xiaoxian tilted her head, skeptical. "But you previously said the same about waiting for Catherine before dealing with good, and it resulted in an unexpected turn of events that led to his demise." Zhang Po shrugged. The situation is ever-changing. When an opportunity presents itself, one must seize it. Moreover, the group of mage sisters requires time to prepare for battle. Huang Xiaoxian inquired, "What shall we do today?" "We will visit the Adventurers Guild to gather information. Good Son is likely to have connections with the local lord regarding the goblin breeding grounds nearby, perhaps even receiving assistance from them." "Why do you suggest this?" Huang Xiaoxian questioned, puzzled by the connection. Zhang Po organized his thoughts and explained the logic he had deduced over the past few days. To breed goblins, one must sell them. Thus, to whom are they sold? Beyond the goblin saliva, the goblin's body holds value. The common folk would avoid goblins at all costs. Adventurers, who typically enjoy higher incomes and frequent establishments of ill repute, would not be desperate enough to seek goblins. Only those with peculiar tastes would be inclined to experiment with goblins. Coincidentally, the nobility, with their numerous means of indulgence, would soon tire of the mundane and likely seek to explore new diversions. Goblins are rather unique. Their aesthetically intriguing bodies, despite their unappealing faces, possess a certain allure. Given that the nobility constitutes the primary clientele for goblins, how might they acquire them? Would they venture forth to capture them personally? Certainly not. The nobility would not squander their time and energy on what could be obtained through power and wealth. They require a discreet, stable, and secure production and transportation network for these illicit commodities, necessitating the involvement of many. While merchants can manage breeding and transportation, a stable business environment must be provided by the local lord. Otherwise, adventurers might stumble upon the breeding grounds and expose the operation. Such a clandestine enterprise would inevitably collapse, leaving the nobility bereft of their diversions. After listening intently, Huang Xiaoxian harbored a lingering doubt. "How do you know so much? Have you been involved in such dealings?" Zhang Po playfully flicked her forehead. "Ouch!" Huang Xiaoxian exclaimed, cradling her head. "Nothing new under the sun. Our hometown is replete with idioms, the origins of which stem from vivid examples of ancient society." Huang Xiaoxian's eyes brightened with realization. "I understand now. This is what they call governance." At the Adventurers Guild, Zhang Po perused a news bulletin while eavesdropping on the idle chatter of some adventurers. "It is advised to refrain from venturing out. I have heard that a considerable number of green-skinned creatures are engaged in a skirmish with a group of adventurers." "What is the situation?" "The goblin breeding season has yet to arrive, so why is there an overabundance of green-skinned creatures? Has the Adventurers Guild issued any special bounty for their extermination?" "No. Only the usual goblin bounty remains, and the reward has not increased. This is perplexing. Tirelessly slaying a few goblins barely covers the cost of repairing equipment and purchasing potions. What motivates these individuals? Perhaps they seek to revel in merriment." Upon hearing this, Zhang Po felt a surge of energy. He stroked his chin, his mind racing with speculation. Approaching the counter, he sought the assistance of a young lady in attendance. "I require information regarding the recent tumultuous skirmishes between goblins and adventurers outside the city." "Ah, Regarding that, the information fee is 1 silver coin. After settling the payment, the elven maiden tapped the magical printer. The enchanted quill danced swiftly across the parchment, filling an entire sheet with ink. She handed the document to Zhang Po. Do you require anything further? Intelligence on the demon-taming village. After perusing the database, the elven maiden shook her head. The village has only been established for a decade. There is no significant information to report. The inquiry fee is also 1 silver coin. It was quite audacious to charge for non-existent information. After paying again, Zhang Po took a seat, clutching the paper. It detailed that the organizer of the goblin extermination operation was Viscount Yord, a level 13 knight. The motive behind this endeavor was that the demon-taming village had been ravaged by goblins, resulting in the death of a village maiden whom Viscount Yord cherished. He vowed to eliminate every last goblin in vengeance for his beloved. The estimated number of goblins was astonishingly high, exceeding 100. Even the Lord of Taro Town was taken aback by such a figure. On the day he received the news, he publicly expressed his support for Viscount Yord's campaign, though it was only verbal and lacked any tangible action. Zhang Po scoffed. What a fade! How could one of the culprits be unaware of the village's demise? He knows better than anyone. Thus, this Yord raised suspicion. He might very well be the overseer of a goblin breeding facility, using the guise of vengeance. He likely aimed to deter others from intervening. As for the sudden influx of goblins, it was probable that a mishap had occurred at the breeding facility, allowing the goblins to escape, and Yord was scrambling to rectify the situation. Zhang Po inhaled deeply. An opportunity had arisen. In the midst of chaos, it was the perfect moment to seize the advantage. He swiftly gathered everyone together. The quartet of female mages arrived, yet only Green was absent. Just as Zhang Po prepared to venture to the brothel to retrieve Green, she appeared, accompanied by the silver-armored Catherine. Am I late? Catherine inquired. Zhang Po smiled. You arrived just in time. Catherine removed the dagger from her waist and handed it to Zhang Po. Your dagger. Zhang Po shook his head. It is your dagger. I have no fondness for daggers. You often venture into goblin lairs, where the tight confines make daggers quite suitable for you. Yes, thank you. Catherine accepted the dagger back without protest. Green watched the exchange with irritation, wishing she could snatch the dagger and break it in half. Before me, this brother, a token of affection, is presented. White demon, you wretched beast. Allow me to introduce. Zhang Po turned to the quartet. This is Catherine, the goblin slayer. A formidable warrior above level 20. Wow! The group gasped in astonishment. With a hero among us, our victory is assured. In the distance, oh no! It's a hero unit. We're doomed. Old Cat covered his forehead, contemplating a change of course. Brother Cat, those 4 individuals initially refused to work for Lord Yordle, and as a result, they fell victim to parasitic control. I'm not blind. Old Cat retorted impatiently. So what shall we do? What shall we do? Old Cat glared at his younger brother, for he loathed foolishness above all. Yet, if one were not a fool, how could they have been deceived into becoming a subordinate? Old Cat's expression softened once more, and he patiently elucidated. Yordle is finished. We must seek new opportunities. Chapter 011. Departure. White Ghost, retrieve that parasite. Glenn commanded. Zhang Po reached into his backpack, feigning a search, while secretly extracting a fist-sized block of ice from the system repository. He produced the ice block and handed it to Catherine. Curiosity sparked in her eyes as she examined the crystalline structure within which a long white worm was encased. Glenn elucidated. Infuse the creature with the power of a hero and observe the reaction. Understood. Catherine summoned a dark red magical energy that enveloped the ice block. The ice swiftly melted, and the magic seeped into the carcass of the worm, causing it to writhe violently and gradually dissolve. Glenn's expression turned grave, and he let out a sharp whistle. A black hawk swooped down and perched on his shoulder. Glenn retrieved paper and pen, simultaneously writing and speaking. The authentic power of a hero amalgamates the attributes of life, sunlight, and thunder. When infused into a non-decayed corpse, it can even briefly revive the dead. However, upon encountering a white corpse or its subspecies, it exhibits extreme destructive capabilities. The goblin marauder we encountered outside Baron Castle possessed an incomplete form of the hero's power, lacking the attributes of sunlight and thunder, which rendered them susceptible to infection. Now, as the worm carcass dissolves, we can confirm it is a subspecies of the white corpse. Upon hearing the association with the white corpse, the quartet of mage sisters immediately became agitated, nearly ready to flee. Their fear was understandable. The Holy Tree Church's cleansing of the sacred tree was indeed a formidable threat. Glenn reassured them. While white corpses are highly contagious, only a few subspecies possess this trait. The essence of a subspecies is a hybrid of the white mistworm and other species, retaining certain characteristics of the white corpse while also inheriting traits from other races. Recently, the church provided relevant information. I compared the characteristics and deduced it to be the magic traveler worm. This worm is a fusion of the white mistworm and the black bee, capable of parasitizing the human body, suppressing human consciousness, and controlling the host, thereby unifying those manipulated by the magic traveler worm. This creature was developed by an ancient, immortal sorcerer. His intention was to utilize the magic traveler worm to transfer his consciousness and seize a new body, achieving immortality. However, he failed, becoming eternally trapped within the worm, transforming entirely into one. The Holy Tree Church eradicated that sorcerer and destroyed the associated technology, yet this knowledge somehow persisted. Zhang Po stroked his chin thoughtfully. With Good and the Worm Queen deceased, does this not signify the matter is resolved? Glenn rolled his eyes. Do you truly believe that the demise of the Worm Queen would lead to the extinction of the magic traveler worm species? If that were the case, they would have perished long ago. Upon the Queen's death, the uncontrolled male worms are likely to transform into female worms. As the swarm grows unwieldy, some males will undergo metamorphosis, becoming females, departing from the flock to establish new colonies. This cycle is how the magic traveler worms propagate and expand. Zhang Po realized. So, what you're implying is that the magic traveler worms have already flourished on the continent, evolving into an independent species. Good did not know where he acquired the technique of soul transfer, but he managed to transfer his soul into the body of a demon worm. Thus, the church must have assigned you a mission. Your task ahead is to eliminate those who possess this technology. Green shrugged. Indeed, if we cannot eradicate the demon worms, we can at least eliminate those who control them. Zhang Po turned to Catherine. Then, what is your task? To exterminate the goblins and their breeding grounds, most importantly. Catherine glanced at the group of 4 mage sisters, leaving her sentence unfinished. The mage sisters understood and immediately said, I forgot to retrieve a piece of equipment. Let me go get it, and you 3 come with me. 2 of them comprehended their companion's intention and followed her. The simple-hearted knight was still somewhat puzzled. What equipment? You can't retrieve it alone. Perhaps it would be best not to go. Enough chit-chat. Come along with me. Oh. After the 4 departed, Catherine continued, the red-skinned ones. We must swiftly eliminate them. Otherwise, if the church learns of it, my brother will lose control over his lower half. And the power of the hero will undoubtedly lead to his punishment. Green awkwardly scratched his head, hastily defending himself. This red-skin matter has nothing to do with me. Even though Catherine wore a helmet, Green could still sense her gaze, filled with disdain and mistrust. Green wisely chose to remain silent. Zhang Po interjected, regardless. All objectives converge on a single point. Annihilate the goblin breeding grounds. Whether they are humans or goblins, they must be exterminated. Green, you and I will handle the humans. Catherine, you will take care of the goblins. Does this distribution meet with any objections? Green nodded. Quite reasonable. Catherine alone is more than capable of wiping out all the goblins. Zhang Po called the 4 mages back. Let us set forth. In the vicinity of Demon Control Village, a human squad, armed with long staffs and clad in standard armor, cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Suddenly, the forest erupted with the rustling of leaves and the cries of goblins. One by one, the green-skinned creatures leapt from the underbrush, surrounding the human squad. The squad leader smirked. Finally found them. Deploy the nets. Several team members, wielding cylindrical cannons, aimed at the goblins, with a series of loud bangs. The cannons launched large nets that ensnared the charging goblins. The trapped goblins thrashed wildly, but the nets only tightened their grip. The squad members rushed forward, prodding the goblins with their staffs. At the ends of their staffs were crystals that emitted electric currents, causing the goblins to tremble and collapse to the ground. Once all the goblins lay defeated, the squad leader revealed a smile. "Well done. Let us take them back. 8 goblins will suffice for a report, and we may even earn a bonus. Tonight, we shall all celebrate with a drink." The squad, laden with their spoils, began their journey back. As the squad leader turned, he spotted a flash of red, and suddenly, the world spun around him, finding himself at the feet of a red goblin. From this vantage point, the face remained obscured, revealing only the crimson peaks. One might surmise that the red-skinned creature also could not see its feet. "Captain!" The crowd gasped. In the blink of an eye, the captain's head had tumbled to the ground. The red-skinned figure retained its stance, its sharp claws stained with blood. The mightiest captain had been vanquished in a single strike, and the team, devoid of any thought of retaliation, abandoned their goblin adversaries and fled into the forest. The red-skinned creature did not pursue. It emanated a dark crimson aura and uttered 2 commanding words: "Rise." The captured green-skinned goblins felt an instant surge of rage, their eyes ablaze with crimson fury, muscles bulging, veins throbbing, as they roared and tore apart their nets. "Kill!" The red-skinned figure pointed towards the direction of the fleeing humans, and the enraged green-skinned goblins charged forth. The forest echoed with anguished cries. Chapter 12. The fire grows stronger as the rescue efforts dwindle. In the forest, anguished cries echoed from all directions. When Zhang Po and his companions arrived, they found only a few corpses, both human and green-skinned. The goblins and Urold were still embroiled in a fierce battle. "Catherine, have you sensed the red-skinned ones?" Zhang Po inquired. Catherine nodded. "Let us split up and search." With a powerful leap, Catherine soared above the forest, vanishing from sight after several bounds. Truly decisive in action, Zhang Po marveled. "Catherine is always so dedicated to her pursuits," Green remarked knowingly. He understood that Catherine had always been emotionally oblivious. She might not grasp the implications of accepting a man's gift in the eyes of others. Green knew Catherine too well. Altering her nature would be a formidable challenge. Therefore, he resolved to influence Zhang Po instead, by diminishing Catherine's impression in Zhang Po's mind. He hoped to make him perceive her as an unsuitable partner, for a wise man should know how to choose wisely. Quite satisfactory, Zhang Po commented nonchalantly. Green narrowed his eyes, reminding himself that the white ghost had never been married and was unaware that ambitious women were often ill-suited for strong, independent men. There was no rush. He needed to proceed with caution. "Come, Sister Mage, lead the way to the goblin breeding grounds," Green declared. "Please follow me. By the way, my name is Mia." Mia, a name so refreshingly innocent. "White Ghost, you truly need a soft and adorable girl like her. Stop fixating on my Catherine," Green mused internally. Regardless of Green's incessant thoughts, Zhang Po remained oblivious. His sole focus was the task at hand, intent on significant endeavors. His own desires were of no consequence. Their journey to the first goblin breeding ground was remarkably smooth, with no obstacles along the way. The sun shone brightly, and the land was lush with grass and dotted with cattle and sheep. To the untrained eye, it appeared to be an ordinary farm. Mia explained, "These cattle and sheep are raised for the goblins' consumption. Over there is the kitchen, where a dedicated chef prepares food for them." Green was speechless. The goblins seemed to enjoy a better diet than ordinary farmers, who could not even consume the livestock they raised. Mia noticed something odd. "It's strange. Where is everyone?" Zhang Po caught a whiff of something foul. "There is a scent of blood, human blood. Scatter and investigate." The group dispersed to examine their surroundings. In the kitchen, the chef lay lifeless, and the cattle and sheep herders were also found dead. There were no living goblins, nor any goblin corpses. "Mia, have you seen any bodies of Urold or combatants?" Zhang Po asked. Mia shook her head. Green pondered. Could it be that the red-skinned ones attacked here and released the greenskins? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Po decided, "Let us move to the next breeding ground." Mia added, "There are 2 remaining, one near the Demon Tamer village and the other beside a waterfall, which is the largest breeding ground." Zhang Po was not surprised, while Green appeared utterly bewildered. In the beginning, Zhang Po wove a tale about the red-skinned leading the green-skinned in a rebellion against the tyrannical rule of the good family. Little did he expect it to be true. The goblin nest in the demon control village being under Good's dominion was also a reality. White Ghost, with your talent for guessing, perhaps you should consider a career as a seer. Zhang Po scoffed. Guess. I even speculate that the Lord of Tarot Town is the unseen supporter behind the goblin breeding grounds. Do you believe it? Zhang Po rolled his eyes, dismissing Green, and turned to Mia. The goblin nest near the demon control village has been eradicated by me and Green. Let us proceed to the last one. Very well. Please follow me. Beside a waterfall stood an imposing estate, the Yordle Manor. Its walls were tall and robust, occupying an extensive area. The group concealed themselves in the shade of a large tree, surveying the manor's defenses. Shall we storm in? Green inquired. That would not be prudent. Zhang Po shook his head. Do you think Good would pass on the art of controlling the demon worms to his son Yordle? Green pondered. It's hard to say. The technology to transform humans into worms sounds repulsive. Generally, a father wouldn't wish to turn his son into a worm, but given Good's own transformation, his psyche is likely skewed. Mia interjected. Yordle should be capable of it. His personal guard exhibits peculiar behavior, silent and excessively obedient to Yordle's commands, which is quite abnormal. Zhang Po frowned. That complicates matters. Good possesses two formidable magical pets, both challenging foes. My previous victories were swift due to one having the advantage of surprise and the other being susceptible to elemental weaknesses. Mia, do you know how many magical pets Yordle has? Mia shook her head. I've been here for a short time and have not seen any of Yordle's magical pets. We must devise a plan to infiltrate from within, Zhang Po declared. As the group contemplated their options, Zhang Po noticed a procession approaching, a group dragging a goblin towards the manor. Follow me. The group acted swiftly, intercepting the procession and dispatching the individuals with efficient precision. Let us don their attire and infiltrate. Mia nodded in agreement. Excellent idea. Fortuitously, we know the entry password. Green hoisted the bound goblin, surprised by its smooth texture. These goblins have remarkably sleek skin, unlike wild goblins. They must be capturing escaped ones. Zhang Po mused, acknowledging the observation. Arriving at the entrance, the guard called out, "Password." The amiable knight stepped forward, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, "Lord Yordle is magnificent." The gates swung open. Zhang Po was utterly speechless. What a peculiar password. Yordle himself was undoubtedly an eccentric character. The group successfully entered, and to avoid drawing attention, they delivered the goblin to the prison. The account keeper conducted a brief inspection. No damage. 7 green-skinned recorded. Register them. The group fell silent, as they had not inquired about the victims' names. Speak. Who is the squad leader? The account keeper's patience began to wane. Zhang Po stepped forward, and under the puzzled gaze of the accountant, he pressed his hand against the man's head and forcefully slammed it onto the table, killing him instantly. Let's go. We still have time to find Yord. Mia urged. This breeding farm is teeming with people, many of whom do not know each other. Yet it is inevitable that someone will recognize the 4 of us. Zhang Po nodded, surveying the surroundings, and retrieved a torch. Set fire, burn. Create chaos to divert attention. This way, no one will notice us. The others mimicked his actions, taking torches from the walls and igniting flames everywhere. Soon, a roaring fire blazed within the goblin accommodation, capturing the attention of others in the estate. Fire! Fire! The urgent ringing of bells sounded, warning everyone of the blaze. The manor descended into chaos. Above them, unbeknownst to their notice, Grellin leaped about, hurling fireballs indiscriminately. Ha ha ha! Let the entire world burn. Meanwhile, Zhang Po and his companions pretended to extinguish the flames, biding their time for the estate owner Yord to appear, occasionally backstabbing someone who was attempting to help. The fire grew ever fiercer, and the number of people dwindled. Chapter 13. The Goblin Queen and Yord Catherine soared above the forested expanse, scaling the peak of a mountain. The summit, seemingly shaped by an unknown force, had transformed into a grand platform. In the center of this platform stood an elongated throne of stone, upon which sat a striking figure draped in crimson, a goblin raider. Catherine slowly rose to her feet, fixing her gaze upon the goblin raider. This was no ordinary goblin. If the wild goblins resembled rustic maidens, this one epitomized a captivating queen. Her skin was smooth and radiant, akin to polished red jade, starkly contrasting the ruggedness of wild goblins. She donned an ensemble of male adventurer attire, trousers, a shirt, and leather accessories, her figure voluptuous yet finely sculpted. The collar of her shirt was partially undone, failing to conceal her alluring curves, while her ample hips overflowed into the confines of the throne. Her face was adorned with a bony mask, and her long, fiery red hair cascaded down her shoulders. With a languid posture, the beautiful queen crossed her legs and toyed with a silver coin, allowing it to dance effortlessly across her slender fingers. "You have finally arrived, my kin." Catherine remained silent, drawing her long sword and gathering her strength. "I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." In an instant, Catherine transformed into a brilliant streak of light, appearing behind the goblin raider. With a resounding crack, the backrest of the stone throne shattered, splitting into two, the upper section tumbling to the ground. The goblin raider dissolved into a mist of red energy, vanishing from the throne only to reappear beside Catherine. "Do not be so hasty. I have some words to share." With unwavering resolve, Catherine swung her sword, and the goblin raider transformed into swirling red mist, reappearing repeatedly in the surrounding vicinity. After a series of attempts, the goblin raider's patience wore thin. Red energy wings unfurled from her back. With a powerful flap, she spiraled upward, gazing down at Catherine. "If you seek battle, then let it be a true clash." The goblin raider spread her arms wide. Dark red magic surged forth, generating shockwaves that radiated outward to summon her minions. "Come forth and vanquish the queen's foes." From the woods below, an array of green figures burst forth, their eyes glowing crimson as they surged up the mountainside. Catherine surveyed the frenzied horde of goblins below, her long sword held at an angle. Dark red magic coalesced around her blade, transforming it into a slender beam of light that thundered down into the forest. Holy sword art! With a sweeping motion, Catherine unleashed the beam, engulfing the woodland and the goblins within its furious divine power. Leaping with grace, she propelled herself towards the goblin raider, wielding the radiant sword beam, striking diagonally, a comical image of a cannon aiming at a mosquito. Yet, for the goblin raider, this was no jest. It was a formidable threat. "Impudent woman!" She spat in fury, flapping her wings in a swift motion, elegantly evading the holy beam and darting away into the distance. "She has fled." Catherine dispelled the light, descending into the forest below. Her steel boots glided across the earth, absorbing the impact, before she leaped once more in pursuit. In the dining hall of the Yordle Manor, the enchanted gramophone resonated with the melodious strains of opera, the soaring soprano echoing throughout the space. With eyes closed and cutlery in hand, Yordle kept time to the rhythm. As the music gradually softened, he opened his eyes, slicing into a portion of snake meat on his plate, savoring the exquisite flavor. The taste of Uncle Snake was simply divine. What do you all think? Across the long table sat two magical warriors, identical in stature and strength. Resting beside them were their blood-stained greatswords. The elder twin glanced at the corpses strewn around the table and remarked, "We lack your resistance to poison. We wouldn't dare partake in Uncle Snake's meat. Consuming it would lead us to meet the same fate as them." The younger twin interjected, "Once good perished, you wasted no time in plotting, using the python's venom to eliminate the village chief's minions. Do you harbor such animosity toward your father?" Yordle chuckled. "Animosity? Not quite. It's more of a vexation. The old fool refused to impart the beast-taming skill to me, instead bestowing it upon an outsider. Had I not been clever enough to hoodwink the junior apprentice, I would have never acquired the beast-taming art in this lifetime. Yet he willingly offered me the malevolent magical larvae. However, I dare not learn it all. I have no desire to become a bug myself, so I shall cultivate the magical larvae as my pet." He gestured towards the lifeless bodies. "And these corpses are merely puppets of the old man, constantly keeping watch over me. Being scrutinized by a swarm of insects is utterly revolting." The elder twin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is precisely this disgust that prompted us to assist you. However, concerning the Lord of Taro Town, Yordle's gaze flickered. Rest assured, the Lord of Taro Town cares not for who runs the breeding grounds. He only desires a stable supply. The younger twin frowned. That is precisely my concern. To eliminate good, we unleash the red-skinned, allowing it to liberate the first breeding ground, gathering the green-skinned to assault the beast-taming village. Our intention was for the red-skinned to eliminate good, and while good did perish, it was not at the hands of the red-skinned. An outside force has interfered with our plans. Now the green-skinned's recovery is progressing smoothly, yet the red-skinned remains elusive. Although the red-skinned has but 3 days left to live, I still fear it may seek retribution against us. Yordle crossed his legs confidently. Do not worry. The magical larvae I have uniquely cultivated will consume the red-skinned's brain within 3 days. The younger twin replied, I hope so. Regarding the distribution of profits, Yordle gestured with his hand. We shall split with the Lord of Taro Town, 90-10. The elder twin laughed. 90%? That's rather generous. 90% belongs to him. Yordle retorted with irritation. We only take 10%, and from that, we must divide it further. The elder twin looked disgruntled. Those nobles are exceedingly greedy. This breeding ground was established by your father. The goblins are under your care, and our brothers ensure safety. How is it that we receive but a mere 10%? Simply because he holds the title of Lord and is a count. Yordle tapped the table with his fork. My title of Viscount was granted to me by him. Production, transportation, and sales all require the Earl as a pillar of support. Otherwise, we would have long been swept away. You cannot fathom how many covet this lucrative business. The two brothers remained skeptical. For them, selling goblins seemed a straightforward endeavor. The first step, raise them. The second step, sell them. The third step, indulge in merriment. Yordle took a deep breath. To be candid, he loathed these muscle-bound warrior mages, who were solely fixated on violence, believing that strength could resolve all matters. For the sake of team stability, Yordle suppressed his disdain and patiently elucidated. Cities, countryside, people, land, and fortresses are all the Lord's private domain. Merchants wishing to profit must heed the noble's whims. They are obligated to pay taxes to the Lord. For every 100 silver coins earned, over 50% of the profits must be surrendered to the Lord. The twin brothers furrowed their brows. Why should that be? Yordle snapped his fingers. Because they wield power. Armies. Supernatural might. He pointed at the twin brothers. Your level 12 prowess in a larger town would merely position you as a common captain of a knight squad. Those nobles could easily dispatch several knight squads to eliminate you. The brothers pondered for a moment, ultimately exhaling a resigned sigh. The circumstances were beyond their control. What could they do? Observing their compliance, Yordle let out a derisive snort and continued to relish Uncle Snake's meat pie. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted nearby. Shut off the music. Once the music ceased, Yordle discerned the commotion outside. It's on fire. Hurry, come extinguish the flames. Chapter 14. The Union of Man and Eagle. Yord hastily exited the room, only to be greeted by a scene engulfed in flames. The house that held the green-skinned captives was ablaze with the fiercest fire. Yord's countenance was one of grave distress, and his twin brothers began to panic as well. What is happening, Yord? How should I know? Quickly, organize a firefighting effort. Yord emitted a sharp whistle, summoning a rain sparrow that soared high into the sky, its magic radiating forth, stirring the winds and darkening the clouds. Suddenly, a white spear shot into the air, striking the rain sparrow. The bird let out a shriek of agony before plummeting into the inferno. Damn it! Who did this? Yord charged toward the flames, only to witness Zhang Po standing atop the fallen rain sparrow, withdrawing his long spear. Zhang Po turned to Yord, flashing a broad smile. You have finally emerged. Yord surveyed the surroundings, horrified to find countless corpses. His men had been slain. It was then that he noticed the long spear in Zhang Po's grasp, and comprehension dawned upon him. Did you kill my father? Indeed. And now I shall take your life as well. Yord's expression remained stoic as he gestured, prompting his twin brothers to charge at Zhang Po. Meanwhile, he took a step back to create distance and summon a magical beast. Wind. The sorceress Mia led 3 others to confront the twin brothers. Leave them to us, Mr. White Ghost. We have our own vendetta. Zhang Po maneuvered past the twin brothers, aiming his spear directly at Yord's chest. Yord raised his hand, and from his sleeve shot forth a slender red serpent, which coiled around the spear, biting at Zhang Po. Huh! Water solidifies into ice, Zhang Po retorted, transforming the spear into a massive ice column, freezing the red serpent alongside it. Zhang Po's muscles tensed, veins bulging as he swung the ice column toward Yord. With a flinch, Yord rolled away to evade, increasing the distance between them. I utterly detest magic warriors with brawn over brains. Black liquid surged from Yord's waist, coalescing into a suit of flesh and blood armor, transforming him into a muscular figure of darkness. Yord raised his arm, catching the ice column with his powerful black hand, which he crushed with a fierce grip, shattering the ice and the red serpent into fragments. My poor little red, Yord seethed, eyes ablaze with fury, as he longed to devour Zhang Po. I will smash your skull into oblivion. A massive sword pierced through Yord's back, its tip protruding from his chest. Jelen's backstab was strikingly effective. I'm done for. I'm done for. Yord grimaced, howling in agony. Suddenly, he swung his arm wide, forcing Zhang Po back, then elbowed Jelen, sending him staggering. Jelen did not relinquish his grip on the sword. As he retreated, the blade was drawn from Yord's body. Yord brushed off his chest, his wound rapidly healing. I deceived you all. Zhang Po activated his inside eye. Yord, primary class LV-13 Knight, secondary class LV-15 Beastmaster. Magic Pet, Shadow Slime, muscular armor form, can fill wounds when physical damage occurs. Jelen, strip him of that slime muscle armor. Jelen nodded, infusing his great sword with fiery magic, directing it menacingly at Yord. Zhang Po inhaled deeply. Cold energy surged into the white bone spear, frost materializing upon its surface. Yordle, concealing his expression, felt the contrasting forces of cold and heat, both elements meant to restrain the slime. Truly unfortunate. Yordle unleashed a powerful punch, causing the slime's liquid to seep into the ground, spreading like spikes that erupted beneath their feet. Both retreated swiftly, the spikes expanding outward. Zhang Po gathered his strength and struck the ground with a forceful palm, sending cold energy surging towards Yordle. The chill swept over the slime, freezing its spines. Zhang Po raised his spear, shattering the frozen spikes as he advanced on Yordle. Yordle, momentarily restrained by Zhang Po, found himself targeted by Green, who leaped and spun, swinging his great sword with tremendous force towards Yordle. Caught between the two assailants, Yordle conjured a massive sword from his obsidian armor, bracing it behind him to deflect Green's strike. With his other hand, he grasped at Zhang Po's spear, his arm pierced but undeterred. He attempted to wrench Zhang Po off balance, intending to hurl him at Green. With a fierce effort, he tried once, but failed to move Zhang Po. A second attempt yielded the same result. The spear was as immovable as an iron pillar. Yordle was taken aback, since acquiring the slime muscle armor. He had never lost in a contest of strength. How could this individual possess such formidable power? Zhang Po roared, his muscles engorged with blood, tearing through his clothing. He twisted the spear, breaking free from Yordle's grasp, driving it deep into Yordle's body, relentlessly infusing him with icy energy. Green continued to exert pressure, intensifying his efforts to hold Yordle in check. As long as the freezing energy was continuously applied, Yordle would be incapacitated. Yordle's expression turned frantic as the slime armor began to stiffen, frost spreading throughout his body. Damn it, you two bastards. Break. Crack. It was not Zhang Po's spear or Green's great sword that shattered, but rather Yordle's muscle armor. The armor exploded, casting both men away. Yordle had detonated the armor himself, retaining only a portion of the slime liquid to seal his wounds. The immediate crisis was averted, yet a greater peril loomed. The explosion could only momentarily halt Zhang Po and Green. Their subsequent combined attack would spell Yordle's doom. Flame Eagle, save me. A colossal crimson eagle, spanning 6 meters, swooped in. Its talons gripped Yordle's shoulders, and with a powerful flap of its wings, it expelled a scorching gust that sent the two combatants sprawling. With another vigorous flap, the flame eagle ascended, carrying Yordle away from the battlefield. Green scowled. How many magical beasts does this guy possess? Zhang Po replied, Rain sparrow, red serpent, dark slime. Flame eagle. There won't be any more. His attribute points are limited. He cannot nurture any further. I am at a disadvantage against the flame eagle. I will confront it while you distract Yordle. Eliminate him, then assist me. Green nodded, understood, be cautious. The tactics were discussed openly before Yordle, displaying utter disregard for him. Infuriating Yordle, who pointed his sword at both men. Flame eagle, combined attack. The blazing eagle let out a resonant cry, spiraling gracefully through the sky before alighting upon Yord's shoulders. Its powerful claws gripped tightly as it unfurled its expansive wings. Man and eagle became one. With a swift step from Yord, the eagle simultaneously flapped its wings, and the duo descended upon Zhang Po's head with astonishing speed, exceeding their previous velocity by more than double. The vast wings cast a shadow over the land, while the raised sword glimmered with a cold reflection of the sun. Zhang Po attempted to block with his spear, yet was violently forced back 10 meters by the ferocious force. Green stepped forward to provide support. The eagle's wings flapped once more, and with a rapid spin, both man and bird became a whirlwind, the wings resembling the turbine blades of a colossal machine, striking Green with tremendous impact. He was propelled away like a cannonball. Set the mountains ablaze, slay my sparrow, shatter my red serpent, and harm my slime. By heavens, you shall perish here. Chapter 015. Yord the blazing eagle gripped Yord's shoulders with its dual talons, lifting him into the air, its wings stirring up waves of scorching heat. The man and eagle became one, resembling either Yord's sprouting wings or Yord donning a winged helm fashioned from the fiery eagle. Through the pact with the demon tamer, the bond between man and eagle was seamless, their thoughts intertwined. The eagle's wings provided swiftness, defense, and the ability to soar, while Yord wielded a great sword to deliver powerful strikes. Together, they flew at remarkable speed, executing agile turns, the great sword cleaving downward while the wings swept horizontally. This unique style of attack left their adversaries in a state of frantic defense. The most perilous aspect was the hidden blade within the wings. The expansive wings obscured vision, allowing the sword's edge to slice unexpectedly through the feathers, inflicting numerous wounds upon their opponents. Zhang Po discerned that Yord had mastered this combat technique, indicative of considerable effort and dedication. This peculiar combined assault was likely a product of Yord's own ingenuity, lacking broader applicability. Yord was astute and inventive. His level of threat even surpassed that of the White Knight and the White Songstress, despite his significantly lower rank. Such an adversary demanded Zhang Po's utmost seriousness. With a mighty shout, the greatsword spun rapidly in Green's hand, gathering momentum. Green, channeling his energy, hurled the sword wheel towards Yord. The golden will sliced through the air, reaching Yord in an instant. Yord crossed his sword to block, the wheel's edge creating a shower of sparks upon impact. The golden radiance in Green's palm intensified as he remotely controlled the wheel, which spun ever faster. Zhang Po leapt into the air, aiming his spear at the blazing eagle, delivering a powerful downward strike. The eagle swiftly turned its head, unleashing a torrent of flames that forced Zhang Po to retreat, bracing himself against the fiery onslaught. Zhang Po released a wave of frost to counter the flames. A brief stalemate ensued among the three. Yord abruptly tilted his head back, using his waist strength to pull the eagle into a backward arch, causing the sword wheel to soar past the eagle's chin. As the flames dissipated, Zhang Po spotted the golden wheel descending upon him. He sidestepped, simultaneously thrusting his spear to intercept the wheel's edge, redirecting its path. The wheel spun around his spear, and with a vigorous flick, Zhang Po sent it hurtling back toward Yord. Well executed, Green exclaimed in admiration. Armed with newfound experience, Yord readied himself, delivering a powerful strike that sent the wheel flying. Yet, Green's golden light blazed anew as he remotely guided the wheel to circle back and slash at Yord. The eagle's wings beat fiercely, spiraling upward with Yord, creating distance from their foes. Green snorted in frustration, retracting the wheel and grasping it firmly. Yord smirked indeed. There are limitations to distance. Now I can strike at will or retreat as I please. You are utterly powerless. Then you should hasten your escape. Zhang Po interrupted sharply. Yord, caught off guard by Zhang Po's interruption and stung by his words, felt a surge of frustration. His intention had been to demonstrate his confidence and apply pressure on his opponents, but Zhang Po had turned the tables. Interpreting Yord's earlier bravado as a desperate attempt to salvage his dignity before fleeing. As your adversary, I intended to extend you some respect, yet you chose to speak. Yord brandished his great sword menacingly at Zhang Po. The blazing eagle let out a piercing cry, its wings dispersing red feathers that transformed into a rain of swords, launching towards Glenn. Damn it! Glenn cursed vehemently. Why are you attacking me? This is a classic case of feigning an attack elsewhere. Fool! Zhang Po mocked. Ice formed beneath Zhang Po's feet as he glided to Glenn's side, delivering a forceful stomp that erupted a massive wall of solid ice from the ground, erecting a barrier before them. Yord cackled maniacally as he shifted his position, aiming at the two from behind, unleashing a barrage of fiery sword feathers. Huh! With a wave of his hand, Zhang Po extended the ice wall, crafting a hemispherical shell of ice that enveloped them both. The sword feathers, forged from the intense heat of fire elements, met the ice, causing the shell to melt rapidly. Foolish! What appears to be a defense has ultimately ensnared you. Yord inhaled deeply, channeling his magic into his great sword, which ignited with a series of glowing runes as the surrounding fire elements converged upon it. The sword blazed ever more crimson. This was his most formidable move, the illustrious magic sword. The moment a breach appeared in the ice shell, he intended to conclude the battle with this strike. Soon, a crack emerged in the ice shell, yet it remained a thin barrier. Attacking now would leave the shell too fragile to absorb any force, but still capable of obscuring their vision. The protective ice shell had transformed into a tool that concealed their adversary. Illustrious magic sword. Until we meet again. As the sword feathers paused, the blazing eagle flapped its wings, and Yord charged towards the ice shell, the illustrious magic sword trailing a stream of light, slashing diagonally at the barrier. Crack! The ice shell shattered, revealing an empty space, leaving only a gaping hole in the ground. The enemy had fled, and the illustrious magic sword had struck nothing but air. They can even use earth magic. Yord's scalp tingled in alarm, and he hastily urged the eagle to ascend, only for a hand to burst forth from the ground. Grasping his ankle, the knight's grip was as unyielding as iron, and Yord found himself unable to break free. Eagle, pull with all your might. The eagle let out a triumphant cry, straining upwards with ferocious force, yanking Glenn from the earth. I have become too reliant on the eagle. A frigid voice resonated from above. At some point, Zhang Po had leaped onto the eagle's head, wrapping his arms around its neck in a chokehold, dragging the creature downwards. Glenn seized Yord's foot while Zhang Po clutched the eagle's throat, both exerting their strength to separate them. Initially, Yord fell into a pattern of thought, attempting to confront the enemy directly, preventing the eagle from loosening its grip. But the eagle's desperate thrashing jolted him back to reality, and he promptly severed the bond between man and bird. Each would face their opponent independently. Glenn wore a maniacal grin as he hoisted Yord, repeatedly slamming him into the ground, leaving Yord dazed and seeing stars. Meanwhile, Zhang Po planted his feet firmly, executing a naked choke on the eagle. The naked choke is a technique that ensnares an enemy's neck with one's arms. Once secured, it compresses the carotid arteries, causing unconsciousness in mere seconds. And prolonged application can result in death by asphyxiation. Yet, Zhang Po was attempting this on a massive eagle, a magical beast endowed with tenacity and extraordinary strength. The eagle thrashed violently, soaring into the sky with Zhang Po in tow, diving and climbing erratically, attempting to dislodge him. Zhang Po remained expressionless, adjusting his grip on the choke. The difference between a human neck and that of an eagle was substantial. Accurately compressing the carotid artery of the fierce eagle is no simple task, particularly in the face of its vehement resistance. Through a dense layer of feathers, Zhang Po took considerable time before his biceps detected the vibrant pulse of the artery. With a triumphant exclamation, he felt his veins bulging and powerful muscles constricting the eagle's carotid. A sense of asphyxiation enveloped the creature, its eyes bulging in terror as it twisted frantically. Yet its strength waned, leading it to plummet towards the ground. In midair, Zhang Po adjusted his position to allow the fierce eagle to serve as a cushion, releasing his grip just moments before impact. A faint crack of bones echoed through the feathered padding, reaching Zhang Po's ears. After a slight bout of dizziness, he rose. Having slain the fierce eagle and acquired the equipment, fierce eagle arm guards left. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yord lay on the ground, his gaze vacant, breathing shallowly. Gryn, wielding Yord's limp form, began to strike wildly, deriving a sense of satisfaction, albeit feeling somewhat fatigued, panting heavily. Finish him off, Zhang Po urged. Gryn gestured, and a great sword soared into his grasp. Aiming for Yord's chest, he thrust it with force. Chapter 16. The Brave, the Church, the Crisis, the People. Suddenly, a crimson streak of light hurtled forth, striking Green and sending him tumbling across the ground. After rolling several times, he managed to regain his footing. A red figure appeared beside Yord, seizing him and lifting him into the air. Redskin? Yord murmured, "Save me, or else, in 3 days, you too shall perish." The Redskin chuckled softly. "Can you guess where the village chief's apprentice has vanished to? He's of no consequence. Just save me, or else." The Redskin shook his head. "Your magic worm is ultimately no match for the magic worm's progeny." Yord's pupils constricted, his voice trembling. "You seize the apprentice's magic worm progeny, freeing yourself from my control? How could this be? Farewell." With a swift motion, the Redskin severed Yord's head from his body. Subsequently, with a single claw, he pierced Yord's chest cavity, rummaging within until he extracted a magic worm progeny. Casting a glance at the two, the Redskin did not linger and swiftly departed, vanishing from sight. Zhang Po, speechless, remarked, "Green, you've conjured a monster." Green retorted angrily, "Nonsense. I told you, this Redskin is not connected to me. I have no reason to deceive you." Zhang Po turned his gaze toward the distance, sensing a familiar presence approaching rapidly. Catherine was coming. Catherine rushed toward them, a cloud of dust billowing behind her. She halted before them and inquired, "Have you seen a Redskin?" "I can no longer sense its presence." Green explained. "It flew past at incredible speed. It's too far away for you to detect." Catherine frowned. "What shall we do now?" Green replied, "Do not pursue. The Redskin is deliberately avoiding combat and cannot be caught." "What about the church?" Catherine expressed her concern. Green hefted his great sword. "I will go and explain. There are questions that I too must seek clarity on." Seeing Green's resolute demeanor, Zhang Po was taken aback. Could it be that this Redskin truly bore no relation to him? Series Quest Volume 3, Demon Control Village, completed. Adventurers may remain in the instance world for an additional 24 hours or exit the instance world directly. Zhang Po shouted, "Mia, are you alive?" A weak voice echoed from afar. "I believe. We can still be saved." Zhang Po located them. The four lay on the ground, gravely injured yet still breathing. As for the two bald twins, they were utterly lifeless. 4 against 2, and still severely battered. "Are you even playing properly?" Zhang Po shook his head in disbelief. "Huang Xiaoxian, come and save them." From a distance, Huang Xiaoxian emerged from the ground, arriving before the group of 4. She exhaled a mist of bluish-green vapor, which enveloped them and seeped into their bodies, healing their wounds. Huang Xiaoxian tilted her head, seeking recognition. "Surely, I deserve at least 30% of the credit for this battle, right? Were it not for my earth-burrowing technique, creating opportunities for you, you two would have been finished." "Indeed, indeed." Zhang Po affectionately ruffled Huang Xiaoxian's hair. "Huang Xiaoxian is the best in the world. However, to speak candidly, this Yordle possesses remarkable abilities, yet finds himself relegated to the role of a mere goblin farm owner, somewhat of a waste of talent. Yordle is capable of mastering 2 professions simultaneously, excelling at both, and has even developed a unique beast-human combination technique. He is a genius, regardless of his surroundings, yet he languishes in this obscure locale, ultimately becoming a target for the red-skinned creatures. Now, I shall return to the church." Green turned to Catherine, inquiring about her plans. "I will accompany you. I still harbor some concerns regarding the church's response," Catherine replied. Zhang Po interjected, "Then let us part ways here. I have no desire to visit the church." Having overheard matters best left unheard, the The priest, none, and bishop would undoubtedly wish to see me dead. By the way, Green, do not forget the promise you made to those 4 unfortunate souls. They still have troubles plaguing their minds. I am aware. No need for your reminders, Green stated, as Zhang Po, accompanied by Huang Xiaoxian, headed towards the Adventurers Guild in Rogtown. Meanwhile, Green and Catherine returned to the church. Catherine, you need not follow. I wish to speak with Father Saya in private. Understood, Catherine replied, pausing to watch Green's silhouette fade into the distance. Entering the church, Green approached the confessional. The confessional was partitioned into 2 sections, one for the faithful and the other for the priest. Communication could only occur through a small wooden window. A chair stood before the window, behind which sat Father Saya. Typically, those in need of guidance would come to seek Father Saya's counsel. Green took a seat. Faithful of the sacred tree, do you have any confusion? Came a resonant voice from beyond the window. It is I. Oh, Green, have you resolved the matter of the magic-infested worms? It has been dealt with. There were 3 individuals who mastered the worm technology, and they are all dead. Excellent. Father Saya praised. Green continued. The goblin farm has been completely destroyed. Oh, Father Saya responded nonchalantly. The mastermind behind the goblin farm is likely Count Taro of Taro Town. Indeed, Father Saya replied, still maintaining his calm demeanor. Green furrowed his brow. So, the church has been aware of this all along. Indeed. Then why not eradicate the goblin farms and apprehend the individuals behind them? Green suppressed his rising anger, awaiting Father Saya's response. And what would it matter if we did? The priest asked calmly. What? Green nearly doubted his own ears. Was the Heroes Project not established to confront the goblin crisis? By allowing them to cultivate goblins, were they not exacerbating the very crisis they sought to quell? The priest chuckled softly. Let's first address why we do not apprehend them. Goblins possess no rights. They're no different from chickens, ducks, cattle, or sheep. Even if some were to consume goblins, the church would remain indifferent, much less regard them as a source of sustenance. Next, let us discuss the concept of the hero. The term hero does not exist in isolation. Where there is a demon lord, there exists a hero. Where there is a crisis, heroes are needed. As the goblin crisis has yet to manifest, the church sees no necessity for action. Jelen grew increasingly perplexed. Had the church not foreseen the goblin crisis? Should they not have taken early precautions to eliminate potential threats? No. The priest vehemently denied this. The church was aware, yet the populace remained oblivious. Therefore, the crisis did not exist. Father Saya, what nonsense are you spouting? Can objective reality be altered by subjective perceptions? The priest fell silent for a moment before responding. If a crisis does not manifest, how would the people come to require a hero? If heroes are not needed, what purpose does the church serve? Jelen, you're no longer a child. You ought to grasp this fundamental truth. Thoughts bombarded Jelen's mind like a grenade, leaving him in a state of agitation. He recalled the tale Zhang Po had shared, a story about nurturing the enemy to maintain one's own strength. Without a crisis, the populace would have no need for the church. In times of crisis, only then would the people seek the church to deliver a savior, a hero. Jelen, it seems you comprehend my point. Ever since the demise of the demon king, the church's influence had waned, and the kingdoms grew increasingly unwilling to allow the church to dominate them. The nobility had no need for divinity. They sought concentrated royal power, desiring to monopolize all territories, populace, food, and livestock. At its core, this was a power struggle that had persisted for countless years, a conflict between ecclesiastical authority and royal dominion. Everyone would be swept into this struggle. I cannot escape it, nor can you. In summary, the world will inevitably present crises to humanity. Even in the absence of crises, humanity has the capacity to self-destruct. Regardless of the nature of the crisis, it serves as an opportunity for the church to solidify its power. The church shall address the crisis, but not at this moment. This is a decision rooted in the intersection of human interests and ecclesiastical benefits. Jelen, I hope you can comprehend this. Jelen remained silent for an extended period, finally exhaling a deep sigh. From this sigh, Father Saya discerned a sense of acquiescence and could not help but smile. Father Saya, a goblin has gained the power of a hero and is evolving to a higher tier. Father Saya's smile froze on his face as he suddenly reached out through the window, seizing Jelen by the collar and pulling him closer. Jelen crashed through the wooden boards, confronting the priest's grim visage. I invited you to join the Sheepstock Club, yet you refused. Now you've unleashed a hero goblin. This is truly infuriating. Jelen replied solemnly. Those I created are all dead. I assure you, this is not my doing. Father Saya gazed into Jelen's eyes, unable to detect a hint of deceit, and thus released him. If it were not your doing, then, that would be catastrophic. Chapter 17. Return to the void for 1,000 words. Catherine had been waiting outside the church, contemplating the possibility of fleeing with Green if the church's punishment proved too severe. It was not until dusk that Green emerged from the church, accompanied by Father Saria. Father Saria. Catherine greeted him with a respectful bow. Catherine, how has your adaptation to the power of the hero been? He inquired warmly. Everything is going smoothly. I've been learning more sword techniques. I shoot and T relies solely on the ultimate move. Though it is quite effective, its consumption is too great for prolonged battles. Father Saria smiled kindly, clearly concerned about Catherine's training progress. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two parted ways. As he observed the siblings' retreating figures, Father Saria narrowed his eyes. The dagger still rested at Catherine's waist. Had she not returned it to the white demon? Had she kept it for herself? Catherine was not the type to do such things. Or perhaps the white demon no longer desired it and had gifted it to her. Ah, quite the charmer. He had initially intended to use the dagger to locate the white demon and offer assistance, but that plan had failed. Father Saria sighed with regret as he snapped his fingers. The dagger at Catherine's waist emitted a faint golden glow. Green, witnessing this spectacle, turned without a glance and raised a middle finger behind him. Father Saria chuckled softly and turned ahead toward the Golden Tree prison. Baron had been confined in the Golden Tree prison for nearly 10 days, neglecting food and water, his hair disheveled and his appearance exceptionally haggard. Had it not been for the Golden Tree's vines forcibly infusing him with energy, he would have perished from starvation long ago. I told you, I want to let you die so easily, Father Saria remarked. Why keep me a bastard? When has the church ever shown such leniency towards the white corpses? Baron rasped. Father Saria shook his head. You are not like your mother. She was of high bloodline among the white corpses, under the control of the land of white corpses. You are a hybrid, with an independent consciousness, non-contagious, and not much different from human. As long as you conceal your lineage, you may continue to live as a human. Baron remained silent. At this moment, being in the Golden Tree prison rendered such discussions meaningless. In recent days, Green had eliminated a number of magic traveling worms, which were indeed a subspecies of the white corpses. The origins of the white corpses subspecies remain a mystery. They may have arisen through natural evolution or been artificially created. Regardless, these subspecies serve as a hidden blade within the human ranks, posing an insidious threat. Thus, the eradication of the white corpses subspecies would be a long-term endeavor requiring substantial manpower. I have spared your life because you still possess value. I now formally invite you to join the Iron Masked Ones, to work for the Church in eradicating the white corpses subspecies within human territories. The Church will assist in concealing your identity, and your crimes will be punished by wearing the Iron Mask until you perish in the pursuit of hunting the white corpses subspecies. You have 3 days to consider this. That is all. With that, Father Saria turned and departed. Inside the Golden Tree prison, only the sound of Baron S. breathing remained. In Taro Town, at the Adventurers Guild, are you seeking books on magical theory? The witch, with a pipe in her mouth, spoke leisurely. Indeed, Zhang Po nodded. I can offer compensation. What do you intend to exchange for the books? Money is not something I lack. The witch, with her delicate hand supporting her chin, blinked her bright eyes. What I lack is love. Zhang Po shook his head. Love is not a commodity that can be traded. He took out the green python whip and the flame eagle gauntlet, left, and placed them on the table. I possess little of value. These two are what I can offer. Upon seeing the green python whip, the witch's eyes sparkled with interest as she picked it up, examining it closely. The grip was just right, and the whip's surface was adorned with fine green scales, gleaming with a lustrous sheen. An exquisite magical weapon, worthy of a trade. The witch rummaged between her ample bosom and produced a thick tome of magic, handing it to Zhang Po. Foundational research on magical theory. Zhang Po opened the book and quickly scanned a few pages. It was straightforward and rich in content. No deception here. The witch is genuinely fair. Whether in body or spirit, her integrity was undeniable. Are you not curious about the Flame Eagle Gauntlet? The witch did not even glance at the gauntlet. I'm not a warrior. What use have I for armor? Do you have anything else of value to trade? Zhang Po pondered for a moment and shook his head. The witch stood up and blew a kiss to Zhang Po. Little brother, come find me again when you have something good. I will surely give you a fair price. I run a shop in Taro Town called the Witch's Aroma. With that, she swayed her ample hips and departed. Moments later, the sound of a whip cracking and the witch's maniacal laughter echoed from outside. This which is quite unrefined. Zhang Po shook his head and stored the magic book and the Flame Eagle Gauntlet. He had no use for the whip, and the gauntlet did not suit his attributes. It was most fitting to trade them for resources. It was time to return. The adventurer has returned to the Void Realm. Commencing Task Settlement. Series Quest Volume 3. Demon Tamer Village completed. You have received task rewards. Void Coins 10,000, Life Currency 500, Basic Passive Skill Scroll. Beginner Focused Concentration. Beginner Focused Concentration enhances focus and meditation speed. Items acquired in the dungeon. Comprehensive Adventurer LV8. Water Condensation LV Max. Frost Breath LV Max. Flame Eagle Gauntlet. Left, Green Python Whip, sold. Foundational Research on Magical Theory. Pale, Egg 1. Task points 100, current points 300. Conditions met for promotion to Void Adventurer rank. Would you like to proceed with the rank assessment? Rank assessment? Rank assessment selected. Upon passing, you will be promoted to rank 1, Novice. Assessment failed. You may retake the assessment after 24 hours. Success in the assessment rewards one with the activation of the communication system, the trading system, the team formation system, and the void navigation system. Do you confirm the assessment? Since it can be repeated, I shall give it a try. Assessment confirmed, teleportation commencing. The surroundings gradually blurred, and in the blink of an eye, Zhang Po found himself standing upon a vast grassland. Before him stood 10 knights, each clad in armor and wielding a knight's sword. The assessment begins. Within 3 minutes, eliminate all enemies. Countdown initiated. As the countdown commenced, the 10 knights unsheathed their swords and charged toward Zhang Po. Instinctively, he reached for his spear, only to realize that his inventory had been restricted. Facing fully armored knights, unarmed, was surely a painful prospect. Yet, instead of retreating, Zhang Po advanced, colliding into one knight, entangling his wrist and forcefully twisting it, causing the sword to clatter to the ground. With a swift kick, the sword was sent soaring into the air. Seizing the knight, Zhang Po swung him around, effectively blocking the onslaught from the other knights, who subsequently felled their comrade. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhang Po caught the descending sword and executed a fierce horizontal slash. With a resounding sound, he cleaved through the chainmail of 3 knights at their throats, blood gushing forth. Taking a deep breath, the metallic scent filled his lungs, his vision gradually reddening. Regardless of your numbers, I shall not falter. 1 minute later, the last knight was beheaded, leaving 10 lifeless bodies sprawled upon the grass. Zhang Po examined the blade. Even after severing chainmail 10 times, it remained sharp. Indeed, the crux of this trial lay in seizing weaponry. Assessment passed. You have been promoted to the rank of Novice. Zhang Po was transported back to the Void Realm, the knight's sword vanishing from his grasp. With no equipment to show for his efforts, he felt a tinge of regret. The communication system is now active. The trading system is open. The team formation system is accessible, and the void navigation system is operational. The system panel automatically opened, revealing 3 new channels in the chat interface: public channel, trading channel, and team channel. The public channel was inundated with messages, where every utterance was visible to all. The trading channel was rife with advertisements for various equipment and supplies. Clicking on an item would display its selling information, while others sought to purchase certain goods. If one had a need, private messages could be initiated. After observing for a while, Zhang Po closed the interface. He was currently devoid of wealth, unable to afford anything, nor did he have any pressing needs. He silently activated the void navigation system, unveiling a map of the void. The entire expanse of the map was a chaotic swirl of silver, save for a solitary point emitting a bright light, labeled Pierre. Clicking on Pierre revealed the Pierre map, showcasing several activated nodes: Rogue Town, Little Forest Town, Barren City, and Tarot Town, places he had previously visited. Consuming void coins, adventurers may re-enter activated nodes outside of quest hours. Entering nodes carries uncontrolled risks. Adventurers are advised to use this function with caution. Zhang Po's eyes gleamed. This feature is truly invaluable. In a world rich in magic, resources abound, and cultivation is exceedingly convenient. It is no wonder that adventurers are scarce in the real world. They're all busy exploring other realms. Setting aside the matter of returning to the Pierre continent, Zhang Po stepped into the skill enhancement chamber. New skill scroll detected. Basic passive skill scroll. Beginner level focus. Remaining currency: void coins 15,000. Life coins 500. Skill scroll used. Beginner level focus mastered. Void coins -5,000. Current level 0. Increases meditation speed by 5. To upgrade to the next level, 100 void coins and 10 soul coins are required. Insufficient soul coins to continue upgrading. Please acquire soul coins before proceeding. Zhang Po reminisced about the past. Life coins could be obtained in two ways: by defeating bosses of level 20 and above, or through task completion rewards. How does one acquire soul coins? He opened the chat system and posted a message in the public channel. Esteemed players, as a novice, I seek guidance on how to obtain soul coins. Zhang Po's message existed for but a second before being drowned by a torrent of other messages. Just as he was about to give up, a private message appeared. Love to eat arrows. Hey novice, have you acquired any soul-related skills? White Ghost. Yes, how did you know? Love to eat arrows. Typically, only soul-related skill enhancements require soul coins. Love to eat arrows. What skill did you obtain? Are you willing to sell it? I can offer a handsome price. White Ghost. Beginner level focus. Already enhanced, so it's not for sale. Love to eat arrows. No way. You're quite lucky. A basic passive skill, and one related to the mind. Zhang Po glanced at his 3 passive skills, feeling somewhat puzzled. White Ghost. Are passive skills difficult to obtain? I got 3 from tasks. All passive skills. Beginner level vitality, beginner level steel fiber, beginner level focus, love to eat arrows. Holy moly, you must be a lucky charm. I could use some of that good fortune. Lucky charm? Zhang Po looked at the pure black aura hovering above his head and shook his head. White Ghost. Nonsense. The cost of enhancing passive skills is high, and the initial returns are pitifully low. If I hadn't learned something in the task world, I would have already perished. Love to eat arrows. That's true. From your perspective, it indeed seems unfortunate. However, let me share with you the task reward mechanism. Task rewards are random and come from a reward pool. During the novice phase, the drop rate for passive skills is the highest. As one progresses, the drop rate diminishes. Love to eat arrows. Such late game skills are favored by all. With your luck, it's likely you will obtain more passives. If you find yourself with any unwanted passives, feel free to reach out to me. I will offer you a fair price. White Ghost. Sounds good. Love to eat arrows. Let us add each other's friends. Zhang Po accepted the friend request, adding love to eat arrows to his friend list. He smirked. This friend certainly had a peculiar taste. Love to eat arrows. I'm an old hand with 23 ranks, quite experienced. Feel free to ask me any questions you may have. It was evident that love to eat arrows genuinely wished to cultivate a good relationship with him. Zhang Po smiled subtly. White Ghost, all right, brother. Zhang Po did not exhibit any urgency. He merely inquired about 2 questions before concluding the conversation. Intelligence holds a price, yet offering assistance without compensation bears no cost. It is a matter of human sentiment, which can influence the pricing of subsequent transactions. With passive skills in high demand, as a seller, one possesses the initiative. Thus, Zhang Po must refrain from appearing overly curious, lest he diminish his leverage. I love eating arrows, clicked his tongue, feeling somewhat discomfort, having encountered such a resolute newcomer for the first time. He hoped that Zhang Po would not meet an untimely end, at least contributing 1 passive skill before that fate. Just as Zhang Po closed the private chat with, I love eating arrows, he was inundated with a flurry of private chat invitations. Surely, they were all directed towards his soul skills? Zhang Po perused briefly before shutting down the chat channel. He resumed his focus on skill enhancement. Both basic vitality and basic steel fiber leveled up to level 5, consuming 3,200 void coins and 320 life coins. The enhancement effect of vitality increased to 50, while the bone strength enhancement effect also rose to 50. With only 180 life coins remaining, insufficient to upgrade any skills further, he chose to conserve them. After all, feeding Huang Xiaoxian also requires life coins. Upon completing the upgrades, Zhang Po returned to the real world with Huang Xiaoxian. The following day, the misfortune capsule, lucky gift generated. You have received the item, training voucher. The cycle of fate has been triggered. Lucky value and misfortune value are refreshing. About to enter the next cycle. A training voucher? A counterfeit? Zhang Po retrieved the training voucher, which was akin in size to a 100 yuan note, but featured an ancient bronze map design, depicting a man in training attire practicing martial arts. Tearing open the training voucher grants the user assistance in developing a particular skill. Zhang Po contemplated the integration of a minor Zhou Tian and the devil's muscles. Although it had initially taken shape, it was still far from perfect. To refine, it would likely require considerable time. Sleepiness beckons like a pillow. In Zhang Po's eyes, there was no joy, only confusion. The misfortune capsule had consumed 10 days of his lucky value to generate an item to assist in fulfilling his desires. First, a seal, then astonishing wisdom, and now the training voucher. Zhang Po felt he had grasped the operational logic of the misfortune capsule. Misfortune is dispensed in installments, while luck is consumed all at once. It seems that enduring continuous misfortune is exchanged for the realization of one's aspirations. This equipment mechanism is rather frustrating. Google no. I must rush to the restroom again. Today's misfortune enhancement is quite bothersome. Chapter 018. You, prepare me a feast of 3 dishes and a soup. The following day, Zhang Po tore opened the training voucher. Huang Xiaoxian's eyes widened in astonishment as she noticed Zhang Po's figure becoming indistinct, akin to a reflection in water, warping and transforming beneath the ripples. The system panel incessantly refreshed the system log. The adventurer is cultivating the minor Zhou Tian, attempting to merge with the devil's muscles. Due to a lack of knowledge, the adventurer is compelled to employ an exhaustive method for exploration. A month later, the adventurer fell into madness and perished. Time rewinds, research continues. The adventurer starved to death. Death count, 36 times. The adventurer successfully merged with the devil's muscles. Naming the new technique minor Zhou Tian body refinement technique. 7 years remain on the training voucher. The adventurer initiates basic magical theory research, striving to integrate magical equations into the technique. Based on the condensation water equation and the frozen gas equation, the adventurer developed the ice condensation equation, combining it with minor Zhou Tian body refinement technique to create ice pattern armor. The duration of the training voucher has elapsed, totaling 10 years. Zhang Po's body ceased its fluctuations and returned to normal. Huang Xiaoxian tilted her head and inquired, "What transpired?" Zhang Po took a deep breath, visibly frustrated. "I was confined in a small dark room, so bored that I could only train, devoid of any supplies. I exhausted 180 life coins and starved to death, only to have time rewind and repeat the cycle over and over again." Huang Xiaoxian empathized with Zhang Po, shuddering at the thought. To starve to death, how brutal! A wave of hunger surged through Zhang Po as he pointed at Huang Xiaoxian and commanded, "You, go prepare me a feast of 3 dishes and a soup." Huang Xiaoxian, bewildered, pointed at herself with her fluffy paws. "Me?" She sighed. "Never mind. I'll handle it myself." Zhang Po entered the kitchen, fully aware that he was not truly hungry. This sensation was merely a neurological illusion born from having starved too many times. Once the training voucher concluded, time rewound to the moment he tore it. His physical condition reverted to its original state. Everything returned to normal, including the 180 life coins, save for the memories of his training. Essentially, he had acquired 2 secret manuals, minor Zhou Tian body refinement technique and ice pattern armor, both of which he had developed himself. Moreover, he retained the harrowing experience of dying from starvation, an experience he would rather forget. The training voucher should not be used recklessly. The pitfalls are numerous. Should another voucher be obtained, Adequate provisions must be prepared beforehand. After satisfying his hunger, Zhang Po sat cross-legged to meditate. His subsequent training proceeded with remarkable ease, and within mere minutes, he completed his practice. Constitution and basic energy levels significantly elevated. Overall adventurer level increased by 1, now at level 9. Zhang Po stood, his chi flowing across his body, transforming into intricate energy circuits. With a sudden surge, a set of ice armor manifested around him. It fit snugly, allowing freedom of movement. Although not overly thick, each piece of the ice armor was exceptionally resilient. Zhang Po gripped the wrist armor with his bare hands and squeezed forcefully, sustaining no damage whatsoever. With Zhang Po's grip, he could effortlessly shatter a red brick and embed his hand in a limestone. Yet he was unable to crush this delicate layer of ice armor. Armor provides an exceptionally high margin for error, making it the foremost choice for survival in battle. A soldier clad in armor, wielding a sword, could easily defeat 5 or 6 unarmored opponents armed with weapons. In ancient times, the possession of blades by civilians was permitted, while the private ownership of armor was strictly forbidden for this very reason. Zhang Po felt a twinge of nostalgia. Had he possessed this layer of ice armor back then, even the White Knight, using all his might, would not have been able to fracture his left hand. Though it was a tad chilly, Zhang Po shattered the ice armor, transforming it into a flurry of icy shards that cascaded onto the floor. He needed to devise a means to enhance his resistance to the cold. Yet, as one problem was resolved, a plethora of others emerged. Prolonged use of the ice armor caused his body to cool rapidly, resulting in stiffness and even risking frostbite to his skin and internal organs. Additionally, his lack of knowledge in meridian theory made it perilous to practice his techniques, leading to inefficient transformations and forcing him to rely on an exhaustive trial-and-error method. Where could he acquire knowledge of meridian theory? Although many esteemed practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine shared their wisdom online, there was scant information pertaining to the refinement of qi. Such knowledge had likely been suppressed. It seemed he would have to make another trip to Longhu Mountain. Zhang Po purchased a ticket and flew to Jiangxi that very day. Arriving at Longhu Mountain, where he sought out the young Taoist who had imparted the minor circulating technique to him. The young Taoist removed his sunglasses and scrutinized Zhang Po. It's you. You've arrived early. The Luo Tian Grand Rite doesn't commence for another half-month. Zhang Po wasted no time and immediately activated his minor circulating technique, exuding his aura. Oh, this is intriguing. This is more than mere proficiency. This is a grand mastery of the minor circulation. In just half a month, he had refined his sinews and marrow and appeared even more striking. The young Taoist composed himself, stating solemnly, "While you have met the minimum requirements, gaining entry to Longhu Mountain is no simple feat. There are several assessments to pass." Zhang Po scratched his head and chuckled. "Let us set aside the matter of joining Longhu Mountain for now. If I wish to learn about meridian pharmacology, can I acquire that knowledge here?" The young Taoist raised an eyebrow in surprise. "If I were to say you couldn't learn it here, what would you say?" Zhang Po candidly replied, "Then I would seek my fortune elsewhere." "Hey you." The young Taoist seized Zhang Po's wrist and led him toward the back mountain. "Now that you're here, I won't let you escape." After a 10-minute walk, the young Taoist finally released Zhang Po's wrist. "I almost forgot your name." "Zhang Po, as in the Po of soul." Huang Xiaoxian poked her head out of the backpack, raising her hand and exclaiming, "I am Huang Xiaoxian." The young Taoist regarded Huang Xiaoxian with mild astonishment. "What is this?" Zhang Po affectionately patted Huang Xiaoxian's head. "I encountered her in the wilderness, and she became my guardian spirit." "What good fortune?" The young Taoist nodded, reflecting. "Guardian spirits are quite popular in the Northeast. We have scarcely any of that here. By the way, my name is Lu Danning. You can call me Senior Brother Danning." "Very well, Senior Brother Danning." They continued their journey to the back mountain, where they arrived at a modestly sized Taoist temple. "Senior Brother Danning, how many Taoists reside in the temple?" "Among the 2 or 3 dozen formal disciples and the 50 or 60 who have yet to embark on their journey. The majority consists of newcomers like yourself, adventurous souls. They toil here for 2 or 3 years, and upon completion, they depart independently. Only a select few are accepted into Longhu Mountain attaining the status of Taoist disciples. Zhang Po expressed his surprise. I had assumed there would be many, considering Longhu Mountain is a prestigious sect. Each year, there are approximately 150,000 new adventurers emerging in the country. Logically, one would expect a substantial number to seek mentorship. Lu Danning shook his head. Among those 150,000, it is commendable if even 10,000 survive the novice tasks. When you distribute that figure among the various sects, how many can each accept? Moreover, recruiting adventurers as disciples requires governmental approval, and there are quotas to adhere to. Longhu Mountain is permitted to accept 100 individuals annually, yet only 5 slots are reserved for formal disciples. The rest must be returned to society. Additionally, the path of cultivation on the mountain is arduous. Modern youth find it challenging to endure. Without our urging, the majority would leave on their own accord. In an infinite world of limitless possibilities, there is little incentive to linger at Longhu Mountain. Thus, while we have a quota of 100, we consistently fall short, and the government subsidy we receive is only half of what it could be. Huh? Zhang Po exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. So you receive government subsidies for accepting recruits? Lu Danning raised an eyebrow. Is that not surprising? Companies hiring fresh graduates often receive government support. Each sect contributes to the cultivation of talent. Thus, the government provides subsidies. Zhang Po was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by a multitude of thoughts, uncertain where to begin voicing his grievances. Uncle Duanmu, another newcomer has arrived. It's an adventurer. Lu Danning led Zhang Po into a chamber. Inside, a middle-aged Taoist sat, fervently scribbling notes. Taoist Duanmu glanced up, scrutinizing Zhang Po's appearance and taking mental note of his features before returning to his writing. An adventurer, you say? Proceed as you wish. I am quite occupied at the moment. Master, this one is somewhat unique. He wishes to study medicine. Taoist Duanmu paused, looking up once more. Now that is indeed rare. Most adventurers come to Longhu Mountain seeking talismans or thunder magic. He is the first to express a desire to learn medicine. Very well, apart from the mandatory courses. Come in the afternoon to study medicine with me. We shall conduct a trial for 1 month to ascertain your patience and aptitude. Should you lack either, it will be prudent to abandon the notion of pursuing medicine. In this day and age, abandoning medicine for any other field often leads to success. Oh, and regarding your time at Longhu Mountain, any duration spent on tasks will not be counted towards your tenure. With that, Taoist Duanmu once again immersed himself in his writing. Under Lu Danning's guidance, Zhang Po settled in, taking residence in a modest guest room. The accommodations were simple, furnished only with a bed and a set of tables and chairs, the latter equipped with a kettle and cups. He received a Taoist robe and bedding, like other newcomers, attending the essential courses taught by formal disciples. Each day began with the practice of the jade toad palm technique, learning special vocalizations and reciting scriptures. He studied talisman drawing, musical instruments, the art of stepping in sync with the energies, interpreting divinations, performing blessings, and conducting rituals for the departed. Ultimately, while everyone attempted to learn a variety of skills, the depth of their understanding remained superficial. Zhang Po, perplexed, once inquired of the great master, why impart all knowledge in one go, fearing that disciples may be overwhelmed? A conventional Taoist requires a decade or two to grasp such teachings. How could one possibly absorb it all within 3 years? The master replied, let them peruse everything first to discern their innate talents and interests, then tailor the instruction accordingly, allowing them to acquire a skill or two as a means of self-defense. However, after this thorough indoctrination, many could not endure even 2 days and fled. Perhaps they found the Taoist teachings too cumbersome, believing that better options awaited in other realms, rendering the struggle at Longhu Mountain unnecessary. Thus, while many departed, an equal number arrived, maintaining the count at approximately 50. Zhang Po, resolute, focused on studying medicine under Taoist Dumu, making commendable progress. His formidable spirit and exceptional memory, to the point of photographic recall, greatly aided his medical studies. Dumu was not astonished by Zhang Po's performance. In the boundless world of adventurers, infinite possibilities abound, and the ability to remember everything pales in comparison to possessing a household deity. What truly astonished him was Zhang Po's streak of misfortune, encountering peculiar calamities daily. It was remarkable that this lad had survived thus far. He must possess a strong fate. Had it not been for the fortune-telling that confirmed Zhang Po was not of a misfortunate star, one who had not spread ill luck, Dilmo might have expelled him. While Zhang Po devoted himself to his studies, a new message arrived from the system. The fourth volume of the series of tasks has been generated. Chapter 001, Series Quest 4, The Chosen Hero. The fourth volume of the series quest has been generated. The Chosen Hero. Adventurers are urged to return to the Void Land promptly. Zhang Po glanced at Taoist Duanmu and greeted him. Taoist Duanmu, a new adventure task has arrived. Taoist Duanmu nodded and waved his hand. Go ahead. The adventurers have returned to the Void Land. The method of this transmission is unique. Please be cautious of unexpected situations. Zhang Po and Huang Xiaoxian covered the back of their heads. What other unique transmission methods could there be? Surely, it cannot be more uncomfortable than a knock to the head. A golden magic array illuminated beneath Zhang Po's feet, and ethereal melodies emanated from within. With silver moon as your eyes and stars as your guide, traveler across the world's veil, I invoke thee in the name of Freya. As the dawn graces your form, the white dove sings your name. O hero from another realm, as darkness descends upon the world, thorns entwine the throne, and the demon's eye gazes upon all living beings. In response to the call of the goddess of holy light, embrace the power of the hero, and wield the divine gift. Shatter the darkness, protect the peace. The brilliance of the magic array intensified, and the figures of one person and a weasel vanished. Mission Background Introduction. Jelen denied the creation of the Red Skin, shrouded in mystery. The Red Skin attacked the Demon Tamer village, slaying apprentice demon tamers and acquiring the first magic worm. After devouring and absorbing it, she freed herself from Yord's control. In the battle at Yord Manor, the Red Skin killed Yord and obtained the second magic worm. Upon absorbing it, she evolved into the Goblin Queen. With an army and territory, a queen is indeed a queen. The Goblin Queen subjugated numerous greenskins, ogres, werewolves, and orcs, forming a vast army of monsters, and waged war against the Viennese kingdom. In a desperate bid for survival, the Viennese kingdom commanded Priestess Freya to beseech the goddess of holy light for redemption. The goddess of holy light responded to Priestess Freya, summoning a multitude of high school students from another world to Viennese kingdom. The goddess bestowed upon the students divine artifacts and the power of heroes, entrusting them with the mission to defend Viennese kingdom. Mission Background Introduction completed. Mission Objective. Uncover the origins of the Red Skin. Mission Outline. You will disguise yourself as a high school student summoned by the goddess of holy light. During this time, you must not reveal your identity. Exposure of your identity will significantly increase the difficulty of the mission. Mission Difficulty. LV15, LV20. Mission Rewards. Skill Chest 1. Soul Coins 200. Void Coins 15, 000. Mission Points 150. Mission Failure Penalty. None Dong, as the melodious chime resonated. Zhang Po opened his eyes. In the solemn square, Dove Sword, a white-robed priestess stood upon a high platform, reciting the final stanza of her poem. Zhang Po felt a tightening sensation behind him, as if many eyes were upon him. Indeed many. The square was filled with onlookers, armored knights, elegantly attired nobles, and ladies in splendid gowns. They were all gazing at Zhang Po. Zhang Po was taken aback, realizing he was clad in a fitted school uniform, reminiscent of a typical male high school student from a Japanese anime. A backpack rested on his back, devoid of books, but containing only Huang Xiaoxian. The little sprite peered out, surveying the surroundings. Scattered across the ground were numerous high school students. It was then that Zhang Po recognized the peculiar situation. With all the students lying around him, he was the sole figure standing upright. Like a crane among a flock of chickens, he naturally attracted attention. Adhering to the principle of concealing his identity, Zhang Po casually reclined backward. This act was effortless and nonchalant, devoid of any awkwardness. Observing this scene, the already tranquil square grew even quieter. All eyes were fixed upon Zhang Po, including those of the white-clad priestess, Freya. Freya cleared her throat. Since you have awakened, There is no need to feign slumber. Your ability to withstand the force of transportation without losing consciousness indicates your remarkable potential. We are in dire need of a valiant hero like you. Zhang Po sat up, casting a few furtive glances at Freya's smooth thighs before donning an expression of appropriate bewilderment and inquiring, "A hero? Indeed, a hero." Freya pointed her head. "Reflect carefully. The goddess of holy light has already implanted information within your mind. For further details, we shall wait until everyone has awakened to discuss collectively." Zhang Po was indeed perplexed. The Holy Tree Church had a hero program, where the power of heroes was synthesized through some advanced technology. What then? Was the nature of the heroes summoned by the goddess of holy light? Chapter 002. The artifact must be connected. Note: the current adventurer is disguised as a high school student summoned by the goddess of holy light. You have acquired a temporary equipment, the Heart of Gulwig. Temporary attribute panel loaded. Detection of temporary equipment is obscured. Please refrain from disclosing information regarding the Void Realm or the adventurer's personal details during the mission to prevent detection of temporary equipment. Zhang Po removed the necklace from around his neck, the Heart of Gulwig. It radiated a deep golden hue, with the centerpiece resembling a petite heart. It appeared both exquisite and understated. The Eye of Insight has been activated, and you have obtained the following information. Name: Heart of Gulwig. Quality: Legendary Gold status. Inactive passive skill 1. Child of Magic. Enhances the user's magical aptitude. Passive skill 2. Golden Curse. Amplifies the user's alchemical talents, but induces an obsession with gold. Passive skill 3. Extraordinary Apothecary. Enhances the user's proficiency in potion making. Active skill tree. Pending network activation. Zhang Po felt somewhat bewildered. This artifact resembled a brand new smartphone. Network? Activation? How do these terms relate to an artifact? What network? The internet? Is it even possible to connect across different realms? Suddenly, Zhang Po keenly noticed that the attention previously focused on him had shifted to the necklace in his hand. He held the necklace, shifting it side to side, tossing it up and down, even spinning it around. The gazes followed suit, akin to teasing a cat. Ahem. The priestess Freya cleared her throat, offering a gentle reminder. Brave one. One ought to cherish the artifact bestowed by the goddess. Moreover, precious artifacts invariably incite greed. Upon hearing the priestess Freya's words, the nobles in the square frowned. Her statement seemed to directly accuse them. Understanding this, Freya, after cautioning Zhang Po, provided a subtle way out for the nobles. All present were devoted followers of the goddess of holy light and would not dare to offend her majesty. However, should the news leak, it could attract the prying eyes of foolish individuals. Until the brave one matures, it would be wise to remain discreet. Zhang Po chuckled, placing the necklace back around his neck and tucking it beneath his clothing. The attention began to disperse. Yet overall, the focus remained on the heroes, or rather, they were searching for the artifact. As time passed, more high school students began to awaken. In front of Zhang Po lay a girl with purple hair. Noticing her wakefulness, he casually greeted her. The purple-haired girl appeared somewhat dazed, but soon grasped the situation, reaching for her waist. She expected to find her bamboo sword, but instead grasped a genuine, elongated katana. This sword, though unfamiliar, exuded a palpable power. An artifact? Indeed, it was real. She recalled practicing her swordplay when she heard the goddess's summons. Life could not get any worse, so she chose to accept it. And thus, she found herself here. Oh dear, where's the game exit button? I found myself ensnared in a game of conscious stealth, triggering an unexpected plot twist. To my astonishment, it was all too real. My intentions were merely to indulge in a game. I had no desire to be thrust into a foreign realm, grappling for survival. A lament escaped the lips of a gaming enthusiast. A conscious stealth game. One might think it a mere figment of light novels and anime. I was drawn in by a charming girl from Shibuya to watch an exhilarating show, and after a single drink, I lost all awareness. I had anticipated being robbed and discarded onto the streets, yet instead, I was cast into another world. How dire! I recall being shoved onto the tracks by a classmate while waiting for the train. I must have been crushed. Or perhaps your fate is even more tragic. High school students chattered animatedly, sharing their experiences of crossing realms. As they conversed, they soon realized they hailed from disparate worlds, yet all found themselves united in this vibrant neon landscape. Zhang Po felt a twinge of discomfort. What was it about the goddess of holy light that captivated these high school students? Was it their youthful naivety that made them so easily deceived? After a moment, the priestess Freya finally spoke. Young heroes, allow Freya to share few words. Freya, tall and statuesque, with flowing golden locks and striking azure eyes, donned a sheer gown that left little to the imagination, her long, alluring legs captivating the restless male students. As she spoke, a hush fell over the gathering. Brave warriors, Valenthus is under siege by the crimson-skinned demons, and the populace suffers greatly. We beseech the goddess of holy light. May she guide you to Valenthus. She implored the heroes to harness their powers and rescue the beleaguered city. The room fell silent momentarily. Some were fervent, brimming with visions of the future. I shall rescue Valenthus. A glance from the nobles towards the impassioned youth filled him with a sense of vanity. Yet, murmurs of dissatisfaction arose amidst the crowd. Pray to your goddess to return me home. My parents must be frantic. Others remained silent, resigned to the grim reality. Surely, this other world could not be worse than the one they had left behind. Warriors, Freya continued, according to the goddess's divine decree, should you vanquish the demons and save Valenthus, a passage back to your world shall be granted. However, should you choose to remain, Valenthus will bestow upon you titles, lands, and riches. Historically, unions between heroes and princesses or noble offspring are not uncommon. Upon hearing Freya's words, many youths began to scan the room, searching for beautiful noble women and enchanting matrons. Indeed, there were plenty to behold. Excitement rippled through the crowd. Some young men fixated on Freya herself. Who could resist such a captivating figure adorned in scant attire? Faced with the lack of alternatives, the discontented high schoolers fell silent, begrudgingly accepting their fate. Please register your names, the names of your artifacts, and their abilities. The church and royal family will assist in pairing you with allies, aiding each of you in leveling up and maturing swiftly to confront the impending threat of the Crimson Demons. A handful of court painters emerged, each tasked with creating portraits of the young heroes. These were no ordinary artists. They possessed extraordinary powers. In a mere matter of seconds, a vividly lifelike full-body portrait was completed even before the information recording had concluded. When it was Zhang Po's turn, he strikingly posed in an unusual manner. The artist, an elderly man with a white beard, was momentarily at a loss for words, yet he proceeded to capture Zhang Po's likeness. Upon examining the portrait, Zhang Po gave the artist a thumbs up, proclaiming, "I give you 100 points. That's a perfect score of 10. The old artist was initially taken aback. Then he chuckled and shook his head. One must admit, such praise was indeed gratifying. I look forward to your brilliance, noble warrior. Zhang Po then approached a recording staff member. Noble warrior, may I inquire about your artifact? Or its specific functions? Zhang Po fell into a brief silence, seemingly organizing his thoughts, though he was actually contemplating which information to reveal and which to withhold. The task at hand was to uncover the origins of the red-skinned beings while maintaining his anonymity. There was no need to confront them directly. Thus, it was prudent to remain inconspicuous, positioning himself as a supportive presence. Chapter 003. Do not laugh, I am afraid. What name should I adopt? The surnames of neon dwellers often draw from geographical locations or professions. Yangtze, Yellow River. Then I shall be known as Changha Baigui. My legendary artifact is the Heart of Gold, a necklace that amplifies my talents in alchemy and potion making. This artifact enhances my alchemical and potion-making abilities. My professional identity is that of an alchemist and apothecary. Both roles are supportive in nature, allowing me to remain at the rear of the team. As for my magical aptitude, my designated profession is naturally that of a mage. Mages are the backbone of the team, receiving significant attention and bearing greater responsibilities, thereby exposing their identities more readily. My magical talents must be concealed. Freya felt a pang of disappointment as she observed Zhang Po. Despite withstanding the force of teleportation without fainting, surprisingly wielded a non-combat artifact. What a pity! Freya shifted her gaze, continuing to observe others. The next to register was a girl with violet hair. Jidao Siko, wielding the artifact Shura, a melee weapon. Jidao Siko held her long blade before her, caressing the scabbard. It did not elaborate on its capabilities. The recording official said little, completing the entry and gesturing for the next individual. Kikukawa Akiyoshi, with the serpent staff, a healing artifact. Sato Kinzuya, wielding the sword of thunder. Takahashi Saya, with a magical sniper cannon. The registration concluded, and under Freya's arrangement, the 25 brave souls were summoned to meet the elderly king. A group of naive youths, unfamiliar with the etiquette of medieval kingdoms, stood dumbfounded before the old monarch. The aged king furrowed his brow. The plump court steward promptly stepped forward, speaking in a thin voice. To meet the king, one must bow. Place your left hand upon your chest, kneel on one knee, and lower your head to the king. The court steward kindly reminded them, adapting to local customs. Several high school students attempted to kneel. However, before they could fully descend, a voice interrupted. Perhaps it is best to forego that. The crowd parted, revealing the speaker, Zhang Po. Zhang Po felt somewhat helpless. He had not intended to draw attention, but was even less inclined to kneel. I am rather stiff-legged and unable to kneel. Furthermore, in my homeland, one only kneels to insult another. Zhang Po's tone was calm yet firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Many high school students gazed at him in shock and admiration. How bold to defy authority upon arrival. Others muttered curses, calling Zhang Po a fool, rebellious, arrogant, and oblivious to his surroundings. The old king's frown deepened. The court steward glanced at the king, noting his dissatisfaction, then at Zhang Po, confirming his unwavering stance. Based on past incidents, those who dared offend the king could have been dragged away by the royal knights for execution. Yet before him stood a hero, a chosen servant sent by the goddess of holy light. Blessed by divine favor, such matters could not be judged by ordinary standards. Confronted with such an unforeseen situation, the Grand Chamberlain found himself at a loss, unable to suppress the cold sweat trickling down his bald head. Your Majesty, the heroes hail from disparate realms, each with their own unique customs and cultures. It would be unwise to impose our expectations upon them. The priestess Freya intervened, providing a graceful exit for the aging king. The Grand Chamberlain exhaled in relief. While his words could be deemed reckless, they bore no consequence when spoken by a priest of the holy light. Differences in status and authority naturally led to differing outcomes. The old king's brow relaxed as he nodded in agreement. The Grand Chamberlain proclaimed, "No need for formalities. Though the heroes possess divine artifacts and are blessed with the gifts of the goddess, their potential remains untapped and they are still vulnerable. Should they offend your Majesty, your magnanimity will surely prevent repercussions. However, should they provoke other formidable beings, their lives may be at stake. Thus, it is imperative to maintain humility until they grow stronger." At this juncture, the Grand Chamberlain paused, casting a lingering glance at Zhang Po. All eyes turned toward Zhang Po, understanding that the Grand Chamberlain was signaling him. Zhang Po's gaze burned brightly as he met the Grand Chamberlain's stare. The Grand Chamberlain rolled his eyes, realizing this young man was beyond redemption. In order for you heroes to successfully fulfill the mission bestowed upon you by the goddess, your Majesty has decided that tonight's banquet will serve as an opportunity to select companions who will aid you in becoming legends. The Grand Chamberlain hesitated again, sensing the silence from the audience and feeling a bit deflated. Were they all simpletons? Could none utter a word of gratitude to the king? Perhaps he should remind them. "Thank your Majesty." Suddenly, a young man in the front row half-knelt, placing his left hand over his heart and bowing his head in reverence. The Grand Chamberlain was taken aback. At least one had grasped the situation. He then glanced at the old king, who smiled slightly, taking a closer look at the kneeling high school student. "What is your name?" "Sato Kinzuya. I shall remember you." With that, the king fell silent. Sato Kinzuya's face lit up with joy as he lowered his head even further. Seeing this, one by one, others began to kneel, exclaiming their thanks to the king. Observing this scene, the king's eyes sparkled with delight, until his gaze fell upon the unwavering figure of Zhang Po. The old king's eyes narrowed sharply, fixated on Zhang Po's. Unflinching, Zhang Po stood tall, feet shoulder-width apart, hands clasped behind his back, chin slightly raised. Defiance. The old king's fists clenched with indignation. He could not fathom the audacity of this young boy to adopt such a stance before him. The status of hero? Even the church required noble collaboration to garner faith. Did this hero truly consider himself of such significance? The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense. Priestess Freya felt a headache coming on, sensing that this mission to save the kingdom was becoming quite troublesome. I merely accepted a church task to recruit some heroes and bolster the church's prestige. Why must I encounter such a thorny character? Freya gathered her thoughts, contemplating how to provide the old king with a graceful exit. To her surprise, the old king suddenly waved his hand. Enough! Let the heroes freshen up, change into suitable attire, and prepare for the banquet. The exceptional youth of the empire eagerly await the arrival of a hero. Freya cast a glance at Zhang Po, letting out a sigh. Choosing allies for the banquet? Offending the old emperor, who would dare stand by your side? Zhang Po mused inwardly. Surely, no one would wish to be my partner now. This time, I have angered the old king. Out of respect for the goddess of holy light, he would refrain from outright destruction, yet he would undoubtedly make my journey arduous, devoid of attention, support, and allies. Once I step outside the palace, I shall be free. I can pursue whatever I desire. The absence of comrades means a lack of assistance. Is it regrettable? Not in the least. The allies arranged by the old king are merely surveillance cameras. As for gathering intelligence, Freya can assist. Historically, the church and the monarchy have never been in complete harmony. The kingdom of Valenthus is but a small nation under the influence of the Church of Holy Light. The church's willingness to lend a hand is merely to bolster faith and enhance its sway within Valenthus. As long as I hold value to the church, Freya would not relinquish a formidable hero for the sake of a king's pride. Zhang Po flashed Freya a broad smile. Freya exclaimed, "Do not smile at me, it frightens me." Chapter 004. Corrosion in the evening. Within a lavish palace, the court musicians performed enchanting melodies. The junior wine stewards, carrying trays laden with beverages, served cup after cup of wine to the youthful heroes gathered before them. Among a group of high school students, few were adept at drinking, leading to several humorous mishaps. Fortunately, the wine stewards, being professionals, recognized the inexperience of the young heroes and arranged for fruit juice laced with just a hint of alcohol. This ensured the formality of the banquet was maintained while allowing everyone to feel at ease. The wine steward glanced at Zhang, pondering that he alone seemed discontent amid the revelry. Surrounded by charming companions, all the other heroes reveled in camaraderie, while Zhang Po sat alone at a table. Overlooked by all, news of his offense against the old king had swiftly circulated, leaving even the most connected nobles aware of his predicament. Upon learning of the incident, the kingdom's elite chose to feign ignorance toward Zhang Po. After all, offending the king was no trifling matter. Zhang Po, however, relished the solitude. He retrieved a necklace, scrutinizing it with great interest. An artifact meant to connect to a network, it was indeed peculiar. This network could not possibly be the internet of the real world. Rather, it was likely the artifact local area network established by the goddess of holy light. Through this network system, all heroes' artifacts fell under the control of the goddess. The newly acquired artifact remained dormant. How could he activate it? Zhang Po whispered the word activate. With a chime, a luminous screen unfurled before him. It displayed a skill tree diagram featuring 3 main branches: alchemy, potion making, and magic studies. Zhang Po surveyed the surroundings, noticing the wine steward who had been observing him, yet betraying no signs of astonishment. According to the system's standard protocols, only the holder could perceive the system panel. After all, what were artifacts if not a form of a nurturing system? Thus, was the goddess of holy light merely a player of systems? Zhang Po pondered deeply. In a certain sense, the adventurer cards of Pierre Continent also represented a simplified version of a system. This indicated that the magical technology in this realm had reached an advanced stage, albeit wielded solely by a select few beings, such as the goddess of holy light. Reining in his wandering thoughts, Zhang Po contemplated how to illuminate the skill tree. For instance, By perfectly collecting 10 different species of magical creatures' eyeballs, he could activate the fundamental skill of gathering. Subsequently, employing the skill would allow for the automated collection of resources. Gathering materials would yield experience points, facilitating the leveling up of the gathering skill. Suddenly, a humorous thought struck him. I cannot perfectly gather magical creature eyeballs, then activate the gathering skill, but the gathering skill hasn't been activated. Then go gather magical creature eyeballs. How absurd. The logic had looped back on itself. Zhang Po found himself exasperated. What was so captivating about a mere necklace? After all, it was merely a tool for support. At that moment, a high school student with a voice reminiscent of a duck approached him. Clad in a blue knight's attire, he bore a light blue long sword at his waist. This outfit suited those of tall and stately stature. Yet the young man before Zhang Po only possessed the attribute of height. The figure before him was gaunt, tall, and slightly hunched, with shoulders that slouched. Dark circles under his eyes suggested a certain lethargy, as though he had indulged excessively. A sense of foreboding arose within Zhang Po. "My friend," he called out with a tone of earnest counsel, "now that you have become a hero in this new world, it would be wise to refrain from nightly indulgences." Zhang Po's voice rang out loudly. "It truly harms your well-being." Shanxia, who stood there, visibly taken aback, unable to comprehend Zhang Po's unexpected and boisterous remark. He felt the weight of countless gazes upon him, and a palpable panic washed over his face. In a mix of anger and urgency, Shanxia, who pointed a finger at Zhang Po, exclaiming, "Nonsense! That's not true. Do not be arrogant. You are merely a support character and have offended His Majesty. Without his backing, you will struggle even to find your next meal. In less than a month, you shall become a beggar on the streets, a stray dog." As Shanxia, whose tirade escalated, the atmosphere in the banquet hall grew increasingly hushed. With all eyes turning toward the unfolding spectacle, Zhang Po casually crossed his legs, reclining in his chair, exuding an air of nonchalance that seemed to declare to everyone, "What business is it of yours?" Shanxia, who faltered for a moment, having anticipated Zhang Po's reaction prior to their confrontation. He had intended to provoke. Yet the relaxed demeanor of Zhang Po perplexed him. Attempting to maintain his composure, he escalated his insults with renewed vigor. "Tell me, what business is it of yours?" Zhang Po rose and approached Shanxia, who, his greater height, broader shoulders, and more imposing features casting Shanxia, who in a decidedly inferior light. The oppressive aura surrounding Zhang Po evoked memories of the heroic protagonist from the manga JoJo. Just standing there, he radiated an air of invincibility. Shanxia, who struggled to swallow, contemplating retreat, but the task assigned to him by the formidable Sato loomed large in his mind. Straightening his posture, he prepared to speak when Zhang Po suddenly seized his ear, wrenching it upward with a firm twist. "Ow! Ow! Ow!" Shanxia, who grasped Zhang Po's arm in a futile attempt to resist, but the grip was as unyielding as iron, forcing him to stand on tiptoe. "Shanxia Jun, look into my eyes and answer me. What business is it of yours?" Zhang Po inquired with a smile, yet to Shanxia, who, his expression was ominously dark. No, he was not the invincible hero JoJo. He was the nefarious vampire Dio, the quintessential villain. Shanxia, who glanced around for help, only to find the onlookers reveling in the unfolding drama, none willing to intervene. Even the leader he had just allied with, Sato, appeared hesitant, desperate for self-preservation. Shanxia, who recalled his own status as a hero and swiftly drew his Azure Knight sword, swinging it toward Zhang Po. With a casual flick, Zhang Po dodged the strike, and before Shanxia could land a blow, he found himself sprawled on the ground. Quickly rising, Shanxia, who aimed his long sword at Zhang Po. "I challenge you." Cheers erupted from the crowd, and someone threw a long sword, embedding it in front of Zhang Po. "A duel! A duel! I want to see blood flow like a river." Before Zhang Po could grasp his sword, Shanxia, who charged forward, brandishing his weapon and striking directly at Zhang Po. The crowd erupted in disapproving murmurs. In a formal duel, honor should prevail, and one should not take advantage of another's vulnerability. To the young nobles who valued reputation, Shanxia, whose actions were disgraceful, lacking the spirit of chivalry. However, no one intervened. Jidao Siko furrowed her brow, gripping her long knife, yet ultimately set it down. Such an unexpected turn of events should pose little challenge to this stalwart man. Zhang Po did not evade. Instead, he stepped forward and raised his formidable fist, striking first. With a resounding smack, Huang Xiaoxian staggered back, disbelief etched on his face. Anger soon flushed his features crimson, and he lunged forward again, attempting to stab Zhang Po, only to be met with another stinging slap that sent him reeling. The sting on his cheek was fierce, and the weight of the crowd's gaze bore down on him like an unbearable heat. Yuzue, Huang Xiaoxian, akin to a charging warrior, found himself at the mercy of Zhang Po's relentless onslaught, reduced to a spinning top. There was no joy in bullying the weak. Zhang Po, weary of the encounter, seized Huang Xiaoxian's wrist and twisted it gently. A pained cry escaped Huang Xiaoxian's lips as his sword fell, only to be caught by Zhang Po. "Return it to me," Huang Xiaoxian exclaimed. Ignoring the pain, he scrambled to reclaim his weapon, but Zhang Po firmly planted his foot upon it, rendering him immobile. The laughter dissipated in the arena, all eyes now fixated on the sword in Zhang Po's hand, reflecting a myriad of expressions. Zhang Po flicked the sword lightly, producing a melodious chime that echoed through the air. In terms of physical prowess, this sword was indeed a masterpiece. "Activate," Zhang Po declared with conviction. All present held their breath, eager for the ensuing spectacle. Should Zhang Po successfully harness the artifact, it would be a moment of great amusement. The sword shimmered with brilliance, and a luminous barrier emerged, adorned with pulsating red warning symbols. Identity verification failed, unable to activate. Zhang Po shook his head in disappointment. The peculiar glances from the crowd faded away. "Return it to him," a commanding voice rang out. Sato Kanzuya approached, sword hilt in hand. "Kawahaki, what do you intend to do? The goddess has sent us here to save the world, not for you to seize your companion's artifact. You are undermining the unity among the brave." Zhang Po lowered the sword, giving Huang Xiaoxian a kick to roll him aside. Witnessing Sato Kanzuya's intervention, Huang Xiaoxian quietly retreated to the sidelines. Zhang Po pointed his sword at Sato Kanzuya. "Do you wish to challenge me as well?" Sato Kanzuya's lips twitched slightly. From the moment Zhang Po had spun Huang Xiaoxian around, he realized he was no match for him. His current involvement was merely a reluctant necessity. Having gathered 3 subordinates, he could not afford to appear weak when one of them was being attacked. Otherwise, the loyalty of the remaining 2 would waver. Aware of his inferiority, he could only take a moral high ground and criticize. To his surprise, Kawahaki boldly ventured into the fray. Sato Kanzuya, unwilling to be drawn into the conflict, continued, "You, relying on brute strength, bully your companions. Fortunately, your extraordinary artifact is not of the combative kind. Otherwise, once empowered, you might well disregard even his majesty." Feeling intimidated, Zhang Po mocked with a derisive smile, suddenly raising his sword and hurling it towards Sato Kanzuya. "You!" Sato Kanzuya hastily crouched down to evade the long blade. The elite nobles behind him reacted with swiftness that surpassed that of the high school students, deftly sidestepping the attack. Of course, Zhang Po did not exert his full strength. He merely threw it with thrice the might of an ordinary person and deliberately elongated the wind-up. Such an occasion was ill-suited for murder. Sato Kanzuya glanced back, observing the sword embedded at an angle in the ground. The resilient marble slab was effortlessly cleaved. Cold sweat broke out instantly. "You bastard!" Sato Kanzuya turned to curse, only to find Zhang Po's imposing foot pressing down upon his shoulder. An overwhelming force bearing upon him. Bang! With a thud, Sato Kanzuya knelt upon the ground, his knee throbbing with excruciating pain. Zhang Po's commanding voice resounded from above. "If you cannot prevail, then kneel." Slap! Another resounding blow, and Sato Kanzuya collapsed to the ground. His vision blurred, and he inexplicably recalled the days of being bullied by the school tyrant. The school bully was as robust as the Long River White Demon, equally fierce and unreasonable, devoid of any regard for rules. Before his transmigration, I was bullied by the school tyrant. After my transmigration, I am still bullied by the school tyrant. Have I transmigrated in vain? Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Sato Kanzuya's eyes turned red. "I despise the oppression of the weak, so do not prance before me. You jester!" Kicking Sato Kanzuya aside, Zhang Po turned and strode towards the grand entrance. Just as he was about to exit, he abruptly turned back, pointing at everyone and declaring, "Tonight was delightful. I hope you all enjoyed yourselves." Zhang Po's figure vanished into the shadows. Long River White Demon. Unforgivable. Sato Kanzuya howled, venting his discontent. Yamashita Tora called out to his leader, but retreated in fright at Sato Kanzuya's fiery gaze, only to pick up his divine sword. He pulled with all his might, but could not budge it. Again he tugged, yet still it refused to yield. The laughter of noble maidens made Yamashita Tora wish he could sink into a crevice of the earth. Sato Kanzuya, frustrated by his companion's ineptitude, assisted Yamashita Tora in extracting the sword. The weapon finally came free, but he stumbled backward, landing unceremoniously. A few could not suppress their laughter, uncertain whether they were companions of the brave or young nobles of the kingdom. At that moment, Sato Kanzuya's pride lay utterly shattered. Damn that Long River White Demon. Utterly unforgivable. The grand doors closed, and music once again filled the air. The young nobles continued to engage in light-hearted conversation with their chosen targets, discussing the events that had just transpired. Some consoled the terrified high school girls, while others echoed sentiments of Zhang Po's unreasonable behavior, mockingly dubbing him a mere logistics assistant. There were those analyzing Zhang Po's actions, as well as those lauding them. Himejima Siko observed this scene, her thoughts swirling. She felt that these young nobles of the kingdom were overly sycophantic. They always managed to adjust their conversation topics according to the emotions of the high school students. Surrounding the male high school students were beautiful, noble maidens or broad-shouldered elder sisters, surrounded by dashing noblemen. The young high school girl finds herself in the company of warm-hearted gentlemen, cool types, domineering young masters, and ruggedly handsome men. There is always someone to suit her taste. "Miss Kojima, may I invite you for a dance?" Kojima Siko gazes at the man before her, a quintessential embodiment of masculinity and warmth, instilling in her a profound sense of security. Yet, inexplicably, she feels a sense of aversion. In the dead of night, the banquet concludes. The brave souls, guided by royal attendants, proceed to their designated chambers. Meanwhile, the noblemen and women gather before the throne. The old king reclines upon his seat. Resting his chin on one hand, his gaze cast downward. What are the results of the evaluations? A woman in a crimson gown steps forward. "Father, the 25 brave souls have been assessed in terms of personality, preferences, abilities, and artifact capabilities." The old king responds with a nonchalant hum, before inquiring further. "Which of them are worthy of special cultivation and incorporation into Valeni's?" The princess in red gathers her thoughts before replying. "Let us start with the female heroes." Kojima Siko exhibits the greatest potential. Her artifact is sufficiently powerful, making her a key asset against the demonic horde. However, her rigid demeanor and strong opinions may complicate matters regarding alliances through marriage. I suggest involving the third prince. The chances of success would be significantly higher. She continues. The other female heroes are mostly adorably naive, possessing only a modicum of cleverness, which is enough to employ the charms of handsome men. As for the male heroes, Sato Kanzuya shows considerable potential with a moderately strong artifact. He is ambitious and useful, yet not reliable for long-term commitments. Yamashita Tora possesses the greatest artifact potential, but his personal qualities leave much to be desired. He could be swayed into an alliance, producing heirs to inherit the artifact. Pausing for a moment, the princess muses, "In terms of individual excellence, the most remarkable would be..." "Are you referring to Nagakawa Haki?" The old king interjects, his tone flat. The princess, taken aback, responds, "You mean the disgrace of heroes, Kato Dan?" "Indeed, that is him." With the old king's affirmation, the onlookers exchange glances, a silent communication passing among them. The princess frowns. "Then we should arrange for his demise tonight." The old king interrupts, "No. Since time immemorial, heroes come and go, but noble families endure. I refuse to believe that there exists a man who does not crave power, territory, beauty, wealth, or strength. Use every means at your disposal to corrupt and assimilate him. When you ascertain your failure, eliminate him by any means necessary." After a prolonged silence, the old king calms his emotions and continues, in summary. Your forthcoming actions must revolve around two key points. First, harness the power of the heroes to vanquish the demonic army. Secondly, employ all means to erode their minds, integrating them into the Valentius nobility, ensuring they leave a legacy and pass down the artifacts. This is a national policy. You hail from various families, and I have allocated resources for you. Whether you can acquire them depends solely on your own efforts. Thank you, Your Majesty. The crowd responded in unison. The old king turned to the princess in the red gown. You shall choose first. Olivia. In the dead of night, Zhang Po knocked on the widow's door. Chapter 005, Cooperation in the Dead of Night. Zhang Po knocked on the door of Priestess Freya. Come in. Zhang Po pushed the door open. Freya had not yet rested and hadn't even changed her clothes. She held a wine glass, leaning against the window, admiring the moon outside. The night breeze tousled her golden hair, and she tucked it behind her ear, her emerald green eyes sparkling. You've come quite late. Taken aback, Zhang Po responded. Why would you think I would seek you out? Firstly, you do not appear to be a fool. Secondly, to successfully accomplish the task at hand, one requires the assistance of a local. Having offended the old king, the higher-ups of Valenthus will not extend any help to you. Thus, you have no choice but to seek out me, a priestess of the Church of Light. Freya smiled, downing her drink with an air of confidence. Zhang Po chuckled softly. The old king is currently using handsome men and beautiful women to seduce the heroes you summoned. When they are lured away, the church will be left with nothing. Freya shook her head with a smile. The heroes were summoned by the church. The divine artifacts were granted by the goddess of light. This fundamental aspect is beyond the old king's reach. Are you certain? Zhang Po remained non-committal. If the divine artifacts and the heroes' powers were retained within Valenthus by the old king, it would significantly bolster secular authority. Over time, the church's power and status would inevitably be challenged. Is it acceptable for the divine artifacts and the heroes' powers to be left unprotected, allowing others to undermine the church? A flicker of astonishment appeared in Freya's eyes as she scrutinized Zhang Po. He looked young, merely 18 or 19 years of age, yet his political acumen was commendable. You've hit the nail on the head. Are you truly a neon high school student? The repetition of the question was intriguing. Zhang Po pondered deeply. Firstly, Freya was familiar with the term neon high school student and possessed a specific impression of it. How many batches of these students had been summoned? Were they merely disposable? Dear Priestess Freya, how many batches of heroes have you summoned? Just your batch. Dear Priestess Freya, you hesitated just now. All right. I have summoned several batches. Several batches? Conservatively speaking, for batches. Each batch consisted of 25 heroes, totaling over 100. How many remain? Zhang Po inquired. They're all alive and well. Everyone has a bright future ahead. Freya beamed sincerely. After all, they were heroes, equipped with divine artifacts and the protection of the goddess. They grew rapidly, soon becoming legends in their own right. Zhang Po sighed. I appreciate your good intentions. The other world is a harsh reality. The battlefield is unforgiving. Who knows when a fireball might descend from the sky and turn someone to ashes? Not to mention the casualty rates. I fear it may frighten everyone. Freya was somewhat moved, finally encountering a sensible neon hero. The world is cruel, and accidents can strike at any moment. The path of a hero is far from smooth. One might exit the novice village only to be bitten by a venomous snake lurking by the roadside, leading to their untimely demise. Many individuals, upon encountering minor setbacks, seek solace in tears, yearning to return home. Here I am, a striking beauty in the prime of my youth, almost reduced to a caretaker of children. You are all sheltered offspring, finding it difficult to comprehend the harsh realities of the world beyond your ivory tower. Yet, once you have endured such experiences, understanding shall dawn upon you. Rest assured, I, Freya, shall safeguard you. Zhang Po shifted the conversation with a pointed remark. So, you admit that you summoned hundreds of heroes only for them to perish, correct? Freya clutched her chest in disbelief. Did you really just try to extract a confession from me? Mother no longer loves you. Zhang Po's eye twitched, dismissing the nonsensical woman. After a brief pang of heartache, Freya earnestly clarified, To add, there are 3. No, there's one still alive. Oh dear. Zhang Po gasped. You truly regard those high school students from Neon as expendable? Freya sighed, spreading her hands in exasperation. What can I do? I wish to summon formidable heroes. Yet the goddess insists on sending me a gaggle of overly dramatic youths. Even if I bestow upon them divine artifacts, they merely become a tempting dish for all to sample. Fortunately, among each batch of heroes, there is invariably one exceptional artifact. With that singular artifact, even a mere pig could avert catastrophe, ascend to greatness, and win the heart of a princess. You certainly fit the bill of a heroic figure, but alas, your artifact is of a supportive nature. Otherwise, this mission would have been an effortless victory for me. Who possesses this special artifact? Zhang Po inquired. Yamashita Tiger. Freya replied with a playful expression. The very one you slapped earlier tonight. Having offended an individual with boundless potential while remaining merely a support, do you not feel concern? Do you not sense despair? Freya eagerly observed Zhang Po's reaction, hoping to witness signs of anxiety, worry, or fear. Unfortunately, he displayed none of those emotions. No matter what artifact he possesses, I remain unfazed. Zhang Po declared nonchalantly. Freya cautioned, during the mission, do refrain from infighting. The artifact will self-lock. Just imagine. You must watch Yamashita Tiger grow ever stronger while you remain stagnant, indulging in your alchemy, crafting equipment and potions, awaiting retribution, oppression, and exploitation from him. If he favors men, you might find yourself reduced to his star servant. What a loquacious woman. Zhang Po thought to himself, wishing to strike her thrice, once on the face, once in anger, and once on the rear. Freya, main profession, Paladin LV-20. Secondary profession, Priest LV-15. Ultimately, he decided against it. He had no inclination to strike a woman. Instead of squabbling, why not tackle the Goblin Queen directly? Why summon a hero at all? Is your holy light church merely reliant on summoning heroes to resolve calamities and gain prestige? Freya, now more astonished, rested her chin on her hand, intrigued. Are you truly a high school student for Neon? Zhang Po frowned. Your insults are rather crude. Freya responded with disbelief. Despite my barrage of taunts, you remain unperturbed. May I pose a straightforward inquiry? Why such a vehement reaction? You're not from Neon, so where do you hail from? A mere traveler to Neon. Zhang Po casually fabricated. You truly have fallen on hard times, Freya remarked sympathetically. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Freya approached the chair, seated herself, crossing her legs, her skirt billowing around her like a cascade of white. Long River White Ghost, why should I assist you? Because the church and secular royal authority are at odds. You must strive to secure some benefits for the church, mustn't you? Where lies the benefit? Freya inquired once more. In divine artifacts, in the strength of heroes, in prestige. The church must cultivate its prestige, which inevitably relies on heroes. If all the heroes are swayed by the old emperor, when the time comes for promotion, they will deliberately sidestep the church, instead emphasizing the old king's merits, rendering the church's efforts futile. Zhang Po stood with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking eloquently. Now that the old emperor has enlisted Sato Kanzuya as his lackey, he has begun to establish a hero team centered around him. Freya, if you do not cultivate a representative, the situation will inevitably tilt in one direction. Well said. Freya applauded. One last question. How do you intend to survive the retribution from Mountain Tiger? Zhang Po tossed a necklace to Freya, calling out activate. A luminous screen unfurled, revealing a clear skill tree list before Freya's eyes, showcasing the magic skill tree. White Ghost, you are quite adept at concealing things. Zhang Po chuckled, then shifted the topic. How marvelous. You can actually see the interface of the divine artifact. What does this signify? Zhang Po could perceive the divine sword's interface of Mountain Tiger since they were both heroes. But why could Freya see it? She likely possessed a divine artifact as well. His Freya inhaled sharply, tightening her grip on the necklace, gritting her teeth. You are quite the guesser. So, what do you presume I will demand of you next? Zhang Po stroked his chin, tentatively asking, to prove my worth? After all, words are but empty talk. I must accomplish something significant to demonstrate my value. Freya clenched her jaw even tighter, and beginning to, like you, Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Po retorted. Then shall we have a child together? Get lost. All right then, I shall take my necklace. Zhang Po raised his hand to catch the flying necklace and exited the room. You infuriate me. Freya fumed, nearly bursting from rage. She seized the table and forcefully snapped it in two, hurling it out the window. This man is insufferable. With just a few words, he extracts a plethora of information. If I do not dismiss him soon, he will have me divulging the color of my undergarments. Were it not for the fact that I was appointed as the holy light goddess's caretaker, I would surely strangle this ungrateful wretch. As Zhang Po departed from Freya's chamber, he found himself at a loss for where to go. At this hour, the banquet had concluded, and no one had come to arrange accommodations for him. Zhang Po, look what I have brought you. A large roasted chicken. Huang Xiaoxian raised a colossal roasted turkey with both hands, swaying as she approached Zhang Po, her voice brimming with excitement. I noticed you hadn't eaten, so I stealthily procured this turkey for you. Zhang Po smiled as he accepted the turkey, cradling it in his palm, while his other hand lifted Huang Xiaoxian and placed her upon his shoulder. Let's find a pleasant spot to savor our meal, he declared, proceeding down the corridor, where numerous murmurs could be heard along the way. Come on, let us hurry, Huang Xiaoxian said, her face scrunched in distaste. Zhang Po readily complied, preparing to depart. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed, prompting Zhang Po to pause. He approached a window and gently cracked it open to peek inside. Huang Xiaoxian leaped to the windowsill, leaning in to observe critically. Inside, the dim candlelight flickered, and the crackling of logs in the fireplace cast a warm, golden glow. Zhang Po shut the window and lifted Huang Xiaoxian, stealthily making his exit. Are we breaking the law? Huang Xiaoxian asked earnestly. We must look beyond appearances, Zhang Po replied. The old king is beginning to exert his influence. Huang Xiaoxian scratched her head in confusion. Isn't the old king inside? Zhang Po flicked her forehead playfully. Study politics more, and watch less of those shows. What I mean is, the old king is using beauty to corrupt the minds of the brave, turning them into pawns of feudal power. Propping her chin on her hands, Huang Xiaoxian inquired, should we intervene? Let them be, Zhang Po responded. I merely wish to utilize Freya's intelligence. I did not intend to truly serve her. Now, let's enjoy the roasted chicken. In a separate room, Ji Island Siko lay on the bed, clutching a long sword. Beside her were two individuals, neither of whom were men. One was her junior, and the other the school nurse. Nurse Kikukawa Akiyuki, holding a pillow, watched Ji Island Siko with vigilance. You don't actually like women, do you? Not at all, Ji Island Siko replied coolly. Then why did you publicly declare your affection for women? Ji Island Siko paused, deeming it unnecessary to clarify with the Na'vi nurse. Her junior, Takahashi Saya, was cleaning her magical sniper rifle. Upon hearing the exchange, she pushed her glasses up her nose and sighed. What else could it be? To ward off those overly eager men. Do you believe that whenever a female hero shows interest in a man, he will inevitably appear at her doorstep in the middle of the night? Likewise, do you believe that male high schoolers will undoubtedly game all night? Huh? Kikukawa Akiyuki exclaimed in astonishment. Takahashi Saya turned to Ji Island Siko, asking, tomorrow, as we officially form our team, shouldn't we make our escape? Otherwise, the old king might forcibly insert someone into our group, especially a man with ulterior motives, and that would be utterly repulsive. How do you intend to escape, oh unranked heroine? Ji Island Siko queried. Takahashi Saya fell back onto the bed, feeling quite defeated. This is an extraordinary world. None of those noble knights are weaklings. To slip away under their watchful eyes would be exceedingly difficult. I merely wish to grow stronger swiftly, to explore this world with freedom. Our world is utterly desolate. I have no desire to return. As for saving another realm, I am even less inclined. Takahashi Saya gazed intently at Himejima Siko. You think the same, don't you? Himejima Siko's gaze wavered slightly as she tightened her grip on the long sword in her arms, then nodded. Her swordsmanship proved invaluable in this world, yet held little merit in her original one. She longed to experience, to feel the sensation of cleaving through the formidable bodies of powerful monsters. It must be exquisite. Yes, Satisfied with her conclusion, Takahashi Saya let out a cheer. She contemplated how to handle the old king's incursion tomorrow. Himeji Masiko recalled Zhang Po, a man shunned by all the nobility. Perhaps we could recruit the Long River White Ghost. Upon hearing the suggestion to enlist a man, Takahashi Saya frowned deeply. This is not a wise choice. You wish to use him to extricate yourself from the nobles' entanglements, yet you will also draw their ire. Are you certain you wish to provoke the aristocracy? We are still quite weak. We may be weak, but we are heroes. Himeji Masiko reminded her. Takahashi Saya grasped the implication immediately, clapping her hands. I understand. The fact that the Long River White Ghost was so disrespectful to the old king, yet remained unharmed indicates that the old king is wary of our status as heroes, wary of the Holy Light Church. As long as we do not overstep, the old king will likely turn a blind eye. Kikukawa Akiyuki's eyes sparkled with admiration. Saya-chan, you're so clever. Takahashi Saya placed her hands on her hips. Of course. Tomorrow, we shall seize a man. The next day, Tora, how could you have died? A mournful wail echoed through the hero accommodation area early in the morning. A hero had perished. This was a matter of utmost significance. Heroes, nobles, princesses, princes, and even the old king gathered, their expressions grim. Sato Kanzuya held the lifeless body of Yamashita Tora, tears streaming down his face, filled with sorrow and indignation. It must have been the Long River White Ghost. Takahashi Saya and Himeji Masiko exchanged glances. The situation was unfolding rather unfavorably. Chapter 006. The death of the mountain tiger. Upon receiving the notification, Zhang Po arrived at the hero's lodging area. Here, the young nobles, the old king, and the priestess Freya were gathered. The mountain tiger lay lifeless on the ground, his eyes wide open in eternal repose, and the artifact was nowhere to be found. Sato Kanzuya knelt beside the corpse, wailing in despair. Oh, what splendid accommodations! Alas, I find myself in a predicament, deprived even of a place to rest my weary head. Zhang Po surveyed his surroundings, his attention drawn more to the lodging than to the mysteriously deceased mountain tiger. Enough! Long River White Ghost. It must be you who killed the mountain tiger. Last night, he challenged you. Your heart was filled with malice, prompting you to take his life in the dead of night. Sato Kanzuya exclaimed. At the banquet the previous evening, tensions had flared between Zhang Po and the mountain tiger, casting suspicion upon him. The high school students instinctively recoiled a few steps, their gazes filled with trepidation. In this situation, to exonerate oneself, one must provide an alibi. Yet, Zhang Po had no intention of doing so. To prove his innocence would only entangle him further in the web of others' thoughts. It was far wiser to murk the waters. No. Zhang Po waved his finger dismissively, countering, your culpability is far greater. Last night, I humiliated you, and in your shame, you sought vengeance by slaying the mountain tiger and framing me for it. You grieve for him so deeply. Your bond must have been close. The closer the relationship, the higher the likelihood of a successful ambush. You lie. Sato Kanzuya bellowed in fury. It was you without a doubt. Whoever makes an accusation must provide evidence. Zhang Po pointed at Sato Kanzuya. If you cannot present proof, I shall sue you for slander. Sato Kanzuya fell momentarily silent, glancing toward the old king. The old king furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a headache coming on. A hero could perish, but not within the palace walls. A death in the palace would instill fear in the hearts of the young heroes and erode their trust in the royal family. Whether it was a noble or an outsider who committed the act, it would spell disaster. An outsider infiltrating the palace to murder a hero summoned by the goddess would bring disgrace to the royal house. However, if it were merely infighting among heroes, the situation would not be as dire. The old king turned his gaze to Zhang Po, then to Sato Kanzuya, and finally surveyed the room, stating with gravity, Long River White Ghost, you indeed harbor suspicion. And you, Sato Kanzuya, are also under suspicion. Every individual present bears suspicion, including myself. However, Zhang Po narrowed his eyes. It is well known that regardless of how extensive one's discourse may be, the moment one utters but the preceding statements are rendered irrelevant, and the true intention lies, and what follows. Long River White Ghost. Last night, the mountain tiger initiated the provocation, and your retaliation was entirely justifiable. However, you seized the mountain tiger's artifact and exhibited an intent to claim it. Thus, your suspicion is the most pronounced. I implore you to provide proof of your innocence. With the old king's inquiry, palace knights stealthily encircled Zhang Po, locking their sights upon him. Should you fail to prove your innocence, you shall face house arrest until we unveil the truth. Sato Kanzuya suppressed a grin, barely managing to contain his amusement. Witnessing Zhang Po's humiliation was truly delightful. Priestess Freya observed with keen interest, eager to see how Zhang Po would turn the tables. Although she indeed required a representative, there were several candidates. Zhang Po needed to prove his worthiness for support. He longed to declare, "I can't be bothered to explain. You are unworthy of listening." Yet, what would such words yield? A complete falling out with the old king, and subsequently being hunted down. Would Freya come to his aid? Unlikely. The church needed the imperial authority to bolster its prestige, while the imperial power required the church's protection. Their relationship was one of both cooperation and opposition. Should matters escalate, Freya might well conspire with the old king against him. The task at hand would then be rendered impossible. Very well, very well. Zhang Po chuckled, raising his hands in a gesture of capitulation. The old king was rather petty. Was it really such a slight to have been embarrassed just once? Oomph. The old king scoffed, yet could not suppress a surge of satisfaction. Even if one is a hero, one must bow before imperial authority. A venerable old king squabbling with a mere lad who had just turned 18. How undignified. Zhang Po wore a look of disdain. Was this not a source of shame? The old king's expression darkened. There was indeed some truth to that. It was all this rascal's fault for appearing so mature, leading him to believe he was contending with a political rival. Enough of this banter. Prove yourself, the old king urged. Zhang Po produced a necklace and tossed it to a round-faced high school girl. Firstly, only a hero could perceive the operational interface of the artifact. Should a companion be slain, the artifact would self-lock. Let us see if it malfunctions. The round-faced girl whispered the activation phrase, yet displayed a message of verification failure. Denying access. What's the outcome? Someone inquired. The girl, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, quickly shook her head and passed the necklace to the next individual. No self-locking, no malfunction. Everyone echoed the same. Let me take a look. Sato Kazuharu snatched the necklace and confirmed its state. He wished to fabricate a lie, but with all the heroes and Freya watching, he could not. Reluctantly, he cast the necklace to the ground. Zhang Po made no effort to retrieve it, his expression turning stoic. The old king turned towards Priestess Freya. Indeed, the artifact has such a rule, Freya stated coolly. The artifact is bound to one's bloodline. Should another obtain it, it can only be wielded as a mundane weapon, rendering its true capabilities useless. Thus, the act of seizing a hero's artifact is devoid of meaning. Old king, you're not unaware of this. The old king was well aware. His forebears had staged numerous attempts to kill heroes and seize their artifacts, all ending in failure. The artifacts became mere ordinary weapons. The appropriated artifacts remained in the royal treasury, gathering layers of dust. Only heroes could utilize artifacts, and only those bound to their bloodline. This, too, was a reason the old king opted for alliances through marriage and titles, keeping the heroes in Valenthus. The flowing valiant, the flowing artifact, the same principle, the eternal noble family, the indomitable Valentius. At this juncture, Zhang Po's innocence can be substantiated. Further entanglements serve no purpose. The old king waved his hand, and the court guards withdrew. Were you last night? Sato Kanzuya questioned with reluctance. Zhang Po raised an eyebrow and snapped his fingers. What a splendid question. A sense of foreboding washed over Freya, compelling her to intervene and halt Zhang Po's forthcoming words. Yet, to prevent Zhang Po from speaking felt inexplicably absurd. I had no accommodation arranged for me last night, so I sought out Priestess Freya. Well, in the dead of night. Freya instantly regretted it. Shush, can we rewind time? You needn't mention the dead of night. Freya gritted her teeth. The onlookers exchanged peculiar glances, each silently observing the other, none daring to speak. Freya's acknowledgement of the situation tacitly confirmed Zhang Po's account. Who would have thought Freya had such a penchant? Many a high school boy felt his heart shatter. The old king also wore a strange expression, but swiftly dismissed any sordid notions. It must be that Freya intended to win Zhang Po over for some ulterior motive. Ahem, in that case. I kindly asked Priestess Freya to inspect all the artifacts of the heroes to ensure there is no infighting among them. Freya nodded and commenced her examination. With a hero having perished on the very first day, she too felt troubled, eager to identify the perpetrator. After a thorough mutual inspection, it was confirmed that none of the heroes bore guilt. The old king commanded, Captain of the Guards, investigate all individuals who interacted with the heroes last night. Search the palace for any misplaced artifacts. Notify the magic department to examine the capital's barrier for signs of external invasion. As for the assembly of the hero squad, it shall be postponed until tomorrow. For the safety of all heroes, I request that you remain in the palace and refrain from venturing outside. Do not fret about your safety. I shall deploy the royal knights to protect you. Tonight, I shall provide everyone with an explanation. With that, the old king departed. The captain of the guards escorted all the young nobles away and removed the remains of the mountain tiger, leaving behind a group of anxious high school students. The students buzzed with chatter, and Sato Kanzuya cast a glance at Zhang Po, snorting disdainfully before turning to leave. Why, Sato-kun, are you just going to walk away? Zhang Po called out to him. Sato Kanzuya turned around, eyeing Zhang Po warily. What do you want? Pick up the necklace. Zhang Po commanded. Sato Kanzuya was taken aback, as were the others, all gazing at the ground. The dark golden heart of gold necklace lay quietly on the floor. Moments earlier, their focus had been on the old king and Freya, causing them to overlook the necklace that Sato Kanzuya had discarded. Such a precious item left to languish on the ground? What was that guy, the white ghost of the Long River, thinking? I demand you pick up the necklace. Zhang Po barked. Sato Kanzuya trembled, his face instantly darkening. A sense of frustration akin to lifting a stone only to strike oneself ensued. Do not go too far. Sato Kanzuya gritted his teeth. Pick up the necklace. Zhang Po advanced towards Sato Kanzuya. Pick up the necklace. The pressure became unbearable for Sato Kanzuya, who let out a desperate scream and turned to flee, only to be seized by Zhang Po, whose hand pressed his head beside the necklace. Pick up the necklace. The ornament lay within reach, and Sato Kanzuya grasped it, raising it high to present it to Zhang Po. Here, for you. Zhang Po caught the necklace and released Sato Kanzuya, looking down upon him with a condescending gaze. Sato-kun, this is not the world you once knew. It is not easy to kill by the rules, and the efficacy of strategy is not as substantial as you might believe. True power lies in strength. With that, Zhang Po turned and departed. Sato Kanzuya lay dazed on the ground for a while before he suddenly broke down in tears. After all, he was merely an 18-year-old boy. Though relatively intelligent and adept at navigating circumstances and ingratiating himself with the powerful, he had never experienced extraordinary might or the gravity of life and death situations. When the pressure erupted, so too did his emotions, leading to an outburst of tears. Yamashita Tora had perished, and he wept, not for Yamashita Tora, but for his own predicament. With the death of Yamashita Tora, his own life hung in the balance. The tears that flowed now were a release of the fear that had long been bottled up inside. Saka Haku's words rang true. In this extraordinary world, strategy was indeed overshadowed by sheer power. Witnessing this scene, the young high school students began to murmur amongst themselves, some with disdain, others with awe, and a few deep in contemplation. Kikukawa Akiyuki poked Haimaji Masiko, his expression tinged with fear. Are we truly considering him as a teammate? What a terrifying man. Haimaji Masiko remained silent, while Takahashi Saya furrowed her brow, clutching her sniper rifle. Chapter 007. Collaboration in light of the recent upheaval. The Grand Chamberlain personally arranged a room for Zhang Po. Lord Changhe, this is your chamber, he stated. Zhang Po nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, How should I address you? Everyone calls me Chamberlain Sparrow, he replied humbly, meticulously addressing each of Zhang Po's inquiries. Who do you believe killed the mountain tiger and seized the artifact? After a brief moment of hesitation, the Chamberlain responded, It was not the work of any other valiant heroes. The esteemed nobles are not fools to engage in such thankless endeavors. His reply was as good as silence. Zhang Po chuckled softly and shifted the topic. Do you think the old king will assign me a teammate? The chamberlain's eyes widened slightly, surprised by the naivety of Zhang Po's question. Probably not. That's fine. The chamberlain slightly bowed and turned it apart. Before long, a knock resounded at the door. The door is open, Zhang Po remarked, engrossed in his magical tomes. The door swung open, revealing a purple-haired girl with a ponytail, wielding a long blade, exuding an aura of sharpness and competence. Zhang Po closed the book, astonished. I recall your name is Jidao Siko. Am I correct? Jidao Siko offered a subtle smile. It is indeed an honor that Lord Changhe remembers me. You must not have come merely for idle chatter. Speak your purpose directly. Lord Changhe, I wish to invite you to join my team. Zhang Po thought he had misheard. Pardon? I would like to invite you to join my team. Unable to contain his laughter, Zhang Po teased. Are you seeking a death wish? The old king would rather see me dead, yet you seek to team up with me. Come, the old king will surely find you a partner. He reopened his magical book. Jidao Siko gazed at the cover of the tome, perplexed. Given Zhang Po's situation, how had he acquired such a book? Had he truly charmed Priestess Freya? Lord Changhe, you must perceive the old king's intention in assigning us partners. I do not. Zhang Po casually dismissed. Jidao Siko continued. The old king aims to bind heroes to the noble families through strategic alliances. Zhang Po remained silent, not lifting his gaze, yet attentively listening to Jidao Siko's words. Since she sought collaboration, it was only natural to be forthright. Lord Changhe, allow me to express my purpose. I wish to remain in this world, adventuring freely. My three companions share this desire. Thus, we wish to evade entanglements with the nobility, but we lack a valid reason to refuse the old king's arrangement of teammates. So, you approached me because I am sidelined by the old king and have a connection with Priestess Freya. If I join your team, you can extricate yourselves from noble entanglements and, with Priestess Freya's backing, avoid potential retaliation from the aristocrats. Jidao Siko glanced sideways, astonished by Zhang Po's bluntness. So, you truly do have a connection. Zhang Po closed the book and stated earnestly. Then the question arises, what advantage does this hold for me? Siko Kijima pondered for a moment before speaking. My Shura sword has specific conditions for unlocking each skill. I trust yours does as well. To activate the alchemy and apothecary skills, one must concoct potions and forge equipment, necessitating various materials. During our monster hunting endeavors, we can gather these for you. Of course, if you could provide us with potions and equipment, we could establish a mutually beneficial cycle. With that, Siko Kijima fell silent, having presented her strongest bargaining chip, reciprocity. They possess strength, responsible for collecting materials to be supplied to the White Ghost of Changhe. The White Ghost would utilize these materials to create potions and equipment, thereby leveling up. The enhanced potions and equipment would, in turn, empower them to acquire rare materials, perpetuating a continuous cycle of growth. Zhang Po contemplated for a moment, closing the book with a smile. A delightful collaboration. Siko Kijima responded with a smile. Indeed, a delightful collaboration. I shall step out for a moment. Zhang Po then sought out Freya, boasting, I've just recruited 3 heroes. Isn't that impressive? Which 3? Siko Kijima. 3 in total. Freya regarded him with newfound respect, giving him a thumbs up. She need not know the identities of the other 2, for having Siko Kijima sufficed. Among this batch of heroes, the one with the greatest potential for divine artifacts was undoubtedly Siko Kijima, alongside Yamashita Tora and Sato Kanzuya. With Yamashita Tora gone and Sato Kanzuya still weeping in his room, the sword-wielding maiden, Siko Kijima, seemed the most reliable. Zhang Po rubbed his hands together, thinking, how about some funding for tasks? Forming a team often entailed securing finances. This was Zhang Po's initial thought when Siko Kijima sought collaboration. Freya covered her wallet, declaring, There's no money. You expect a horse to run without fodder? Freya found some merit in this statement, but still hesitated, ultimately rejecting him. There's no money. I'm here to work. Even the church hasn't issued task funds. Why should I distribute task funds if you're working? It's all the goddess' tasks. Discussing money is a great disrespect. Well, that's frustrating. Zhang Po was at a loss for words. Then how about sharing some secret techniques from the church? It would surely enhance our strength. Freya looked puzzled. Isn't there a skill tree within the divine artifact? Developing the artifact should suffice. It's straightforward. And learning it oneself is quite laborious. Huh? Zhang Po scoffed. Let me ask you this. If the artifact is lost, will the skill tree be lost as well? Freya's gaze wavered. How could that be? Those are the fruits of sweat and effort. They cannot simply vanish. Zhang Po remained silent, merely observing Freya. You're quite the difficult one. Fine, fine. Freya reached into her wallet, rummaging through it before producing a thick tome and a golden seed, tossing them to Zhang Po. Take these. If you truly master them, you'll at least reach the elite standard of the Holy Light Church. Freya's gaze was enigmatic, a smile playing at her lips. Zhang Po couldn't shake the feeling that she was plotting something. How generous of her. Rest assured, there is no harm in learning. Freya waved her hand, adding that the more one learns, the more one resembles a member of the Holy Light Church. Ah, cunning scheme. Zhang Po understood, putting away his books and golden seeds. Freya, who do you think eliminated the tiger of the mountain? A redundant question. The answer shall be revealed tonight. At the Count Santa's estate, the captain of the royal guards stormed in with his knights, forcefully kicking open the study door. Count Santa was taken aback and hastily rose to his feet, only to find a long sword pressed against his throat. Captain of the guards, what do you mean by this? I am a count personally appointed by His Majesty. The captain remained silent, gesturing for the knights to search the premises. The knights rummaged through everything until they finally discovered a blue long sword hidden within a treasure chest. It was indeed the divine sword belonging to the tiger of the mountain. Count Santa's face turned pale with shock. Who placed this artifact in my treasure chest? Chapter 008. Departure. As dusk settled and the sun dipped below the horizon, its blood-red glow cast a vivid hue over the imperial square, illuminating the faces of all present. Upon the elevated platform sat the aged king alongside the priestess Freya. Below them lay the guillotine, surrounded by a throng of onlookers, young heroes, noble youth, soldiers, and servants alike. The steward, Sparrow, ascended the guillotine, cleared his throat, and began to speak. Last night, a tragic and enraging incident transpired. The hero, Mount Tiger, has been foully slain. His Majesty is incensed and has ordered the palace knights and the magical council to investigate and apprehend the culprits. He paused for effect before continuing. Ultimately, the divine sword of the hero was discovered within the estate of Count Santa, along with a dozen green-skinned goblins. A murmur of shock rippled through the crowd. Some nobles exchanged knowing smiles. The purchase of goblins as slaves was a common yet discreet practice among the aristocracy. The public execution of Count Santa was indeed a spectacle to behold. Sparrow continued. Count Santa was once the most loyal knight of His Majesty, but at some point, he succumbed to the corrupting influence of the goblins and became a spy for these vile creatures, leading to the murder of the hero. The nobles fell silent, the gravity of the revelation weighing heavily upon them. Count Santa had been apprehended, and His Majesty had decreed that he would now face trial. His title would be stripped. He would be executed publicly, his only son exiled to the desolate Great Wall, all his assets confiscated, and his servants dismissed. Commence the execution, commanded Sparrow. 2 knights seized Count Santa and brought him forth to the guillotine. He struggled desperately, attempting to plead his case, but a cloth was thrust into his mouth, silencing him as he was forced down upon the executioner's block. The knights activated the mechanism, and the blade descended. Count Santa's head rolled away, blood gushing forth. A chorus of screams erupted from several young women in the crowd. Many nobles, now burdened by the grim turn of events, resolved to eliminate all goblins upon their return. Although the cause of Count Santa's demise was primarily his treachery against the hero and his quest for the sacred artifact, the existence of the goblins could serve as a convenient excuse for the old king to eradicate them and a potential weapon for political rivals. Sparrow cleared his throat once more and declared, Count Santa is no more, yet the army of monsters remains. For the safety of all, I implore our heroes to rapidly strengthen their prowess and eradicate these malevolent forces. The Valenthus Empire shall wholeheartedly support the heroes in their ascension. The high school students, raised in an era of peace, had never witnessed such brutality. They shifted uneasily, unable to bear the sight of the gruesome spectacle, and were oblivious to sparrows' entreaties. The steward felt a twinge of frustration. The king had miscalculated. The heroes were not as valorous as anticipated, and the execution of Count Santa had only deepened their trepidation. Upon the platform, the old king observed the reactions of the heroes below, his brow furrowing in discontent. Sato Kanzuya, are you forcing yourself to look at the dead? Your body trembles like a leaf. Pathetic. He glanced at Haimaji Masiko, who remained composed, a commendable trait, though her preference for women rendered any alliance with the third son unlikely. The specter of Longhe by Gue wore a smile, though it hinted at deeper afflictions. The others bowed their heads, lost in their own thoughts. This group of 18-year-olds, considered adults, still trembled at the sight of a corpse. When compared to the elite of the kingdom, these brave souls appeared utterly inept. Why did the goddess of holy light not select heroes from within the kingdom? Surely any young individual would surpass them in strength. The old king turned to the priestess Freya and remarked, "The heroes do not seem to be in good spirits." "No matter," she replied, "a shift in mindset requires time." Freya smiled knowingly and added, "Without a little pressure, they will lack motivation, merely indulging in allure and power." "Indeed, you are correct, Priestess Freya." The old king chuckled heartily. Thus, it was decided that the heroes would be assigned companions in the morning, enabling them to venture forth and gain experience, for the Valentis kingdom awaited their salvation. That night, the kingdom hosted a banquet for the heroes, soothing their emotions and serving as a farewell feast. In Freya's chamber, Zhang Po leaned against the wall, observing Freya as she sipped tea under the moonlight. "Isn't Count Santa merely a scapegoat?" he inquired. "Oh, what do you mean? After committing murder and seizing a divine artifact, he simply concealed it in the study's treasure chest, accused of colluding with monsters, when all he did was raise a few goblins. They silenced him before he could speak, executing him outright. Anyone with a modicum of sense would perceive the shadows lurking beneath." Freya traced her fingers around the teacup, contemplating Zhang Po's words. Raising a few goblins to the nobility of this world, such an endeavor was not to be spoken of in polite company, akin to keeping a mistress. Yet for someone from another realm, how could they regard the raising of goblins as trivial? They were, after all, genuine monsters. It seemed this individual possessed knowledge of the upper echelons. How could that be? He had only arrived 2 days prior, after offending the old king. From whom had he acquired this intelligence? Freya remained vigilant and subtly remarked, "There is indeed something amiss. However, that is of little consequence. Advancing the hero's salvation initiative is paramount." The death of Yamashita Tiger instilled a sense of crisis among the heroes, fostering distrust. They would undoubtedly question who had slain Yamashita Tiger. Was it another hero? Did the nobility seek to seize the artifact? Or was jealousy at play? The old king must rectify this situation and restore the hero's trust. Otherwise, any talk of their salvation would be futile. To achieve this, a scapegoat was necessary, along with a suitable charge. The accusation of collusion with monsters served perfectly, as it could both restore trust and incite the hero's enmity towards the monsters. As for who the scapegoat would be, it mattered not. Wherever the artifact was, that individual would assume the role of the sacrificial lamb. The old king's scheme might be challenging to deceive the astute, yet would suffice for those impassioned youths. Freya regarded Zhang Po with keen interest. "What is your perspective?" "I share the same view," Zhang Po said, tilting his head to meet Freya's gaze. Beyond that, he found the old king's actions satisfactory. "Do not be so direct," Freya chided, rolling her eyes at Zhang Po. "This does not harm me, does it?" Zhang Po smiled, but offered no reply. Whether it is the church or the Valentius, both feast upon the brave, those who bear the title of hero. Yet, this matter holds no relevance for him. His solitary mission is to unravel the origins of the Goblin Queen and discern who crafted her. "Freya, what intelligence do you possess regarding the leader of the monstrous army?" Freya paused momentarily, a red-skinned specimen, a rare breed. The church has conducted its investigations. It is level 16. Once the hero matures and forms a party, they should be able to contend with it. Perhaps, as time unfolds, more unique varieties of goblins will emerge, blue-skinned, black-skinned, and a hodgepodge of others. Zhang Po felt a flicker of intrigue. Have you discerned any exceptional abilities in the red-skinned one? Freya stretched languidly, her tone nonchalant. That is for the hero to discover. Oh, I see, Zhang Po mused. Freya is not a hero and lacks the hero's power. Thus, she cannot sense the red-skinned one's uniqueness. But how is it that you can perceive the artifact's control panel? Zhang Po inquired. Because I am a mother of heroes. Freya jested. Call me mother. This woman certainly harbors some eccentricities. Zhang Po glanced at Freya's prominent bosom, hesitating for words. Sensing his gaze, Freya abruptly pointed at him and admonished, no talk of nursing. What a ridiculous woman. Clearing his throat, Zhang Po deftly shifted the subject. Your church's methods will inevitably lead to its own downfall. Freya remained unfazed. How could that be? The world is rife with crises. The church resolves these crises while simultaneously gaining prestige. The kingdom attains stability. The hero achieves legendary status. It's a win-win for all. Everyone enjoys a bright future. You too are a hero, capable of enjoying power, wealth, strength, and honor. Of course, this is contingent upon your survival. Suddenly serious, Freya added. I must alert you to something. Zhang Po perked up. What is it? The hero's seed of the tiger below has been taken by someone. The hero's seed? Zhang Po echoed. It is the seed of heroic power, a term for the extraordinary force implanted within you upon your summoning. Zhang Po felt his chest, his expression darkening. He had long sensed an anomaly within his heart, a small entity, no larger than a grain of wheat, suspended there. The result from his insight I revealed. Hero's seed. Sealed state. Noticing Zhang Po's subtle movements, Freya was taken aback. Oh, you can actually feel it. Remarkable. I seem to have stumbled upon a treasure. This mission may proceed quite smoothly. Zhang Po feigned composure and asked, what abilities does the hero's seed possess? Freya did not hold back, explaining, in simple terms, it grants one a unique form of extraordinary power. Based on this seed, you cultivate and enhance it, and then you can become the finest artifact battery. Zhang Po's countenance darkened immediately. The presence of a foreign object in his heart had already troubled him, and now he learned of an even more disconcerting reality. Do not fret. Did I not provide you with the Holy Light Codex and Holy Light Seed? Freya assured him, the hero's power is capped at level 30. Studying the sacred light scriptures, reaching level 30 is merely the beginning. I hold great expectations for you and wish to guide you into the sacred light church. Zhang Po's expression softened slightly. Thank you for your faith in me. Now call me mother. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Po turned and left. Remember, my dear child, heed your mother's words. Someone has set their sights on the seed of your bravery. In the study of the former king, he sat in his chair while Princess Olivia stood before the desk. Olivia, what troubles you? Father, Count Santa is your trusted confidant whom you personally elevated. The former king gazed at Olivia and inquired, do you also believe I would deliberately sacrifice Count Santa to placate the heroes? Olivia was taken aback. Father, there's no need for explanations. The former king interjected. Currently, all the nobles believe I am sacrificing Count Santa in exchange for the hero's trust. However, if it were possible, even if he were indeed responsible for the hero's demise, I would still shield him. Yet, with members of the church in the investigative team, and the lost artifact discovered within Count Santa's estate, I find myself unable to protect him. Olivia gasped. Father, do you mean Priestess Freya placed the artifact there? The former king shook his head. Cannot be her. She knows Santa is my trusted ally, and antagonizing me would not serve her interests. The church seeks faith, not the king's animosity. Then who could it be? Olivia pondered. Perhaps it was Santa himself or another noble. After committing the act, they obtained the artifact only to discover its worthlessness and then framed Santa for it. Given the uncertainties, Father, why? Olivia, yes, Father. Generations of kings have slain heroes to seize artifacts. Olivia was utterly bewildered. But, the former king continued, yet the church has clearly stated that artifacts bind to heroes. when wielded by others, they become mere weapons. Still, there are those who strive to acquire them. Such individuals have existed in the past, continue to do so now, and will persist in the future. This is due to the inherent gamble of human nature. What if the church spread such a falsehood to protect the heroes? Therefore, each time a hero is summoned, one must perish to demonstrate that artifacts cannot be wielded by anyone else. This has now been proven. We merely need to reassure the heroes, allowing them to venture forth, battle monsters, level up, and save the world. Do you comprehend this logic, Olivia? Olivia felt a shiver run down her spine. So the death of Count Santa holds significant value. The former king stated coldly. Silence enveloped the room, with Olivia only able to hear the pounding of her own heart. Once Olivia absorbed the information, the former king continued. Olivia, if you aspire to claim the title of queen, you must secure the support of a powerful hero. Have you selected your candidate? I have. Who? Seiko Kojima. It is not a prudent idea. An alliance through marriage constitutes the most stable political relationship. However, my king, Seiko Kojima, has an affinity for women. A silence. A prolonged silence. The old king's eyes widened slightly, a look of astonishment crossing his face. He regarded Olivia with earnestness, confirming her seriousness. Though he did not comprehend, he respected the choices of his child. Well, Seiko Kojima favors women. That is rather agreeable. You should consider acquiring a male paramour. For two women cannot bear children, and the kingdom requires an heir, the old king sincerely advised. Olivia's face flushed, and she hastily shifted the topic. I have heard that Lord Ch. is also part of Seiko Kojima's entourage. The old king regarded her with solemn respect. Is that not too challenging? Such a man is difficult to tame. Olivia quickly clarified. That is not my intent. What I mean is I can simultaneously pursue two heroes. The old king inhaled sharply, his expression complex. Very well, do as you wish. Olivia wished to chastise herself. The more she spoke, the more tangled her words became, leading her to stomp her foot in frustration before turning to leave, leaving the old king alone in the study to sigh in despair. The following day, the royal family lifted restrictions on the heroes' freedom, and once the teams were organized, they could depart. Seiko Kojima could not leave without notice. Thus, she attended the team-building event hosted by the old emperor. Zhang Po did not need to placate the old emperor and left directly, waiting outside the palace. An hour later, Seiko Kojima arrived with her companions, accompanied by a woman clad in red armor. Princess Olivia? Good morning, Lord Ch. Olivia greeted Zhang Po with a bow, exuding poise. Zhang Po stepped aside, avoiding the gesture. No need for that. You, a princess, bowing to me? Not at all. Lord Ch. is a hero and has caught the eye of Priestess Freya. Even as a princess, I should pay my respects. Moreover, I greatly admire Lord Ch. for daring to confront my father head-on, without yielding in spirit. Not a single man in the entire capital would dare such a thing. Truly, I admire you. Olivia's eyes sparkled with admiration, her voice sweet and melodious. With such praise, Zhang Po felt his spirits lift. Fortunately, Zhang Po understood one fundamental truth. The more beautiful a woman is, the more deceptive she can be, as men instinctively lower their guard in the presence of alluring women. Succumbing to their desire for courtship, Zhang Po glanced at Seiko Kojima, a look of confusion on his face. Why is there an extra person? Seiko Kojima understood Zhang Po's unspoken question. Her cheeks flushed as she clutched her long sword, fidgeting in silence. Hey, Sayaka Takahashi snickered, drawing her sword across her own hand. I don't understand. Zhang Po shook his head. Could you express it more directly? Kikukawa Akiyama raised his hand timidly and remarked that Seiko-chan has a fondness for women, which coincidentally aligns with Miss Olivia's preferences as well. Zhang Po inhaled sharply, his eyes widening as he darted glances between Seiko Himejima and Olivia. Seiko Himejima blushed deeply, while Olivia displayed a confident demeanor. Oh, how splendid. It seems you share a remarkable connection. Let us embark on our journey. Chapter 009. The forest at the Shavik border, let us depart. Wait a moment. The farewell ceremony has only just commenced. As Zhang Po prepared to leave, Princess Olivia called out to him. The resounding blast of horns echoed throughout the royal capital, a triumphant melody heralding the warrior's departure. Led by the elderly king, the brave souls and their companions emerged from the palace, each young warrior bearing a solemn expression, standing tall with flushed cheeks, lending an air of formality to the occasion. Leaning against a column, Zhang Po watched the procession approach. "Olivia, why have you not joined the old king? Why come out ahead of him?" Olivia playfully tossed her hair and replied with a smile, "Lord Changhe and my father have had a disagreement. If no one intervenes, I fear there may be a conflict before the farewell. I thought it prudent to create a buffer." She continued, "Lord Changhe, while my father can be somewhat rigid, he is not a bad man." With a tone reminiscent of a charming neighbor, Olivia added, "Before I came out, I spoke with my father, assuring him that I would not trouble you further. Yet his pride prevents him from offering an apology. So, during our final parting, I kindly asked for your understanding regarding my father's stubbornness." She made a playful gesture and winked, just a smidgen. That wink was mischievous, her lively eyes sparkling with brightness. Most men would find it difficult to refuse her request. Zhang Po inhaled deeply, catching the fragrance of flowers emanating from Olivia, a scent reminiscent of green tea. "I refuse. How could you?" Olivia pouted, her petite shoes tapping in frustration, exuding an air of petulance, as if to say she was displeased but would merely give a playful punch to his chest. "Ugh." Takahashi Saya emitted an odd sound. "The scent of green tea is overwhelming. I feel nauseous." Concerned, Olivia inquired, "Are you all right, Saya-chan?" Takahashi shivered slightly, waving her hands in denial. "I'm fine." The old king arrived at the entrance, glancing briefly at Zhang Po before shifting his gaze, nodding to Olivia and the others. Turning to the young adventurers, he proclaimed, "The journey ahead is fraught with peril. Take care along the way, and may the goddess bless you. The imperial army shall hold the front line, awaiting your support. The kingdom of Elenes shall honor your contributions with generous rewards. Now let us embark." The group bowed to the old king, though Zhang Po remained unmoved. The king regarded him with a barely perceptible huff, but chose not to elaborate. This demeanor indeed mirrored Olivia's description, a stubborn yet venerable elder. Zhang Po remained indifferent. The old king was quite the performer. Many young souls could easily be swayed. Zhang Po snapped his fingers to capture everyone's attention and then strode confidently before them. Such a splendid opportunity should not be squandered. Even if fortune eluded him, perhaps he could seize a touch of misfortune instead. "Dear colleagues, before we part ways, I have a question I wish to pose to you all." Everyone turned their gaze towards Zhang Po. The old king furrowed his brow. Despite his disdain for Zhang Po, he stifled his irritation, keeping silent in light of Olivia's scheme. Takahashi Saya covered her face, having always believed that Siko's plan was ill-conceived. As expected, this man was stirring up trouble once again. Olivia reached out to poke Zhang Po's back, cautioning him not to go too far. Zhang Po clenched his fists, raising his thumb to point at himself. "Do you think I will become the foremost hero?" The expressions of everyone shifted to one of bewilderment. While Zhang Po was indeed memorable, the notion of a mere support role aspiring to be the leading hero seemed far-fetched. Though nobody voiced their skepticism, the silence spoke volumes. The priestess Freya was watching from a distance, who was unaware of the rumored connection between her and Zhang Po. The old king was still present, yet to utter a word, leaving the young nobles reluctant to provoke Zhang Po, while the high school students were intimidated by his previous actions, preferring not to attract the ire of the school bully. A moment of awkward silence ensued. "You are the disgrace of heroes," the old king declared boldly, setting the tone. Indeed, the disgrace of heroes. With the old king rallying support, Sato Kanzuya was the first to join the fray, followed by his entourage. The young nobles chimed in, voicing their support for the old king. Influenced by the atmosphere, the other high school students began to shout as well, eventually synchronizing their cries. Faced with this collective condemnation, Zhang Po could only chuckle. "I adore you all. Banishment unsuccessful. You have gained 105 points of misfortune value, converted into 26 points of mental value. Current mental value, 67 points. Note, the standard mental value for ordinary humans in a non-magical world is 10. Zhang Po inhaled sharply, a spark of inspiration igniting in his mind. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth, his expression shifting to one of embarrassment at having the truth laid bare. Do I resemble a disgrace of heroes? Do not speak such nonsense. Disgrace of heroes. Disgrace of heroes. Disgrace of heroes. The crowd's shouts grew louder, completely drowning out Zhang Po's voice. The corners of the old king's mouth curled in satisfaction. The thrill of collectively oppressing someone remained exhilarating. Zhang Po struggled to maintain his composure, knowing that he could not laugh just yet, at least not until the banishment concluded. A dense black aura enveloped him, transforming into hundreds of black claws that grasped the white currents surrounding them, yanking them all down. Banishment successful. You have gained 103 points of luck value, converting to system error. Redetecting. Detection complete. Luck value minus 103 points. Current adventure luck value is 0. Misfortune capsule status updated. Luck value recharge complete. Regenerating luck gift. Zhang Po was taken aback. The cursed misfortune capsule had consumed his luck value without leaving a trace. You better not take any kickbacks, using all the luck value on the luck gifts. The effect of Fate's cycle has been triggered. Suddenly, dark and white currents swirled around, converging towards the old king and his entourage, flowing into their bodies. The values of misfortune and fortune surged, restoring to their normal levels. This was the first time Zhang Po witnessed such a scene. The effect of the cycle of fate not only impacted the host, but also affected all those who had been exploited. He pondered in confusion. The exploited individuals showed no increase or decrease in their fortune or misfortune. So who had incurred the losses of luck and misfortune? As Zhang Po remained in a daze, the others voiced their fatigue. Noticing Zhang Po's stupefied expression, many could not help but display signs of relief. Olivia sensed trouble brewing and, before Zhang Po could erupt, quickly shifted the topic. Father, the time is nearly upon us. Having finally exhaled a sigh of relief, the old king turned and departed with ease. The others followed suit, dispersing in different directions. Only Zhang Po, the trio of Kijima Siko, and Olivia remained in the vicinity. Olivia was utterly perplexed by Zhang Po's actions, and the others felt similarly. Takahashi Saya, carrying a sniper cannon, looked at Zhang Po with curiosity. Why would you humiliate yourself? Zhang Po returned to a normal expression and chuckled. You wouldn't understand, even if I told you. Takahashi Saya adjusted her round glasses. If you don't explain, how could I possibly comprehend? Doing leaguing me. Zhang Po considered the lengthy explanation, but decided against it. He turned to Kijima Siko. Captain, it's your decision on our next destination. Kijima Siko squinted and smiled. Why not take the helm yourself? After all, a man as formidable as Chang Hakun would never settle beneath a woman, right? Zhang Po shook his head with a smile. I'll only handle logistical support. The rest is beyond my concern. Kijima Siko readily agreed. In that case, I shall assume the role of captain. Let us procure some supplies. Olivia pointed in a direction. Over there lies the largest trading association in the royal capital. Everything one could need is available. Let us each state our requirements. We shall purchase everything in one go. After all, the divine artifact can store items, so there's no worry about carrying capacity. Along the way, Zhang Po patted his backpack and typed in the team chat channel. White Ghost, Huang Xiaoxian, did you see that? Huang Xiaoxian, your request for a seal seems off. Huang Xiaoxian, you gathered both fortune and misfortune, and after that, their luck remarkably restored. White Ghost, misfortune sign tube, information link. Click to view. White Ghost, seal request LV3, information link, click to view. White Ghost, the seal request was my first gift of fortune. Huang Xiaoxian, did you see the skill evaluation for the seal request? This power does not belong to you. White Ghost, I saw it. Huang Xiaoxian, I suspect the seal request was deliberately given to you by the misfortune sign tube, using your hand to collect fortune points. Yet you cannot refuse, as the benefits are too enticing. White Ghost, indeed, the misfortune sign tube must be taking a cut. Who knows how much of that 103 points of fortune is being utilized on me? Huang Xiaoxian, a blatant scheme. Truly, it is a nefarious entity. Huang Xiaoxian, how did you come to attract such a thing? White Ghost, I picked it up off the roadside. My curiosity got the better of me, and now I cannot discard it. White Ghost. Huang Xiaoxian, you are the expert. From where does the fortune that converges from all directions originate? Huang Xiaoxian, from all directions. White Ghost, huh? Huang Xiaoxian, it means the world. The fortune of the world circulates within various living beings. During this circulation, there exists a brief period of being unclaimed. I sense that the calamity sign tube is exploiting the world's vulnerabilities, pilfering its fortune. White Ghost, goodness. White Ghost, does that mean the calamity sign tube is akin to a virus? If one day the world discovers the issue and decides to eliminate the virus, it would surely eradicate me along with it. Huang Xiaoxian, who knows? Just be cautious with the calamity sign tube and refrain from hoarding too much fortune. If used wisely, it can be a formidable weapon. If mismanaged, it invites disaster. White Ghost, what do you need? Hey, I'm talking to you. Takahashi Saya pradid Zhang Po, who snapped back to reality. Oh, just a moment. Let me jot down a note. Zhang Po retrieved his notebook, accessed the artifact panel, examined the unlocking conditions for each skill, and compiled a list of required materials. Just as he finished writing a line, he realized he had written in Chinese and hastily crossed it out. Takahashi Saya glanced at what Zhang Po had written. Smack. Zhang Po closed the notebook. What are you looking at? Oof. Takahashi Saya turned her head away. Zhang Po opened a new page, awkwardly scribbling in the Peel universal language, then handed it to Olivia. Olivia took a glance. This handwriting is truly ugly. How did I do? Zhang Po inquired. Well, not bad, but there is ample room for improvement. Olivia is quite the articulate young lady. The members of the Royal Capital's Merchant Association recognized Princess Olivia, and thanks to her connections, the procurement of materials went exceedingly well. Lord Changhe, we could only acquire a portion of the materials you require. The 20 fresh monster heads can only be obtained from the wilderness. Olivia presented the items before Zhang Po, a multitude of large and small packages. In comparison, others needed only a small bag of supplies. Hijima Siko remarked, we are combat personnel. Most of the skill activation conditions involve slaying specific monsters. Even if some materials are needed, they can be gathered from the defeated monsters. Kikukawa Akiyuki added, I am a priest responsible for healing. Some skills are already unlocked, while others require special herbs or potions to activate. Takahashi Saya said, therefore, the collection of monster materials and potion crafting relies on you. Lord Changhe, Zhang Po nodded, smiling. It seems I hold quite an important role. Takahashi Saya, disapproving of Zhang Po's self-satisfied expression, placed her hands on her hips and reminded him, we are a team, relying on one another, assisting each other, and growing together. I know. Zhang Po made an okay gesture. I will expedite the development of the necklace's capabilities to provide everyone with supplies, such as magical potions and energy elixirs for prolonged combat, as well as healing potions to restore the vision of our bespectacled companion. Takahashi Saya withdrew her hand from her waist, no longer exuding such an imposing demeanor. She adjusted her glasses and mumbled, thank you for your concern. Zhang Po tilted his head, forming a makeshift trumpet with his hand at his ear. I didn't catch that. Oomph. Takahashi Saya, with a magical sniper rifle on her back, turned to leave hurriedly. Saya-chan, Olivia pointed toward another path. You're going the wrong way. We need to head to the Shavik border forest. Such a nuisance. Takahashi Saya stormed back, her pink twin tails bouncing with each step. The five of them procured a carriage, and Zhang Po took the reins, heading west toward the Shavik border. The Shavik border was home to an expansive forest, teeming with various magical creatures. Previously, goblins were scarce, maintaining a stable population as they occupied the lower tiers of the food chain. However, a month ago, the ecosystem of the Shavik border forest underwent a significant shift. A surge of green-skinned creatures invaded, proliferating rapidly. The nearby towns saw their able-bodied men abducted en masse. Survivors reported the situation, prompting the Viennese Duchy to dispatch troops to guard against further incursions by the green-skinned menace. Yet, the army could only station itself at the forest's edge. Venturing into the woods meant contending not only with goblins, but also with a myriad of magical beasts and venomous insects, rendering the task exceedingly perilous. Thus, the Viennese Kingdom, in collaboration with the Adventurers Guild, issued a plethora of bounty missions, enlisting adventurers to cleanse the area of goblins. Adventurers, skilled in jungle exploration, were undeterred by danger when the rewards were substantial. Likewise, this locale served as an excellent training ground for heroes. At the entrance of the Adventurers Guild in Shavik Town, Zhang Po halted the carriage, disembarked, and stretched lazily. Takahashi Saya followed closely, astonished. Impressive. You can actually drive a carriage. Have you learned before? Indeed, I have. Zhang Po replied. He had taken the time to learn carriage driving to escort Green back to the Sacred Tree Church. It seems you come from a well-to-do background. Riding and driving aren't skills one picks up easily. Are you perhaps a young master from a prominent family? Takahashi Saya inquired curiously. Checking my credentials? If you intend to be my wife, I might just share, Zhang Po said, wandering into the Adventurers Guild. Who would care? Takahashi Saya scoffed. Himejima Siko chuckled. Are you that curious about him? Takahashi Saya shook her head, offering no explanation. Himejima Siko chose not to pursue the topic further. Let us acquire a map of the Shavik border, find a place to rest, and then we can train tomorrow. She caressed the sheath of her sword, eagerly anticipating the moment she would draw it to slay magical creatures. Ah, it must be exhilarating. Chapter 010. Leveling up on the following day. The group was fully prepared to enter the Shavik border forest. Their objective for the day was to collect the heads of 10 different magical creatures to assist Zhang Po in unlocking the gathering skill. Kikushima Siko, a melee fighter, and Takahashi Saya, a ranged combatant, were both ready for the task. The conditions for unlocking their skill trees were straightforward. They merely needed to slay a certain number of magical beasts with their weapons. At noon, the 5 encountered a pack of wolves. Kikushima Siko charged forward, drawing her longsword and plunging into the fray. Each swing was executed with precision and speed, effortlessly slicing through the flesh of the magical wolves, the sharpness of her weapon allowing her to cleave through sinew and bone. The sensation of the blade cutting through the flesh transmitted from the edge to the hilt and then into her arms. Kikushima Siko's blood surged with excitement, her demeanor resembling that of a bloodthirsty demon. In the distance, Takahashi Saya took aim with her firearm, guarding Kikushima's rear flank. Kikukawa Akiyuki wielded a serpent staff, occasionally providing Kikushima with restorative aid. As for Zhang Po, he played the role of a passive participant, focusing on logistical support without hindering the group's efforts. Olivia stood beside him, ready to assist Kikushima at a moment's notice. Her role was that of a guardian, aiding the brave in their endeavors while minimizing their casualties. The other youthful nobles in their party held similar roles. On the surface, Olivia was the highest-ranked member of the group, a level 12 knight, and ostensibly the most formidable. However, in truth, Zhang Po was the highest in level, a level 13 magic warrior. Of course, true combat prowess cannot be solely determined by level. 10 minutes later, Kikushima Siko returned, triumphantly carrying 2 magical wolf heads. Here you go, Changhakuen, she exclaimed. Thank you, Zhang Po replied, taking the heads and finding a stone platform to begin dismembering them with a dagger. He required the perfect extraction of the creature's eyeballs, which was not merely a matter of prying them out. Even the slightest damage would render the extraction imperfect. Having never studied anatomy and lacking knowledge of the wolf structure, Zhang Po wasted 5 or 6 wolf heads before successfully obtaining 2 intact eyeballs. Gently holding the eyeballs, he scrutinized them closely. The ends were attached to long nerve fibers, and there remained uncoagulated blood within. Seizing the opportunity before the blood solidified, he submitted the eyeballs to the artifact known as the Heart of Gold. A bit nauseating, Takahashi Saya remarked, glancing at the wolf carcasses, unable to suppress a grimace as she covered her mouth and nose. Was it truly necessary to dismantle an entire skull just to retrieve 2 eyeballs? Absolutely necessary. I am not a medical professional, Zhang Po retorted, as the challenge of extracting the eyeballs without damaging the skull proved too daunting. Thus, he requested Kikushima Siko to use her artifact to slice open the wolf's skull and extract the brain matter. By employing a methodical reduction, they were able to gradually separate the eyeballs. The method yielded excellent results, albeit with a rather gruesome outcome. Zhang Po's hands were now stained with the scent of blood and brain matter. Takahashi Saya stifled a few dry heaves before turning to Kikukawa Akiyuki. Akiyuki, aren't you a medical professional? Perhaps you could teach him how to dissect. Me? Kikukawa Akiyuki hesitated, pointing at himself, seemingly reluctant, as he averted his gaze from Zhang Po. The blonde school nurse appeared to be quite fearful of herself. Observing this, Zhang Po did not press the matter. It's all right, once you get through the novice phase. It will become effortless. There's no need to specifically learn anatomy. Kikukawa Akiyama breathed a sigh of relief. Haimajima Siko chuckled. Nagakoa-kun, you truly are quite the Yasashii, aren't you? Zhang Po shuddered at the utterance of the term. Don't mention Yasashii, it makes my stomach ache. The reaction from Zhang Po left Haimajima Siko and the others perplexed. Olivia frowned, pondering the implication of describing a man as gentle. Wasn't that akin to labeling him as weak? Was Haimajima Siko, perhaps, mocking Nagakawa? It is well known that gentleness is almost an essential trait for male protagonists in Japanese anime. Zhang Po had once found it curious that gentleness had become an indispensable virtue for male leads in such narratives. Men are multifaceted, intelligent, strong, possessing leadership qualities, virile, broad-minded, ambitious, and humorous. Among various other admirable traits, gentleness hardly ranks among them. Eventually, Zhang Po came to realize that in Japan, gender conflicts had escalated to the level of samurai duels. A man who does not engage in domestic violence is already considered a good man. Hence, Yasashii naturally becomes one of the significant virtues. Consequently, whenever Zhang Po hears this word, he feels a pang of discomfort. Damn Yasashii. In the afternoon, the team managed to hunt a considerable number of monsters. Zhang Po tirelessly dismembered the monsters' brains, leaving a messy scene of brain matter strewn about. Even Olivia, who was accustomed to death, frowned at the sight. The others kept their distance. Initially, Zhang Po felt a touch of discomfort, but he soon acclimated, rendering it inconsequential. The human brain has a remarkable ability to adjust the body to diminish discomfort, allowing one to adapt to their surroundings. Such is the marvel of the human mind. Takahashi Saya glanced at Zhang Po's bloodied hands and then at Kikukawa Akiyama, hesitating to speak. Kikukawa Akiyama wore a conflicted expression but ultimately sighed, seemingly resigned. All right, Nagakawa-kun. Let me teach you. Kikukawa Akiyama jogged over to Zhang Po. Oh, thank you. To disassemble an eyeball, you must first do this, then that, and finally, as Kikukawa Akiyama demonstrated, explaining each step with deft and precise movements, she perfectly extracted an eyeball, cradling it in her delicate palm. The scene was rather bizarre, particularly with Zhang Po's earnest demeanor as he attentively absorbed the lesson. This odd tableau was further accentuated by Takahashi Saya, who couldn't help but shiver, asking, do medical students really have classes like this? Haimajima Siko shook her head. I don't know. I've heard that they can eat right next to the dissection table after completing a human anatomy lesson. Olivia, upon hearing this, felt a wave of nausea and couldn't help but regard Kikukawa Akiyama with newfound respect. Her previous impression of Kikukawa Akiyama had been rather average, an airhead blonde with ample curves. Cast away from the slums, she had transformed into a puff pastry within a day. Who would have thought she possessed such skill? Olivia then turned her gaze toward Takahashi Saya. This young girl was no ordinary talent either. Armed with the artifact known as the magic sniper cannon, capable of unleashing lethal magical beams to obliterate monsters, she was a formidable force. Yet that did not overshadow Takahashi Saya's inherent brilliance. Her mastery over the battlefield is exceptional, consistently providing support to Seiko Kojima at pivotal moments, ensuring seamless collaboration. As for Seiko Kojima, it is needless to elaborate. It is said that before her summoning, she was the esteemed daughter of a swordsmanship family. Her combat awareness and skills are on par with those of a princess who has trained for over a decade. Regarding the formidable Haihaku, Olivia discovered that he was not the unapproachable type. His confrontations with the king resembled a contest of masculinity, characterized by a pride unwilling to bow to other men. When he takes action, there is no arrogance, only a pragmatic approach marked by humility and caution. The king is mistaken. These youths from another world possess remarkable qualities. albeit lacking in strength and experience. The time has come. Let us return. Along the way, the group shares their achievements. Seiko Kijima states, I've reached level 4 and unlocked 2 skills, blink and draw slash. Sayaka Takahashi chimes in, level 3, having unlocked lock-on and incendiary grenade. Akiyuki Kikukawa raises her hand. Level 2, and I will soon unlock the healing skill. Olivia falls into a deep silence. She had received the most elite education for Valenthus and did not engage in the common practice among noble offspring of purchasing monsters to level up. Nevertheless, her progress has been quite rapid. It took her 3 days to achieve a level. In comparison, the speed at which the hero levels up is somewhat absurd. However, it is understandable. If one does not progress swiftly, they cannot make an impact in the impending war. Yet, it is still rather disheartening. What about you, Lord Chi Haku? I just need 1 more monsters to level up. Olivia feels a flicker of consolation. Zhang Po rummages through the ground, finally selecting a relatively intact giant magic rabbit. This rabbit is enormous, squatting on the ground and standing 2 meters tall. This type of rabbit could not only kick an eagle, but could also cleave a person in 2. After perfectly extracting the rabbit's eye and submitting it to the artifact, Zhang Po successfully levels up and unlocks the skill, Harvest. Clutching his chest, the seed of heroic power pulsates within him, its rhythm gradually aligning with the beat of his heart until they synchronize. Strength surges forth, merging with his limbs and bones, intertwining with his very essence. Zhang Po's expression darkens. He has always resisted the external influence of the heroic seed, and now it has fused with him. The first activation of heroic power is somewhat painful, but it is bearable, as Seiko Kijima reminds him. Sayaka Takahashi teases, really? You a grown man are afraid of a little pain? Zhang Po rolls his eyes, feeling completely out of sync with them. I am concerned about my future. The heroic battery has a level cap. It maxes out at level 30. The heroic power is transforming Zhang Po's body. After experiencing this transformation, he discovers that this power encompasses 4 attributes: earth, water, wind, and fire, the foundational forces of alchemy. The classical theory of the 4 elements posits that all things in the world are composed of these 4 elements, which can be transformed into one another. This theory is akin to the concepts of yin and yang and the 5 elements, both elucidating the composition of the material world. Zhang Po does not fully understand these theories. However, he experienced a peculiar sensation. He now possessed the ability to decompose and transform matter. Zhang Po raised his hand, employing the skill Gather. Within him, the elemental forces were extracted by the heart of gold. A remarkable alchemical array materialized upon ground, enveloping all the corpses of the magical creatures. Under the influence of an unseen force, the bodies began to disintegrate, transforming into various materials from the magical beings. Zhang Po furrowed his brow, refraining from collecting the materials, instead removing a necklace to scrutinize it closely. Observing the plethora of materials scattered about, the others displayed expressions of astonishment, hastily approaching to examine the items. Olivia inspected a wolf pelt, her face a mask of disbelief. This pelt had been processed and could be directly used for crafting garments. How extraordinary! It is worth noting that the treatment of wolf pelts requires a series of more than 10 intricate procedures, consuming half a month's time. The quality of the finished product would be but a fraction of this one. Yet, this pelt was born in merely a few breaths, and it was only one among many. Alchemy is truly wondrous. Curiosity gleamed in Olivia's eyes, as she naturally recognized the value of alchemy. A union between husband and wife could indeed be feasible. Takahashi Saya handed a large white jade bone to Zhang Po, inquiring, "You seem rather unamused. Is this skill not effective?" Zhang Po smiled faintly, saying nothing. "This power does not belong to me. I am merely a conduit, an operator of a divine artifact. The core technology resides within the artifact itself. I must find a way to extract some knowledge." Yet, he swiftly dismissed this notion, deeming it too fanciful. It was akin to being given a smartphone and being tasked with acquiring all the technology necessary to manufacture it, armed only with a high school education. A task nigh impossible. Zhang Po waved his hand, collecting the materials into the necklace. I shall gather more materials to craft potions and equipment for you in the future. It is nearly time. Let us return, for the forest at night harbors great dangers. Chapter 11. Kato, Duan the trio returned to the Adventurers Guild at the Savic border, the most abundant supply hub in the entire region. Numerous adventurers flocked here, eager to earn the substantial bounties offered by the kingdom of Eludes. Zhang Po and his companions secured a prime spot, ordering a feast while they indulged in conversation, reflecting on the day's achievements and deliberating on plans for the morrow. At that moment, a middle-aged man ascended to the center of their table. All eyes upon me. I am Kato Duan. Olivia gasped and quickly turned her gaze. Kato Duan was a man deeply loathed by the king. The individuals present were all adventurers, aspiring to make a fortune in the upcoming tasks. The need for wealth to sustain their families resonated with them. When it comes to matters of personal interest, the adventurers empathized, their attention drawn to the middle-aged figure. Kato Duan. His appearance differed from the people of Peel Continent, characterized by long, straight black hair and a peculiar accent. However, given the vastness of Peel Continent and its multitude of regional dialects, the well-traveled adventurers found it hardly surprising. Why risk life and limb for profit? Was it not due to rising prices rendering their incomes insufficient for household expenses? Many adventurers nodded in agreement, acknowledging the recent inflation. With rumors of an impending battle against a horde of monsters, such price increases seemed reasonable. Reasonable? Kato Duan's voice cut through the chatter. Do you know how much a pound of bread costs in the nearby town? 1 silver coin. Converted to copper coins, that amounts to 100. Can you fathom the weight? Your coin purses would burst. Now, guess the price of bread in the capital of Eludes. A knowledgeable adventurer hesitated before answering. In other regions, bread is about 5 copper coins per pound. The capital may be slightly higher due to better quality, typically around 10 copper coins, but with the current inflation, it should be at least 2 silver coins per pound. Completely mistaken. Kato Duan refuted, providing the correct answer. It is 5 copper coins. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. How can this be? With resources running scarce everywhere, how could the price of bread in the capital possibly decrease? The murmur of disbelief grew louder. Takahashi Saya turned to Princess Olivia, whispering, "Is what he says true or false?" Olivia remained silent. Zhang Po nodded. Indeed, the price of bread in the capital is 5 copper coins per pound. Paired with the roasted turkey that Huang Xiaoxian pilfered, it is quite delectable. Takahashi Saya was taken aback. With the scarcity of resources, shouldn't tea prices be rising? Zhang Po chuckled. According to the laws of supply and demand, that would be the case. The inverse scenario suggests someone is manipulating the market, controlling the prices in the capital. The 5 seated in the corner spoke in hushed tones, unnoticed by the throng, captivated by Kato Duan. Just then, a disheveled officer stood up, declaring, "I have just arrived here from the capital. Mr. Kato is indeed correct. The price of bread in the royal capital has halved, now merely 5 copper coins for a pound. I swear upon the holy light goddess that I speak no falsehood." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Olivia's countenance darkened, her gaze fixed intently on the disheveled officer. Kato continued to voice his grievances loudly. In these dire national times, while the nobility withhold provisions from the soldiers stationed at the borders, they lavish resources upon the royal capital, indulging in nightly revelries, gorging themselves to their heart's content, thereby gaining strength to pursue their carnal desires. And you, my friends, are compelled to purchase a pound of bread for an exorbitant price of 1 silver coin. You can scarcely earn but a few silver coins in a day. This world ought not to be so. The nobility should not cower within the royal capital while we toil for them. Olivia's expression grew increasingly grim. This was nothing short of inciting rebellion. She yearned to intervene, yet Kato was a figure renowned as the shame of the hero. With his rapid ascent, he might well be at level 30. Should a confrontation arise, even 10 of her would stand no chance. The immediate priority was to safeguard the 4 heroes and prevent Kato from persuading them to join his cause. Zhang Po observed Kato, quietly activating his eye of insight. Kato, hero LV-16. This cannot be right. Given the leveling pace of Siko and the others, Kato's level should not be so low. Is this fellow truly the last surviving hero as proclaimed by Priestess Freya? Inciting rebellion here. Are you also a failed art student? Chapter 012. Taken for granted, Cato Dan's impassioned oration fervently stirred the emotions of the adventurers. Soon, the hall resonated with fervent slogans. Join the Kiku Blade Society. Overthrow the nobility and ensure everyone has food. Within the Adventurers Guild, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, tinged with a palpable sense of unrest. Those still clinging to their reason discreetly slipped away from the guild. Olivia, concerned that Zhang Po and his companions might be swayed, interjected, "It's becoming increasingly chaotic. We should leave." Kikukawa Akiyuki, feeling a tinge of fear, nodded emphatically at Olivia's words. Haimaji Masiko and Takahashi Seiya hesitated momentarily before also nodding in agreement. They then turned their gaze toward Zhang Po. Zhang Po cast a final glance at Cato Dan, committing his visage to memory before rising to depart with the others. On their way out, Zhang Po inquired, "Olivia, what sort of person is Cato Dan?" Upon hearing this question, Haimaji Masiko and the others also looked toward Olivia. Olivia felt a surge of frustration. Her greatest fear was that the heroes would engage with Cato Dan and become curious about him. Yet, she understood that she could not evade this inquiry. He was one of the heroes who arrived a decade ago, and they had resolved a significant issue facing the kingdom at that time. With the crisis averted, 7 heroes remained, and the king intended to reward them. The 4 heroes refused, opting instead to return to their original world. Cato Dan declined titles and lands, choosing to embark on a life as an adventurer with 2 other heroes. For the first time in history, not a single hero chose to stay. The king had been brooding over this matter ever since. What vexed the king the most was Cato Dan's incitement of rebellion in Valenies, although he ultimately failed. Subsequently, Cato Dan attempted to instigate insurrections in various kingdoms, all of which met with failure. Not a single success. Zhang Po quitted. That depends on how one defines success. Olivia replied, after a moment's reflection. If it's merely about the destruction of a kingdom, then he succeeded once. However, he did not establish a new kingdom, leaving only chaos in his wake. Zhang Po was astonished by Cato Dan's ineptitude, realizing he had never once succeeded in establishing a new order. Yet, he admired his ability to survive amid adversities, managing to provoke turmoil while remaining alive. That in itself was a skill. Of course, this was merely Olivia's perspective. As a member of Cato Dan's opposition, the credibility of her words was suspect. What is the purpose behind his actions? Himejima Siko asked. Is it to become king? Takahashi Saya's eyes glinted as she glanced at Zhang Po's silhouette and remarked meaningfully, I believe Seigawa Hakusai knows his intentions. Everyone paused, looking at Zhang Po. He halted mid-step, turned to face Takahashi Saya. With her arms crossed, she lifted her chin coyly, her ample bosom accentuated and quipped. Though the surnames in Neon are as varied as the stars in the sky, I can assure you there is none named Gawa. Moreover, you write remarkably well in simplified characters. Wow. Zhang Po narrowed his eyes, suddenly reaching out to pinch her cheek, twisting it playfully. Seichan, deducing my personal information from mere clues may make you appear astute, but it serves you no advantage. Zhang Po, with both hands, twisted Takahashi Sei's arm, eliciting her cries. Release me, it hurts terribly. Long Hassan interjected, do not bully Seichan. Stepping forward, Kikukawa Akiyuki shielded Takahashi Sei. Once you're done tormenting Seichan, you can't turn your attention to me, she remarked with a wry smile. Takahashi Sei found Kikukawa Akiyuki's protective gesture amusing, yet chose to ignore her, continuing, I know your family delights in inciting rebellion. Olivia recoiled in surprise, regarding Zhang Po with suspicion. Zhang Po chuckled lightly. It is only natural to oppose feudalism and imperialism. Olivia was taken aback further. The notion of specifically teaching rebellion was already outrageous, but to find it so self-evident was astonishing. Although she could not comprehend the intricacies of the ideologies, they sounded profoundly academic. Has rebellion truly evolved into a specialized discipline? Loma-sama, you wouldn't consider rebelling, would you? Olivia hastily inquired. Zhang Po shook his head, stating, as the saying goes, one's circumstances dictate one's perspective. This is not my world, nor my home. The suffering endured by the lives on this land is beyond my empathy. To strive for their happiness and future appears overly idealistic. While not a direct affirmation, Olivia found satisfaction in his words. They were pragmatic and genuine, instilling a sense of reassurance within her. Olivia's desire to recruit Zhang Po intensified, not solely for his artifact, but also for the wealth of knowledge encased in his mind. Those insights should remain locked within him, ideally never to be unleashed. TCH. Takahashi Sei lamented, having anticipated a more entertaining spectacle in the future. Olivia was somewhat displeased with Takahashi Sei's gleeful demeanor, wishing she could twist her face in a manner akin to Zhang Po's. Alas, their relationship was still rather lukewarm, making such an intimate act inappropriate. "Let's return to the inn," suggested Hijime Siko, as the tension dissipated. In silence, the five made their way back to the inn. Zhang Po retreated to his room, seated at the table, and retrieved his necklace to summon the artifact's operational interface. The artifact possessed a communication feature, as the priestess Freya had informed him. She could establish contact with any hero, and with her permission, Zhang Po could reach her as well. Dialing the number, the artifact emitted a melodious chime. Zhang Po waited patiently. "What do you want at this late hour?" Freya's voice was laced with fatigue, having just been roused from slumber. Zhang Po got straight to the point. "I have encountered Kato Dan, the sole surviving hero you mentioned." Freya stifled a yawn, saying, "If we meet, we meet. It is no great matter. As a hero, his mission is already accomplished. What he chooses to do henceforth is of no concern to the church, unless he infringes upon its interests." Her speech was slow and somewhat disoriented. Zhang Po listened intently before continuing. "I would like to pose a few questions." "Go ahead," he prompted. "The hero levels up swiftly, correct?" "Indeed. Kato Danchuan has been in this world for 10 years, has he not?" "Yes." "Then why is Kato Danchuan only at level 16? "Yes." He is already at level 16? Freya's voice suddenly escalated. Zhang Po leaned back, adjusting his necklace. This reaction seemed amiss. "Is reaching level 16 considered impressive?" "Freya, are you surprised?" "I am quite astonished. Do you understand the 3 major hurdles faced by heroes?" Zhang Po took out paper and pen, responding earnestly, "I do not know. Please elaborate." "Heroes level up rapidly, reaching level 15 in less than a month. Yet the vast majority become stuck at this juncture, needing to meet certain conditions to progress. This is the first hurdle. The second occurs at level 25, and the third at level 30. The 30th level should not be regarded as a hurdle, but rather a ceiling. According to the church's records, 500 years ago, a hero broke through to level 30. In the past century, only one has surpassed level 15. It is surprising that someone has broken through once more. What are the conditions for this breakthrough?" Zhang Po inquired. "I do not know." "You truly do not know?" "I truly do not." Zhang Po was uncertain whether Freya was genuinely ignorant or deliberately withholding information to restrict the hero's advancement. Given the church's attitude towards heroes, it seemed they regarded them merely as tools, to be discarded once used. Naturally, such tools need not be excessively powerful, lest they threaten the church's dominion. Zhang Po retrieved the Holy Light Codex, reflecting on Freya's words. The ultimate destination for heroes is level 30. Yet it merely marks the beginning of studying the Holy Light Codex. "Freya, when you say heroes only reach level 30, is it because only one has attained that level thus far?" Freya fell silent, having never contemplated this question. The path of a hero is recorded in the Church's materials to culminate at level 30. The source of this data remains unclear and no reasons are provided, only conclusions. "I'm uncertain about that." Zhang Po did not linger on this issue and continued, "Freya, this implies that Kato Danchuan possesses the means for heroes to surpass level 15. It appears so, but it has no bearing on you. You need not rely on artifacts for sustenance. Embrace the study of the Holy Light Codex and join the embrace of the Holy Light Church." "Oh, knock, knock." A sound of knocking echoed. "Someone is at the door. I will end the call." Zhang Po closed the communication, donned the necklace once more, and stowed away the Holy Light Codex. "Come in." With a creak, the door opened. A middle-aged man entered, greeting him warmly. "Cool, my compatriot." Chapter 013. The battle with Cat Datsu Zhang Po was momentarily taken aback. He could not speak Japanese and was at a loss for words. However, this did not deter him. With a clever twist of thought, he exclaimed, Simida. Cat Datsu was momentarily stunned, pondering the meaning. The first two sentences eluded his comprehension. Even the artifact's built-in translation function failed to clarify them. Thankfully, he understood the latter part, realizing it was a derogatory term. A look of disappointment crossed Cat Datsu's face, and his initial enthusiasm quickly dissipated, replaced by an air of arrogance as he pointed at Zhang Po, declaring, Let us uphold tradition. Serve me like a dog. Now, show me the artifact. With that, Cat Datsu reached for Zhang Po's chest, not as if to grasp a necklace, but rather as if to extract his very heart. Yet, his hand was thwarted by a layer of icy armor. Sensing hostility, Zhang Po swiftly activated his ice pattern armor, his fist coiling like a drawn bow before unleashing a powerful blow to Cat Datsu's chest. Bang! Cat Datsu cried out in pain, hurtling backward through the door and into the night. Zhang Po leapt forward, propelling himself onto the rooftop. Cat Datsu bounded across the rooftop, retreating towards the outskirts of the town, with Zhang Po in hot pursuit. Their chase culminated in a grassy clearing. You fool! Cannot you see that I lured you out? Zhang Po extended his palm, encased in ice armor, and clenched it tightly. If you do not emerge, how shall I crush your precious chicken? He taunted. Cat Datsu summoned a knight's long sword into his hand. Sword of Victory and Oath Golden Legend, activating Force State. Cat Datsu charged at Zhang Po, swinging his sword towards his neck. Ha! The ice pattern armor blazed with light, expanding in thickness 5 to 6 times, transforming from light to heavy armor. The long sword struck the icy armor, scattering fine ice crystals and leaving a deep gash. It was a near miss, just shy of cleaving through the armor. Undeterred, Zhang Po retaliated with a punch. Cat Datsu raised his sword to block, successfully deflecting the blow, but was sent flying several meters back. Such formidable ice armor. It withstood the Sword of Victory and Oath. Cat Datsu's face revealed shock, quickly followed by regret. Had I known, I would have slain you first. Now you have had time to grow stronger. Zhang Po remained silent, diligently channeling his energy as the ice pattern armor rapidly regenerated. Being able to withstand a strike from golden equipment left him quite satisfied with its defensive capabilities. As long as his recovery was swift, he could withstand even in a disadvantageous situation. The chi, infused with the 4 elemental forces, transformed into a dark crimson hue. With full force, it erupted in dark red currents, saturating his muscles with newfound strength. Perish! Zhang Po thundered as he stomped forward, charging towards Cat Datsu, his armored arm poised to strike down upon his shoulder. Cat Datsu raised his sword to block the impending blow, bracing himself as his feet sank into the ground. Zhang Po unleashed a flurry of punches, each connecting with Cat Datsu, forcing him to retreat step by step. Suddenly, Cat Datsu wielded his sword with one hand, desperately attempting to block Zhang Po's punch. Raising his right hand, his ring finger glowed, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck Zhang Po's chest. Crack! A thunderous sound erupted, sending Zhang Po hurtling backward. His ice-patterned armor cracked and splintered. With a surge of strength, his body trembled, and the armor began to mend itself. Kato Dan's face darkened. You damn fellow, what level are you at? You've ascended to level 15 in just 2 or 3 days. How is this possible? Zhang Po remained silent, his gaze fixed on the ring adorning Kato Dan's middle finger. The Thunder Dragon Mage's ring, a golden legend, in a state of forced activation. He mused. Are those 2 divine artifacts on your hand truly yours? Zhang Po inquired. What? Are you envious because I can wield multiple artifacts? Kato Den retorted sharply. Suddenly, Zhang proposed a question. Since you managed to infiltrate the royal palace to assassinate Yamashita Tora, why didn't you eliminate them all? Kato Dan paused, then scoffed. What nonsense are you spouting? It's all so disjointed. Have you lost your mind? Zhang pressed on. Is the hero's seed of Yamashita Tora effective? Kato Dan's expression remained impassive. Stop rambling. Let us fight, he declared. Zhang Po continued. If it's effective, then I shall claim the hero's seeds of those 3 women. Cato Dan's countenance darkened immediately. How do you know about that? Zhang Po relaxed his stance and chuckled, fool. I was merely toying with you. When I posed my first question, you should have realized I was trying to deceive you. Why couldn't you maintain your pretense? After just 3 exchanges, you couldn't hold your composure? How could I possibly ascertain that you were the one who killed Yamashita Tora? If you can seize divine artifacts for your own use, there is no reason for you to have left Yamashita Tora's lake sword in Count Sanda's treasure chest. Now the question arises, why did you abandon the lake sword to frame Count Sanda? Cato Dan chose silence, no longer inclined to speak. Even the most exuberant of youths would fall mute in the presence of a seasoned veteran. You are truly insufferable, not at all like a Korean. Cato Dan seethed inwardly, raising the sword of victory and vow. Infusing magic into the blade, a radiant beam of light shot forth. The light sliced through the air, stirring up dust and whipping it toward Zhang Po. After a brief loss of visibility, Zhang Po discerned the true form of Cato Dan's ultimate move, strikingly reminiscent of Catherine's holy sword technique, but even more potent, for Cato Dan wielded a divine artifact. Despite his lower level compared to Catherine, he could unleash a greater force, unmatched in strength. Huang Xiaoxian received. The ground beneath Zhang Po softened, and he sank into the earth, vanishing from sight. Cato Dan was taken aback. His ultimate technique was ready, yet his foe had slipped from his grasp. Boom! The earth beneath Cato Dan erupted as Zhang Po re-emerged from behind him. The charging time had proven too lengthy. Zhang Po extended his arms, slipping under Cato Dan's armpit, and crossed his hands to lock onto Cato Dan's chest. With a powerful embrace, he nearly crushed Cato Dan's ribs. The air within Cato Dan's chest was forcibly expelled, and all his strength dissipated. The sword's energy beam lost control, erupting violently and sending both combatants flying. Fortunately, it was merely the aftermath, causing no real harm to either. Zhang Po maintained his hold on Cato Dan as they tumbled across the ground. As soon as he halted, Zhang Po mounted him, unleashing a flurry of fists upon Cato's face. Ora, 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 ora. Enough! Cato roared, his front teeth shattered. Cato's visage was a grotesque tapestry of blood and flesh, his left eye blinking erratically, transforming into a golden hue, a peculiar golden array swirling within. Eye of Horus. Golden legend, forced activation state. Suddenly, a shockwave erupted from Cato, propelling Zhang Po away. Cato's body levitated, the Eye of Horus emanating a radiant golden light that spiraled around him, mending his wounds. However, Cato appeared to have aged several years. Zhang Po steadied himself, his heart sinking. How many divine artifacts does this wretched creature possess? Perhaps it's time to flee. Suddenly, Cato expelled a copious amount of blood. He hastily sheathed the sword of victory and oath, once more activating the Eye of Horus to heal his injuries. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Po surged forward, delivering a punch infused with all his might. Though he remained uncertain of the limitations and side effects of Cato's multiple artifacts in this moment, there was no room for hesitation. Chapter 014. The days of Cato's freedom come to an end. A powerful surge of magical energy reverberated through the small border town of Savik. Inside an inn, Olivia, taken aback, hurried outside in search of Zhang Po, only to encounter Siko Hijima approaching her with a serious expression, wielding a long sword. Gawakoin is missing, she declared. Olivia's expression tightened as she responded. You felt that surge of magical energy too, didn't you? Siko nodded. Siko, you stay here to protect them. I'll go find Gawabaiki. With that, Olivia grasped her knight's sword and stepped out of the inn. Along the way, she crossed paths with numerous wizards who had also sensed the magical disturbance and were preparing to investigate. Back inside the inn, Takahashi Sayao emerged, carrying a magical sniper cannon, followed closely by Kikukawa Akiha. With her hands on her hips, Takahashi observed Siko and said, You're not seriously planning to stay behind, are you? Of course. I won't stand idly by while my comrades are in peril, Siko replied with a smile. I trust you won't either. Go save Baiki Koen. Kikukawa clenched his fist. Let us set off. Outside the border town of Savik, Zhang Po, clad in ice-patterned armor and fortified with devilish muscles, was both offensive and defensive, much to Kato's chagrin. The ice-patterned armor was damaged, but could be restored with a bit of energy. Kato, however, could only rely on the Eye of Horus to heal his wounds, which gradually depleted his vitality. If this continued, Kato would inevitably perish. Resolute, Kato retrieved a circular ring, rotating it in the palm of his hand. The ring, shaped like an Ouroboros, was entirely black save for its gem-like red eyes. The red eyes radiated brilliance, unleashing a dark spatial blade aimed at Zhang Po. A wave of lethal danger surged through Zhang Po, who instinctively rolled to the side to evade the slicing blade of space. The blades flashed under the moonlight. One after another, Zhang Po's adrenaline surged as he executed a series of extreme evasions. Yet he was acutely aware that he could not sustain this for long. Beneath Kato, the earth began to writhe. Huang Xiaoxian emerged from the soil, spewing a thick, sticky white mist toward Kato. The mist congealed and obscured visibility, disrupting his senses. "What is happening?" Kato exclaimed, retreating, but the white mist followed suit, completely blinding him. "Damn it, I was so close." Forcing the artifact to activate consumed too much energy and could not be maintained. He had initially believed that controlling logistic support would be effortless, but he found himself in utter disarray. The commotion was too loud, reinforcements would soon arrive, and his strength was limited. He resolved to withdraw and seek another opportunity later. Making his decision, Kato activated the Ouroboros once more, creating a spatial rift behind him. The rift widened abruptly, forming a spatial gateway. Due to the pressure differential, the white mist was drawn into the portal. Kato quietly retreated through the gateway. Zhang Po, suddenly plunging into the mist, reached into the spatial rift and seized the Ouroboros. "You think you could just run off after showing off? Do I look like a pushover to you?" Kato's face turned pale with alarm as he hurriedly activated the Ouroboros, aiming to close the portal and sever Zhang Po's hand. Zhang Po exerted tremendous effort, pulling out the Ouroboros ring just before the spatial gate sealed shut. How infuriating! Kato Dan cursed vehemently, yet the gate had already closed. As the mist dissipated, Zhang Po, holding the Ouroboros, found himself somewhat speechless. Seal attempt failed. You have seized 25 points of the target's misfortune value, which has been converted into 5 points of mental energy. Current mental energy, 72 points. Chikusho, which phonetically translates to how infuriating, essentially means bastard or damnable. So, did he call me a bastard? Zhang Po had not anticipated a response from Kato Dan. His silence allowed him to exploit a bug in the sealing attempt, keeping the hand of misfortune firmly grasped around Kato Dan's fate, thereby locking him in place. To his surprise, Kato Dan inadvertently completed the sealing, not only escaping the lock, but also having his misfortune siphoned away. Naturally, his divine artifact was also snatched by Zhang Po. The days when Kato Dan could roam freely were now over. Zhang Po examined the Ouroboros, activating the Eye of Insight. Ouroboros' ring, golden legendary quality, possesses the ability to manipulate space. Activate. Verification failed, unable to activate. How did Kato Dan utilize it? Dispelling the icy armor. Zhang Po called out, "Huang Xiaoxian, come here." Huang Xiaoxian emerged from the earth, glancing around before rushing towards Zhang Po. "Have you finished? Where's the corpse?" "The person fled. Let us not dwell on that. Activate your fortune and let me see." "Oh." Huang Xiaoxian clasped her claws and began a chant. Black and white currents surged upwards, exactly resembling their first encounter. "I remember your misfortune was taken from you." Huang Xiaoxian looked up. "Oh, you mean this?" Fortune and misfortune are two sides of the same coin. Where there is fortune, there is misfortune. Where there is misfortune, there is fortune. This is the principle of yin and yang balance. The principle of yin and yang balance? I could also talk about the law of conservation of energy. What I want to ask is, where does this misfortune come from? It naturally gathers. Fortune and misfortune attract, repel, oppose, and depend on each other. Zhang Po contemplated for a moment. In simpler terms, when only fortune remains, it attracts misfortune, thus maintaining the balance between the two. Huang Xiaoxian elaborated. No one is perpetually fortunate, nor is anyone perpetually unfortunate. It is a dynamic balancing process. Zhang Po gazed at the ominous misfortune looming above, silent. Huang Xiaoxian chuckled awkwardly. You are somewhat of an exception. Zhang Po shook his head. Fundamental laws apply to everyone. So surely, fortune must converge upon me, yet my fate remains dark. The question arose, where had the fortune that was meant to converge upon him gone? Huang Xiaoxian's eyes widened in shock. Oh my, the misfortune sign tube is indeed unscrupulous. Not only consuming the fortune you've acquired, but also that which naturally converges towards you. Zhang Po summoned the misfortune sign tube, placing it upright on the ground before unfastening his trousers. Hey! Huang Xiaoxian shrieked, turning away. Could you at least be discreet? Unfortunately, the misfortune sign tube vanished. Returning to Zhang Po's body, he reluctantly fastened his belt. What had just transpired? Olivia rushed over, surveying her surroundings with a wary expression. It's nothing. Kato invited me to join his JD Kai, but I declined. He demonstrated a bit of force and then left. What? Olivia was somewhat bewildered, finding Zhang Po's account rife with inconsistencies. An invitation to join the JD Kai, followed by a display of strength, could only be interpreted as coercion. Coerced into joining. Rejected, and yet Zhang Po was still alive, not having had his head severed by Kato and kicked around like a ball. Thus, the only conclusion was that Zhang Po was not being truthful. Let us head back. Kato is untrustworthy. Keep your distance from him, Olivia advised. On their way back to the inn, the duo encountered Seiko Hijima and her companions. Upon inquiry, they learned that the trio had followed out of concern for their safety. Zhang Po felt a surge of emotion and chuckled. I'm truly touched. I shall marry you all as my brides. You all? Sayaka Takahashi's face darkened, and she turned away, exclaiming, Go to hell. I should have come to rescue you. However, Seiko Hijima was not angered. Instead, she smiled and remarked, It seems that Nagakawa-kun is a bit greedy. Akiyama Akihito cautioned Zhang Po, We are in a perilous time. You must refrain from any excesses, as it will deplete your stamina significantly, especially for men. Is that the crux of the matter? Olivia was speechless, gaining a deeper understanding of Akiyama Akihito's naive disposition. Let us return. Chapter 15. The Old King is Stubborn. Returning to the inn, Zhang Po once again dialed the divine phone of Freya. Moshi Moshi, please cease the Moshi. It is quite late. Are you not allowing anyone to sleep? Let us proceed with rapid questions and answers, ensuring minimal disruption to your slumber. Speak quickly. What is the divine artifact of Kato Danto? A knight does not perish by mere hands. It is the armor of the right arm. What is the purpose of this inquiry? I suspect he harbors malevolent intentions towards me and wish to gather some intelligence for targeted defense. Is there any information on past heroes? Seek out Olivia. She possesses that knowledge. Any further inquiries can wait until tomorrow. With that, Freya hung up the communication. Zhang Po glanced at the position of the moon. It was at least 1 in the morning. It is better not to disturb anyone's dreams. Zhang Po refrained from revealing Kato Danto's impending assault, as it would be inconvenient to explain why he was still alive. Concealing one's strength requires careful consideration. Zhang Po settled on his bed, assuming a meditative posture. Each time he dealt with misfortune, his spirit would surge, leading to a sensation of mental inflation. This was due to his spiritual energy exceeding the physical threshold, placing a strain on his mind. The solution was simple. Either engage in activities that consumed spiritual energy to lower it or meditate to elevate the limit of his spiritual capacity. Typically, meditation to increase this limit is a gradual process. However, if one first overloads their spiritual energy and then meditates to raise the limit, it becomes significantly easier, thus saving time in accumulating spiritual energy. The following day at the breakfast establishment, Takahashi Saya chewed on her bread, growing increasingly perplexed. Olivia had stated that Kato Danto sought out Nagakawa Haki in the middle of the night, inviting him to join the Chrysanthemum Blade Society. When Nagakawa Haki declined, Kato Danto demonstrated his might and departed. This narrative, upon reflection, was riddled with contradictions. Seiko, do you not perceive the issue? There's indeed a problem, replied Himejima Seiko with a smile. Do you not wish to uncover what he is concealing? Himejima Seiko shook her head. Takahashi Saya, puzzled, asked why not. Haimajima Siko posed a question. If Nagakawa-kun is so astute, does he believe we are incapable of discerning the flaws in his words? Takashi saya glunjed et kikukawa akiuki. At the very least, she could not perceive them. A single lie requires a multitude of lies to uphold it, and ultimately, it shall be unveiled. Nagakawa-kun assumes we are understanding. Hence he fabricates a casual excuse, trusting that everyone is aware of the truth. To voice it would be impolite. Haimajima Siko continued, if everyone can see through it, why does Olivia not expose it? Why do I not expose it? Why do you wish to unveil it? This comparison caused Takahashi Saya to furrow her brow, feeling as though her character was being challenged. Everyone harbors secrets. Choosing to remain oblivious is a form of respect and understanding. The reason Saya-chan is so eager to delve into Nagakawa-kun's secret is due to her curiosity towards him. Is it not? Not at all curious. Takahashi Saya huffed lightly, continuing to gnaw on her bread. This bread is truly tough. Here, enjoy some roasted meat. Zhang Po placed a large platter of roasted meat upon the table. The barbecue was exceptionally fresh, a delightful blend of fat and lean meat. And I had made a reservation the previous night. As soon as it was ready, it was promptly served. There was no need to fret about gaining weight. A hearty meal provides the strength to level up. Olivia arrived with 5 large cups of milk, announcing milk is here. The breakfast atmosphere was joyful, and everyone was enjoying their meal. Suddenly, Zhang Po inquired, Olivia, do you have any information regarding previous heroes? Yes, I do, but it only pertains to the heroes summoned by Valeni's. Olivia rummaged through her waist pouch for a moment before producing a thick tome and handing it to Zhang Po. How does that small pouch hold such a large book? Takahashi Saya asked curiously. Olivia patted her pouch, explaining, this is an alchemical item, a seamless expansion bag. It has a folded space that can store a great deal of supplies without being heavy, just the weight of the bag itself. Wow, that's amazing. Takahashi Saya exclaimed, slightly envious. If only I had such equipment, I could fit my magic sniper cannon in it. Carrying it daily has left my shoulders sore. Zhang Po, however, paid no heed to his teammate's chatter as he diligently perused the material. He paused on a page that depicted a sunlit youth encircled by the Ouroboros. Turning to the next page, he found a detailed introduction. Nakata Kazuhiro, artifact, the Ouroboros, capable of manipulating the forces of time and space. With signature skills including temporal cutting blade and time portal. The old king recognized Nakata's strategic value and made efforts to ally with him. Unfortunately, Nakata chose to become an adventurer alongside Kato Dato, leading to the tragic fate of the Ouroboros falling into Kato's hands. Nakata died, and Kato seized the artifact. Zhang Po continued flipping through the pages, finding entries for the Thunder Dragon Mage's ring and the Sword of Victory and Vow, both of whose bearers perished in a war for the nation. Though the heroes had fallen, their artifacts remained with Kato. He turned further until he reached the page for Kato Dato. Kato Dato, artifact, Knight's Gauntlet of the Undying. When equipped with this artifact, he can wield any weapon proficiently. However, experiments revealed that Kato is unable to utilize the artifacts of other heroes. Zhang Po's gaze sharpened. He sensed the stench of deceit. The so-called experimental results might have concealed the truth. Much like himself, Kato had hidden the magical talent granted by the Heart of Gold. Kato's secrecy was justified. Should he reveal his ability to wield others' artifacts, he would be ostracized by all, perceived as a potential threat. For the sake of artifacts and power, he could betray his companions at any moment. Regardless of Kato's initial intentions, the ultimate outcome was that he acquired the artifacts of others. He then found himself stuck at level 15 for over a decade until he discovered that the hero's seed could aid him in leveling up. When this new batch of heroes descended, Kato infiltrated the royal palace, seizing Yamashita Tora's hero's seed to advance to level 16. Yet, he took Yamashita's hero's seed while leaving the artifact in the estate of Count Santa. Why? He was clearly capable of wielding others' artifacts. Zhang Po furrowed his brow in contemplation. Unable to comprehend, lacking crucial information, Zhang Po retrieved the Ouroboros ring and placed it on the table for scrutiny, once again employing the eye of insight to examine the details. He reviewed it over and over. Zhang Po discerned a significant issue. The Ouroboros ring could not connect to the network. The artifacts belonging to his cohort of heroes were all capable of networking. Was it similar to mobile phones? Locked from the network? Because it could connect, was the locking mechanism more comprehensive, rendering Kato Duan utterly unusable? Upon realizing its ineffectiveness, Kato Duan resorted to alternative measures, repurposing the artifact elsewhere. What was the intention behind placing the sword of Mount Shida in Count Santa's estate? Count Santa, a staunch loyalist of the old emperor. The death of Mount Shida at the hands of Count Santa would essentially signify the old emperor's own hand in the matter. A sudden enlightenment struck Zhang Po. It was a scheme of division, to sow discord between the heroes and the old emperor, prompting the heroes to hastily vacate the royal capital, distancing themselves from Freya and the old king. This would conveniently facilitate Kato Duan's machinations, allowing him to seize more of the hero's essences. It all made sense. Everything fell into place. Alas, Kato Duan miscalculated one crucial aspect. He overestimated the political acumen of high school students. Freshly arrived, they were unfamiliar with the kingdom's power dynamics, unable to distinguish friend from foe. Moreover, the old king, ruthless and cunning, directly abandoned Count Santa and shifted the conflict onto the demon army. Not only did he neutralize Kato Duan's strategies, but he also turned the tide, compelling the high school students to exert themselves more fervently against the demon army. The old king's tactics were formidable. No wonder Kato Duan failed to achieve significant success in Valeni's. Chapter 016. The Goblin Queen and the Brave Knight within the vast expanse of the forest. Kato Duan dashed forward with great urgency. Matter, the crimson-skinned one is still pursuing me. Kato Duan's heart brimmed with dissatisfaction. When the Ouroboros ring was still in his possession, he could roam freely wherever he wished. In the past, evading the crimson-skinned creature merely required the opening of a portal. It was a graceful, leisurely endeavor, leaving the creature bewildered in his wake. Now, devoid of the Ouroboros ring, he found himself fleeing in haste from the relentless pursuit of the crimson-skinned one. All of this was due to that accursed individual. Having lost the Ouroboros ring to Zhang Po, Kato Duan was already engulfed in fury. Now, with the crimson-skinned one on his tail, his anger was further stoked. Kato Duan halted his flight, drawing forth the sword of victory and oath. A streak of crimson light surged forth, and the Goblin Queen, with wings unfurled, hovered gracefully in midair, gazing down upon Kato Duan. At last, I have found you. My knight, you have liberated me from the goblin breeding grounds and bestowed upon me power. Now that I am a queen, I wish to repay you. But why do you evade your queen? Kato Duan let out a cold laugh. Repay me? Is it the kind of heartfelt gratitude? I am in a foul mood today. I shall vent my anger upon you. The stage was set for a monumental clash. Kato Duan raised the sword of victory and oath, unleashing a towering beam of light. The Goblin Queen exclaimed in awe, "This is it. It is this surge of magic that led me to you. Knight, fulfill your duty and bestow upon your queen the complete power of a hero." In the border town of Shavik, the bustling market was surrounded by a throng of people. Last night's speeches from the Adventurers Guild had been reported to the Valeni's military. Those who participated in inciting rebellion were swiftly apprehended by the military. They were all hanged here. As Zhang Po passed by the market, he paused, drawn by the commotion. Olivia wished to intervene, but lacked a suitable reason, so she followed him instead. Zhang Po maneuvered through the crowd to the forefront. At the center of the market stood a gallows, where a line of men dangled lifelessly. One of them appeared familiar to Zhang Po. It was the disheveled officer who had echoed Kato Duan's speech the previous night. Zhang Po silently observed the hangman, pondering the nature of his existence and the stories he held. All he knew was that this man sought to oppose the kingdom's nobility, only to be swiftly captured and executed by the kingdom's forces. Olivia squeezed through the crowd to stand beside Zhang Po, cautiously elaborating. He was the captain of the knights from the Santabar Count's estate. After the death of Count Santabar, all his subordinates were relieved of their positions. Olivia refrained from expounding further. Her intent was to frame this incident as an internal power struggle within the kingdom. rather than a brutal oppression of the lower class by the ruling elite. Zhang Po offered Olivia a faint smile, uttering nothing further, before turning away to rejoin Seiko Kojima and the others. Kikukawa Akiyama occasionally glanced back at the gallows in the market, gaining a deeper understanding of the brutalities of the medieval era. Last night, those who were indulging in hearty drinks at the Adventurers Guild found themselves at the marketplace today, cosplaying as Sunny Dolls. Look no further. Takahashi nudged Kikukawa Akiyuki, explaining that they were hanged by the kingdom for their rebellion. Rebellion, after all, seldom spares lives. Either the rebels perish or those they oppose do. Zhang Po cast a surprised glance at Takahashi Saya, acknowledging her perceptiveness. Noticing Zhang Po's gaze, she shot back a defiant look. He averted his eyes, only to feel a tug at his sleeve. Takahashi Saya retracted her hand and inquired, "Last time you mentioned that supply and demand influence prices, and that any anomaly suggests someone is pulling strings behind the scenes. Clearly the nobles of the kingdom. But why would they act this way? With war looming and resources tightening across the regions, is it truly wise to concentrate a vast supply of materials in the capital? Or could it be that, while the borders are in peril, the capital revels in festivities? Valenthus has decayed to such an extent." Takashi Saya glunged at Olivia, whose nerves tightened at the look. As one of the core members of the imperial ruling class, she understood all too well the implications. However, how could one articulate such stark realities? Would these young minds be able to fathom it? Zhang Po refrained from giving a direct answer, instead posing a question. "Takahashi, if you were the lord of a city with an army at your command, facing an impending war, would you prioritize the resources for your troops or for the civilians?" Without hesitation, Takahashi Saya replied, "Naturally for the army. Maintaining their combat effectiveness is essential to safeguarding the city. But the nobles of the capital are not soldiers." Zhang Po interjected, shaking his head. "Takahashi, your thinking remains tethered to a conventional worldview. This is a realm imbued with extraordinary powers. The kingdom's enforcement agencies consist not only of ordinary soldiers, but also of formidable knights and sorcerers. These elite units form the backbone of the military. Most of these powerful individuals hold noble titles and reside in the capital, which truly serves as the kingdom's foundation. Prioritizing resources for the capital ensures the preservation of core combat strength, alleviating their concerns." At this juncture, Zhang Po turned his attention to Olivia, remarking, "The former king undoubtedly arranged for surveillance over the families of the powerful." Olivia's gaze was complex as she nodded in agreement. Indeed, to secure the combat zeal of the kingdom's core forces, the old king prepared on two fronts. On one hand, ample supply of resources alleviated the concerns of the extraordinary beings regarding their family's welfare. On the other hand, he strictly controlled the movement of individuals within the capital. By managing the families of the extraordinary, he effectively managed the extraordinary themselves, preventing any potential desertions in the heat of battle. The extraordinary beings, wishing to protect their families and maintain their power, were compelled to dedicate themselves to the old king, tirelessly combating the monstrous legions. A sudden wave of self-doubt washed over Olivia. Could she truly grasp this man? What a clever strategist. Kikukawa Akiyuki marveled. Jidai Sayako gazed at Zhang, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. Indeed, he's a man of that nation. Takahashi Saya sighed. The average political literacy is unparalleled globally. After all, is a country bold enough to include the concept of rebellion in its compulsory textbooks? Which nation possesses such audacity? Let's not squander any more time. It's time to hone our skills. Chapter 017. The potion trade as Seiko Kojima and her companions engaged in leveling up and monster hunting. Zhang Po diligently collected corpses for material recovery. With an ample supply of materials, Zhang Po unlocked several divine skills. He could now concoct mana potions, stamina potions, and antidotes through alchemy. Even in moments devoid of materials, he remained industrious, serving as an observer at the request of Sayaka Takahashi. Clutching her magical sniper rifle, Sayaka continuously fired shots. As her mana dwindled, she quickly consumed a mana potion. This feels fantastic. Not only is drinking exhilarating, but shooting is equally thrilling. With a bang, another incendiary round was launched, igniting a magical wolf. The immense recoil surged against Sayaka's slender shoulders, creating ripples of force. Zhang Po, peering through binoculars, couldn't help but steal glances at Sayaka. Previously, he had been preoccupied with grand ambitions, neglecting to notice how captivating the pink-haired, twin-tailed girl with glasses truly was. Despite her youthful visage, this was unacceptable. It was time to reject juvenile aesthetics and focus on more pressing matters. "What are you looking at, observer?" Sayaka inquired, somewhat disgruntled. "Observing a fierce tiger," Zhang Po replied, redirecting his gaze to scan for monsters. To the 3 o'clock position, he spotted a yellow tiger lurking in the underbrush. Bang! The large tiger contorted under the massive recoil. "This gun is excellent, but the recoil is excessive." Sayaka rose, rubbing her shoulders. "Do we have any potions to enhance physical strength?" "Not at the moment. Only a level 10 alchemist can create such potions." Zhang Po continued his search for monsters. "Isn't the power of the hero continuously transforming your body? Can't you withstand it?" "I can't. The greater the bullet's power, the greater the recoil." Sayaka clenched her fists. "I feel like my body is undergoing increasingly peculiar changes. I think I might become a different kind of being." "Very well, a different kind of being. Go collect the monster corpses. The alchemist is ready to begin," Zhang Po replied in a matter-of-fact tone. Batch after batch of potions were meticulously crafted. With a substantial supply, the group's endurance significantly increased, and their leveling speed skyrocketed. In just 3 days, Seiko Kijima reached level 10 first, while the lowest-leveled member, Akiyama Kiku, achieved level 6. Zhang Po's progress was even more astonishing, as he elevated his alchemist level to 15. Although there was no increase in physical strength, the output of potions surged dramatically. Piles of materials accumulated on the ground as Zhang Po stretched out his hand, causing an alchemical array to materialize. The materials morphed and fused, transforming into vials of potions. Zhang Po scrutinized the potion bottles, somewhat bemused. Is it really reasonable to produce potion bottles while crafting potions? He pondered, unable to comprehend the logic. He decided to document the alchemical array for future study once he acquired foundational knowledge. These potions were ample enough to sustain everyone, with a significant surplus remaining. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Po set aside his daily needs and stored the surplus in a box, placing it before Olivia. "Your Highness, I trust you can offer me a fair price for these." Olivia furrowed her brow. "Aren't I supposed to be getting these for free? Though I am indeed a member of this team, having contributed my efforts and shed blood for its cause." "Stop! Stop!" Zhang Po swiftly interrupted Olivia's incantation and continued. "Yours is free. Others will have to pay." Olivia's eyes brightened as she grasped Zhang Po's intention. "Lord White Ghost, regarding the production of magical potions, how does it stand?" Zhang Po held up a finger. 100 bottles a day. He shook his head. 1,000 bottles per hour. As long as the materials are sufficiently supplied, I am merely an emotionless potion-making machine. Olivia's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, rendered speechless by the revelation. In that instant, she felt a profound sympathy for those low-tier alchemists who toiled all day to produce merely a handful of magical potions. Yet, despite such meager output, the alchemists earned a premium income, for magical potions are indeed exorbitantly priced. At that moment, Olivia's understanding of Zhang Po's perspective intensified. She quickly said, "The kingdom of materials will supply you. For each potion, we will offer you." Zhang Po raised his hand to halt Olivia's pricing. "In times of war, money is worthless. Resources are the true currency. I require an array of materials." Olivia frowned, slightly troubled. Bartering involves numerous types, making it difficult to assess value. "Converted according to market price," Zhang Po insisted. Olivia smiled. "As a hero from another world, you may not grasp the market dynamics. If we calculate according to market price, you might end up at a disadvantage. Let us divide it 3-3-4. Zhang Po pointed at Olivia. "You 3, I 4, Valentiz 3. Olivia paused, taken aback. "I am the princess of Valentiz." Zhang Po interrupted again, wearing a peculiar smile. "But Valentiz has more than just you. There are other princesses and princes. Valentiz profits, and so does Olivia." Zhang politely tapped the back of Olivia's hand, his tone persuasive. Who profits matters little. Why must we delineate so strictly? At the touch, Olivia shivered. 1 hour, 1,000 bottles of potions. Such production capacity represents an immense fortune. She took a deep breath, suppressing the surging greed within her. Lord White Ghost, you truly are a devil. Zhang Po shrugged. And so, Olivia's gaze flickered, her thoughts warring within her for a moment before she extended her hand. To a pleasant cooperation. Zhang Po grasped her cool hand. To a pleasant cooperation. Olivia smiled, assuring him, I will ensure that Lord White Ghost's interests are safeguarded. Zhang Po smiled back. He may not understand the market, but he comprehended human nature. As long as there is profit to be made, Olivia would protect their shared interests. If I win Olivia's affections, would that mean I win twice? But then again, if it truly happens, I might end up as the naive one, gaining nothing at all. After confirming their partnership, Olivia wrote a letter to the old king to finalize the details of their collaboration. The old king of the capital felt a profound sense of relief upon receiving the letter. He never anticipated that Olivia would achieve results so swiftly. The obstinate Long River White Ghost was surprisingly willing to engage in commerce with the kingdom. Engaging in trade is indeed a commendable pursuit. It fosters mutual benefit and serves as one of the methods for deepening alliances. Eventually, this could integrate the Long River White Ghost into the ranks of the powerful. Alas, I'm growing old. I tend to cling to antiquated methods of winning hearts, yet they falter against the stubborn. To my astonishment, the youth's ideas are remarkably fluid, simultaneously courting two brave souls, establishing a one-to-one relationship. What I initially perceived as mere frivolity turned out to be genuine talent and expertise. The old king felt a deep admiration and promptly took up his quill to finalize the transaction. He then arranged for the collection of materials to be sent to Olivia. Without indulging in haggling, the old king had his own considerations. On one hand, the kingdom was actively preparing for war. Money and materials were of little use. Transforming them into equipment and potions was truly beneficial. On the other hand, foregoing immediate small gains was a strategy for greater profit. If the Long River White Ghost could be integrated into the kingdom's framework, it would significantly enhance the kingdom's foundation. Should Olivia succeed in taming the Long River White Ghost, leaving behind a lineage of heroes, the royal family would possess offspring capable of wielding the Heart of Gold. The Heart of Gold would only lose its potency when the bloodline of heroes grew thin. This would afford at least 3 generations. Ample time for the kingdom to pursue territorial expansion. The old king grew increasingly exhilarated, his mind becoming clearer with each thought. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he decided to include several bottles of goblin oil in the materials. Upon receiving the materials, Olivia wore a look of incredulity. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, she discreetly stashed the goblin oil deep within her waist pouch. How could a father send such things to his daughter? Regaining her composure, Olivia handed the materials package to Zhang Po, accompanied by a thick ledger. Zhang Po perused the contents and was somewhat astonished. Everything was sent? He picked up the materials package and weighed it. It was remarkably light. It was a strategic-grade, seamless expansion pack, an alchemical product designed for transporting substantial quantities of supplies by a single soldier. Olivia smiled and explained that herbs would wither, so the kingdom would regularly send medicinal materials while also collecting potions. Very well, Zhang Po nodded. We shall dispatch it tomorrow. Chapter 018. The distinction of the brave's power on the following day. Zhang Po sat atop a large stack of wooden crates. Inside the boxes lay an orderly arrangement of potions. Olivia approached Zhang Po, accompanied by a transport officer. Zhang Po leaped down and pointed at the crates, stating, 3,000 potions, 1,000 mana potions, 1,000 vitality potions, and 1,000 healing potions. Please conduct a count. Olivia nodded to the transport officer, who bowed and commenced the inventory. Your Highness, the count is accurate, and the quality is exceptional. Please proceed to store them and return to the capital. Understood. The transport officer collected the potions, bowed once more, and hurriedly departed. Olivia retrieved a seamless expansion pouch along with a stack of supply lists, handing them to Zhang Po. This batch of potions is valued at 500 gold coins. Your share amounts to 1, 800 gold coins, converted into the materials you require, all contained herein. Though 800 gold coins appeared modest, it was indeed substantial. In civilian circulation, currency primarily comprised silver and copper coins. Gold coins represented a higher tier of currency, utilized solely in significant transactions. Zhang Po accepted the items and remarked, "I shan't accompany you all for leveling today. I intend to focus on the alchemical skill tree. You may assist Ji Dao Psycho and the others." Olivia furrowed her brow, expressing concern, "But your safety." Suddenly, she recalled Zhang Po's ability to emerge unscathed from Kato's grasp. He was certainly not as simple as his outward identity suggested. "Go ahead, Olivia." Zhang Po flashed her a knowing smile. "Do not worry for me." Olivia chuckled helplessly, a sense of secret delight blossoming within her. Zhang Po's words undeniably hinted at his considerable strength. This signified a deepening of their relationship, establishing a foundation of trust. Her father was right. Business was an exchange of interests, a means to draw closer. However, one must tread carefully. Relationships sustained by self-interest often fracture when those interests wane. In contrast, enduring hardship together tends to foster a more resilient bond. Contemplating this, Olivia retrieved a signal flare from her pouch and handed it to Zhang Po. "Please ensure your safety. Should danger arise, signal us, and we shall return as swiftly as possible." Zhang Po accepted the flare and bid farewell to Olivia. He sought a tranquil spot and began to unlock the alchemical skill tree. As long as the supply of materials was ample, illuminating the Golden Heart skill tree would be as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Naturally, regardless of which skills he unlocked, Zhang Po's mind would not acquire the corresponding knowledge. He merely engaged in unsealing the artifact's capabilities. Zhang Po's attitude towards this artifact was simple: to fully exploit its inherent functions, producing potions and crafting equipment. Even if the artifact were to be sealed in the future, it would still yield a substantial stock of potions and gear. Potions, being consumables, were never too plentiful. Moreover, as he employed alchemy, the alchemical array would manifest before him. Zhang Po diligently recorded the array's designs for future reference. By the end of the day, he had elevated his alchemical proficiency to level 15 and crafted several pieces of alchemical equipment. In the evening, Zhang Po reserved a spacious room and invited several individuals, including Ji Island Siko, for a meeting. The room was vast, and the bed was equally grand. Takahashi Saya cast a wary glance at the large bed and scoffed softly, keeping a watchful eye on Zhang Po, who was busy closing the windows. "What are you doing closing the windows?" she warned, clutching her magical sniper rifle. "You, as a support, better not get any funny ideas." Zhang Po rolled his eyes. "I didn't summon you here for a frivolous gathering. I intend to give you all a taste of something delightful." Kikukawa Akiyama whispered, "It better not be anything inappropriate." Zhang Po then dragged a table to the center of the room and removed the heart of gold necklace, pulling out items one by one. There were entire crates of high-quality stamina potions, which were Ji Island Siko's favorite. She relished the thought of drinking the potions and then wreaking havoc among hordes of monsters. There were also crates of high-quality mana potions, favored by Takahashi Saya, who enjoyed sipping them while firing away. Additionally, there were antidotes, healing potions, and body-enhancing elixirs, along with shields, swords, and spears. When Zhang Po unveiled a seamless expansion bag, Takahashi Saya's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly picked one up to inspect. "That's for you." Carrying around that magical sniper can be quite exhausting, can't it? Zhang Po chuckled. "Thank you. I absolutely adore it." He clapped his hands. "Feel free to take whatever you need. I've been coasting along while you all fought and gathered materials. Now that I am fully developed, it is time to get back. I initially intended to craft armor for you, but I didn't know your body specifications, so I refrained from doing so." Takahashi Saya immediately grew cautious. "You closing the windows isn't an indication that you intend to measure our body data, is it?" At this, Olivia and Kikukawa Akiyama instinctively stepped back. "Do we need to undress?" Ji Island Siko inquired, leaning on her long sword with a squinting smile. "If it's for Nagakawa-kun, then perhaps." Zhang Po felt a chill run down his spine, sensing the looming threat. Are you seriously lacking in imaginative colors, Takahashi? Zhang Po retorted. Closing the windows is merely to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. A table full of treasures would tempt any passing adventurer. The armor customization would need to be done one by one, crafted and adjusted on the spot. Takahashi Saya shot a disapproving glance at Zhang Po. And you claim you have no ulterior motives. Zhang Po shrugged. You can forego the armor. That simplifies my task. I'll go first. G Island Seiko declared. I trust Nagakawa-kun. Armor for melee combat would enhance their margin for error. Takahashi Saya stared at G Island Seiko in disbelief. Wait, sister. When did you become so proactive? Let us discuss the custom armor tomorrow, right now. Zhang Po picked up an elongated alchemical warrior sword and a seamless expansion bag, handing them to G Island Seiko. She looked puzzled as she positioned the divine sword in front of her. I think I won't need it. Zhang Po insisted. I believe you should not rely on the artifact, as it may prove detrimental to your future development. The alchemical long sword was placed within the inconspicuous expansion pouch, which hung from his side. All resources were duplicated. One portion resided within the artifact, while the other was stored in the inconspicuous pouch. G Island Seiko, pondering deeply, accepted the long sword and the pouch, remarking, Lord Changha's considerations are indeed meticulous. Are you concerned about the artifact being sealed, resulting in a total loss? How could the artifact possibly be sealed? Kikukawa Akiyama inquired, puzzled. Takahashi Saya and Olivia instantly grasped Zhang Po's implication. This was a concern for potential conflicts with other heroes, where killing a hero could lead to the artifact locking itself. Takahashi Saya sighed. Your foresight is rather extensive, isn't it? Meanwhile, Olivia recalled Sato Kanzuya, the hero who had clashed with Zhang Po. Her father had once intended to support Sato, but alas, Sato proved to be rather ineffectual. With her own plans to court the Changha White Ghost progressing well, her father's attitude towards Sato and the Changha White Ghost had undergone a subtle shift. Regardless, a conflict between the Changha White Ghost and Sato was inevitable. It was crucial that the Changha White Ghost did not personally kill Sato, as it would render his artifact useless and significantly diminish his value. Olivia's thoughts swirled. Zhang Po glanced at Olivia, but offered no explanation. He represented the priestess Freya, and the old king had also supported a lineage of heroes. There would be conflicts between the two parties, albeit limited, as they maintained a cooperative yet competitive relationship. However, Kato Daquan could strike at any moment, seeking to seize the seed of heroes and the Ouroboros ring. Zhang Po was capable of fighting back and was unafraid of Kato Daquan, yet having reliable allies would undoubtedly increase the likelihood of leaving Kato unscathed. In the event of encircling Kato Daquan, it was inevitable that someone might injure him, resulting in the artifact being sealed. Zhang Po hoped that it would be himself. Yet, the tides of battle were unpredictable, and seizing the opportunity was paramount. The one who captured the moment could be G Island Seiko or Takahashi Saya. Naturally, Zhang Po had to consider unexpected circumstances and provide a safety net for his teammates. These sacrifices were merely a fraction of what was needed. Should they injure Kato Daquan, causing the artifact to seal, Zhang Po could impart cultivation techniques as a form of compensation. He retrieved 2 alchemical revolvers and placed them before Takahashi Saya. Here, take these, along with 10,000 alchemical bullets. Just like G Island Seiko, store them in your waist pouch. Takahashi Saya caressed the revolver, appreciating its superb quality, which compensated for her lack of close combat proficiency. Beyond 10 paces, the gun is swift. Within 10 paces, it is both precise and rapid. Kikukawa Akiyama pointed at himself, exclaiming, "What about me? I want a handgun too." Zhang Po paused for a moment before pushing a box of physical enhancement potions towards Kikukawa Akiyama. "Skip the gun. I would rather perish in direct combat than be shot in the back. Consume these potions to enhance your physique, and I shall reinforce your armor. You need not be a combat powerhouse. Simply ensure your physicality and defenses are maximized." "Oh," Kikukawa Akiyama responded, somewhat dejected. Olivia's gaze flickered with anticipation as she looked at Zhang Po, eager to discover what gift he had prepared for her. Zhang Po presented a set of physical enhancement potions before Olivia, then retrieved a slender knight's sword and handed it to her. This is the finest weapon I can currently forge, razor-sharp and capable of interrupting self-healing. The knight's sword, inscribed with alchemical patterns, effortlessly slices through the flesh of creatures below level 20. Its assessed quality, revealed by the Eye of Insight, is of a blue excellent grade. The white bone spear dropped from a level 20 white songstress is also merely of blue excellent quality. Alas, we are restricted by level caps. Otherwise, I could create even superior weapons. Olivia drew the long sword, caressing its mirror-like blade, and exclaimed, "Such a sword is a rarity throughout the kingdom. I truly adore it." She sheathed the long sword, fastening it at her waist, unable to part with it. Meanwhile, Seiko Kojima also unsheathed her long knife, examining it closely. Then, comparing it with the Shura, she felt a surge of excitement, tempted to test the two blades against one another. "Do not be foolish," Zhang Po interjected hastily. "That is for your backup, not for testing the divine weapon. Although you may not unleash the full power of the divine artifact, its sharpness and resilience surpass that of ordinary alchemical weapons. A clash between blue and gold, with purple in between, would certainly result in broken blades." Seiko Kojima smiled awkwardly, retracting her long knife. After the group divided the equipment, they prepared to retire for the night, exiting the room one by one. Passers-by at the doorway were taken aback by the scene. A gathering of good friends? At that moment, Zhang Po stepped outside, glanced at the onlookers, and then departed. The bystanders were left speechless. A silver gathering? For at once? Each with their own charm. How indulgent. You truly are incorrigible. The following day, in Zhang Po's room, Seiko Kojima stood with her feet shoulder-width apart, clad in a women's tank top, arms raised parallel to the ground. Zhang Po wielded a ruler, measuring incessantly while jotting notes in a notebook. Observing Zhang Po's serious demeanor, Seiko Kojima could not suppress her curiosity and stole a glance at his drawings. Though somewhat abstract, she could discern the design of armor. Has C.H. Gawa learned armor crafting? I haven't studied it formally. However, I have watched videos from armor-making creators. Although I haven't practiced, I grasp the general process. C.H. Gawa truly is well-versed. Seiko Kojima praised. It's not erudition, it's a gentleman's club. My favorite is the sword forging competition, along with blacksmithing, engineering, and outdoor survival. Zhang Po continued measuring data, suddenly pausing. What is it, C.H. Gawa? Zhang Po furrowed his brow, circling Seiko Kojima to scrutinize her physique closely. Were it not for Zhang Po's serious expression, Seiko Kojima might have thought he was taking the opportunity to gaze. After a moment of silence, Zhang Po remarked, "The hero's power has transformed your body more dramatically than I anticipated." He glided the ruler along her arm. The cool touch caused her muscles to tense. Her delicate and slender arm exhibited pronounced muscle definition. The presence of softness indicated a layer of subcutaneous fat, albeit quite thin. Beneath the layer of fat lies a foundation of muscles as strong as steel. Upon hearing this, Seiko Kojima caressed her arm and then her rounded thigh. There was a pleasing softness, yet a distinct muscularity. She further explored her chest, ensuring there was no discrepancy in her form, and only then did she exhale in relief. This series of motions, kneading and shaping, was undeniably alluring, captivating Zhang Po's gaze for a moment longer than intended. Seiko Kojima chuckled. It seems I still possess a certain femininity. I had thought that Takahashi-sai's youthful beauty and ample bosom were all that appealed to Jun Nagakawa. Zhang Po smiled lightly, redirecting the conversation. What are your feelings regarding the transformation of your body through the power of the hero? Seiko Kojima embraced her chest with her left arm, supporting her fullness, while resting her chin on her right hand, reflecting. More enduring, faster, stronger, more powerful, more agile, and more perceptive in summary. It was a comprehensive and significant enhancement of her physical constitution. More perceptive? Zhang Po suddenly recalled something and pressed further. How perceptive? Can you sense the power of the hero within me? Seiko Kojima replied, at this close distance, I can detect it. However, beyond 2 or 3 miles, it eludes my senses. Zhang Po frowned in contemplation, pacing the room. Ever since he had acquired the power of the hero, a persistent question had lingered in his mind. Why had his perception not improved? Why could he not sense the redskin once? Catherine and Green could sense them from dozens of kilometers away, yet he was unable to. Even other high school heroes became undetectable to him at a slight distance. Initially, Zhang Po believed his strength was sufficient, which might have resulted in a minor enhancement, merely transforming his energy attributes into 4 elements. It appeared now that the power of the hero came in various forms. He raised his hand, summoning a swirling mass of dark red energy that gradually separated into 4 distinct orbs: flame, whirlwind, earth, and water. "This is my hero's power. Show me yours." "I wish to see the differences." Siko Kijima nodded and extended her hand. A dark red energy materialized, devoid of the essence of earth, water, wind, or fire. It exuded a subtle malevolence and an aggressively potent vitality, reminiscent of the lethal vines found in a wild forest. Indeed, the powers of heroes varied greatly. Catherine, Green, and the red-skinned ones shared a similar type of hero power, enabling them to sense one another even across significant distances. Conversely, Zhang Po and his companions belonged to different types, making mutual sensing a challenge. Mater Green had even claimed that the red-skinned ones were not of Zhang Po's creation. Chapter 19. Sample number 2. In the town of Kobayashi, within the chapel of the Sacred Tree Church, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Father Saya set aside the parchment he had been examining. "Gumin." The door swung open, revealing Green, who boldly pulled out a chair and sat across from Father Saya. "What do you need me for?" "There's news regarding the red-skinned creature. It has ventured into the Principality of Volantis." "Volantis?" Green furrowed his brow. "That complicates matters." Father Saya agreed. "Indeed, it poses a challenge, but it is not insurmountable." "What do you propose?" "We must approach discreetly, avoiding any commotion." "You wanted to infiltrate enemy territory?" Green's expression soured. "That seems excessive." Father Saya waved his hand dismissively. "You are overthinking it. The Church's influence over the Principality relies on faith and the populace, and our local members are few. If we maintain a low profile, we should be fine." After a moment's contemplation, Green nodded and inquired further. "So, the objective is to eliminate the red-skinned creature?" Father Saya shook his head. "Whether the red-skinned creature lives or dies is of little consequence. What truly matters is sample number 2. "Sample number 2? Green frowned. "What on earth is that?" "It's a lengthy tale," Father Saya replied, taking a sip of water. "The Sacred Tree Church originally had no hero project. It was the Church of the Holy Light that first engaged in the grand spectacle of summoning heroes to save the world. The summoning of heroes led to epic tales of heroism, which garnered immense prestige. We, at the Sacred Tree Church, were envious and resolved to have our own hero, determined not to be overshadowed by the Church of the Holy Light. Thus, we captured their first level 30 divine flame hero, Lu Yi, and used him as a prototype to develop the first generation of the initial Sacred Tree hero's power. The divine flame hero is what we refer to as sample no. 1. Who is sample number 2? Green asked. "Ah, you are impatient." Father Saya lifted his teacup. "Cultivate a bit of patience. Otherwise, how can you expect to progress?" The development of the initial Sacred Tree hero's power peaked a decade ago, reaching level 30. In pursuit of technological advancement, we infiltrated the domain of the Church of the Holy Light and captured another hero of level 15. What was his name? Kato Dawn. We shall refer to him as sample number 2. "Is sample number 2 in Volantis?" Green asked, incredulous. "He managed to escape from the Golden Tree prison?" Father Saya rolled his eyes. "Since the establishment of the Golden Tree prison, no one has ever escaped. After our research concluded, we released him, using the opportunity to observe how far he could go." Green's expression was one of disbelief. He would rather convince himself he had misheard than trust the integrity of his own church's members. According to the latest intelligence, sample number 2 is indeed in Volantis, along with the red-skinned creature, which has gathered a multitude of monsters and declared war on the kingdom of Volantis. Father Saya stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment, and continued. "Goblins are a species characterized by their predatory nature. The forest is their home. Conquering kingdoms holds no significance for them. It is more akin to a sheepfold. When the need arises, they seize a couple of men to drain their essence. Thus, the redskin may be in search of the second sample." Jelen, puzzled, inquired, What purpose does the redskin have for the second sample? Father Saya suddenly shifted to another matter. In the last mission at the Demon Tamer village, the report written by Catherine indicated that the redskin seemed to be awaiting her. A sense of foreboding washed over Jelen. Is there a connection? The power of the second-generation Holy Tree hero and the energy framework of the second sample's hero power share similarities. In other words, if the redskin devours Catherine, it could potentially complete and even evolve. Jelen's heart surged with murderous intent. Father Saya continued. In the battle at the Demon Tamer village, the redskin failed to capture Catherine and was left with no choice but to seek the weaker second sample. This church mission is to ascertain the status of the second sample. If it is still alive, there is no need for concern. If it is dead, bring back the corpse. Jelen frowned. Is that all? No plan to eliminate the redskin? Oof. What benefit would eliminating the redskin bring to our Holy Tree Church within the domain of the Holy Light Church? Jelen felt displeased with the church's mission content. With such a trivial task, the support the church could offer was limited. Relying on the church's strength to eliminate the redskin seemed nearly impossible. Father Saya urged, "You should set off as soon as possible." Jelen immediately scowled. "I can manage alone." Father Saya chuckled lightly, not imposing any demands. While you still possess the ability to impart experience, take Catherine along for more missions. At her rate of progress, you will soon be left behind. When that time comes, you won't even qualify to undertake missions with her. Moreover, considering your current state, your chances of survival against the redskin are slim. Gidding, you wouldn't want to be completely consumed by the redskin's little lover, would you? Jelen snorted coldly and turned to leave. I told you, that redskin has nothing to do with me. Father Saya chuckled knowingly. He was well aware that the redskin had no connection to Jelen. However, seizing the opportunity to tease Jelen about the matter was still amusing, especially since this rascal clung to the issue of the sheep's rear end daily. Chapter 20. Arigato. Chang has sang in the tranquil night of the Shavek border forest. An eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings. Only a handful of creatures ventured forth to hunt in the darkness. Among them, a group of 5 formidable ogres stealthily approached the abode of a seasoned hunter. Behind the door, the old hunter peered through a narrow crack, surveying the ominous exterior. Gripping his steel fork tightly, beads of sweat trickled down his brow as he braced himself for a desperate fight. The ogres encircled the wooden cabin, intent on demolishing it. Suddenly, the sky erupted in flames. A fiery streak descended, adhering to one of the ogres, which erupted in a cacophony of anguished cries as the flames engulfed it. The remaining ogres glanced skyward, only to behold a shadowy figure atop the roof. With a mere gesture, Zhang Po conjured several arcs of fire that swiftly bound the other 4 ogres, reducing them to mere ashes. Witnessing this spectacle, the old hunter felt a surge of elation and burst forth from his door, exclaiming, I thought you had fled. With such formidable magic, why set traps? However, upon gazing upward, he was taken aback. Zhang Po, cloaked in dark robes and donning a predator's mask, was not a member of the trio of adventurers he had anticipated. Disregarding the old hunter, Zhang Po turned and melted into the night. It was only then that the old hunter regained his senses, calling out in gratitude, Thank you, esteemed mage. Once Zhang Po had vanished from sight, the old hunter spat on the ground, relieved to have received aid from a passing sorcerer, knowing that the 3 inept adventurers were utterly unreliable. In the distance, 3 adventurers concealed in the underbrush exchanged glances. As low-tier adventurers, they felt the weight of pressure when facing an ogre one-on-one. Outnumbered 3 to 5, they feared for their lives. Hence, they remained hidden, resigned to sacrificing the old hunter. What should we do? Let us leave. There's no face left to stay. Thankfully, the mission was not deemed a complete failure. Farther away, Zhang Po summoned a panel displaying his artifact. Mage level 10. During the past few days, Zhang Po had devoted his days to crafting armor for his companions. While at night, he ventured out alone to enhance his mage level. An intriguing phenomenon had transpired. While the elevation of alchemist and potion maker levels did not yield a boost in attributes, the ascension of his mage level had transformed the seed of the hero. The hero's essence continually surged forth with elemental power, significantly amplifying Zhang Po's base energy levels. Base energy levels significantly increased. Overall adventurer level 2. Current level 11. After a night of grinding, Zhang Po returned to the inn in the early hours. He consumed a vial of energy potion and commenced a session of meditation. In merely 3 hours, he could completely restore his physical state. The following morning, a series of knocks resonated at the door. Zhang Po opened his eyes, stretched his limbs, and proceeded to answer the door. Standing before him was a youthful girl with pink hair styled in twin ponytails, wearing glasses and exuding a charming allure. Takahashi Saya was clad in casual attire, fitting impeccably. Her hair was meticulously arranged, tightly secured with a rubber band. With her hands nervously entwined behind her back, she averted her gaze from Zhang Po. "I thought you wouldn't come. Please come in." Zhang Po stepped aside, granting her entry. "They're all armored now, but I am not. What if I hold them back?" Takahashi Saya entered the room, surveying her surroundings. It was tidy and devoid of any unpleasant odors. "Well, not bad at all." Zhang Po smiled subtly, choosing not to expose Takahashi Saya's cautious thoughts. Despite the retreat of her tsundere demeanor, it remained quite amusing to witness it in person. "Take off your coat." Takahashi Saya removed her outerwear and placed it on a chair, standing upright thereafter. Zhang Po circled around her, then produced a seamless expansion bag, pouring a plethora of metallic minerals onto the floor. He raised his hand, activating the heart of gold necklace. Beneath the pile of minerals, a magical array emerged. Various metals morphed and fused, transforming into small alloy cubes. He took one alloy cube and placed alongside a piece of wolf hide, once again unleashing alchemy. The wolf hide and alloy cube melded and conjoined, forming a bracer. Zhang Po picked up the bracer and adorned Takahashi Saya with it. The entire sequence flowed effortlessly, demonstrating remarkable proficiency. Takahashi Saya looked astonished. "Is that it?" Zhang Po secured the bracer onto her arm, giving it a gentle tap. After making slight adjustments to the details, the rough armor was complete. He then inscribed the alchemical array to reduce weight, enhance strength and resilience, and increase cushioning capabilities. "Impressive," Takahashi Saya exclaimed. Having used divine artifacts herself, she understood that such artifacts were fully automated. She merely needed to defeat monsters and allocate skill points to grow stronger. However, even with the process simplified by the artifacts, Zhang Po's procedure was still intricate. Prior to coming here, Takahashi Saya had inquired with her companions. Initially, it was said that the Long River White Ghost's armor often required an entire day for adjustments. At that time, she had wondered if he was deliberately dragging his feet to take advantage of G. Island Siako. Now, it was evident that the process was indeed cumbersome, yet he had made rapid progress, now capable of swiftly customizing equipment. "How rare to hear you compliment." Zhang Po chuckled, pressing the chest plate against Takahashi Saya's torso. The sudden pressure caused her face to flush. "Am I being too harsh?" "Not harsh, just tsundere, which everyone understands," Zhang Po retorted playfully. "The more tsundere, the more adorable." Takahashi Saya bristled. "You are the tsundere." An hour later, the armor base was ready. The foundation of the armor consisted of form-fitting plates, enveloping vital areas of her body. Even her thighs were ensconced between two fitted plates. The skirt armor protected her posterior and other critical areas. Takahashi Saya stood with her hands on her hips, resembling a proud warrior. "Jump a little." Upon hearing this, Takahashi Saya leaped twice. "Does it wobble?" Her cheeks flushed as she retorted, "I'll report you for sexual harassment." Zhang Po smirked. "Then I shall initiate a samurai duel." On a serious note, does the chest plate fit well? Takahashi Saya huffed lightly, responding, "It fits." "Doesn't he wobble?" Zhang Po tapped the chest plate. The sound was dull and solid, indicating it should remain stable. Takahashi Saya took a step back. "Is it done yet?" "It's so heavy. Had it not been for the physique-enhancing elixir, this suit of armor alone would have sufficed to quench my thirst. I can now shed this armor and proceed to inscribe the alchemical array. I shall retrieve the armor tomorrow morning." As Takahashi Saya removed her armor, Zhang Po gathered the surplus materials. "So, what are your plans after the war? Do you intend to return to your original world?" Takahashi Saya inquired with a hint of trepidation. Zhang Po replied, I do not wish to return. This place is replete with intriguing wonders that I intend to explore thoroughly. Takahashi Saya could not suppress a smile. Then why not join us? We could embark on adventures across the globe as free-spirited wanderers. This triggered a plot development. An invitation from the enchanting maiden to form a party. Zhang Po pondered seriously. With the void navigation system now activated, he could once again return to the Pierre continent. Having a stable team in this world could prove advantageous for mapping its expanses. Very well, but I must attend to a matter first before reuniting with you, he said. Takahashi Saya smiled. Do you require our assistance? Zhang Po shook his head. There are certain matters I must handle alone. Takahashi Saya expressed a hint of disappointment. Very well. But should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to ask for my help. The following day, Zhang Po delivered the armor, along with an additional set of camouflage cloaks. Arigato, Ch. Gawa-san, Takahashi Saya exclaimed as she examined the armor pieces closely. The dark silver armor was understated yet luxurious, non-reflective, making it ideal for stealth. It conformed closely to the body, allowing for unimpeded movement. The weight reduction array engraved upon it alleviated concerns of cumbersome armor, hindering agility or exhausting stamina. Once Takahashi Saya donned the armor, the group scrutinized one another. A squad of 5, all clad in dark silver armor, appeared exceptionally dashing. While the armor of the group members adhered to a streamlined design, the exception was Kikukawa Aki, whose armor was notably more robust, especially the frontal plating. This was necessitated by her J-cup stature, resulting in an exaggerated curvature of the breastplate. The imposing and hefty armor enveloped Kikukawa Aki completely, and with her snake staff in hand, she was the quintessential battle healer. The squad's prestige instantly ascended several notches. Jijima Siko, with rare exuberance, waved her hand. Let's depart. Ch. Gawa-san, shall we go together? Takahashi Saya asked. Zhang Po sighed. Alas, I am merely a logistical support. You must ensure my safety. Olivia rolled her eyes, finding Ch. Gawa Baiki to be rather mischievous. Despite possessing formidable strength, he insisted on remaining hidden as mere support. Jijima Siko narrowed her eyes, smiling enigmatically. Takahashi Saya stepped forward, her breastplate clanging. Ch. Gawa-san, I shall protect you. Kikukawa Aki raised her hand, and I will alleviate all your ailments. Jijima Siko and Olivia exchanged puzzled glances. It was one thing for Kikukawa Aki to make such claims. But why was Takahashi Saya so naively asserting her intention to protect Ch. Gawa Baiki? It was difficult to discern how someone so mysterious could be so powerful. Takahashi Saya became acutely aware of their gazes and hurriedly retreated, adding, After all, you are my observer. It is only natural for me to protect you. Well, on the battlefield, it is typically the observer who safeguards the sniper, chimed in Kijima Siko with a playful smile, her expression reminiscent of a cunning purple-furred fox. Takahashi Saya shot a glare at Kijima Siko, her cheeks growing increasingly flushed. Chapter 021. Return to the royal capital, the group set forth, delving into the forest along the Savic border. As their abilities grew, ordinary magical creatures no longer yielded worthwhile rewards. They needed to slay higher-level monsters to elevate their prowess and unlock stronger skills. However, the more formidable the monsters, the scarcer they became. It often took an hour to find a foe for every minute spent battling, leading to a rather unsatisfactory gaming experience. By the end of the day, they all felt a sense of mental fatigue. Everyone, the sun is setting. We should head back. The forest can be perilous at night, suggested Kikuchikawa Akiyuki. The others nodded in agreement and began to retreat in an orderly manner. Rustling sounds echoed through the air. Zhang Po's ears perked up as he surveyed his surroundings, yet found nothing amiss. The rustling grew increasingly closer, and suddenly, a shadowy figure lunged at him. Watch out! An invisible shadow leopard! Olivia exclaimed in alarm. Zhang Po's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly twisted his body, extending a claw to slash at the air. A dull thud resounded as a transparent figure flickered into view, revealing a black leopard. Zhang Po seized the creature by the neck, its sharp claws barely grazing his shoulder armor. Huh! Zhang Po roared, leaping up and slamming the shadow leopard to the ground. The beast let out a pitiful cry, and before it could regain its footing, Zhang Po grabbed one of its legs and swung it around, crashing it against the ground repeatedly. The sounds of impact and cracking bones echoed ominously. After 5 or 6 such strikes, he finally released his grip. The shadow leopard lay motionless, blood oozing from its orifices, its eyes open in a lifeless stare. This scene was indeed awe-inspiring, powerful, and visceral. Olivia's lips twitched. That was a level 12 shadow leopard. Kajima Sayako remained silent, a smile playing on her lips. Kikuchikawa Akiyuki's eyes widened, her lips parting in astonishment. Takahashi Saya looked on in disbelief, her intellect suddenly igniting as she reflected on Zhang Po's prior actions. Confronting the old king, having an affair with the church priestess Freya, declining an invitation from seasoned heroes to accompany them on adventures, all the while remaining composed and unflappable. If he isn't concealing his true abilities, then I must be utterly foolish to consider myself a mere support. Takahashi Saya pointed at Zhang Po indignantly. How can you still claim to be just a support character? Zhang Po gestured toward the necklace around his neck. I am an apothecary, capable of concocting potions that enhance physical attributes. Isn't it normal to possess a bit more strength? You're talking nonsense. Takahashi Saya retorted, arms akimbo. What kind of potion grants such power? Zhang Po replied nonchalantly, the 9-dragon potion. Once consumed, it envelopes you in the protection of 9 dragons, bestowing immense strength. Kikuchikawa Akiyuki raised her hand eagerly. Make one for me too. Zhang Po rolled his eyes at her Nav-vet. If women take it, they may end up flat-chested, growing beards and having smaller backsides. Kikuchikawa Akiyuki patted her prominent armor. In that case, I'll pass. I'm quite satisfied with my current figure. Takahashi Saya stood resolutely, hands on her hips, unwilling to relent. Zhang Po felt a twinge of helplessness and scratched his head. They were all intelligent individuals. It was clear to everyone what was amiss. Not voicing, it was simply a matter of understanding. The one who truly understood was Kajima Sayako. This young woman saw everything with clarity, yet chose to remain oblivious. Regarding Olivia, her silence stems from a mutually beneficial relationship. As for Takahashi Saya, her feelings are evident. The blush on her youthful face speaks volumes. A mind clouded by hormones tends to overlook many matters. Zhang Po extended his finger, tapping it gently on Takahashi Saya's forehead. Keep this a secret. We are still good teammates. Takahashi Saya covered her forehead and murmured softly in acknowledgement. What exactly has everyone perceived? Kikukawa Akiyuki inquired. The group fell silent as Takahashi Saya pushed Kikukawa Akiyuki to move back. There is no issue at all. Kikukawa-sensei, it's time to return for dinner. A few days later, Olivia gathered everyone for a meeting. I have crucial intelligence to share with you, Olivia announced. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to her. News from the royal capital indicated that a horde of monsters had launched a full-scale war against Volantis. An elite unit had executed a surprise attack on the royal capital, and a defensive battle was currently underway. At this point, Olivia appeared somewhat embarrassed. Our team has progressed the fastest. Everyone is at level 15, so I propose. Kijima Siko grasped the hilt of her sword, her gaze sharp. Let us support the royal capital. Kikukawa Akiyuki expressed concern. I hope everything is all right after my previous battle. Takahashi Saya clenched her fist. Once this war concludes, we shall embark on joyous adventures. Olivia glanced at Zhang Po, worried that he was still at odds with the former king. Zhang Po tapped his fingers on the table. During this time, I've prepared everything you need. With everyone at level 15 and Kikukawa-sensei at level 14, further advancement in a short span would be impossible. Then let us set forth. The group moved swiftly, making brief preparations before boarding the luxurious carriage prepared by Olivia. Externally, the carriage appeared modest, measuring 4 meters in length and 1.5 meters in width. However, the interior was remarkably spacious, estimated at 300 square meters, adorned in luxurious European aristocratic style. Upon entering, they were awestruck. This was truly a mobile residence. Zhang Po examined the interior structure of the carriage, intrigued. This is rather fascinating. The application of seamless extension technology is remarkably clever. Volantis certainly possesses formidable alchemists. Olivia chuckled and shook her head. This is not a creation of Volantis. It is imported from abroad, a product of the Nine Leaves Trading Company. Your potions have yielded me considerable profit, and after deducting the daily expenses of maintaining my influence, I had a surplus, so I splurged a little to purchase this. Zhang Po nodded appreciatively. A splendid item. After exchanging a few words, the group found places to rest while awaiting their arrival at the battlefield. Zhang Po took the opportunity to borrow Olivia's study. Huang Xiaoxian stood by the glass window, gazing at the swiftly passing scenery outside. Zhang Po reclined in a chair, retrieving the heart of gold necklace to connect with the priestess Freya. I was just about to reach out to you when you contacted me first. Freya's voice was filled with surprise. Mother spoke first. Listen, my dear, the defense of the royal capital has commenced. You must hurry and contribute to our achievements. Your victories will aid the church in its promotion. The bards are ready with their quills and parchment, eager to compose verses from our exploits. Hey, are you listening? Do you have anything else to convey? No, that's all. Now it's my turn. Have there been any recent deaths among the heroes? Indeed, in less than 10 days. Only one has perished, which is a commendable mortality rate. The priestess Freya chuckled, her spirits elevated. This mortality rate is not merely satisfactory. It is exceptional. Historically, when summoning heroes, half would typically perish within the first 10 days. Alas, the quality of these high school students is rather poor, leading to frequent mishaps in battle. Only those with high potential and fortunate circumstances can successfully navigate the initial stages of their development. Oh, Zhang Po replied flatly, pondering whether his own hero's essence still remained. The smile faded from Freya's face. It is no longer there. Evidence of forcibly stripping the hero's power remains at the heart, but the artifact itself is intact. I organized an investigation, yet uncovered nothing. The final conclusion remains that he was squeezed to death by goblins. Zhang Po raised an eyebrow, sitting up straight in astonishment. He must have enjoyed that. Huh, Freya scoffed. Is that all you men ever think about? Zhang Po chuckled softly, refraining from rebuttal. Now, back to the matter at hand. What was the fatal injury on the tiger down the hill? Freya disdainfully remarked, sudden death. That night, 10 maidens sought him out, but the old king refused to acknowledge his involvement. I once suspected that Volantis's people were collecting the hero's essence to explore new methods of controlling artifacts, but they had no reason to leave the artifact behind. An unclaimed artifact would be disregarded by the church, but once they were aware, they would certainly reclaim it. Most importantly, with Volantis's technology, such a feat is unattainable. Only the Holy Light Church and those shameless thieves from the Holy Tree Church possess the means to fully extract a hero's essence. Once Freya concluded her explanation, Zhang Po revealed his premeditated thoughts. I suspect it was Cato Duan. Freya frowned, hesitating to dispute. What is your reasoning? He approached me, inviting me to join the Chrysanthemum Knife Society, but I declined, leading to a confrontation where he employed 3 artifacts, not to mention his knight, who did not perish unarmed, making it 4 in total. Such a narrative is rife with inconsistencies. Freya felt her wayward son was deceiving her. Setting aside how he survived, artifacts are bound to bloodlines, making the use of multiple artifacts improbable. Zhang Po patiently elucidated. Is it not possible that Cato Duan concealed certain information when reporting on the artifacts, perhaps indicating he could forcibly integrate others? Just like I can. Freya remained silent for a moment before retorting, all old coins. You flatter me. Zhang Po chuckled. Yet, he pondered another matter. It was imperative to obscure the timeline of Cato Duan's approach to him. Consensus with his teammates was essential. As for any potential leaks from teammates, he had long since bound interests and camaraderie together. Shortly, after a few words outside, everything would be settled. All 3 skill trees had been upgraded to level 15, leaving Cato Dan in tatters. With the enhancement of the divine artifact, perhaps I could coercively bind you to return as my bride. After a brief moment of shock, Freya let out a cold laugh. Unfilial child, how dare you? Watch as I beat you to a pulp and then throw you into the muck, ultimately using your own filth against you. This woman was indeed fierce. Joking aside, Zhang Po regained his seriousness and continued. Cato Dan has reached level 16. and the seed of the mountain warrior has been seized. You should understand the connection in this, Freya. Freya's expression gradually shifted to one of gravity. White Ghost, are you implying that Cato Dan completed his promotion by devouring and merging with the seed of the hero? Perhaps yes, perhaps no. Shall I slay one to verify? Zhang Po jested. Unfilial child, do not act recklessly. I was just joking. The path of the hero is not a long one. I shall not remain on this path. Freya exhaled in relief. She certainly did not wish for her best card to ruin the others. Freya, I have conveyed all that needs to be said to you. Lastly, my team is now fully leveled at 15, including Olivia, except for Kikukawa Aki, who is almost there at level 14. Communication concluded. Freya the priestess blinked. This unfilial child is so adept at managing the team? Reflecting on the recent information, the royal capital had acquired a substantial amount of potions from Olivia, bolstering military strength. It seems to be the work of the Long River White Ghost. Quite impressive. I must ensure he joins the church. If I could cultivate such a powerhouse, it might elevate me in the future. I do not wish to toil endlessly, running about extinguishing fires daily. How tiresome. On the carriage, Zhang Po pushed open the study door and called out, meeting. Kikukawa-sensei need not attend. He briefed his 3 teammates on the matters at hand. Himejima Siko remarked in realization. The most crucial point to convey externally is that when Cato Dan came seeking you, you were already quite strong. Takahashi Saya, now fully alert, quickly pieced together the connection. So, you have something to hide from Priestess Freya? Aren't you two involved? After saying this, Takahashi Saya even cast a glance beneath Zhang Po's waist. That's false. Merely a ruse. However, I do indeed align with Freya's faction. Olivia covered her face. Why are you telling me this? Do you intend to silence me? Himejima Siko quietly gripped the knife's hilt. Surely not, Takahashi Saya said, feeling a twinge of pity, then drew an alchemical revolver, aiming it at Olivia's forehead. Zhang Po reached out to push the revolver aside. Put that away. We are all good teammates. Zhang Po candidly stated, Princess Olivia, we are strategic partners. I require resources, and you need my alchemical products. It's a win-win collaboration, is it not? With my support, your chances of becoming queen will increase significantly. With this, Zhang Po laid his cards on the table, and Olivia ceased her pretense. She sat elegantly in her chair, her long legs crossed, exuding an air of regal authority. I aspire to become a queen, and with your assistance, my journey will undoubtedly be much smoother. Once I ascend to the throne, I shall appoint you as my consort. Takahashi Saya was momentarily taken aback. What is a consort? Himejima Siko replied, the queen's partner. The alchemical revolver was once again pressed against Olivia's head. Takahashi Saya, with her small fangs bared, radiated an aura of lethal intent. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate her. Chapter 022. The Ill-Fated Adventure of Sato Kanzuya on the Shilin Border. You have received an email from Priestess Freya. Sato Kanzuya disregarded the artifact system's prompt and focused intently ahead. Brandishing a long sword, he was enveloped in a dazzling electric aura. Lightning coiled around his blade, producing a melodious chime. Opposing him was a colossal minotaur, its muscular form pulsating with fiery orange flames, wielding a broad-bladed stone axe. With a flash of lightning, Sato Kanzuya vanished, leaving only a residual thunderous silhouette in his wake. Reappearing behind the minotaur, his sword aimed at its neck. The minotaur's eyes ignited with a crimson glow as it spun around, bringing the axe down with force. Clang! The weapons collided. Sato Kanzuya was sent sprawling, yet he maintained his footing, executing a series of heavy steps to dissipate the impact before transforming into a streak of lightning once more, charging towards the beast. The battle was fierce, with neither side yielding an inch. Outside the fray, 5 onlookers observed intently. What do you think? Inquired a young sorceress garbed in a Lolita dress. Miss Helly, Sato Kanzuya possesses immense potential and is maturing rapidly. His Majesty holds him in high regard, yet he resembles a mere blade, one that the king will not cherish. Another responded. Moreover, Sato Kanzuya's performance in the capital has been far from satisfactory. He has confronted the river White Ghost twice and failed both times, losing face. It is unfortunate that the River White Ghost has offended the old king. Otherwise, we might. Heli nodded contemplatively before shaking her head. You're not wrong. But no noble family has engaged with the White Ghost. Do you truly believe it is because he offended the old king? Is it not? Heli huffed in dissatisfaction. The apparent avoidance is merely a show of respect to the old king. In secret, they engage for profit, for the sake of gain. The hereditary nobles would resort to anything, even selling the gallows to those who wish to execute them. 10 years ago, some heroes refused to kneel before the old king. Yet he paid them no mind. The old king is not petty. However, this time, he first isolated the River White Ghost, then allowed Olivia to select the heroes. And what was the outcome? A party of 4 heroes, all claimed by Olivia. The old king is quite insatiable. He must have recognized the River White Ghost's uniqueness, hence his uncharacteristic targeting of it, and sending Olivia to monopolize the spoils. As for us, we received only one from the lot. Sato Kanzuya is more like a mere tool for the old king, easily expendable. We stand to lose significantly. For us, the best outcome would be to obtain Sato Kanzuya's progeny and retain the artifact. As for Sato Kanzuya himself, his fate remains uncertain. One subordinate looked on, bewildered. No wonder you flatter her, so Heli abruptly turned, glaring at the subordinate. If you cannot speak wisely, then remain silent. 1,000 birds slash. A piercing cry of thunderous birds echoed through the wilds. Sato Kanzuya and the Minotaur crossed paths once more. After a brief silence, the head of the Minotaur fell, and a crimson fountain erupted from its severed neck. The sound of an upgrade notification from the artifact echoed, and Sato Kanzuya smiled. He was growing stronger and gradually comprehending the words of the River White Ghost. In this extraordinary realm, strategy was not as paramount as he had imagined. Strength was of utmost importance. The humiliation he had once endured must be avenged, and he would cleanse it with the blood of the River White Ghost. Kanzuya, you are so amazing, Heli exclaimed joyfully as she rushed towards Sato Kanzuya, arms outstretched, ready to leap into his embrace. Sato Kanzuya planted his sword into the ground, smiling as he awaited the magical girl's embrace. After having suffered humiliation, everyone else regarded him with mockery. Only Heli looked at him without disdain, still considering him her brother. I need more power. To protect my sister Heli. Boom! 4 bolts of lightning struck, hitting Heli and 4 teammates. Living beings were instantly turned to charred remnants. Sato Kanzuya stood in shock, reaching out to catch Heli. Heli! In a panic, he tore off his waist pouch, rummaging for healing potions to pour into Heli's mouth. Don't bother, I'll send him along with you shortly. A cold voice came from behind. Sato Kanzuya turned to see Kato Dan approach, his right hand adorned with a Thunder Mage's ring, residual sparks dancing around it. Unforgivable. Sato Kanzuya drew his sword from the ground and charged at Kato Dan, delivering a fierce strike. However, the disparity between them was too great, and Kato Dan effortlessly blocked all his attacks. A single blow left Sato Kanzuya dazed. With a swift slash, Kato Dan sent Sato Kanzuya's sword flying from his grip. Then, Kato Dan grasped Sato Kanzuya's neck with his left hand, pinning him to the ground, while his right hand raised the sword, its blade aimed at Sato Kanzuya's left eye. Descending rapidly, Sato Kanzuya screamed in terror, Yumiko, I haven't defeated the River White Ghost yet. The sword pierced the air beside him, its razor-sharp edge slicing through his ear. Sato Kanzuya gasped for breath, his heart racing and sweat pouring, unable to focus on the pain in his ear. He fixated on Kato Dan's eyes, which had been devoid of warmth, now filled with cold disdain. Upon hearing the name of the River White Ghost, that indifference transformed into resentment. Very well, I initially intended to blind you, sever your limbs, and cast you into a horde of monsters. But now it seems you possess value in living. Contempt. In Kato Dan's eyes, Sato Kanzuya could see nothing but disdain. Even the River White Ghost had never looked down on him so. Sato Kanzuya glanced at Heli, resembling a charred corpse, and his inner fury intensified. Life and dignity. You can only choose one, my compatriot. Sato Kanzuya delivered his final ultimatum. I choose your mother. In moments of weakness, I was humiliated. Now that I possess strength, I am still subjected to ridicule. What was the point of leveling up if I was to suffer in vain? Sato Kanzuya's hand clenched into a fist, lightning crackling as a bolt surged towards the distant sword. Upon connecting with the long sword, a flash of lightning caused it to retract instantaneously, propelling the blade towards its target. In the very moment the sword was grasped, it was aimed at the neck of Kato Dan. How foolish, my compatriot! Kato Dan swiftly struck at Sato Kanzuya's wrist, causing the long sword to slip from his grasp. Before Sato Kanzuya could summon his weapon once more, Kato Dan's foot landed upon his face, rendering him unconscious on the spot. Kato Dan rose, casting a sidelong glance at He Li, who was reduced to cinders. Love emboldens one, yet can also cloud judgment and drive one to madness. A golden light ignited in Kato Dan's left eye as he summoned the Eye of Horus, and a horde of monstrous entities approached. The creatures collapsed one by one, their bodies convulsing, life force dissipating and flowing into He Li. When Sato Kanzuya regained consciousness, he found himself ensnared within a concealed cave. Bound by chains, he hung suspended, his feet barely grazing the ground. Opposite him, He Li dangled in tatters, her form charred and blackened. He Li, Sato Kanzuya called out repeatedly. Cease your cries. She yet lives. Kato Dan approached from behind Sato Kanzuya, the long sword poised menacingly at He Li's throat. A playful smile danced upon Kato Dan's lips. In matters of love and power, one must choose but one. Chapter 023. The Defense of the Royal Capital. Warning. For the safety of all brave souls. The following content is confidential. Please refrain from disclosing it. Beware of the dishonorable Kato Dan, who is hunting the heroes. Investigations reveal that Yamasha Tora and Tamura Kamihito perished at Kato Dan's hands. Kato Dan, a hero who arrived a decade ago, is level 16 and wields multiple artifacts. Remain concealed and hasten to upgrade to level 15. Gather in the royal capital. Priestess Freya's message circulated among all heroes. Upon receiving the information, the high school students furrowed their brows. Some believed, while others remained skeptical. With no grievances against him, why would he seek to kill us? I can level up rapidly. Once I reach level 20, confronting Kato Dan will be a mere formality. Why heed the warnings if he is hunting us? Regardless of belief, the high school students were resolute in their quest for leveling up. With unwavering support from teammates, skill acquisition became an exhilarating endeavor, leading to a swift ascent in levels. The positive reinforcement was immediate and palpable, a thrill that bordered on euphoric. Who would abandon such efforts, wrought from sweat and dedication? On the carriage, Zhang Po closed the artifact communication interface. In the face of Kato Dan's threat, Freya had initiated action, and it was likely that the Empire would follow suit. Valeni's was descending into chaos, yet the elusive figure of the red-skinned queen remained unseen. However, as the war progressed, it was inevitable that she would reveal herself. The passive wait was excruciating. Creak, the door swung open as Olivia peeked in, presenting a bounty notice. News from the Empire indicated an increase in the bounty level for the dishonorable Kato Dan. Zhang Po took a glance. The depiction of Kato Dan was abstract. So much so that, even having seen him before, he could not recognize the figure portrayed. The notice was densely packed with information about Kato Dan's combat prowess and achievements. Ultimately, a meager reward of 100 gold coins was offered. Is this all? Zhang Po was at a loss. Olivia chuckled awkwardly. After all, he was a level 16 hero wielding artifacts, possessing destructive capabilities that surpassed even a level 20 mage. Valeni's kingdom could not afford to provoke him. The Empire's mightiest, the Sword Saint, was merely level 18. TSK. Zhang Po shook his head. As the saying goes, those without shoes fear not the barefoot. In the face of Kato Dan, a lone wolf wielding formidable weaponry, Valenti's, a small kingdom, could only tread carefully. At most, they could issue a bounty, detailing Kato Dan's perilous nature while offering the minimum reward. What else could they do? What if someone truly attempted to claim the bounty? Olivia entered, closed the door, and sat beside Zhang Po, brushing aside a strand of her red hair. The kingdom had its own challenges. Dealing with a power like Kato Dan was a considerable headache for us. If only our kingdom could produce a level 20 powerhouse. Olivia's words carried a hint of implication. Zhang Po chose not to respond. He furrowed his brow slightly, sensing her proximity, and remarked, "You are encroaching on my space." Olivia shyly smiled and remarked, "Sometimes I truly despise this flaw of mine." Zhang Po squinted, gazing at Olivia with disdain. "A flaw? You are clearly boasting." At that moment, a revolver emerged from the crack of the door, pressed against Olivia's temple. "Speak plainly and stop your flirtation, you big-bottomed fairy," warned Takahashi Saya. Olivia winked at Zhang Po with her radiant eyes, stood up, and pushed the intruding Takahashi Saya out along with her. "If I can't partake, then neither shall anyone else." The capital's gates were firmly shut, while various monstrous creatures surged forth from a distance. Goblins, ogres, minotaurs, and even giant amphibious frogs, both soaring through the sky and crawling upon the ground, were among them. A giant frog flicked its long tongue, snatching a warrior from the city wall and dragging him down to be devoured. The city walls provided some defense, keeping most of the monsters at bay. However, the aerial threats could only be dealt with by archers picking them off one by one, or by retaliating when they swooped down to attack. The walls could only deter low-level monsters below level 10. Those of higher tiers required more powerful extraordinary beings to confront and eliminate them. The old king, clad in armor, arrived at the front lines to command the Empire's extraordinary forces in their battle against the high-level monsters. This war had erupted unexpectedly. The old king was puzzled as to how this army of monsters had silently approached the outskirts of the capital. His intelligence network, which he had meticulously established, comprised elite members and was his keenest eye. Yet, it had recently faltered, first failing to uncover the true culprit behind the murder of the mountain tiger, and then seemingly blinded to the imminent threat of the monstrous army. Fortunately, Olivia had sent a substantial supply of potions, armor, and weaponry, significantly enhancing the kingdom's military strength. Otherwise, their struggle would have been far more arduous. The old king, panting slightly, severed the head of a level 14 ogre. At 60 years of age, he barely maintained the prowess of a level 15 knight, and now even dispatching a level 14 ogre was somewhat taxing. He felt a pang of regret for not allocating time to further his own level. Governing the kingdom had drained him of too much energy. He hoped Olivia's reinforcements would arrive swiftly. A hero, even at a mere level 15, with the aid of a legendary artifact, could unleash devastation surpassing level 20. That was the power to turn the tide. A quartermaster stood atop the city wall, scanning the surroundings anxiously. Where was Princess Olivia? As a quartermaster, his role was to coordinate supplies from the rear, yet he had received an absurd order. He was to gather vast quantities of metallic minerals, sulfur, soil from livestock pens, timber, and sugarcane, and pack them into strategic, seamless expansion bags to be delivered to Princess Olivia at the city walls. What on earth was the purpose of this? Nonsense! The quartermaster exclaimed in disbelief just as he crouched down to evade an attack from a green-skinned creature with large wings. Why did goblins have wings? Had this world gone mad? Below the city wall, chaos reigned. In the distance, a horse-drawn carriage raced towards them. The quartermaster was filled with joy as he rushed to the city wall, waving and shouting, "Princess Olivia, over here! Princess!" Zhang Po glanced at the quartermaster, maneuvering the carriage skillfully to evade various magical beasts, heading straight for the city gate. With a graceful drift, he came to a halt before the gate. The carriage doors swung open, and 3 elegantly armored women dashed out. Ji Dao Siko, her cheeks flushed, brandished a long sword, charging at a troll poised to strike a wizard. Takahashi Saya leaped onto the battlements, setting up a sniper rifle to eliminate flying creatures in the sky. Olivia approached the quartermaster, seizing the strategic-grade stealth expansion pouch and tossing it down to Zhang Po. The quartermaster appeared bewildered, but soon recalled that Princess Olivia had been continuously supplying various potions and equipment. Was she the valiant master of alchemy and potions? Zhang Po caught the stealth expansion pouch, opened it, and casually scattered its contents. A vast quantity of supplies piled up like a small mountain, drawing the attention of many beings and magical creatures. However, they quickly experienced the consequences of their distraction, suffering devastating ambushes from their opponents. Zhang Po first retrieved numerous boxes of magical potions, drinking to his heart's content. Raising his hand, dark red energy spread forth, and numerous colossal alchemical diagrams emerged on the ground, intricately overlapping. The mountain of supplies began to decompose and transform. Wood turned to charcoal, which then became carbon powder. Sugarcane was refined into white sugar powder. Sulfur or yielded sulfur powder. From the soil beneath livestock pens, saltpeter was extracted. Carbon powder, saltpeter, sulfur, and white sugar underwent continuous refinement and were mixed in specific proportions to create gunpowder. Metal ores were purified and fused into blocks of alloy, which were then shaped into countless alloy blades. The soil was transformed into spherical ceramic jars, each towering 3 adults high. Zhang Po filled the jars with gunpowder and inscribed wind magic equations on the spherical shells. After expending 3 boxes of magical potions and an abundance of materials, 100 explosive balls were completed. Olivia, Zhang Po called out. Olivia nodded and shouted to the Elder King, "Father!" The Elder King turned to glance at the rows of massive ceramic spheres, somewhat perplexed. There were magical fluctuations, wind elements, and fire elements present, albeit not strongly. What purpose could such an item serve? Crushing magical beasts, perhaps? Though he did not comprehend, the Elder King nonetheless commanded a retreat. Upon realizing that the explosive spheres were ready, Jidao Siko led Kikukawa Akiyuki in retreat. This had been their plan since their arrival. Once everyone had evacuated, the magical creatures surged toward the city gate. Zhang Po leaped onto the battlements, spreading his arms wide. Here we go. The wind element magic array activated, and the explosive balls rumbled forward. Some astute magical beings dodged the oncoming projectiles, while more aggressive ones collided with the explosive balls, which then veered around the beasts. The creatures, confused yet unharmed, ignored the explosive balls and continued their rush toward the city gate. On the battlements stood numerous extraordinary beings. They exchanged glances, and with their keen perception, it was evident that the spheres contained primarily wind elements, with only a few mages able to sense a hint of fire elements. What formidable power could such magical creations possess? Some turned to the old king, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, the monsters are approaching." The old king merely acknowledged with a faint response, withholding any further explanation. He harbored doubts about the river White Ghost, yet placed his trust in Olivia. If Olivia claimed she had dealt with the river White Ghost, he was prepared to embrace his grandson. The bomb sphere infiltrated the throng of monsters, and Zhang Po let out a maniacal laugh, his garments billowing in the wind. "Everyone, take cover," he warned, though it was uncertain whether the crowd heeded his words. Without hesitation, he activated the bomb. Art, after all, is an explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The fire element magic array within the bomb sphere ignited the explosive powder. As the bomb detonated, the ceramic casing shattered, spewing forth flames and steel shards. The steel blades penetrated the flesh of the monsters, splattering blood across the ground. A furious shockwave swept through the air, raising clouds of dust. Countless low-level monsters perished in the explosion, while even the higher-level ones suffered grievous injuries. When the power is immense, even the most fearsome creatures are not spared. Ha ha ha! Whoosh! Whoosh! The steel blades swiftly flew towards the gathered individuals atop the city walls. The prepared priestess Freya, gripping her staff, forcefully struck the ground, conjuring a radiant barrier. The blades embedded themselves a half-inch into the barrier, transforming it into a spiky fortress. Freya gasped in astonishment. Is this truly the extent of its power? How can this be reasonable? There is hardly any elemental force. Regretting her restraint, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. While Freya found herself flustered, many others were struck with fear. If even the priestess's barrier had nearly succumbed, a direct hit would be catastrophic. They gazed down at the battlefield, where not a single monster remained standing. The ground lay littered with shattered corpses. The gruesome scene left many swallowing hard, casting grateful glances toward Priestess Freya. Their silent thanks resonated. "Thank you, Priestess Freya, for your assistance." As expressions of gratitude began to surface, Freya silently commended Zhang Po with a thumbs up. This young man certainly knew how to play the game. creating crises to garner fame. She praised, "The river white ghost was splendidly handled." Zhang Po tilted his head and spat out the steel blade he had bitten. It landed with a sharp clink on the ground, causing the onlookers to momentarily lose their focus. They then turned their astonished gazes toward Zhang Po's retreating figure. The blade that had breached the luminous barrier had been caught by an alchemist? Was such a terrifying grip even plausible? As Zhang Po turned to face the astonished crowd, he flashed a wide grin, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Is it so unusual for an alchemist to possess a set of fine alchemical teeth? After a brief moment of silence, a knight with prominent buck teeth raised his hand, asking, "Might you craft a pair for me as well?" "Name your price, master." Zhang Po chuckled. "We'll discuss it after the war concludes." The knight sighed with disappointment. The old king nodded in satisfaction, clearing his throat to issue a command. Everyone, commence the cleanup of the battlefield. The crowd snapped back to reality, excitedly leaping down from the city walls to deliver the final blows. This is indeed an opportune moment to claim some heads. Upgrading adventurer cards necessitates slaying monsters, and the higher the monster's level, the more advanced the life energy and soul energy, resulting in a more rapid accumulation of experience points. Zhang Po gazed at the old king with lifeless eyes, mockingly remarking, "Claiming heads, what a disgrace." The old king chuckled. "You have reached your limit. You can no longer level up. What use are these experience points to you? It would be better to give them to someone in need. All monster materials shall belong to you, and so shall Olivia." Olivia blushed, playfully punching the old king on the shoulder. Zhang Po was left speechless. The old king's methods remained as robust as ever. A slap followed by a piece of candy. "Unfortunately, I am not one to be easily manipulated." In the unseen depths below, Huang Xiaoxian clutched Zhang Po's adventurer card, navigating through the subterranean realm to gather life energy and soul energy. The experience bar visibly surged. For the monsters that still drew breath, Huang Xiaoxian would hasten their demise, allowing Zhang Po to claim the heads. When others attempted to deliver the final blow, they found their experience gains pitifully meager, akin to merely licking a plate. When the ministers reported this situation, the old king wore an expression of regret. A rare opportunity to bolster domestic strength had been squandered. Following the annihilation of this wave of monsters, the old king convened a brief commendation ceremony. In this battle, the valiant hero Chang'e Baige was recognized for his outstanding contributions, and the old king turned to Olivia. "You shall arrange his rewards." "Yes, father." Olivia nodded, then winked at Zhang Po. Zhang Po rolled his eyes. The old king's schemes were as predictable as ever. The old king's statement was tantamount to a leader signing a blank check, leaving the content to be filled in by subordinates. Olivia could elevate the rewards to the highest level. The higher the rewards, the greater Zhang Po's debt of gratitude to Olivia. The old king was indeed paving the way for her. An ordinary high school student would find it difficult to outmaneuver this old fox. The old king continued, "This battle has come to a brief conclusion. We must enhance our vigilance and ascertain the origins of this batch of monsters." Questioning why the intelligence department has provided no information, the subsequent arrangements were of no concern to Zhang Po. After a while, Olivia took Zhang Po's hand and led him away. "What rewards do you desire?" Olivia exclaimed with enthusiasm, striding ahead. Even clad in armor, her graceful form was unmistakable. "Is it me? Is it me? Or perhaps me?" Olivia blinked her bright eyes, smiling at Zhang Po. "Not you." Zhang Po produced a piece of parchment and handed it to Olivia, stating, "This is the list of resources I require. A man ought to proactively pursue his own interests. One must not allow the minor to control the major, working for others without compensation." Olivia regarded Zhang Po with a hint of discontent, questioning her own allure. Did he truly only favor youthful beauty? Wasn't she, the princess and future queen, enticing enough? Suddenly, Zhang Po turned his head and spotted a familiar figure. "Ah, Satokun, you have returned so early." Chapter 024. Infiltration, 4,400 words. "My lord Chang'e, I wish to meet Priestess Freya." "Then go ahead. There is no need to inform me of such matters," replied Sato Kanzuya, shaking his head slightly. "No, what I mean is, I wish to meet Priestess Freya with your introduction." Zhang Po tilted his head, pondering. The question arises, why should I recommend you? Sato Kanzuya turned his gaze towards Olivia. Remaining silent, Olivia furrowed her brow but sought Zhang Po's opinion nonetheless. Zhang Po nodded. Let us converse privately. Olivia exited, leaving only Sato Kanzuya and Zhang Po in the room. My lord Changhe, I have a friend. Zhang Po appeared puzzled. Is there something amiss with this friend of yours? Sato Kanzuya fell silent again, taking a while before continuing. If Lord Changhe were a villain. Zhang Po raised an eyebrow, sensing the abrupt shift in topic. Yet it was evident that Sato Kanzuya had lost a friend and gained the mantle of a victim. You have captured a member of the opposing faction and are using someone significant to them as leverage to compel them into espionage. Once the task is complete, will you uphold your end of the bargain and release their companion? Zhang Po contemplated for a moment and replied, No, I would eliminate them all. Why? Sato Kanzuya asked, urgency lacing his tone. They would comply with the orders. Even so, they must be killed. Zhang Po reiterated, then elaborated. The core reason for this approach is that coercion breeds enmity. With animosity comes the potential for retaliation. Thus, without exceptional circumstances, one must eradicate the root of the problem. Sato Kanzuya's complexion turned ashen as he suddenly recalled having offended the white ghost of Chang'e, his expression shifting as he took several steps back. Calm yourself. We are in the royal capital, and to slay a hero under Priestess Freya's watch would not bode well for me. Only then did Sato Kanzuya regain his composure, murmuring, If even you would resort to such measures, then he will only be more ruthless. Is there someone more vicious than I? Zhang Po inquired, astonished. Sato Kanzuya's lips twitched, sensing a competitive spirit emanating from the white ghost of Chang'e. What is there to compare? Sato Kanzuya's expression wavered as he turned to leave. Zhang Po did not impede his departure, allowing him to exit. This fellow believes that I am akin to his enemies, using me as a test of thought. What level of audacity leads him to think he shares a similar logic with me? Little Huang darted onto Zhang Po's shoulder, raising its paws in a mock salute. Reporting for duty. Follow Sato Kanzuya discreetly. Understood, Commander. With that, little Huang zipped away, leaving no trace. Zhang Po sought Olivia's assistance, requesting her to investigate the status of Sato Kanzuya's team. Important individuals used to threaten Sato Kanzuya? Given that he was summoned from another world, this important person is likely someone he developed bonds with later on. This person is probably one of his companions. In the evening, within a study, Olivia donned a fitted evening gown and handed several sheets of stationery to Zhang Po, subsequently pouring him a cup of fragrant herbal tea. Enjoy your tea, she said. Zhang Po accepted the teacup, inhaled its aroma, and set it back on the table. As a pharmacist, I would prefer not to have my intelligence insulted with such concoctions. The drink contained not a drop of tea, but rather some blood-activating substances soluble in alcohol. Olivia, brushing her hair aside, exhibited no embarrassment at being unmasked and shifted the conversation to another topic. I have looked into it. Sato Kanzuya's team suffered no injuries and returned unscathed. Before returning to the capital, their team was ambushed by a Thunderbird, and He Li, along with the other members, was all knocked unconscious. Fortunately, Sato Kanzuya possesses high resistance to lightning due to his own affinity, and he managed to slay the Thunderbird, rescuing the team. He Li, having narrowly escaped death, seemed to have developed a fondness for Sato Kanzuya. Zhang Po chuckled, a classic tale of hero saving the damsel. Though cliché, it resonates with everyone. He discarded the stationery, stating, no casualties, no anomalies. He Li is evidently a significant individual to Sato Kanzuya. Someone may have threatened him through her to turn him into a spy. Olivia furrowed her brow, puzzled. What do you mean? Zhang Po recounted the details of Sato Kanzuya's request for a conversation with him. After elucidating the situation, Olivia appeared confused. By saying that, hasn't he already exposed himself? To act as a spy in such a manner, he would be dead before long. Zhang Po sighed. Do not overestimate his emotional intelligence. A group of Navi high school students from Neon, what kind of acumen do you expect from them? While their reasoning may be lacking, their thought processes are rather imaginative. He perceives me as the villain, yet seeks to communicate, as if an introverted student were to inquire of a bully why another bully attacked him. Is that not a rather student-like thought? Olivia chuckled. It is indeed amusing. At 18 or 19, they remain so innocent. What kind of peace exists in your world to produce such fools? Long River White Ghost, she continued. You appear to be of similar age. How do you understand this so well? Zhang Po shook his head. Foolishness demands extensive reading, particularly on human behavior. Olivia proposed. Since he possesses a student mentality, why not employ coercion and persuasion to extract the truth from him? Zhang Po pondered this possibility earnestly before ultimately shaking his head. That would be futile. At such an age, with a desire to protect his beloved, coercion or persuasion would only lead to an explosive reaction, a path fraught with darkness. Given my relationship with him, inquiring would yield no results. However, were someone else to ask, it might prove effective. In the dead of night, at the Royal Library, Sato Kinzuya raised his hand and knocked on the door. Come in. Upon entering, he beheld Priestess Freya seated by the window, regarding him with a gentle smile. Indeed gentle. From Freya's youthful visage of 20, Sato Kinzuya perceived the warmth reminiscent of a 60-year-old grandmother. The gentle smile and tender gaze resembled that of a beloved grandmother watching over her grandchild from beyond the grave. Sato Kinzuya felt a lump form in his throat. Priestess Freya, you summoned me? Please take a seat. Sato Kinzuya sat across from her, and only then did Freya continue. You must have endured quite a bit recently, haven't you? He nodded in response. I heard from the White Ghost of the Long River that you wish to speak with me. After a moment of silence, he let out a long sigh. Yes, it's about Kato Dan. He recounted his encounter with Kato Dan and the threats he had received. Freya listened intently, interjecting with a few questions. The curse on Heli's heart is in Kato Dan's control, and only you and he are aware of this? Indeed, Kato Dan wants you to act as a spy, requiring you to provide information on all the heroes' locations, particularly that of the White Ghost of the Long River? Yes. Lastly, when you questioned the White Ghost of the Long River, you assumed he was Kato Dan. What led you to that conclusion? The White Ghost of the Long River is the most despicable person I have encountered, yet he is not entirely evil. I cannot quite articulate it. In any case, I feel he could assist me, which is why I sought his help. Freya's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that this boy has developed a masochistic trait? What kind of allure does the White Ghost of the Long River possess that inspires such trust in Sato Kinzuya, despite being the one who has inflicted the most pain upon him? Though perplexed, Freya was deeply impressed. What a remarkable high school student from Neon. After marveling at this revelation, she continued, regarding the curse on Heli's heart, leave that to me, and I assure you she will be safe. As for the information transmission, please let me review it beforehand. Tears welled in Sato Kinzuya's eyes as he choked out, Priestess Freya, do you not hold me in contempt? How could I? Freya responded with a warm smile. You have handled this situation exceptionally well. In the face of Kato Dan's threats, you feigned compliance to protect your comrades. When Heli was in peril, you actively sought solutions and even bravely reached out to a former adversary for assistance. Sato Kinzuya, you are truly commendable. With heartfelt praise, a forgiving demeanor, and a benevolent smile, Freya's kindness overwhelmed him, and he burst into tears. Freya Grandma, you are simply wonderful. Tears blurred his vision, preventing him from seeing Freya's contorted expression. Enough. Freya's fist clenched tightly. How dare you upgrade from motherly figure to grandmother? This infuriates me. After offering him comfort, she sent Sato Kinzuya on his way. Freya crossed her legs. Gumin, Zhang Po climbed through the window and gave Freya a thumbs up, exclaiming, Freya Grandma, you are truly impressive. You resolved Sato Kinzuya's issues in no time. Freya seized a candlestick from the table and hurled it at Zhang Po. He effortlessly caught it and returned it to its place. What plans do you have? Zhang Po inquired, setting a trap to ensnare Kato Duin. Freya's eyes glinted with curiosity, questioning why Kato Duin held such particular interest in you. What have you done? Zhang Po retrieved the Ouroboros ring, casting it upon the table. He has stolen one of his divine artifacts. Freya picked up the Ouroboros ring, somewhat astonished. So, it is the Ouroboros ring, a conduit of temporal power. With it, one could traverse the realms of Pierre continent at will. No wonder Kato Duin seeks to target you. Alas, I cannot wield it, Zhang Po lamented. Freya placed the Ouroboros ring back on the table, pushing it towards Zhang Po. It is futile. Without the goddess's permission, none may use it, save for Kato Duin. Why would your goddess grant Kato Duin such an extraordinary artifact? Zhang Po inquired. Suddenly, Freya rose, one hand braced against the table, the other pointing at Zhang Po. Enough. Speak not words that could sow discord within the church. Very well, I shall refrain, Zhang Po replied nonchalantly. Do you know the reason? Freya raised her hand to halt him. Do not ask me this question. I do not know, nor do I wish to know. I am but a humble priestess, earning my keep within the church of the Holy Light. If you seek your demise, do not let it stain me with your blood. Freya's demeanor was resolute, and Zhang Po ceased his inquiries. Freya, once the plan is devised, we shall converse again. Zhang Po stood to depart. Freya called out, Kato Duin harbors such animosity towards you. Why not act as bait? Without turning back, Zhang Po raised both hands, displaying two middle fingers towards Freya. In the dead of night, Sato Kanzuya awoke, groggy as he made his way to the latrine, relieving himself. A mouse scurried by, leaping onto the rafters, its dark red eyes fixated upon Sato Kanzuya. Lord Kato, they have fallen into the trap, the mouse sneered. How simple. The naivety of high school students is indeed useful. Their clear, foolish gaze invites no suspicion. Lord Kato, what is our next course of action? Sato Kanzuya inquired. Wait, let them set their trap, and then we shall turn their scheme against them. Remain obediently until I give the command. The red glow in the mouse's eyes faded, its vision clouded, and upon recognizing Sato Kanzuya, it shrieked and fled the latrine. Sato Kanzuya tidied himself, fastening his trousers, and staggered out. In the royal council, the old king, Princess Olivia, various ministers, Freya, Zhang Po, and Siko Kojima, along with Sato Kanzuya, were all present. The chief steward read aloud the urgent military report with brisk pace and clarity. The city of Shuslai is under siege by a horde of monsters, with only 3 days of resistance remaining. The Lord of Shuslai beseeches your majesty for aid. The Minister of Military Affairs furrowed his brow. The capital now has but a single army for defense and cannot be easily mobilized. I recommend dispatching Duke Burton. That is unwise. The Minister of Finance interrupted. Duke Burton's territory has suffered from drought this year, significantly diminishing his military strength. To divide his forces would only hasten the fall of Burton's land, resulting in a cascading defeat. The royal hall buzzed with heated debate. The old king rubbed his forehead with his right hand, appearing quite troubled. Zhang Po's spirit wandered beyond the confines of the meeting, indifferent to the clamor of the court assembly. Suddenly, Sato Kanzuya exclaimed, I shall go. His proposal was met with unanimous agreement from the Minister of Military Affairs and the Minister of Finance, who paused their quarrel, their faces adorned with admiration. Smiling as if to say, what a remarkable hero. Sato Kanzuya relished this approving gaze, unable to suppress a sheepish scratch of his head. Subsequently, the other ministers directed their attention towards Zhang Po. What does His Excellency, Lord Changhe, think? Inquired the chief of the court. Zhang Po glanced at the sparrow chief, and then at the elderly king. As the chief of the court, there were certain matters that should not be broached by him. His words now indicated the king's silent assent. Zhang Po, rather than answering, posed a counter-question, is there any news regarding the red-skinned? The sparrow chief responded. According to the current intelligence, when monsters invade en masse, the red-skinned typically appear behind their forces. The Sword Saint has been pursuing the red-skinned, but they can fly with incredible speed, making them exceedingly difficult to track. The Sword Saint estimates that the red-skinned are at least level 18 and possess the ability to control monsters. Zhang Po nodded. Then I shall take a trip. The sparrow chief smiled. We appreciate the efforts of all you brave warriors. Zhang Po and Sato Kanzuya set out together, while their other companions did not join them. Inside the opulent carriage of Olivia, in the study, Sato Kanzuya remarked, Lord Changhe, still so resolute, voluntarily taking on the role of bait. Zhang Po chuckled softly. Now that we are alone, with such an opportune moment, would you care to eliminate me and avenge the humiliation I once inflicted upon you? Sato Kanzuya shook his head. If Lord Changhe dares to be alone with me, it is evident you possess confidence, and I do not engage in battles without assurance. Moreover, My humiliation by you was a result of my own provocation and my inadequacy. I deserved it. Zhang Po poured a cup of tea for Sato Kanzuya, saying, "You have undergone a remarkable transformation, evolving from sycophantic vanity and seeking favor with the powerful, to bewilderment and despair, and now to a state of composed introspection. I am genuinely curious about what you have experienced." Sato Kanzuya lifted his teacup, gazing at his reflection in the tea. Indeed, he hardly recognized himself. The past period had been more eventful than the 18 years prior. Since his school days, he had been the target of bullying by the school tyrant. Upon arriving in this alternate world, he discovered an opportunity for advancement and chose to ally himself with the elderly king. Yet, he was corrected by Lord Changhe's iron fist, realizing that strength held greater significance. Abandoned by his subordinates, forsaken by the elderly king, and looked down upon by the nobility, only Healy truly cared for him. "Healy, I will not allow you to perish." "Lord Changhe, do you not worry that I might betray you?" "Zhang Po lightly. I prefer to employ overt strategies. Regardless of whether you might betray me, it will not deter Cato Dan from seeking me out." "Cato Dan, how I loathe him." "You may send him a message. I shall await him alone in the city of Shuslai." Chapter 025. The Scarlet Queen in the rustic confines of a humble lavatory in the city of Shuslai. A solitary mouse observed Sato Kanzuya in his moment of vulnerability. Was he truly alone? The first thought that crossed Katadan's mind was, nonsense. Did he really believe I would take that at face value? Naturally, Katadan refrained from vocalizing this sentiment to Sato Kanzuya. "Understood, you ought to depart swiftly. Lingering too long may arouse suspicion." The mouse, its crimson glow dissipating, darted away in a flash. Above, Huang Xiaoxian observed the fleeing rodent, tilting her head in contemplation. She had just utilized her insightful eye to scan it, confirming it was an ordinary mouse, devoid of any familial beastly servitude. It bore a resemblance to a spirit possessing a body. Given the context of a Western fantasy realm, it likely was some form of mental manipulation technique. This mouse was not the same as the one from the previous night. Katadan was indeed cautious. Huang Xiaoxian concealed herself and continued to shadow Sato Kanzuya. Sato Kanzuya reunited with Zhang Po, receiving a warm welcome from the Lord of Shuslai. The Lord, a boisterous and hearty elder, arranged for a plethora of courtesans to entertain Zhang Po and Sato Kanzuya during the banquet. Sato Kanzuya, unable to resist casting a few glances, managed to remain composed, mindful of his thoughts. Zhang Po, with a dismissive wave, sent the courtesans away, stating, "Lord of Shuslai, should Princess Olivia witness such hospitality towards me, you shall find yourself in her disfavor henceforth." The Lord of Shuslai slapped his forehead in realization. "Ah, my mind, I nearly forgot. Ladies, you may take your leave." With that, the courtesans departed, leaving the knights somewhat disappointed. Though they harbored discontent, they dared not express it in the presence of their lord. The Lord of Shuslai, with a warm and somewhat sycophantic smile, expressed his gratitude. "I am immensely thankful to the two valiant heroes for your assistance. You shall forever be friends of the Shuslai family. A toast to you both." He raised his goblet high, prompting the knights below to cheer. A toast to the heroes. Zhang Po, cutting to the chase, inquired, "Lord of Shuslai, please share the details of the battle." At this, the Lord beamed with delight. "Truly, a hero's heart is ever set on salvation." Shuslai, being adjacent to the monster forest, faced periodic onslaughts from hordes of monsters. Its robust and towering walls could fend off the majority, yet creatures of level 10 and above necessitated a concerted effort to vanquish. The strongest warriors of Shuslai included myself. Otan Shuslai, level 15, my son, Leighton Shuslai, level 13, and the mage Lars, level 14. Together, we successfully repelled the monster tide, which, under normal circumstances, could be deemed commendable. However, yesterday, a level 15 giant horned rhinoceros breached our walls, entering the city with force. The creature, possessing a formidable hide and astonishing defense, was met with Leighton's bravery, who, despite sustaining injuries, created an opportunity for Lars and me to inflict significant damage, ultimately driving the beast from our realm. Monsters, by nature, possess physical attributes far superior to humans, with some endowed with unique abilities. 3 against 1, we managed to repel the giant horned rhinoceros, while it may seem lackluster. The absence of casualties among our ranks was, in itself, a victory. Zhang Po nodded repeatedly, commending Leighton's valor, assuring that he would bring Leighton's courageous deeds to Princess Olivia's attention. Someone praised the son of Count Schusley, and he beamed with pride. When he heard that Zhang Po was willing to speak favorably of his son, Count Schusley became even more enthusiastic. Olivia's influence in the empire was steadily growing, leading many to believe that the old king intended to designate her as his heir. After all, the old king had entrusted Olivia with a team of 4 brave warriors, a clear indication of his favoritism. If his son could be remembered by the future queen, it might elevate their family's noble status in the future. Once the groundwork had been laid, Zhang Po finally broached the main topic. Count Schusley, during your time guarding the city, have you encountered any traces of the red-skinned creature? Count Schusley pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I have not seen it. He turned to the other warriors, inquiring, has anyone seen the red-skinned creature? The crowd exchanged glances, and a young knight raised his hand. When a monster tide first attacked Schusley City, I caught a distant glimpse of a red-skinned creature. Zhang Po asked, what were its characteristics? It had red energy wings, wore human clothing, blood-red long hair, and a mask that was larger than its head. Laughter erupted in the hall. At this point, Zhang Po was already inclined to believe it was the red-skinned creature from Demon Control Village. Once the laughter subsided, the young knight continued. Moreover, there were peculiar magical patterns on its mask. This was intriguing. Could it be a physical trait brought about by evolution? Zhang Po pressed on. Has it made any further appearances? The young knight shook his head. It has not appeared since then. It seemed that there was no more useful information to be gleaned. Zhang Po inquired about a few more details before concluding the discussion. Count Schusley, you may summon the women. While I have no need for them, the warriors certainly do. With a grand gesture, Count Schusley commanded, musicians, bards, continue to play. Bring the women in and let them dance. The atmosphere in the hall grew lively once more. Zhang Po lingered for a while before discreetly exiting the banquet. Sato Kanzuya followed him, and together they ascended to the castle tower to enjoy the breeze. Why don't you join them? The atmosphere in Schusley City is more relaxed compared to the royal capital, Zhang Po inquired. I'm not in the mood. Sato Kanzuya replied. Oh, it seems you've truly taken a liking to that noble lady. Zhang Po chuckled. You'd better be careful not to lose your artifact. Sato Kanzuya glanced at the artifact, knight, sword in his hand, lost in thought. Without this sword, would Heli still care for me? He shook his head, dismissing such chaotic thoughts. Observing Sato Kanzuya's reaction, Zhang Po shook his head in disapproval. Sato Kanzuya had evidently fallen prey to the allure of superficial charm. It was likely that other Japanese high school students were similarly affected. The value of a hero lay in their artifacts. Even the use of skills depended on these relics. A hero who lost their artifact held no worth in the eyes of the nobility. This principle applied universally to all Japanese high school students summoned to this world. Sato Kanzuya inquired, when do you think Kato Dan will come and find me? Sato Kanzuya shook his head. He did not specify, but it should be soon. Zhang Po casually remarked, I hope he seeks me out. This is his most advantageous strategy. The following day, on the thoroughfare leading to the royal capital, Kato Dan leaned against a great tree, masquerading as a wandering adventurer. To confront the Long River White Demon in a duel? Am I foolish? Kato Dan scoffed. I am certain that the moment I appear before the Long River White Demon, Freya will leap forth, accompanied by a cadre of formidable allies to besiege me. With Freya currently absent from the royal capital, it is a prime opportunity to hunt the heroes and seize the hero seed. Once I reach level 20, armed with artifacts, let's see what Freya can do against me. Kato Dan waited in silence. After some time, a dilapidated carriage creaked into view. A smirk of derision curved Kato Dan's lips. Freya, aware of her pursuit of heroes, would undoubtedly compel them to practice discreetly and return to the royal capital unnoticed. Yet, alas, I need not seek them out. I shall simply wait for them to come to me. Kato Dan rose and approached the roadside. As he stepped onto the path, the carriage passed by. He raised his hand, and the Thunder Dragon Mage ring ignited with lightning, conjuring a massive sphere of thunder that crashed toward the carriage. The carriage erupted, and from within sprang forth a dozen individuals, including Freya, Haimaji Masiko, Takahashi Saya, Kikukawa Aki, along with other returning heroes. They surrounded Kato Dan, and a fierce battle loomed. Kato Dan was taken aback. Freya, weren't you in Schussler City, alongside the Long River White Demon? Freya let out a cold laugh. He expressed a desire for a one-on-one duel with you, yet feared you would refuse, suspecting you might attempt to exploit the chaos. Thus, he suggested I bring companions disguised as heroes returning to the royal capital. Who would have thought you would truly shy away from a duel? Takahashi mocked. How embarrassing. Unable to even face a samurai duel. Kato Dan's expression darkened. You shall not. Freya swiftly initiated a radiant barrier, ensnaring everyone within. Kato Dan's expression froze, and he swallowed hard. Hush! Is reconciliation possible? Is Kato Dan truly not intending to fight? Zhang Po leaned over the city wall, observing below. Sato Kanzuya was engaged in a lively battle with a giant horned rhinoceros. Lord Count Schussler hesitated before asking, Long River White Demon, do you truly not wish to descend and assist? No need. If a mindless rhinoceros can fall, then it is merely a testament to his lack of skill, replied the Long River White Demon. Count Schussler was at a loss for words. As an alchemist and apothecary, was it appropriate to speak of combatants in such a manner? Yet, considering his own son had consumed the powerful healing potion concocted by the Long River White Demon just the previous night, he swallowed his retort. Sato Kanzuya was struck by a horn and sent soaring into the air. The giant horned rhinoceros gathered water elements at its horn, unleashing a barrage of water cannons directed at Sato Kanzuya. Lightning flickered around Kanzuya Sato as he constantly shifted in midair to evade the torrents of water, descending towards the giant horned rhinoceros. The thunderous longsword plunged into the creature's skull, sending surges of electricity coursing through its brain. The rhinoceros trembled violently before crashing to the ground, never to rise again. Gasping for breath, Sato took a moment before withdrawing his sword. At that instant, his aura surged dramatically. Congratulations, you've finally reached level 15. Zhang Po applauded. Sato looked up to see a vial of potion descending, which he caught effortlessly. It was a dual-purpose elixir, capable of replenishing both magical and physical energy. The subsequent tasks are yours. I must conserve my strength for when Kato Duan arrives. Sato remarked after consuming the potion. Are these monsters merely meant to deplete your strength? Zhang Po replied ambiguously. I would hope so. If he truly doesn't know how to set a trap, he could ask me for assistance. I'd willingly jump it myself, with an expression of utter boredom. Zhang Po elicited a twitch from Sato's eye. Weren't you the one who said that in this extraordinary world, strategy holds little significance? Zhang Po stretched lazily. Strategy is merely a flourish. Power is fundamental, enhancing the margin for error in tactics. If Kato Duan doesn't arrive in 2 days, I shall take my leave. Sato sought refuge in a nearby restroom, squatting for quite some time without spotting the red-eyed rat. Resigned, he returned to the city wall, unable to contact Kato Duan. TSK, I suppose I must wait a little longer. Suddenly, Zhang Po gazed into the distance. A streak of red light sped towards them. The crimson apparition exploded, revealing the figure of the Goblin Queen. As always, she possessed an extraordinary physique, her flowing red hair adorned in human attire. Her expansive, crimson energy wings stirred up a tempest. Yet, the intricate magical patterns adorned her mask. Sato's expression changed drastically. The oppressive aura emanating from her clearly surpassed level 15, at least reaching level 18. The surrounding soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons, retreating step by step. Count Schussler and Mage Lars stood poised for action. Ordinary soldiers. Retreat, Zhang Po urged. Before anyone could react, the Goblin Queen raised her hand, unleashing a colossal scarlet energy claw. Boom! The city gate shattered, sending dust swirling into the air. The monsters roared with excitement and surged towards the walls, breaching the city. Count Schussler's face paled as he hurriedly organized the troops for defense. As for the red-skinned creature, it was left to the two heroes. Zhang Po propelled himself backward through the billowing dust, skidding several meters before coming to a halt. This is our second encounter. I still haven't asked your name. The The Goblin Queen did not respond, instead letting out a fierce roar as she flapped her wings and lunged at Zhang Po. With the ice pattern armor activated, Zhang Po extended his claws to grapple with the Goblin Queen. She flapped her wings, pushing him back over 100 meters, uprooting the cobblestones of the street in her wake. Upon their first encounter, Zhang Po swiftly discerned that his strength was on par with that of the Goblin Queen. With formidable muscles, he exerted his power. The visage of the Marauder's mask materialized upon his face as he forcefully drew the Goblin Queen closer, delivering a brutal head but that sent her head reeling back, followed by a swift kick to her neck. The Goblin Queen clutched her throat, staggering backward, only to absorb a crushing blow that propelled her horizontally through the air, tumbling like a rolling gourd. Zhang Po furrowed his brow. Something was amiss. The Goblin Queen appeared dazed, almost like a marionette. Activating the Eye of Insight revealed Goblin Queen, LV-18, in a state of mental enslavement. He focused on the Goblin Queen's mask and employed the Eye of Insight once more. Horus's royal authority, magic circle, capable of manipulating the mind and implanting thoughts of subservience. Horus's eye? This magic circle bore a striking resemblance to the one within Cato Dawn's left eye. Cato Dawn had enslaved the Crimson Queen to diminish my combat effectiveness? Intriguing. However, in this state, the Crimson Queen possessed little fighting capability. Cato Dawn, you shall reap what you have sown. Zhang Po removed the heart of gold necklace, wrapping it around his fingers as a makeshift knuckle duster, and struck decisively at the Crimson Queen's face. Taste my alchemical fist of material collection. The alchemical array manifested upon Zhang Po's fist, empowered by divine artifacts. Its compact design and proximity enhancing its formidable strength. With a resounding crash, the Queen's mask was instantly refined and fell away, sending the Crimson Queen spinning backward, her bloodied mask crashing to the ground. She sat up, swaying, her expression shifting from confusion to rage, then to astonishment. To onlookers, her face, stripped of skin and drenched in blood, appeared grotesque. The Crimson Queen erupted into laughter, yet it resembled the cackle of a monstrous fiend, causing those around her to recoil in terror. Zhang Po picked up the Queen's mask and inquired, "Are you awake?" "Awake indeed. Thank you, my little darling." The Crimson Queen's visage began to transform.